He moved very slowly, testing each step with his toes first to make sure there were no dry leaves or twigs, then gently placing his foot down. He avoided open areas, always staying in the shadows of the trees, using the sound of the wind and the calls of nocturnal creatures to mask his tiny movements. He even mimicked the rhythm of some nocturnal animal, walking a bit, then stopping for a long time to listen carefully to the sounds around him. That sniper was clearly very skilled. Lin Ping could faintly sense that the other person was also moving in the dark, like a ghost, very patient. Several times, Lin Ping felt a cold gaze sweep over his hiding spot, but the other person seemed unable to pinpoint his exact location in the darkness, and the gaze quickly moved away. This was a test of willpower, patience, and jungle survival skills. Time passed quietly, filled with faint sounds and silence. Lin Ping's energy was running low. Hunger and cold kept attacking his mind. But he only had one thought: survive, find him, or let him find you. Late at night, the temperature dropped to its lowest, and even the insects chirping became sparse. Lin Ping hid under a large fern, holding his gun, trembling slightly from the cold. He needed heat and food. If not, he would collapse before the other person found him. He gently chewed on a few bitter herbs to stay alert, feeling a faint warmth, when suddenly he caught an unusual sound. A very soft, regular scraping noise, coming from about 30 meters to the front left. Animals wouldn't make such purposeful, cautious sounds. It was the sniper. What was he doing? Or trying to start a fire? This thought made Lin Ping's heart race. Starting a fire in the dark would be suicidal, but if there was a tiny, carefully hidden flame, it might be used to warm food or keep warm, as long as he was sure he wouldn't be seen. A crazy plan formed in Lin Ping's mind. It was extremely dangerous, but maybe his only chance. He moved slowly, like a gecko, toward the sound, inch by inch. He needed to get close enough to strike deadly. After crawling about 20 meters, he stopped again. Through the gaps in the ferns, he saw a faint glint. Not from a firelight, but like some metal or glass reflecting a tiny light source. A brief flash. The other person was not making a fire. What is he doing? Lin Ping held his breath and continued to wait patiently, watching carefully. After a few minutes, he caught a faint, out-of-place smell in the jungle, something like compressed food. Although very subtle, his enhanced sense of smell, sharpened by spiritual spring water, picked it up. The person was eating, and it seemed they had relaxed their guard a little. The sound of something reflecting light might be them checking a compass or some kind of device. Lin Ping no longer hesitated. He gently placed his AK rifle on the ground, only holding his Glock pistol and a combat knife. The AK was too heavy for close combat. He calculated the distance, wind direction, and where the enemy might be hiding. Then, like a true ghost, he silently slipped out from behind the fern plants, using every shadow and tree for cover, moving toward the smell and the direction of the reflection. He could faintly see a blurry silhouette of a figure leaning against a tree root. Just as Lin Ping was about to strike with a sudden attack, the silhouette seemed to sense something and suddenly moved. Snap! The enemy accidentally broke a small dry branch nearby. This tiny sound in the silent darkness was like a thunderclap. Lin Ping almost shot at the same moment the enemy moved. He aimed roughly at the chest area of the shadow, firing a quick shot. At the same time, he lunged sideways. A muffled grunt came. He hit. But almost simultaneously, Lin Ping felt a hot, stabbing pain in his left arm. The enemy, in that instant, also fired blindly. The bullet grazed his arm. Ignoring the pain, Lin Ping didn't hesitate after landing. Like a hunting leopard, he pounced on the fallen black figure. In the darkness, close-quarters combat erupted instantly. Although wounded, the enemy was wearing body armor and still fought fiercely, reacting incredibly fast. A cold, military-style dagger stabbed straight at Lin Ping's throat. His Glock was useless at such close range, so he threw it aside, quickly grabbing the enemy's wrist with his left hand, and with his right, swung his combat knife toward the enemy's neck. The enemy suddenly twisted away and slammed his knee into Lin Ping's stomach. Lin Ping used his abdominal muscles to withstand the blow, then suddenly headbutt forward. The dull sound of the skull hitting made my teeth ache. The other person winced in pain and froze. Lin Ping seized this fleeting opportunity. With his left hand, which was held, he suddenly twisted with force. A clear cracking sound of bones. The other person let out a suppressed cry of pain, dropping the dagger. Lin Ping, gaining the upper hand, quickly moved his military knife again, this time precisely pressing it against the other person's carotid artery. The cold blade was close to warm skin. "Don't move." Lin Ping's voice was hoarse and cold, filled with strong killing intent. The shadow stopped struggling. In the darkness, only the heavy, suppressed breathing of the two remained. The air was thick with the smell of blood and sweat. Lin Ping could feel the other person's body trembling slightly, unsure if from pain or anger. He slowly reached out with his left hand, feeling around, and found a spare pistol and a small flashlight from the person's waist. He turned on the flashlight, shining its dim light on the other's face. A strange face, clearly Western features, appeared before him. The face was pale from blood loss and pain, but those blue eyes were full of disbelief and a kind of shameful anger. There was a noticeable dent in the chest area of his bulletproof vest, indicating that Lin Ping's shot had hurt him badly. "Who are you?" Lin Ping asked coldly in English, pushing the knife forward another half-inch, the blade cutting into the skin and drawing a bead of blood. The other person stared at Lin Ping tightly, lips sealed, saying nothing. Lin Ping didn't bother with more words. He struck the side of the person's neck hard with the handle of his knife. The shadow grunted and fainted. Lin Ping quickly searched his entire body. Besides some standard gear and a small amount of cash, he found no documents that could identify him. Just a professional assassin. He glanced at the scratch on his left arm, which wasn't serious. He tore a strip from the other's clothing and quickly bandaged it. Then he looked at the unconscious sniper on the ground, his expression complex. Should he kill him to eliminate future trouble? That was the safest choice. But maybe keeping him alive could help him learn something? Who sent him? Was the mission leaked? Hesitation lasted only a second. Lin Ping remembered his situation and the possible other pursuers. Carrying a badly injured prisoner, he found it hard to move through the jungle. He sighed, a look of determination in his eyes. He raised his knife, but instead of stabbing, he struck the prisoner's head again with the handle, ensuring he stayed unconscious for a long time. Then he dragged him under a big tree and roughly tied him with vines. Whether he lives or dies depends on fate. Lin Ping picked up his weapon, took one last look at the unconscious sniper, then turned and disappeared into the dark again. He won this game of hide and seek in the darkness. But the cost was a wounded left arm and almost all his energy used up. The road ahead was still long and uncertain. He needed to find food and a safe place to hide quickly, or he might be the next to fall. The darkness was thick like sticky ink, wrapping around Lin Ping. His left arm hurt with every move, reminding him of the fierce fight he just survived. He was very tired, and hunger felt like an invisible hand squeezing his stomach tightly. But he couldn't stop. The unconscious sniper was like a ticking bomb, with possible allies nearby. He forced himself to focus, relying on memory and faint sense of direction, and moved toward his target area deep in the woods. Every step felt like walking on cotton, light and heavy at the same time. He needed water, food, and a completely safe place to rest. As dawn approached, he was lucky to find a small patch of wild taro. Ignoring the toxins, he quickly dug out a tuber, peeled it with his knife, and ate the starchy core. It tasted bitter, but at least it eased his hunger for a while. He found a few large banana leaves, collected some morning dew, and drank it to soothe his dry throat. As the sky brightened, Lin Ping found a narrow crevice in the rocks, hidden by vines. He carefully erased his trail and slipped inside. The crevice was tight and damp, but hidden enough. He sank to the ground, finally able to carefully treat his left arm wound. The bullet had grazed him, leaving a deep, blackened scar that throbbed painfully. He used his last bit of clean water to wash the wound, sprinkled some hemostatic powder, and tightly wrapped it with a clean cloth strip. After finishing all this, extreme exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He held his gun, leaned against a cold rock, and almost immediately fell into a semi-conscious sleep. Even in his dreams, his muscles remained tense, and his ears stayed alert to the slightest sounds. He didn't know how long he had slept before a sharp bird call woke him up. He suddenly opened his eyes, his heart pounding, and quickly gripped his gun. After confirming there was nothing unusual around him, he let out a breath of relief. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the vines, casting mottled light on the rocky wall. It was already the next morning. He checked his wound. There were no signs of infection. The nourishing spring water and his strong body had once again helped him recover. His strength had improved a little, but he felt much hungrier. He knew he had to find a more reliable food source. In the following days, Lin Ping acted like a true wild wolf, struggling to survive in this dangerous jungle. He set simple traps to catch small animals, risked gathering edible fungi and wild fruits, and dealt with mosquitoes, leeches, and venomous snakes everywhere. Every day was spent in hunger, exhaustion, and high alert. The appearance of the sniper made him realize he was not safe. Any movement or sound could mean a new threat. His clothes were torn and tattered by thorns, and he had many new cuts and bruises. His beard was scruffy, and his eye sockets were sunken. Only his eyes remained sharp as an eagle, burning with an unyielding will to survive. On the 5th day, while replenishing water at a small creek, he suddenly heard faint voices upstream. Not the local natives' language, but English. He immediately hid and carefully moved upstream. Through a bamboo grove, he saw a shocking scene. A small armed team of about 7 or 8 people, dressed in non-standard jungle combat gear, well-equipped, was taking a short rest by the creek. They looked alert, exchanged brief words, moved efficiently, clearly trained military personnel. Was this the sniper's accomplice? Or another group? Lin Ping's heart sank. If this was the sniper's team, their size far exceeded his expectations. If not, it means that this area may have multiple armed groups operating, making the situation even more complicated. He dared not stay long and quietly withdrew, a darker shadow cast over his heart. The goal seemed increasingly distant, and the pressure to survive grew stronger. That night, he rested on a branch of a large tree, barely able to sleep. Looking at the fragmented starry sky through the leaves, he felt for the first time a deep sense of loneliness and confusion. Can he still complete his mission? Can he still make it out alive? At that moment, in the distant sky, a very bright and slowly moving star suddenly appeared. Is it a satellite? Or a drone? Lin Ping suddenly sat up straight, staring intently at the star. If it's a drone, it means higher-level surveillance forces are involved in this area. Is it an enemy or an ally? He didn't know. But that bright point moving calmly in the night sky was like a powerful wake-up call, piercing through the fatigue and confusion that had built up in Lin Ping's mind over the past days. It represented order, a force beyond this primitive jungle, watching over this place. Whether enemy or friend, it meant he was not completely isolated, and the outside world had not forgotten this land. This reminded him of his identity and mission. He was not blindly fleeing, he was carrying out a task. Every footprint, every stealth move, every brush with death had to have meaning. By dawn the next day, Lin Ping's condition was completely renewed. The confusion in his eyes was replaced by a sharp, focused determination. He carefully planned his route, not just to avoid danger and find food, but to gather intelligence. He observed the activity patterns of the armed team by the creek, noting their possible directions and equipment details. Though far away, his telescope and keen observation allowed him to catch some details. He avoided them but moved like a ghost, staying at a distance, trying to understand their intentions. He became more cautious and efficient. Using the jungle's resources, he managed to replenish his energy, and his wounds healed quickly with the help of the healing spring's essence. He even took a risk by approaching the edge of a small native settlement nearby. From a distance, he observed their traces of daily life and possible ways they communicated with the outside world, but he did not make direct contact to avoid causing trouble. A few days later, using a map and the position of the sun, he finally reached the outskirts of the target area. The landscape started to change, showing more signs of human activity: abandoned mines, rough roads partly covered by plants, and a distant estate guarded by armed guards on a hillside. The atmosphere felt heavy. Lin Ping knew he had reached the core zone of his mission, which was also the most dangerous place. He chose a high spot, using thick tree cover for cover, set up his telescope, and began long, continuous watching. The estate was heavily guarded, with vehicles checked carefully, lookouts on high points, and even patrol dogs. Sneaking in would be very difficult. He needed more information and a way to get closer. Just when he felt stuck, an unexpected opportunity appeared. One evening, he saw an old jeep leave the estate and head toward a small town nearby. Besides the driver, there was only one passenger, who looked like a small leader, very drunk. An adventurous plan quickly formed in Lin Ping's mind. He followed the jeep at a safe distance, like a shadow. When the jeep stopped outside a simple bar in the town, the small leader staggered inside. Lin Ping quietly and quickly moved near the vehicle, avoiding the driver's view. He crawled under the car, using a sticky tree resin he carried, taken from the jungle, to attach a small, non-metal tracker to a hidden spot on the chassis. This homemade device had a limited signal range, but was enough for him to track the vehicle's movements from a distance. After setting it, he quickly left, disappearing into the shadows of the town. Over the next 2 days, he used the tracker to monitor the jeep's activity patterns from afar. He found that this vehicle often traveled back and forth between the estate and the town, delivering supplies. Sometimes, it also went in another direction, to a small, simple airport hidden in the valley that was not marked on the map. This was a very important discovery. Lin Ping's heart started pounding. If the target was moving or important supplies were being transported, the airport was the most likely route. He needed to get closer to the airport for a more detailed look. This was a very dangerous task. The guards at the airport would be more alert. But this was also his only chance to get close to the core. Night fell again. Lin Ping checked his remaining equipment and stamina, adjusting his condition to the best state. He looked at the faint lights flickering in the valley, eyes like a hunting hawk ready to strike. The lights in the valley looked like flames attracting moths in the dark, flickering unpredictably and giving off a sense of danger. Lin Ping moved like a shadow, along the ridge's shadowed side, heading toward the lighted area. He avoided open spaces that could reveal his position, using rocks and bushes for cover, moving slowly but steadily. As he got closer to the valley, the sounds in the air became clearer. They were no longer just natural sounds, but included the deep hum of diesel generators, faint voices, and the occasional roar of vehicle engines. A faint smell of kerosene, sweat, and cheap tobacco also filled the air. He chose a spot on a higher, densely vegetated hillside near the airport as his observation point. Pushing aside the leaves, he saw the scene in the valley below. It was indeed a simple airport, but definitely not for civilian use. A rough dirt runway ran through the valley, just long enough for small propeller planes or helicopters to take off and land. At the end of the runway, there were a few makeshift hangars and sheds built with mesh wire and wood. Around the airport, there was a simple barbed wire fence, with wooden watchtowers at key points, where armed guards patrolled. The lights mainly came from floodlights hanging in front of the towers and sheds, along with some moving flashlights. Lin Ping set up his telescope and observed carefully. He saw some people dressed in ragged clothes but carrying weapons, moving around cautiously. On the runway, an old twin-propeller transport plane was parked. A group of workers was unloading some wooden crates covered with canvas from the aircraft. On the other side, a few people who seemed to be leaders were talking and gesturing to each other. This was clearly a hub for illegal weapons and supplies. Lin Ping's heart sank. The level and difficulty of the target were much higher than he had initially expected. Sneaking into the airport directly would be like committing suicide. He needed more detailed information to find the weaknesses of this organization or wait for a rare opportunity. He lay still like a stone statue at his observation point, watching without moving for several hours. He recorded the times when guards changed shifts, patrol routes, the patterns of personnel activity, and how the transport plane was loaded and unloaded. He found that although the guards were alert, they were not invincible. For example, the guards late at night seemed somewhat lax, and the searchlights had blind spots. As dawn approached, he was about to leave and find a hiding spot for the daytime when suddenly there was a commotion at the airport. After unloading, the plane did not leave immediately. Instead, another group of people was driven onto the plane. These people had their hands tied behind their backs, were wearing ragged clothes, and, under the scolding and pushing of armed personnel, staggered up the gangway. Could they be victims of human trafficking? Lin Ping's fists clenched suddenly, nails digging into his palms. A surge of anger mixed with helplessness rose in his heart. He watched the evil happening right in front of him, but couldn't stop it. His mission was to gather intelligence and target specific individuals. Acting rashly would not only expose himself and cause the mission to fail but also alert the enemies, possibly putting these people in greater danger. He forced himself to stay calm, using cold logic to suppress his turbulent emotions. He carefully noted the tail number and general features of the transport plane. This might be an important clue. As dawn broke, the plane roared into the sky and disappeared behind the distant mountains. The airport returned to its usual rhythm. Lin Ping silently retreated into the dense forest, finding a very hidden crevice in the rocks to hide in. The jungle during the day was even more dangerous and active. He had to hide himself well. He chewed on bitter roots, leaning against cold rocks as his mind kept replaying everything he observed at night. This airport is very important, but rushing in blindly won't work. He needs inside information and a way to break through. He remembered the small town, the drunken young leader, and the jeep. Maybe the breakthrough is there. Over the next 2 days, Lin Ping acted like a patient hunter, hiding during the day and risking himself at night to get closer, watching the jeep and the people around it between the town and the airport. He saw that the young leader was responsible for some supplies and transportation, often going in and out of a simple bar in the town, and he seemed to have a drinking problem. A plan slowly formed in his mind. It was very risky, but it might be his only chance. He decided to kidnap the young leader. In the wilderness far from the airport and town, he would find a good moment, overpower him, open his mouth to get information, and then deal with him. This decision made Lin Ping feel a cold shiver. This was not a battlefield fight, but cold-blooded planning. But he had no other choice. For the mission and to protect innocent people who might get involved, he had to become a villain. On the third night, the chance came. The trackers showed the jeep heading back to the town again. Lin Ping had already set an ambush on a sharp turn with dense bushes along the way back to the estate. When the jeep appeared with its yellow headlights, swaying as it came, Lin Ping, like a hidden predator, suddenly leapt out of the darkness. He first threw a large stone to smash the window on the passenger side. As the driver was startled and braked, he quickly opened the door, pressing his Glock pistol against the young leader's temple. "Don't move. Make a sound and you'll die." Lin Ping's voice was deep and cold, using a local dialect he had learned in secret during his infiltration. The driver was terrified and raised his hands high. Lin Ping quickly knocked him out, dragged the young leader out of the car, slung him over his shoulder, and disappeared into the dense woods nearby, all in less than 30 seconds. Deep in the forest, at a pre-selected hiding spot, Lin Ping tied up the young leader and stuffed a rag into his mouth. He did not rush to interrogate but first carefully cleaned all traces and then waited quietly. The young leader slowly woke up and saw the stranger in front of him, who looked like a wild man but had cold, sharp eyes. He was immediately frightened and trembling all over. The alcohol had fully sobered him. Lin Ping drew out a military knife, waved it in front of him, and began the interrogation using rough local language mixed with simple English.
Name.
Position.
Airport. Plane. Cargo.
Destination.
Guards.
Weak points. Each question was accompanied by the cold touch of the blade, or just enough physical pain. Lin Ping did not enjoy hurting people, but his methods were precise and effective, breaking down the other person's mental defenses. At first, the young leader tried to lie or hide the truth, but Lin Ping exposed several obvious lies, showed him the military knife, and easily cut through a branch. Finally, he broke down like a bamboo tube spilling beans and told everything he knew. Lin Ping listened silently, feeling a storm of emotions inside. The organization's size, illegal activities like drugs, weapons, and human trafficking, and the shadow of a larger power behind it, all far beyond what he had imagined when he received the mission. More importantly, he obtained key information: detailed guard plans of the airport, exact shift change times, blind spots and surveillance, and news that in 3 days, a batch of important cargo and a big person would arrive on a private plane. The interrogation lasted over an hour. After confirming the other person had revealed everything he knew, Lin Ping faced a difficult choice. What to do with him? It was impossible. He would be exposed immediately. This was the cleanest and quickest option. Watching the other man's face twist with fear, Lin Ping finally delivered a precise hand strike, knocking him out. He tied him up more tightly, hid him deep inside a difficult-to-find animal den, and left some water and food. Life or death was now up to him. After finishing all this, it was nearly dawn. Lin Ping did not stay any longer and immediately moved away from the airport and roads into the remote mountains. In the deep mountain valley, he found a hidden cave, damp from the waterfall's spray, always moist and cold inside but relatively safe. He was like a wild animal licking its wounds, curled up deep inside a cave, chewing the last bit of hard food that was hard to swallow, while his mind raced quickly. The information he had received was huge, like a broken but exciting puzzle. He needed time to understand the information and plan his next move. The illegal armed group called Viper, based in the border area, was not just simple drug traffickers or bandits. They were involved in arms smuggling, human trafficking, and had unclear connections with some international forces. The big person and important cargo arriving in 3 days were likely key parts of the whole chain. Important cargo and big person. Maybe this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. His main goal was to get secret information about the group and find a chance to stop their important plans. Now, this goal was very clear and very heavy. Breaking into the airport directly would be suicide. He needed a detailed plan, one that would let him sneak in like a virus and explode at the right moment in the core area. He spread out a waterproof map that was worn out from being touched so much. Using the information from interrogations, he marked and outlined key points with charcoal. He studied the airport layout, guard posts, patrol routes, shift change times, and possible blind spots for surveillance. Every detail was carefully thought through in his mind. When the big person arrived, security would be very tight, but that also meant chaos and focused attention. This was the biggest danger, but also the only chance to find a weak spot. A bold, almost crazy plan was taking shape in his mind. He wanted to blend in with the Viper group members during the chaos of the big person's arrival and sneak into the core area of the airport. This required perfect disguise, precise timing, and at least a surface understanding of the Viper organization. The risk was very high, and any small mistake could be deadly. But he had no other choice. Over the next 2 days, Lin Ping became like a ghost, quietly observing everything. He took a great risk by getting closer to the airport's outskirts. Using binoculars, he carefully observed the guards' clothing details, behaviors, and even their simple hand signals and commands. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he watched their lip movements and body language. He memorized the faces of some key people and their vehicles. At the same time, he prepared his disguise. He took a relatively complete jungle combat uniform from a small leader. Although dirty, he cleaned it carefully and let it dry. He used mud, plant sap, and charcoal ash to make the clothes look weathered and rough, matching the sloppy style of the Viper members. He also trimmed his hair and beard with a military knife, trying to look like a long-term jungle wanderer and outlaw. The biggest problem was the weapon. He couldn't use his usual gear. He needed to get the weapons commonly used by the Viper organization. The opportunity came the next night. A Viper patrol clashed briefly with an unknown armed group at the edge of the jungle. During the chaos, Lin Ping sneaked close and quickly seized an old AKM rifle, a few magazines, and a machete from a dead Viper member. He didn't hesitate to abandon his high-quality equipment, only keeping his Glock pistol and military knife as his last backup. On the third day, the decisive moment arrived. From early morning, the airport's atmosphere changed noticeably. Guards doubled, watchmen on the towers became more alert, and the runway was tidied up. Several jeeps came and went frequently, seemingly making final preparations. Lin Ping hid at the planned infiltration point, a blind spot outside the airport's wire fence caused by a landslide. The area was overgrown with weeds and near a drainage ditch. He lay still like a stone, covered with camouflage netting and branches, even holding his breath as quietly as possible. Time passed second by second. In the afternoon, the sound of helicopter rotors roared in the sky. Not a transport helicopter, but a real helicopter. The intelligence was wrong, or the situation had changed. Lin Ping's heart tightened, but he quickly calmed himself. Helicopters are more agile, but that also means the big person might not stay long at the airport. His window of opportunity was now shorter. A blurry, unmarked medium-sized helicopter slowly landed in the middle of the runway, guarded by two armed helicopters. The cabin door opened, and several well-equipped guards with guns quickly jumped out to watch the area. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in khaki and wearing sunglasses, accompanied by a local leader of a group called Viper, stepped down from the helicopter. Everyone at the airport focused on the landing spot. Seizing the fleeting moment, Lin Ping, like a quick predator, darted out from his hiding spot. He used the drainage ditch and bushes to hide as he moved closer to the barbed wire fence. He had prepared a piece of meat soaked in a special liquid to lure the nearby guard dogs away. Using pliers quietly and quickly, he cut a small opening at the bottom of the fence just big enough for his body to pass through, then crawled inside. He entered the airport. Halfway there, he quickly stood up, brushed off the dirt, and casually slung his AKM rifle over his shoulder. He mimicked the relaxed yet alert posture of the Viper members, lowered his head, and walked briskly toward the hangar and shed area. His heart pounded loudly, but he kept a calm appearance. A guard glanced at him but didn't pay much attention. Inside the airport, the staff was chaotic and unfamiliar faces were common, especially during this special time when important people arrived. Lin Ping's goal was clear: the transport plane that had just unloaded cargo and was parked near the hangar. According to intelligence, the important cargo was likely still on the plane or inside the hangar, and the important person probably wanted to check on it. He mingled with a few hurried Viper members and approached the transport plane. Sure enough, several guards and the local leader were escorting the important person toward the cabin door. Lin Ping slowed his steps, pretending to be on alert, but his eyes kept a sharp watch on the inside of the cabin. When the door opened, he saw some crates stacked inside, but it didn't seem as heavily guarded as he had expected. Just as he sensed danger, something suddenly changed. The important person, wearing sunglasses, turned his head sharply, his gaze piercing through the crowd and locking directly onto Lin Ping. A cold, knowing smile seemed to curve his lips beneath the sunglasses. "Capture him," a sharp command, spoken in a foreign language, came from the important person. Almost at the moment the order was given, the seemingly relaxed Viper team members instantly acted like well-trained soldiers, aiming their guns directly at Lin Ping. Some of them even quickly surrounded him from all sides. This was a carefully planned trap. The information the small leader revealed was just a bait. The enemy had known about his presence for a long time and set this trap, waiting for him to walk right into it. Lin Ping's blood ran cold instantly, but his mind was as fast as lightning. He didn't hesitate at all. Before the enemy could fully surround him, he suddenly threw his AKM rifle at the nearest enemy and quickly retreated into the shadows of the hangar behind him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang! The intense gunfire instantly echoed across the entire airport. Bullets rained down like water splashing. Lin Ping's figure twisted strangely amid the hail of bullets, using the landing gear, tires, and scattered debris as cover, desperately dodging. The bullets hit the metal body of the aircraft, sparking bright flashes. He drew his Glock pistol, reacting quickly and shooting accurately in rapid succession.
Bang!
Bang! 2 enemies at the front fell to the ground. But more enemies closed in, and the firepower grew tighter. He was completely trapped in a small area beside the hangar. Lin Ping leaned against the cold metal wall of the aircraft, gasping heavily, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The enemies were slowly closing in, forming a circle. The big shot, guarded by bodyguards, watched coldly from a distance, as if watching a game of catching a turtle in a jar. The chance to escape seemed as slim as a flickering candle in the wind. But in his eyes, the unyielding fire burned even brighter. Even if he was going to die, he would tear a piece of flesh from the enemy. The gunfire sounded like popping beans, with the sharp noise of bullets hitting metal, almost tearing the eardrums. Lin Ping was pressed tightly in a small space formed by the landing gear of the aircraft and several oil drums, unable to lift his head. Hot bullets whistled past overhead and beside him, sparks and debris splashing on his face, causing pain. He could feel the circle of enemies shrinking rapidly. The sound of enemies' footsteps, the cocking of guns, and their teasing shouts like cats playing with mice grew closer. The cold gaze of the big shot was like 2 icy spears stabbing through the smoke and ash, fixed on him. This was a real trap from all sides. Adrenaline was rushing wildly through his body, but Lin Ping's mind remained cold and clear. Charging blindly was a dead end. He needed to create chaos and find a chance to escape. He looked around and spotted some small military oil drums nearby. There were blurry fuel labels on the drums. A crazy idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He quickly leaned forward, pulled out his Glock pistol, and fired repeatedly at the closest enemy.
Bang! Bang!
His precise shots temporarily pushed back the enemy in that direction. Taking advantage of the enemy's hesitation, he didn't hesitate anymore. He used all his strength and kicked one of the oil drums hard. The heavy drum rolled over, tumbling along the slightly sloped ground toward the densest enemy area. An enemy shouted in panic and instinctively dodged. At that moment, when everyone's attention was drawn to the rolling drum, Lin Ping made a second, even crazier move. He raised his Glock, not to aim at the enemies, but at the rolling oil drum. The bullets hit the metal shell of the drum, sparking. There was no big explosion as he expected, but the sparks and gunfire, combined with the rolling drum, caused a sudden chaos and misjudgment among the enemies. "Watch out for an explosion!" Shouts and hurried footsteps created a small gap in the surrounding circle. Lin Ping, like a tiger breaking free from a cage, suddenly darted out from behind cover. He didn't run toward the less crowded side, but instead went against the usual and charged straight toward the big shot and his bodyguards in the core area. Catch the king first. Even if he died, he wanted to take down the mastermind behind this trap. This move completely surprised everyone, who would rush into the most heavily armed center. The bodyguards reacted quickly, forming a human wall and firing their guns. But Lin Ping's speed and sudden change of direction exceeded their expectations. He used scattered debris and the chaos created by oil drums on the ground as cover. His figure flickered like a ghost, moving swiftly. Glock pistols fired continuously, each shot accurately forcing back a guard or hitting him in non-lethal spots, enough to temporarily disable him and clear a path for himself. He was getting closer to that big shot. He could even see the slight twitch of the other's mouth behind the sunglasses. 20 meters. 10 meters. "Protect the gentleman," the bodyguard leader shouted desperately. More enemies rushed in from all sides, bullets raining down like a storm. Lin Ping felt a sharp pain in his calf. A bullet grazed him, causing a streak of blood. He staggered, slowing down a bit. At that moment, the big shot seemed to lose patience or feel threatened. Under the protection of guards, he quickly retreated, preparing to board a helicopter. He couldn't let him escape. A determined look flashed in Lin Ping's eyes. He suddenly threw his empty Glock at a guard blocking his way, then lunged forward, drawing his military knife from his leg in a flash. Like a hunting falcon, he slashed the knife, aiming straight for the big shot's back. A dull gunshot sounded, different from the others. Lin Ping's body jolted forward suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right shoulder blade. The powerful impact caused him to fall forward, the knife flying out of his hand, grazing the helicopter's ladder and embedding in the side. It wasn't a stray bullet, it was a sniper. There was an ambush from above. He fell heavily to the ground, blood quickly staining his back. He tried to get up, but his right arm was completely numb, and the intense pain nearly made him faint. Countless feet stepped on him, and gun barrels pressed against his head. He was roughly turned over, his hands tied behind his back with plastic zip ties. The big shot stopped, slowly turned around, and looked down at him from above. His sunglasses were removed, revealing cold, sharp eyes filled with a hint of admiration and cruelty. He spoke to the person nearby in a language Lin Ping couldn't understand. Then he bent down and, with an accent but clear English, said to Lin Ping, "Nice performance, Mr. Ghost." Unfortunately, the game is over. Lin Ping spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the other person with fierce eyes. There was no sign of surrender, only burning anger and cold mockery. The big shot smiled, stood up and waved his hand. A heavy blow struck Lin Ping's neck, and darkness, like a tide, swallowed his consciousness. Before losing complete awareness, his last thought was the mission a failure? His mind floated in darkness, like a drowning person. Pain was the first feeling to return, spreading from the back of his neck to his entire head, as if hit repeatedly with a blunt object. Next came a sharp, tearing pain in his right shoulder blade. Every shallow breath pulled at the wound, almost suffocating him. Lin Ping didn't open his eyes immediately. He kept pretending to be unconscious, using all his senses to feel his surroundings. Cold. Hard. Beneath him was rough concrete, giving off a musty smell, urine odor, and a faint trace of blood. The air was thick and damp, with the chill of a dungeon. In the distance, he faintly heard dripping water and a faint metallic scraping sound, like shackles. He was locked up. His ears caught the heavy footsteps echoing in the empty space, approaching from afar. More than one person. The footsteps stopped near him. "Still not awake," a rough voice said, with a strong accent in English. "Too rough. This kid's bones are tough. Even after being shot by the vulture, he's still kicking," another, younger voice responded. "The boss wants to see him. Wake him up." Suddenly, a bucket of icy, foul-smelling water was poured onto Lin Ping's face, making him cough instinctively and forcing him to wake up. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurry. It took a while to adjust to the dim light. He was in a small cell, with no windows, only a heavy iron door with a tiny peephole. The only light came from a flickering yellow lamp in the corridor outside. Two guards dressed in dirty camouflage uniforms, holding AK rifles, stand in front of him with cold eyes and a hint of teasing. One of them, the older one, has a fierce scar across his face. Lin Ping struggles to sit up, but the severe pain in his right shoulder and the hands behind his back prevent him from moving. He leans against the cold wall, gasping heavily, with beads of sweat running down his hair and cheeks. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The scar-faced guard pokes his gun barrel into Lin Ping's chest with some force. Lin Ping lifts his head and looks at the two, but says nothing. He quickly assesses the situation. His injuries are serious, he's weak from blood loss, the environment is unfamiliar, there are at least two guards, and he doesn't know what's happening outside. "Silent type," the young guard sneers. The scar-faced guard squats down, leaning close to Lin Ping, his dull eyes flashing with hostility. "Kid, who are you? Who sent you here? Tell me, and you'll suffer less." Lin Ping remains silent, just coldly staring at him. He has undergone the harshest training for interrogations like this. "Damn, tough nut, huh?" The scar-faced guard loses patience, stands up, and signals to the young guard. "Loosen him up." The young guard grins wickedly and steps forward, raising his foot to kick Lin Ping's stomach. Just as his foot is about to land, Lin Ping, who is limp, suddenly rolls to the side. Though injured and moving awkwardly, he narrowly avoids the kick. At the same time, he curls his legs and forcefully knees the young guard's supporting leg on the side of his knee. Caught off guard, the young guard yells in pain, loses his balance, and stumbles into the iron door, making a loud clang. The scar-faced guard's face darkens, and he immediately points his gun at Lin Ping. "You asked for this." Lin Ping lies on the ground, breathing heavily, but a cold smile curves on his lips. His actions tell the other, "I am not a helpless lamb to be slaughtered." The scar-faced guard's eyes turn grim, but he doesn't shoot right away. Clearly, he has orders to keep him alive. At that moment, the peephole in the iron door is pulled open, and a pair of cold eyes look inside. Then, there's the sound of a lock being undone outside the door. The door is pushed open, and a man dressed neatly in a khaki uniform, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looks like a civilian worker, enters. Behind him, 2 more bodyguards with a more serious look and better equipment followed. Scar-faced and the young guard immediately stopped their arrogance and respectfully stepped aside. The man with gold-rimmed glasses looked at Lin Ping, studying his battered but still sharp eyes, and nodded slightly. "Take him to wash up and treat his wounds." His voice was calm but carried a firm command tone. "Then, send him to the interrogation room. The boss wants to see him personally." 2 bodyguards roughly pulled Lin Ping up from the ground. The pain from his wound made him see black, but he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He was dragged out of the cell and down a dim corridor. On both sides of the corridor were similar iron doors, with faint sounds of muffled moans or silence inside. He was taken into a slightly cleaner room with a simple sink and drain. A person in a white coat, expressionless, roughly tore open his shoulder clothing, used disinfectant to clean his wound, with rough movements that made Lin Ping's muscles twitch in pain. It seemed the bullet hadn't been removed. Only a simple bandage was applied to stop the bleeding. Then, he was stripped of his wet, torn clothes, rinsed roughly with cold water, and changed into a gray prison uniform. Throughout the process, he was like a soulless puppet, being manipulated, but his eyes remained cold, observing everything, noting the route, the people's features, and environmental details. Finally, he was taken into a brightly lit room. In the center was a fixed metal chair, surrounded by cold walls, with one wall made of large one-way glass. The air was filled with disinfectant and a faint, unsettling sweet and metallic smell. He was forced into the chair, with his wrists and ankles chained with cold metal shackles. The man with gold-rimmed glasses and the 2 bodyguards stood behind him. Behind the one-way glass, it seemed someone was watching him. Lin Ping knew that the real test was just beginning. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and forcibly suppressed all pain, fear, and distracting thoughts. In his mind, there were his father's stern gaze, his mother's gentle smile, the shouts of comrades before they sacrificed, and the weight of his military uniform. He had to survive. He had to find a chance. He had to complete the mission. The lights in the interrogation room are harsh and glaring, clearly illuminating every stain and sign of exhaustion on Lin Ping's face. Cold metal handcuffs tightly bind his wrists and ankles, restricting any slight movement. The sickly sweet smell in the air is even stronger, mixed with the disinfectant scent, making him feel nauseous. Behind the one-way glass, there is complete silence and darkness. But Lin Ping can feel that there are 1 or more pairs of eyes, watching him through the glass, as if examining him like a specimen. Those eyes are curious, assessing, perhaps with a hint of playful mischief like a cat teasing a mouse. He slowly opens his eyes and looks calmly at the glass, as if he can see through it and directly face the so-called boss behind it. He makes no attempt to struggle and shows no fear or anger. He just sits quietly with his back straight. Although his right shoulder hurts badly, causing him to tremble slightly, he maintains a calm gaze toward the darkness. This calmness is not about giving up but about intense focus and restraint, like a drawn bow ready to release its power at the right moment. Time passes silently in the tense quiet. Lin Ping even slightly closes his eyes, as if resting or gathering strength. Only his rising and falling chest and the occasional twitch of his mouth from pain show he is not completely unaware. Finally, the door to the interrogation room opens. The person who enters is not the fierce enforcer expected, but the big figure he has seen before. He has changed out of his jungle hunting outfit and is now dressed in a well-fitted dark suit, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. Behind him are a man with gold-rimmed glasses and 2 bodyguards, but the bodyguards stay at the door. Only he and the man with glasses come inside. The big figure pulls over a chair and sits across from Lin Ping, about 2 meters apart. He looks at Lin Ping carefully, his eyes sharp, as if trying to see through his skin and into his bones. "I'm sorry to invite you here in this way," he says. The big figure speaks gently, with a calmness that feels superior. "Let me introduce myself. You can call me General." "Of course, that's not my real name, just like Lin Ping isn't your real name, right?" He directly exposed Lin Ping's alias, clearly knowing quite a bit. Lin Ping slowly opened his eyes, meeting the general's gaze, remaining silent. He was judging the other's intentions. Was it psychological pressure? Or trying to gather information? The general didn't seem to mind his silence and continued speaking. "You are very talented. Very talented. Alone, you almost succeeded in reaching my base. Such skill and courage are wasted in those rules and restrictions." He leaned slightly forward, his tone seductive. "Work for me. Tell me who sent you and the details of your mission. I can offer you unimaginable wealth, power, and freedom. Much more than you have now. Bribery. A very direct and effective method." Lin Ping's lips twitched slightly, as if in mockery, but he still said nothing. His eyes showed no emotion, as if the conditions offered were just meaningless numbers. The general slightly furrowed his brow but kept his smile. "Or, we can try a different way to communicate." He gave a signal to the man with gold-rimmed glasses beside him. The man with glasses stepped forward, holding a tablet. He turned on the screen and showed it to Lin Ping. On the screen was a live surveillance feed, showing the area of the cell where Lin Ping was previously held. In the footage, several guards were roughly dragging a bloodied prisoner whose face was unrecognizable out of the cell, leaving a long bloodstain on the ground. "People disappear here every day." The general's voice grew colder. "Some because they disobey, others because they lose their value. Which do you want to be? A naked threat? An outright threat?" Lin Ping's gaze swept the screen, his pupils constricting slightly, but he quickly regained his calm. He looked at the general and finally spoke, his voice hoarse from thirst and weakness, but unusually clear. "You are afraid." These 5 words, like 5 cold steel needles, precisely pierced the carefully maintained calm mask of the general. It wasn't a response, nor begging for mercy, but a direct judgment hitting the core. The general's smile instantly froze, and his eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. The air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze at this moment. The room was deathly silent. Under the pale, white light, the muscles on the general's face twitched visibly. His eyes, which once held amusement and control, suddenly froze, shooting out 2 icy glints that almost seemed to turn water into ice. The air felt drained, so heavy it was hard to breathe. The man with gold-rimmed glasses instinctively took a half-step back, cold sweat forming on his forehead. The 2 bodyguards at the door tightened their grip on their guns. Lin calmly faced him, unflinching under that cold gaze. He caught a flash of surprise, anger, and a hint of embarrassment in the other's eyes, like a wolf caught in a trap. This powerful figure was not as confident as he appeared. He was afraid of failure, of the unknown, and of the strength and plans behind the lone ghost who had entered. The general's voice grew deeper, losing its previous warmth, with a metallic, grinding quality. "Why should I fear a prisoner?" Lin didn't answer. Instead, a faint, mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He silently conveyed a message with his silence and gaze. You're not afraid of me, but of the unknown threat I represent, something beyond your control. This silent confrontation was more deadly than any heated argument. The general slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow under the light, enveloping Lin. He approached Lin, looking down at him as if examining an object about to be destroyed. You're clever and brave. The general's voice was cold, but clever people often die faster. I give you one last chance. Tell me your true identity, your mission, and your contact. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was clear. He waved to the man with gold-rimmed glasses. The man immediately understood, pulling out several strange, gleaming devices from a metal box he carried. They were not traditional torture tools, but more advanced, precise modern interrogation devices targeting nerves and willpower. Lin's eyes flicked over the instruments, pupils slightly constricting, but his breathing remained steady. He knew that physical torture was about to begin. But he understood better that what the other person truly wanted was not his pain, but his surrender and information. As long as he kept his will strong, the other person could not succeed. You will speak. The general left these words and turned toward the one-way glass, seeming unwilling to witness what was coming next. He needed to stay calm and detached. The man with gold-threaded glasses and a bodyguard stepped forward, ready to use force on Lin Ping. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A loud, deep rumble, as if shaking the entire foundation, came from afar, followed by a piercing alarm ringing loudly. The lights in the interrogation room flickered violently a few times. What's going on? The general suddenly turned around, showing a look of surprise and suspicion for the first time. The man with gold-threaded glasses dropped his device with a clatter, hurriedly took out a walkie-talkie, and a noisy, panicked voice came through. The airport runway is under attack. Repeat, the fuel depot is on fire. Enemies have infiltrated. The number of intruders is unknown. Communication is disrupted. The chaotic messages instantly shattered the silence in the room. Lin Ping's heart suddenly pounded.
Could it be
reinforcements? Under his lowered eyelids, his gaze was sharp like an eagle, quickly scanning the surroundings, calculating distance, angles, and timing. The shackles were fixed, but what about the chair? The guard's position? The man with gold-rimmed glasses was alert. An explosion sounded again, this time closer, shaking dust from the ceiling of the interrogation room. The guard instinctively looked toward the door. Lin Ping used all his strength, and with the heavy metal chair, suddenly leaned backward. The chair crashed heavily to the ground. This sudden move startled the guard, causing his gun to shift instantly. Almost at the same time, Lin Ping, with his hands behind his back, used his incredible flexibility and strength to force himself from behind his hips, crawling through the curled legs to the front. Although his wrists were still chained, his hands were now in front of him. He didn't bother trying to unlock the handcuffs. Instead, he used his falling position to swing his legs like scissors, sharply kicking the nearest guard's ankle. A clear cracking sound of bones. The guard screamed and fell to the ground. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, terrified, turned to run toward the door. Lin Ping, using his waist and abdomen, pushed off the ground like a leap, bouncing up despite the difficulty of moving with the chair, and his speed was still astonishing. He used his body to crash into the man with glasses, slamming him against the wall.
Bang!
The man with glasses groaned and fainted. Lin Ping gasped heavily, quickly searching the unconscious guard's waist for keys and unlocking his handcuffs and leg cuffs. His wound on the right shoulder, torn open again by the intense movement, bled onto his prison uniform, but he ignored it. He picked up the guard's automatic rifle and several magazines, then searched the man with glasses for his pistol and walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie was still filled with chaotic shouts. He approached the door carefully and pushed it open slightly. The corridor was filled with smoke, flashing alarm lights, distant gunfire, explosions, and shouting figures running in chaos. A perfect opportunity. Lin Ping took a deep breath and melted into the shadows. He was no longer a prisoner, but a blade unleashed with a fire of revenge. He needed to find the general, gather intelligence amid the chaos, and most importantly, survive. The corridor was filled with smoke, and the strong smell of burning mixed with the scent of blood. The flashing warning lights spun around, casting flickering red shadows of running figures. Shouts, gunfire, and the aftershocks of explosions created a chaotic symphony. Lin Ping pressed himself against the cold wall, moving quickly like a shadow without a solid form through the dimly lit corridor. He dodged several groups of guards who were panicked and blindly running. His goal was clear: to sneak toward the main command area of the base, where he remembered the general had left. The wound on his right shoulder throbbed painfully with every movement, blood seeping out and staining his gray prison uniform a dark brown. But he seemed to feel no pain. All his senses were heightened. His mind raced, analyzing the chaos around him, searching for the best path and moment to move. He heard broken, heavily interfered commands over the walkie-talkie. Hold the east entrance. They are not many. The communication tower was destroyed. It will take time to fix. General's orders. Everyone gather at the main control room. Repeat, gather at the main control room. Lin Ping's eyes sharpened. That was the most likely place the general would go, the heart of the base. He changed direction, heading toward the approximate location of the main control room based on his memory. Along the way, he saw the damage caused by the attack. Walls blown open, pipes bursting with steam, and several guards lying dead on the ground, each in different positions, clearly killed by skilled and deadly attackers. Who were the attackers? Could it be another rival faction? Lin Ping couldn't tell, but chaos was his ally. At a corner, he ran into two guards retreating while carrying an injured comrade. They froze when they saw him, dressed in prison clothes, holding a weapon, covered in blood, an uninvited guest. Lin Ping didn't give them time to react. His automatic rifle fired short bursts of flames. Da-da. Precise shots. The two guards fell to the ground. He didn't stop. He quickly crossed over them and kept moving forward. His heart was as hard as iron. There was no room for mercy now. The closer he got to the core area, the fiercer the resistance became. He was attacked by a small group of guards. Using precise shooting and knowledge of the terrain, he managed to find cover in the chaos. He kept moving forward and took down 3 or 4 enemies. Bullets whistled past his ears, nearly hitting him several times, but he always dodged at the last moment. Finally, he saw the main control room, with its heavy explosion-proof door. The door was half open, and loud arguing and gunfire came from inside. It was clear the attackers had already entered. Lin Ping quickly hid by the door and carefully peeked inside. The control room was messy, with broken computer screens, a control panel smoking, and several bodies on the ground. Some guards, others dressed in black combat uniforms, whose identities were unknown. A few remaining guards were firing back at the attackers, relying on the control panel and nearby enemies for cover. The general was being protected by 2 bodyguards and was trying to escape through an emergency exit on the other side of the room. The man with gold-rimmed glasses followed behind him, looking very pale. Without hesitation, Lin Ping darted into the control room like a leopard. Instead of attacking the fighting enemies, he aimed his gun directly at the general. Bang!
Bang!
2 shots were fired at the general's bodyguards. One guard was hit in the head and died instantly. The other guard reacted quickly, shielding the general with his body. He was shot in the shoulder and groaned softly. The general was terrified, turning around suddenly and seeing Lin Ping appear like a fierce spirit. His eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Lin Ping didn't give him a chance. His third shot was already on its way, aimed at the general's leg. The bullet hit his thigh, and the general screamed in pain, falling to the ground. Almost at the same time, the remaining guards and attackers in the control room were stunned by this sudden turn of events. The gunfire temporarily stopped. Seizing the fleeting moment, Lin Ping quickly rushed to the general's side, pressing his gun against his temple. Using English, he shouted loudly at everyone around, "Put down your weapons." or I will kill him." His voice was hoarse, but full of deadly intent. Amid the chaos of gunfire, his words were clear and sharp. The guards hesitated and froze in place. The black-clad attackers also seemed to have received some order, stopping their shooting, but their guns remained pointed cautiously at Lin Ping and the others. The situation fell into a strange deadlock. Lin Ping gasped heavily, leaning against the wall, using the general as a human shield in front of him. He could feel the general trembling from pain and fear. The man with gold-rimmed glasses sat trembling nearby. At that moment, a person who looked like the leader of the attackers stood up from behind cover. He was dressed in full black tactical gear, with face paint obscuring his features, but his sharp eagle-like eyes fixed on Lin Ping. He made a hand gesture, and his subordinates lowered their guns slightly, but remained alert. The leader spoke in English, his voice slightly distorted through his mask but calm. "Who are you?" Lin Ping did not answer but asked back. "Who are you?" Both sides were testing each other. The leader's gaze swept over Lin Ping's prison clothes, his wounds, and the weapons he held, which appeared to be confiscated gear. He seemed to make a judgment. "Our target is him." He pointed at the general at Lin Ping's feet. "Hand him over, and you can leave." Lin Ping sneered. "Why should I trust you? You have no choice." The leader's voice was emotionless. "You're injured and surrounded. Working with us is your only way out." Lin Ping's mind raced quickly. These attackers were well-trained and had a clear goal. They didn't seem to be enemies, but they weren't friends either. They wanted the general, probably for intelligence or some other purpose. Cooperating with them might be the only way to survive, but it was like bargaining with a tiger. He looked at the general, who was pale from blood loss and pain, then at the tense standoff around them. He had to decide quickly. Taking a deep breath, he said to the leader, "I can hand him over. But I need to know who you are, and I want a copy of the information in his mind." That was his bottom line in negotiations. The leader was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he nodded.
"All right.
But we shouldn't stay here long. The base guards are gathering. We must evacuate immediately." A temporary, fragile alliance was formed. Lin Ping did not relax his guard at all. He signaled the leader's people to go forward and take control of the general. Two men in black quickly approached, injected the general with a sedative, gave him a quick bandage, and then carried him away. "Which way should we go?" Lin Ping asked. "Follow us," the leader replied simply and rushed toward the emergency exit. His team members took turns covering him and quickly caught up. Lin Ping stayed at the back, glancing around at the messy control room and the bespectacled man. He hesitated for a moment. He didn't take the frightened staff member with him, but quickly tore a few suspected hard drives from the console and stuffed them into his pocket. Then he turned around and followed the mysterious black-clad group into the smoky, chaotic emergency corridor filled with gunfire and unknown dangers. Behind him, the chaos at the base continued. Ahead was another uncertain and dangerous path. But at least he had temporarily escaped the cage and held an important bargaining chip. This dangerous escape was entering a new stage. Inside the emergency corridor, the smell of gunpowder and dust filled the air. Emergency lights flickered, stretching the running figures into twisted shapes. Lin Ping followed closely behind the black-clad team. His right shoulder throbbed with pain, and he felt dizzy from blood loss, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself to keep up. He dared not relax for a moment. His gun hung slightly downward, but his fingers stayed on the trigger guard, alert and watching the backs of these temporary allies. The corridor was not smooth all the way. They encountered several small groups of resistance, mostly panicked base guards. The black-clad team showed high tactical skill, working together smoothly, with precise firepower. They cleared obstacles almost effortlessly, moving quickly and cleanly without hesitation. Lin Ping occasionally fired his gun to cover, his marksmanship also accurate. Mostly, he was saving energy, observing and learning how this team fought. At the end of the corridor was a heavy explosion-proof door, already blown open by explosives. Outside the twisted metal frame was the dark night and sparse trees. They had successfully escaped from the base complex. The leader in black lowered his voice and led the team into the jungle surrounding the base. In the distance, the inside of the base still blazed with fire, with gunfire and explosions continuing without pause. Clearly, the attack was ongoing, distracting most of the guards. After walking through the jungle for about half an hour, they reached a hidden mountain hollow. 2 off-road vehicles painted with jungle camouflage and without any markings were quietly parked there. The engine hood still emitted some heat. "Get in," the leader ordered briefly. The team quickly split into 2 groups, and each got into a vehicle. Lin Ping was signaled to join the leader, the general, who had been injected with a sedative and was unconscious, along with 2 other team members. The vehicles immediately started, turned off their lights, and, using night vision goggles, sped over the rough mountain road. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. No one spoke, only the roar of the engine and the sound of tires crushing gravel. Lin Ping leaned against the window, tore off a corner of his prison uniform, and pressed it tightly against his bleeding right shoulder. His face was pale, but his eyes remained sharp as he silently remembered the direction and approximate route of their travel. After about an hour, the vehicle entered an even more hidden valley and stopped in front of a disguised cave entrance. Inside, the cave had been modified with simple lighting and ventilation, like a temporary forward base. The general was carried out of the vehicle and taken deep into the cave, where he was kept under strict supervision. Lin Ping was also asked to get out. 2 team members stood on either side of him, appearing alert and cautious. The leader in black removed his helmet and mask, revealing a chiseled, weathered face that looked to be in his 30s, with sharp, eagle-like eyes. He approached Lin Ping and extended his hand. Code name, Mountain Ape. "Thank you for your cooperation." Lin Ping did not shake his hand but looked at him coldly. "Who are you?" Mountain Ape withdrew his hand, not surprised, and pointed to a simple table and chairs inside the cave. "Sit down and talk. You've lost a lot of blood and need to treat your wounds." A team member brought a medical kit. Mountain Ape personally opened it, took out disinfectant and suturing supplies, and gestured for Lin Ping to sit. Lin Ping hesitated but sat down, muscles still tense. "We are the cleaners." The Mountain Ape skillfully helped Lin Ping clean his wound while calmly speaking in a deep voice. "Someone hired us through an international organization. Our mission is to eliminate the Viper threat and gather their core intelligence and financial flow. The general is our main target." Lin Ping clenched his teeth against the stinging disinfectant, frowning. "An international organization? Which one?" "That's not something you need to know." The Mountain Ape quickly sewed up the wound. "We've been watching you for a long time, ever since you sneaked into the airport. You're very capable, almost succeeded alone. We planned to take over after you succeeded, but unfortunately, you were caught. Today's attack was to save you and complete our mission." Lin Ping was shocked. He realized his every move had been watched all along. This feeling of being watched made him very uncomfortable. But what worried him more was, "How do you know what I'm doing?" The Mountain Ape looked at him with deep eyes. "We have our sources of information. The important thing is, we now share a common goal. The intelligence from the general is valuable to both of us. So, we work together." Lin Ping stared at him.
Yes.
"We work together." After finishing the stitches and bandaging the wound, the Mountain Ape said, "You help us get the general to talk, and we share the intelligence and ensure your safe escape. As a sign of good faith, we can provide some basic medical supplies and provisions first." Lin Ping remained silent. He couldn't fully trust these unknown cleaners, but they had offered shelter and medical help for now. And given his current state, he couldn't escape alone with the burden of the general. Working together was the only option, but he had to stay alert. "I need communication equipment to contact my superiors," Lin Ping requested. "That's possible, but it must be under our surveillance. And only after we conduct a preliminary interrogation of the general." The Mountain Ape agreed straightforwardly, but set conditions. Lin Ping knew this was the best they could offer. He nodded.
"Deal.
"But I want to be involved in the interrogation." The Mountain Ape slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "Of course, you understand the psychological defenses of the general better than we do. an initial agreement was reached. Lin Ping ate some high-energy compressed food and drank water, feeling a little more rested. But he didn't dare relax completely. Every eye in this temporary base was watching him closely. An hour later, the general was splashed with cold water and brought to the open space in the middle of the cave, where he was tied to a chair. His face was pale, with a simple bandage over his gunshot wound on his thigh. His eyes showed anger, fear, and a hint of desperate madness. The mountain ape, Lin Ping, and two other core team members stood in front of him. The interrogation began. The roles of hunter and prey had completely switched. Lin Ping would use his understanding of the general's psychological weaknesses to be the key to opening his mouth. Inside the cave, the air was heavy and still. The harsh white light from the emergency lamp illuminated the general's distorted face, caused by blood loss and fear, making it very clear. He looked like a trapped wild animal, glaring fiercely at those surrounding him, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Ping with hatred and disbelief. The mountain ape spoke directly, his voice cold as a surgical knife. The full structure of the Viper organization, its funding channels, armed sources, and your supporters behind the scenes. Tell us, and you might suffer less. The general spat out a bloody saliva and sneered. Just you? A bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. I won't say anything. Kill me and you won't get anything. The mountain ape showed no emotion and signaled to a team member nearby. The team member stepped forward, holding a metal syringe. The general's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively leaned back. At that moment, Lin Ping stepped forward and stopped the team member. He looked at the general with calm eyes, but his tone was cold and insightful. You're afraid, not of dying, but of losing everything you've worked so hard for. You're worried that the people behind you will find out you've fallen into the enemy's hands and that your family will be involved. The general trembled violently, a flash of panic in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden by a deeper ferocity. You're talking nonsense. Lin Ping ignored his denial and continued speaking in a calm, factual tone, saying, Your thigh wound, if not treated promptly, will get infected and die. Your base is being destroyed, and your men are either dead or fleeing. Your only remaining value now is the information in your mind. It's valuable to us, but for those behind you, they might be a hidden threat that needs to be eliminated. With each word, the general's face grew paler. Lin Ping precisely hit his deepest fear, being abandoned and silenced. Think about your family, Lin Ping's voice lowered with a faint, persuasive tone. Cooperate with us and we can offer protection and a way out. Resist to the end, and you will lose more than just power and wealth. The mountain ape watched silently nearby, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Lin Ping's mind control tactics were more effective than physical torture. The general's breathing grew heavier, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly, clearly struggling inside. Lin Ping's words were like a dull knife, slowly cutting through his mental defenses. How do I know you will keep your word? The general asked, his voice hoarse and shaky, showing signs of doubt. You have no choice. Lin Ping stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. But we can give you a promise. If you tell us what we want, we will ensure your safety and consider how to handle you. This is your last chance. A long silence followed, only broken by the general's heavy breathing echoing in the cave. Finally, he seemed drained of all strength, slumping in his chair and closing his eyes. Through clenched teeth, he managed to say, Give me a cigarette." The mountain ape signaled to a team member to hand him a cigarette and lit it for him. The general took a deep drag, and as smoke curled around him, his expression became defeated and numb. He slowly spoke, his voice low and tired. "I'll tell you." Over the next few hours, the general seemed to open the floodgates, revealing the core secrets of the Viper organization, a widespread smuggling network across multiple countries, several hidden bank accounts, and a few vague names that appeared to be connected to some international arms dealers and shady politicians. The monkey team quickly recorded everything and used equipment to verify the information. Lin listened quietly, feeling a wave of emotions inside. The depth and breadth of this intelligence far exceeded his initial expectations, revealing complex and tangled forces that were shocking. This was not just a problem of an illegal border armed group. There might be a much larger international conspiracy behind it. As the interrogation neared its end, the general suddenly looked up at Lin, his eyes complicated. "Kid, you won. But I tell you, once you touch this cake, you and your backers won't have a good ending. Some people are not to be messed with." Lin met his gaze calmly, without showing any emotion. "That's not my concern anymore." The monkey team took the exhausted and weakened general away for strict supervision. Only Monkey, Lin, and a few core members remained in the cave. "The intelligence is very valuable," said Monkey, looking at Lin seriously. "As agreed, we will share it. But now, we need to move immediately." The base was attacked, and the remnants of the Viper forces and their backers will surely retaliate fiercely. "It's no longer safe here." Lin nodded in agreement. His most urgent need now was to contact his superiors, report the situation, and get instructions for the next step. Monkey seemed to see through his thoughts and handed him an encrypted satellite phone. "You can contact your people. But remember, our cooperation is only for sharing intelligence and this safe escape. After that, we go our separate ways." Lin took the phone, took a deep breath, and dialed a number stored deep in his memory, completely confidential. When the call connected, he used a simple code to report the current situation, the important intelligence he had obtained, and the status of his temporary cooperation with the cleaners. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a steady voice replied, "Received. Stay alert. The cleaner has a complicated background, so don't trust everything. We will immediately arrange a meeting point. First, ensure your safety and bring back the intelligence." After ending the call, Lin Ping returned the phone to the mountain ape. "How is it?" the mountain ape asked. "My superior will arrange the meeting," Lin Ping said, not revealing details. "Good. We leave in an hour." The mountain ape didn't ask more and started to command the team to pack up and prepare to leave. Lin Ping walked to the cave entrance, looking out at the dark night and the distant horizon, where faint fires still burned. The mission made a big breakthrough, but the danger was not gone. The road ahead is still uncertain and dangerous. The group of temporary allies around him could be friends or enemies, and it's hard to tell. He clenched his fist, feeling a dull pain from his wound. But his eyes were firm, like steel tempered by fire. No matter what lies ahead, he must keep going, until the mission is done, or he falls. An hour later, 2 off-road vehicles silently left the temporary base, disappearing into the thick night and dense jungle. This time, the team's mood was even more serious and urgent. Lin Ping and the mountain ape sat in the back of one vehicle. He closed his eyes to rest, but all his senses were on high alert. He could feel the mountain ape occasionally glancing at him with a scrutinizing look, and he also sensed the 2 team members in front, who seemed relaxed but were actually tense. The cracks in trust had existed from the beginning and had never healed. The vehicle jostled along the rough mountain road, headlights off, relying entirely on night vision equipment for navigation. Lin Ping silently memorized the route, but the complex jungle terrain quickly made him lose precise orientation. He could only guess they were heading toward the border, but which crossing point was unknown. From the mountain ape's radio, occasional low voices reported. 3 kilometers ahead, detecting unknown heat signals, suspected patrol. Bypass to the west side of the valley to avoid them. Apparently, remnants of the Viper forces or their behind-the-scenes backers had already begun setting up patrols in the border area. An invisible threat filled the air. Lin Ping couldn't help but speak up. "What is your plan for retreat? Where will you cross?" The mountain spirit glanced at him through the rearview mirror with a calm voice. "You'll find out when we arrive. Don't worry, we want to leave safely even more than you do." This vague answer deepened Lin Ping's doubts. He stopped asking questions and watched his surroundings more carefully. After about another hour of driving, the vehicle stopped at the edge of a very dense rainforest. There was no clear road ahead. "Get out. Walk a bit," the mountain spirit, was the first to jump out of the car, moving quickly and smoothly. The team members also got out, organized their gear, and carefully carried the unconscious general on a stretcher. Lin Ping also got out, stretched his limbs, feeling stiff from the long bumps. His right shoulder wound throbbed dull pain. The mountain spirit approached Lin Ping and handed him the backpack. Inside were food, water, and some basic medicines. "Stay close to us, don't fall behind. This part of the journey is difficult." Lin Ping took the backpack, weighed it, and said nothing. He noticed that the mountain spirit and his team had changed into lighter, more suitable gear for jungle stealth and carried special tools like oxygen masks. The place they were heading to might be very harsh. Led by the mountain spirit, the team entered the dense, impenetrable rainforest. The vegetation here was thicker than anywhere they had been before, with tangled vines and almost no clear paths. The team used machetes to carve a difficult trail, moving slowly. The air was thick with the smell of decayed organic matter and a strange, sweetish, sickly odor. Lin Ping found it hard to breathe, feeling tight in his chest. He realized that this area might contain toxic gases or be severely lacking in oxygen. Sure enough, the mountain spirit signaled everyone to stop and distributed oxygen masks. "Put these on. Ahead is the Deadly Valley, where natural gas leaks from underground and the air has low oxygen and contains hydrogen sulfide." The team members quickly put on their masks. Lin Ping also followed suit. The slightly plastic-smelling oxygen rushed into his lungs, making him feel much better. He felt a chill in his heart. This cleaner knew much more about this area than ordinary people. They clearly had very detailed intelligence and preparations. The team continued forward, and the environment grew even more strange. The trees began to thin out and wither, and the ground was covered with grayish-white deposits. In some places, faint wisps of white smoke rose, and the smell of sulfur grew stronger in the air. It felt like this land was cursed. Was it to silence someone? Or to create chaos? The mountain ape led the team carefully around the smoky areas, clearly familiar with the dangerous zone. Lin Ping followed closely, growing more suspicious. Is this secret and risky path really the best way to escape? Or is there another purpose? Just as he was deep in thought, the guide, the mountain ape, suddenly stopped, raised his right fist, and signaled everyone to hide. Lin Ping immediately crouched down, peering through his oxygen mask's visor. Not far ahead, in the fog, faintly appeared a few simple shelters made of wood and canvas, with some figures moving around. They looked worn out, holding weapons, and seemed to be an illegal armed group or bandits living there. "It's the miasma gang, the mountain ape said through his mask with a serious tone. "They've been here for years, living off robbing crossing travelers. I didn't expect them to be so active today. What should we do?" a team member whispered. "We can't go around. They've blocked the only path," the mountain ape observed. "Charging through is too risky. Gunfire will give us away. We should try to negotiate." "Negotiate?" With these reckless bandits, the team member hesitated. "They have their rules. Pay money or trade goods," the mountain ape replied, pulling out several stacks of waterproof wrapped cash. "I'll go talk. Cover me and act accordingly." Lin Ping watched coldly. He felt the mountain ape's reaction was too calm and practiced, as if he had expected to encounter the miasma gang. Was this really just coincidence? The mountain ape stepped forward alone, raising both hands and slowly walking toward the shelters. The people there saw him and quickly raised their guns to surround him. Negotiations began. Due to the distance and the noise from the mask, Lin Ping couldn't hear the details clearly. He could only see the mountain ape handing over the US dollar bills. The leader of the other side took the money, examined it in his hand, and seemed dissatisfied. He pointed at the team behind the mountain ape and also at the general on the stretcher, talking excitedly in a hurried manner. Suddenly, the leader raised his gun and aimed at the mountain ape. The bandits behind him also drew their guns. The atmosphere instantly became tense and dangerous. The mountain ape quickly stepped back a few paces and made a hand gesture. Almost at the same moment, a member of the cleanup team nearby fired his gun without hesitation. A sharp gunshot broke the silence of the Death Valley. The bandit leader fell to the ground. "Open fire!" shouted the mountain ape loudly. In an instant, gunfire erupted. The cleanup team members, with their accurate shooting and better equipment, poured bullets into the bandits' hideout area. Although the bandits were fierce, their equipment and training were far inferior. They were quickly overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties. At the sound of gunfire, Lin Ping instinctively dropped to the ground and aimed his gun to find a target. But his heart sank suddenly. This was not a negotiation. It was clearly a deliberate provocation. Why did the mountain ape do this? Was it to silence someone? Or to create chaos? He quickly looked toward the general on the stretcher. 2 team members were carrying the stretcher, rushing toward a hidden trail behind the hideout under cover of gunfire. The mountain ape was also retreating, moving in that direction. They wanted to shake him off. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, they never intended to evacuate with him. The so-called cooperation and sharing of intelligence were just a scam. Only the general and the intelligence mattered. A surge of betrayal and cold fury swept through Lin Ping instantly. He had to stop them. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ping's eyes. Without hesitation, he leapt out from behind cover. He didn't shoot at the bandits but aimed his gun at the retreating mountain ape team. He shouted loudly, his voice muffled through the mask but full of killing intent. The mountain ape looked back at him with a cold expression, showing no surprise. He raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet hit the ground near Lin Ping's feet, kicking up a cloud of grayish dust. "Lin Ping, give up. You can't escape now." The voice of the mountain spirit came through the gunfire. "Since you helped us, I'll leave you a way to live. Don't chase anymore." Lin Ping clenched his teeth and ignored the warning. He used the terrain to dodge the bullets and pushed forward hard to catch up. He absolutely wouldn't let these people take the general and the intelligence away. But he had a shoulder injury and was running out of strength. The mountain spirit team was clearly well prepared, with a clear retreat route and moving very fast. Worse, the gunfire had alarmed more bandits from all directions. They started firing, covering the area. Lin Ping suddenly found himself trapped on 3 sides, betrayers ahead, and fierce bandits from the Miasma gang on his left, right, and behind. A stray bullet hit his left leg. He staggered and kneeled on the ground. Intense pain hit him, and his vision blurred. He looked up at the mountain spirit team's figures disappearing into the fog behind the shanty area. He had fought hard and gained some results, but now they abandoned him mercilessly. Despair, like the toxic fog of the Death Valley, slowly consumed his consciousness.
Was he really going to die here?
You must use this chaos. He looked around and focused on a shallow pit about 10 meters behind him to the right. The ground had collapsed there, creating a small hole, with a few large rocks nearby that could temporarily serve as cover. He clenched his teeth and suddenly pushed off the ground with his healthy right leg. At the same time, he supported himself with his left hand and dragged his completely useless left leg, desperately crawling toward the shallow pit. His movements were clumsy, like a dying animal, but his speed was surprisingly fast. "Over there. Don't let him escape." The bandit spotted him, and bullets immediately started chasing him, hitting the ground behind him with loud pops. Lin Ping ignored everything else. He rolled and crawled through the dirt and gravel, which covered his body. Blood from his wounds kept flowing, but his eyes were only on that shallow pit. A bullet whizzed past his head again, taking a strand of hair and causing a sharp pain. Finally, he rolled into the shallow pit, leaning against the cold rocks, gasping heavily, feeling himself blacking out. He was temporarily safe, but only for now. The bandits were closing in. He quickly checked his injuries. His left leg was bleeding badly and needed urgent bandaging. He tore off another sleeve of his prison uniform, biting it tightly with his teeth. Using his right hand, he pressed it firmly over the wound to stop the bleeding and clamp down on the artery. The pain was so intense he almost fainted, but he held on. Next, he checked his weapons. His automatic rifle was almost out of bullets, and he had a Glock pistol with one magazine left. His ammunition was critically low. He couldn't fight head-on. He had to be clever, create chaos, and then break out in the confusion. His eyes fell on a few discarded, old backpacks used for looting, left by some bandits from the miasma gang, along with a few scattered objects that looked like homemade explosives, probably unstable, homemade bombs. An extremely risky plan formed in his mind. He took a deep breath, calculating the distance and angle. Then, he suddenly leaned forward and fired a short burst from his automatic rifle toward the densest group of bandits. Ta-da! The gunfire drew their attention, and bullets immediately started flying toward him. At the moment they opened fire, Lin Ping used all his strength to throw his Glock pistol with all his might toward the homemade explosive packs. He didn't want to hit the explosive with a gun. He wanted to create a fake sound and illusion. The pistol shot through the air, drawing a curved line, hitting rocks near the explosive, making a sharp clang sound, and sparks flew out. Careful! Grenade! The bandits shouted in panic. They clearly knew how powerful their explosives were and felt very unsafe. This shout caused great panic among the already confused bandits. Many instinctively fell down or looked for cover, causing a sudden halt and chaos in their fire. Lin Ping didn't hesitate at all. Seizing this rare chance, he suddenly jumped out of the shallow pit. Ignoring the severe pain in his left leg, he relied only on his right leg, moving as if crazy, rushing wildly toward the forest on the side with weaker enemy fire, opposite to the direction of the cleaner retreat. His speed exceeded the limit. Adrenaline surged wildly, suppressing most of the pain. His figure, amid the smoke and mists, became a blurry, blood-colored shadow. Chase! Don't let him escape. The bandits reacted and shouted, chasing after him, bullets whistling behind. Lin Ping plunged into the dense forest, almost impossible to pass through. Thorns tore his skin, vines tripped him, but he ignored everything and pushed forward desperately. Every step he took increased his chance of survival. The gunfire and shouts behind him gradually faded away, blocked by the thick vegetation. He didn't know how long he had been running until his left leg completely lost feeling. His lungs hurt as if they would explode, and only when he was exhausted did he finally fall heavily to the ground, rolling down a steep slope, finally stopped by a pile of thick fallen leaves. He collapsed among the leaves, covered in blood, his clothes torn, coughing violently. Each breath carried a bloody smell. The wound on his left leg, torn open again by the intense running, bled heavily, staining the leaves beneath him red. He raised his head and, through the sparse canopy, saw a small patch of gray sky.
He was still alive.
But the danger was far from over. He had lost too much blood, was exhausted, in an unknown dangerous place, and likely still within the territory of the miasma gang. He struggled to sit up, leaning against a tree trunk, trembling as he checked and rebandaged his wound. Then he looked around to find his direction. He needed to find water quickly, treat his wounds, and try to contact his superior. He took out the hard drive from his pocket, the one torn from the main control room and stained with blood, holding it tightly in his hand. This was something he had risked his life for, and he could not lose it. After resting for just a few minutes, Lin Ping struggled to stand again. He broke a thick branch to use as a cane and limped toward the direction where he remembered there might be a stream. Every step was like walking on a knife's edge, but he did not stop. His silhouette in the dim jungle looked lonely and stubborn, like a brave warrior who would never give up. Even in desperate situations, he was determined to fight his way out. Each step brought sharp pain. His left leg felt heavy, as if filled with lead, and each movement drained his strength. A rough branch dug into his palm, tearing his skin. Sweat, blood, and mud mixed together, making him look like a creature from the depths of hell. Lin Ping clenched his teeth, his lips cut and bleeding, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He forced himself to ignore the pain and focused all his energy on finding the right direction and keeping his balance. In his mind, The map fragment he studied repeatedly and the information from questioning the general were quickly coming together, guiding him toward the possible water source. The jungle was terrifyingly silent, only the sound of his heavy breathing, the tapping of his cane, and the rustling of his body against the vegetation. This silence was more unsettling than gunfire, as if hidden dangers lurked nearby. He didn't know how long he had been walking, maybe an hour, maybe longer. His consciousness was beginning to fade. Darkness clouded his vision, and only his will kept him going. Just as he felt he might collapse, a faint but clear sound of flowing water reached his ears like a heavenly melody. His spirit suddenly lifted. He followed the sound, using his last bit of strength to push aside the dense bushes. Before him appeared a small, clear stream about 2 meters wide. He almost collapsed at the edge of the stream, plunging his burning face into the icy water, greedily gulping down the sweet, cool liquid. The cold shock made him shiver, but it also temporarily eased his dizziness and exhaustion. After drinking enough water, he struggled to sit up and began to treat his wound. He tore open the rough bandage soaked with blood, exposing the wound to the air, which looked fierce and frightening. A bullet was still lodged inside, and the surrounding tissue was inflamed and swollen. He had to remove the bullet, or infection could kill him. There were no anesthetics or disinfectant tools, only cold creek water and a dirty military knife he carried with him. He took a deep breath, his eyes becoming determined. He rinsed the military knife repeatedly with creek water, then broke a thin branch and bit it in his mouth. He dipped the knife in the creek again, aimed at the wound, clenched his teeth, and suddenly stabbed in. The intense pain made his whole body spasm, veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat soaked his entire body instantly. He bit down hard on the branch, trying not to cry out, while his right hand steadied and carefully guided the knife tip into the flesh, searching for that damn bullet. Every second felt like a lifetime. Finally, the knife tip touched something hard. He held his breath, carefully pried with the knife tip, enduring the bone-scraping pain, and finally pulled out a deformed rifle bullet. With a clink, the bullet dropped onto a stone by the creek. Lin Ping collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, gasping heavily, nearly fainting. After resting for a few minutes, he forced himself to sit up again, rinsed the wound with creek water, and took out a first aid kit left by the cleaner from his backpack. Using relatively clean gauze and hemostatic powder, he rebandaged the wound. Having done all this, he was nearly drained of energy. He leaned against a large rock by the creek and drifted into a dazed sleep. He didn't know how long passed before he was awakened by the sound of birds singing. The sky was already bright, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled patches of light. The pain from his wound was still intense, but his spirit had somewhat recovered. He ate some compressed dry food, drank water, and began to think about his next move. His top priority was to contact his superiors. He took out the encrypted satellite phone and tried to turn it on, but the screen was completely black. It was likely damaged during the previous fight and escape. He was now completely alone. He had to rely on himself to get out of this jungle and find the nearest border post or contact point. But with his current condition, crossing this dangerous area was almost a matter of life and death. His gaze fell on the hard drive. This was his only bargaining chip and proof of his mission now. He had to survive. He had to send the information out. He carefully observed the direction of the stream. According to the map, this small creek should eventually flow into a larger river, which is part of the borderline. Following the creek downstream is the most direct route to the border and also the riskiest, but it is easy to be tracked. Still, it's the only route he can choose right now. After resting enough, he leaned on his cane again and limped along the creek downstream. His speed was painfully slow, but he didn't stop. 1 day, 2 days. He struggled through the jungle. When hungry, he looked for wild fruits or tried to catch small fish and shrimp. When thirsty, he drank creek water. At night, he looked for tree hollows or cracks in rocks to hide from the cold and wild animals. His wound didn't worsen thanks to the spring's healing properties, but it healed slowly, and pain always accompanied him. He was like an injured lone wolf, alert to every movement around him. He avoided several signs of human activity and also encountered venomous snakes and wild boars, all survived by experience and luck. His strength was slowly running out, and hope seemed to fade. Until the afternoon of the third day, he heard a long-lost sound, the roar of an engine. Although faint, it was clear and distinguishable, coming from downstream. His spirits lifted, and he quickened his steps. He crossed a bamboo grove, and what he saw made his heart race. The creek merged here into a wide, muddy river. On the opposite bank, on the riverbank, stood several familiar camouflage watchtowers and fluttering red flags. It was the border patrol station of his homeland. He finally came back alive. Overwhelmed with excitement and exhaustion, like a tide, it nearly made him lose his balance. He leaned against the last tree, gazing at the familiar scene across the river, his eyes filling with tears. But he didn't shout or reveal himself immediately. Years of training kept him cautious to the end. He carefully observed the other side, confirming the situation at the station. Then, using his last strength, he waved his cane and made a faint call. The sentry on the opposite bank quickly noticed the figure appearing suddenly on the riverbank, disheveled and exhausted. Alarm sirens sounded, and soon a patrol boat arrived. When border guards carefully lifted him onto the boat and asked him with a strong accent in plain Mandarin how he was, Lin Ping's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He tightly clutched the hard drive and fainted. This time he was sleeping safely. When he woke up again, he was lying on a clean white hospital bed with peaceful sunlight shining outside the window. The smell of disinfectant was clean but a bit sharp. Sunlight streamed through the clear glass, casting warm spots of light on the white sheets. He could hear the steady ticking of medical equipment and the distant, faint sounds of traffic in a peaceful environment. Lin Ping slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually emerging from deep darkness. The first thing he felt was the pain all over his body, especially in his left leg and right shoulder, which were carefully bandaged, causing dull aches. But it was no longer the tearing, near-death pain he had felt before. He lay on a soft bed, covered with a clean blanket. He turned his stiff neck and looked around. This was a single hospital room, simply furnished but fully equipped. Outside the window, tall buildings and blue sky with white clouds could be seen. This was the back area, a safe harbor. After days of tense nerves, he could finally relax a little at this moment. But he didn't fully let his guard down. Years of habit kept him alert. He tried moving his fingers to check if his body was recovering. The door to the ward was gently pushed open, and a kind-looking middle-aged nurse in military uniform entered. Seeing that he was awake, she smiled with relief. "You're awake? How do you feel?" "You've been unconscious for 2 days." Lin Ping's voice was hoarse and dry. "Where is this military hospital?" "Don't worry, it's very safe." While checking the data on the monitor beside his bed, she gently said, "You were badly hurt, lost a lot of blood, and had a serious infection, but the surgery was successful, and the bullets were removed. You need to rest well for a while." Lin Ping nodded without asking more. He knew that soon someone would come to talk to him. Sure enough, shortly after the nurse left, the door to the ward opened again. This time, 2 men entered, dressed casually but standing tall with sharp eyes. The man in front was about 50 years old, with some gray at his temples, calm eyes, and an aura of authority. Lin Ping recognized him as Vice Minister Zhao, responsible for special operations and intelligence at headquarters, codenamed Mount Tai. The other, younger man, was his personal aide. Mount Tai approached the bed, carefully looked at Lin Ping's condition, and a faint look of approval and concern flashed in his eyes. He pulled over a chair and sat down, speaking in a deep, strong voice. "Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Ling Chen." Hearing this long-missed name, which belonged to his true identity, Lin Ping's heart trembled slightly. He struggled to sit up and salute. "Don't move. Just lie down and talk." Mount Tai raised his hand to stop him. "We have a basic understanding of your condition. The hard drive you brought back is very valuable." Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. The worst-case scenario was avoided. Mount Tai then looked serious, his face darkening. The cleaners disappeared, taking the general with them, gone without a trace. We've used many channels, but we can't find their exact whereabouts. The forces behind them are deeper than we thought. Lin Ping's heart sank. As expected, Mountain Ape and his people had vanished like ghosts. Additionally, based on the intelligence you provided, we've cleaned up the remnants of the Viper organization and have a preliminary understanding of their connections to international black networks. It's a broad and complex web. Mount Tai paused, looking into Lin Ping's eyes. This mission, you not only completed the reconnaissance and obtained key intelligence, but also survived in extreme conditions and brought back crucial evidence. You are a hero. Lin Ping remained silent, not feeling pleased by the praise. His mind flashed with images of gunfire at the base, betrayals in the Death Valley, desperate struggles in the jungle. All of this couldn't be summed up with just hero. Your body needs time to recover. Mount Tai continued, during this period, you should rest here peacefully and focus on healing. Regarding the specific details of the mission and the follow-up arrangements, we will discuss them in more detail once you are feeling better. Lin Ping nodded. He indeed needed time to review, organize, and report everything. Taishan gave a few more instructions, then stood up with his staff and left the hospital room. The room became quiet again. Lin Ping leaned against the bedhead, looking at the sunlight outside, feeling complicated. The mission was over. He survived and returned to the organization. But the general was taken away, and the identity of the cleaner remained a mystery. The bigger danger lurking behind was not yet resolved. Moreover, his own body still needed a long time to recover. He looked at his still movable right hand, noticing the clear needle marks on the back of his hand and his pale, weak skin. He could feel the vitality nourished by the spiritual spring water inside him, slowly but surely repairing the damaged tissues. This gave him more confidence in his recovery. In the following days, Lin Ping rested under strict medical supervision. He cooperated with the treatment and repeatedly reviewed every detail of the entire mission in his mind, thinking about the true purpose of the cleaner and the large network that might be involved behind the general. A week later, his condition stabilized, and he was able to get out of bed for light activities. That afternoon, Taishan came to the ward again, this time bringing a folder. "How do you feel?" Taishan asked. "Much better," Lin Ping replied. "Good." Taishan handed him the folder. "Take a look at this." Lin Ping opened the folder, which contained a top-secret mission brief and a personal file. The brief summarized the initial results of the cleanup operation against the Viper organization and the progress of the international joint investigation based on the intelligence Lin Ping brought back. The photo on the personal file was clearly of the mountain ape. But the contents of the file made Lin Ping's pupils shrink. Name, unknown, many aliases, code name, mountain ape, tentative identity, highly dangerous international mercenary/intelligence broker, suspected of connections with multiple transnational crime groups and some gray intelligence agencies of certain countries. Expert in infiltration, sabotage, kidnapping, operating secretly, ruthless, and cunning. Repeatedly appearing in sensitive areas during conflicts and intelligence leaks, he is a wanted criminal by Interpol and several international intelligence agencies. Lin Ping looked up at Mount Tai, his eyes full of shock and doubt. "We were also tricked by them." Mount Tai looked grim. "They disguised themselves as cleaners, used your actions, and finally kidnapped the key figure, General. Their goal is probably not just intelligence. They may also want to use General and his network for a bigger plan." Lin Ping clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Anger from being used and betrayed surged again. "Your mission isn't over yet, Ling Chen." Mount Tai spoke seriously. "Once you're fully recovered, the headquarters has a new, more important task for you. This mission might directly involve Mountain Ape and the forces behind him." Lin Ping took a deep breath, his gaze firm. "I'm ready at any time." Mount Tai patted his shoulder. "First, get well. The road ahead will be tougher." After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Ping sat by the bed, watching the sunset slowly setting in the west. The evening glow painted the sky in beautiful gold and red. Under the peaceful sunlight, shadows still lingered. His fight had shifted from the smoky battlefield to a more complex, secret invisible war. He clenched his fists, feeling the strength slowly returning inside his body. He knew rest was only temporary. Once healed, he would set out again to chase the ghosts that disappeared into the darkness and uncovered deeper plots. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right, warm and gentle on the hospital bed. The air was filled with a scent of disinfectant mixed with faint floral notes. This was a peaceful, quiet afternoon, completely different from the jungle in Lin Ping's memories, which was filled with smoke, blood, and damp, decaying earth. He slowly clenched his fists again, feeling the strength in his knuckles. Though still weak, with fresh wounds on his right shoulder and left leg that caused sharp pains when he moved, the foundation built from spiritual spring water and rigorous training was stubbornly repairing every damaged part of his body. He could feel the power gradually growing from deep within his bones. But this strength is no longer just for charging into battle or hand-to-hand combat. He understands what Mount Tai means. Future fights will no longer be simple gunfire and jungle infiltration. He will face illegal transactions hidden behind legal appearances, intelligence networks operating in gray areas, and cunning opponents like Mountain Ape, who excel at disguise and exploiting rules and human weaknesses. This is a battle of wits and willpower, fought in the dark without clear front lines, where enemies and allies are hard to tell apart. He needs new tools. During his recovery, Lin Ping was not satisfied with just healing his body. He asked the visiting officers for a lot of information about international finance, cybercrime, intelligence analysis, psychology, and basic knowledge of multiple languages. Soon, a pile of books and documents filled a corner of his hospital room. Like a dry sponge, he eagerly absorbed this new knowledge, trying to understand the more complex world he was about to enter. He repeatedly watched videos of Mountain Ape and his team's operations, which were leftover surveillance clips from the base. He analyzed their tactics, equipment, and even subtle body language, trying to find patterns in their thinking and weaknesses in their behavior. He studied the complicated network of relationships that General revealed, trying to understand the chain of interest behind it. While resting on his hospital bed, his mind was working at high speed. Sometimes, he stared at the ceiling with empty eyes, actually mentally simulating different scenarios and responses he might face. The nurses thought this young hero was quiet and a bit gloomy, unaware of the inner strength and transformation he was undergoing. A month later, Lin Ping could walk slowly down the corridor with a cane. His wound was healing faster than expected, surprising the doctors. That day, Mount Tai came again, but this time without documents, only a secure laptop. "There's a preliminary task as part of your rehab," Mount Tai said, placing the laptop in front of him. The headquarters intercepted some suspicious financial transactions related to the remnants of the Viper network. The sources and destinations are very hidden, and the methods are professional. "We need you to use this time to analyze, using public information and limited internal data, where the funds might be going and who might be controlling them. This requires patience and careful thinking. This is both a signal and a test. Let him shift from being a muscle memory soldier to becoming an intelligence analyst." Lin Ping said nothing, took the computer, and started working. For several days, he immersed himself in boring data, complex charts, and difficult technical terms. At first, it was hard, but with his strong focus and logical thinking, he quickly found the way. He looked for clues, made connections, built models, and made guesses. After a few days, he submitted an initial analysis report, pointing out some suspicious offshore companies and some trade activities that seemed unrelated but might be connected. After reading the report, Taishan stayed silent for a long time, then looked deeply at Lin Ping. He nodded and said, "Your ideas are clear. Keep going." Another month passed, and Lin Ping was able to put down his crutches and do some simple recovery exercises. His body gradually regained strength, and his eyes became more calm and deep. That day, Taishan brought the final decision. "Your recovery has exceeded expectations. The headquarters has decided to form a special team, codenamed Undercurrent, to investigate Mountain Ape and the forces behind him, and to destroy any new threats they might create using the general network. You will be one of the core members of this team. Taishan paused and spoke more seriously. But this time, you are no longer Lin Ping, nor the brave scout rushing into battle. You need a new, verified identity to infiltrate that gray world. You must learn how to become one of them. Lin listened quietly, with no expression on his face, only a sharp glint in his eyes. He knew that the real transformation was just beginning. "We have arranged a mentor for you," Taishan said. "He will teach you everything you need. The process will be painful, even more than the injuries you suffered in the jungle. You need to forget everything from your past and rebuild yourself. Are you ready?" Lin Ping raised his head, his gaze calm as he faced Mount Tai, and his voice steady and firm. "Always ready." These 5 words, like a hot iron nail, pierced into the stagnant air of the hospital room. There was no passionate outcry, only a sense of calm certainty after reflection. Mount Tai looked at him deeply, nodded, and said nothing more, turning to leave the room. That back figure carried a sense of trust, relief, and seriousness after bearing a heavy burden. Outside the window, the sunlight was bright and a little dazzling. Lin Ping moved to the window, watching patients strolling in the garden, children playing happily, and busy cars on the distant street. All this peace and harmony were protected by him and many comrades with blood and sweat. Now, he was about to turn away again, heading toward the shadows, to face the worms trying to destroy this peace. A few days later, Lin Ping was discharged from the hospital. There were no flowers or applause. An ordinary black car picked him up and drove away from the military hospital toward an unremarkable courtyard on the outskirts of the city, with a sign for a certain import and export trading company. This was his new battlefield and furnace. His teacher was a man who looked to be in his 50s, with neat hair and gold-rimmed glasses, calling himself Old Chen. Old Chen spoke slowly and carefully, but his eyes were like X-ray vision, able to see through people's hearts. He had long been undercover abroad, with extensive experience in building false identities and handling intelligence operations. Training began the moment he stepped into the small courtyard. "Forget that you are a soldier." Old Chen's first words were direct. "Forget your discipline, your sense of honor, even part of your conscience. Here, you need to learn greed, smoothness, calculation, and how to walk on the edge of the law without changing your face." In the days that followed, for Lin Ping, it was a mental reshaping more exhausting than any physical training. Old Chen gave him a new identity. Lin Mo, a former overseas student involved in gray financial activities who returned to China to avoid trouble after a profit dispute and was trying to find a new opportunity. His background was detailed to an appalling degree, including fake diplomas, work history, and even some carefully crafted stains and connections. Lin Ping needs to fully immerse himself in the role of Lin Mo. He studies how to speak with a lazy yet slightly arrogant tone, how to wear expensive custom suits paired with somewhat flashy accessories, and how to show a picky attitude about wine vintages at fine restaurants. He practices how to be polite yet strategic at negotiations, always aiming for small gains. He memorizes complex financial terms and international trade rules, learning how to spot loopholes and simulate money laundering and cross-border fund transfers. These behaviors clash with his values and habits formed over more than 20 years. Every role he plays feels like tearing himself apart. He must hide his sharp, soldier-like gaze and adopt the cleverness and scheming of a businessman. He must suppress his straightforward personality and learn to be subtle and guarded. Old Chen's demands are almost harsh. During a simulated meeting with a target person, Lin Ping was stopped immediately because of a subconscious act of straightening his back. "Your eyes. They gave you away," Old Chen pointed out sternly. Lin Mo is a refined, self-interested person. His eyes only see benefits and risks. He wouldn't have your subconscious wariness and honesty. Start over. At night, Lin Ping lies alone on a hard bed in the dorm, often feeling deep exhaustion and confusion. The person in the mirror wears a silk sleep robe, with hair slicked back with gel. His eyes carry a deliberately crafted look of nonchalance, which makes him feel strange and uneasy. Sometimes he forcefully washes his cheeks, as if trying to wash away the mask of falsehood. His only comfort and support are the late-night physical training he quietly does. In his small room, he does push-ups and squats, feeling the soreness in his muscles and the return of strength. Only through this pure, soldier-like discipline can he find a bit of his true self again, confirming that his original purpose still beats strongly. He also uses every moment to study all the case files of Shanxiao and General, trying to find a faint clue hidden among the vast information. He realized that the Mountain Ape gang acted boldly and carefully, and they were very familiar with the international finance and trade systems. Their activities might be connected to some legitimate multinational companies or financial institutions. A few months later, Lin Ping, or Lin Mo, had mostly completed his external transformation. He could skillfully navigate high-end social events, speaking and acting almost perfectly. Even Old Chin occasionally showed a faint hint of approval. That day, Old Chin called him to the office and handed him a secure USB drive and a plane ticket. "Your first test is here." Old Chin's voice was calm as always. "Southeast Asia, the capital of Tea Country. There is a multinational finance forum there, with many different people attending. Among them, there might be clues we need. Your task is to attend the forum as Lin Mo and make contact with a target codenamed Albatross. He is an agent for an offshore fund management company and may be connected to the Mountain Ape Group's funding channels. Your goal is to gain his trust and find out more about him." Old Chin looked into Lin Ping's eyes. "Remember, you are alone. No backup, no rescue plan if your identity is exposed. If you fail, the consequences are yours to bear. This is the rule of the Undercurrent team." Lin Ping took the USB drive and the plane ticket, feeling the weight of responsibility. This was no longer a simulation, but real combat. The target was visible, but he was in the dark. Still, the hunter in the shadows could also become someone else's prey. He responded briefly, his eyes shifting into Lin Mo mode, with a hint of excitement and nonchalance about the challenge. The next day, Lin Ping dressed in a well-tailored Italian suit, wearing a valuable watch and pulled a discreet suitcase. He went through the VIP channel and boarded a flight to Tea Country. As the plane ascended through the clouds, outside the window was endless blue sky and dazzling sunlight. Lin Ping, Lin Mo, leaned back in the comfortable seat and closed his eyes. The plane's engines hummed steadily. In first class, the air was filled with a faint fragrance and the smell of leather. Now, as Lin Mo, he adjusted the seat to sink deeper into comfort. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses without prescription, hiding his eyes and possibly revealing a sharp, emotional edge. His fingers lightly tapped the smooth armrest, showing boredom mixed with the tiredness typical of business people. A flight attendant politely asked if he wanted a drink. He waved slightly and, in a relaxed tone, requested a glass of iced water. Every movement and word was carefully planned and practiced to seem natural and effortless. He closed his eyes, but his mind was working quickly. He knew the information on the USB drive by heart. Albatross, whose real name was unknown, was active in Southeast Asia's shadowy financial world. He was known for being clever, having many contacts, and especially skilled at using complex offshore structures and encrypted currencies to transfer money across borders. At the Tea Country Financial Forum, he would be one of the speakers in several subforums. Getting close to him required patience and natural behavior, not rushing. Lin Mo's cover story was that he was a Chinese businessman interested in new investment methods with a bit of a risky edge. He needed to find a good way to approach Albatross, something that would catch his interest but not make him suspicious. The plane landed at Tea Country's capital airport, and the hot, humid wind hit him. Lin Mo checked into a 5-star hotel in the city center, known for privacy and high-quality service. He didn't rush. Instead, he spent a day acting like a real tourist or business traveler, getting familiar with the hotel, wandering around the nearby business district, and even sunbathing by the pool to make sure his presence didn't seem out of place. The next day, the Financial Forum officially opened. The event was held at another luxury hotel with strict security, attended by wealthy or influential people from the finance world. Lin Mo dressed appropriately in a suit, carrying a fake, flawless invitation, and smoothly entered the venue. He didn't go straight to find Albatross, but listened to several speeches like an ordinary attendee. During the coffee break, he exchanged some casual conversations with other participants, handed out a few business cards, and received a few in return. He showed particular interest in several subforums about blockchain and digital assets. This was a carefully chosen set of topics by Old Chen's team related to the Albatross field. Finally, during an afternoon session on offshore trusts and global asset allocation, he found his target. The Albatross speaker looked smaller than in the photos, about 50 years old, wearing a slightly flashy linen suit with shiny, well-groomed hair. He was confidently speaking on stage, speaking quickly, with lively eyes scanning the audience, showing sharpness and scrutiny. Lin Mo took a seat at the back, listened carefully, and occasionally took notes, acting like a humble learner. After the speech, there was a Q&A session. Lin Mo seized the moment and raised his hand to ask a question. He didn't ask anything too technical or sensitive, but focused on a case about hedging risks in emerging markets mentioned in the speech, raising a seemingly standard but actually curious question about some non-traditional channels. His question was sharp but within academic discussion, immediately catching the Albatross's attention. The Albatross looked at him with a hint of interest, answered his question in detail, and added at the end, "This gentleman seems to have practical insights. We can discuss privately after the event." Step 1. Success. During the coffee break, Lin Mo coincidentally met the Albatross by the coffee machine. He proactively approached, handed over his business card, which had his name, Lin Mo, and his role as a partner at a cross-border investment consulting firm, and thanked him again for the earlier answer. The Albatross took the card, glanced at it, then looked at Lin Mo, and showed a professional smile. "Mr. Lin is young and talented. Are you interested in this field?" "Just getting a preliminary understanding," Lin Mo responded with appropriate humility and caution. "I see many opportunities here, but it's also very deep. I need to learn more from experienced people like you." "Haha, opportunities and risks always go hand in hand," the Albatross said with a meaningful smile. "There's a small private dinner tonight for exchange. If you're interested, you're welcome to join and chat." The invitation came sooner than expected. Lin Mo felt cautious inside but showed a surprised and pleased expression on his face. "That is such an honor. I will definitely arrive on time." The dinner was held at a very private top-floor restaurant, with fewer than 10 people attending. Besides Siegel and Lin Mo, the others appeared to be either shady financial brokers or businessmen with complicated backgrounds. The conversation became more direct, discussing many illegal or borderline legal tactics and successful cases. Lin Mo played the role of a newcomer eager to find ways to make money, but a bit cautious. Most of the time, he listened carefully, occasionally asking seemingly naive but actually carefully planned questions, gradually easing Siegel's suspicion. He skillfully steered the topic toward the anonymity of cryptocurrencies and the ease of cross-border transactions. This was Siegel's expertise and a key point for the undercurrent group, which suspected a connection between him and Mountain Ape. As the evening went on, Siegel became more enthusiastic. After a few drinks, he talked more openly, hinting that he had access to some special channels that could help worthy people solve difficult financial problems. At the end of the dinner, Siegel patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and whispered, "Brother Lin is smart. In this line of work, you need to be brave and careful. There might be opportunities to work together." Lin Mo nodded humbly, secretly sneering inside. The bait was already cast. Now it was up to Siegel to take the hook. Back at the hotel, Lin Mo immediately used an encrypted channel to report the situation to Lao Chen. Lao Chen replied briefly, "Keep in touch, proceed cautiously, and wait for further instructions." Over the next 2 days, Lin Mo continued to act as himself on forums and social events, gradually building rapport with Siegel. He showed increasing interest in the special channels mentioned and subtly hinted that he had some funds that are not convenient to show openly that needed to be handled. Siegel seemed tempted but remained very cautious, not agreeing immediately, only saying he needed to assess the risks. On the third night, Lin Mo received a call from Siegel, inviting him to meet at an underground bar, claiming there was an important matter to discuss. Lin Mo's alarm bells rang loudly inside. The underground bar is a chaotic place, and it's their territory. This could be a trap, or it could be a real test to reach the core. Should he go or not? He didn't hesitate for long. Risks and opportunities go hand in hand. He carefully checked his small recording and tracking devices, made sure his hidden weapons were ready, took a deep breath, and left the hotel. In the night, the capital of Tea Country sparkled with neon lights, hiding dark currents beneath its busy surface. Lin Mo stopped a taxi and gave the address. The car merged into the traffic, heading toward the unknown, dangerous meeting spot. He watched the passing lights outside the window, his eyes cold. The taxi moved through the neon-lit night and finally stopped in a narrow, dimly lit alley. The air was filled with a strange smell of cheap spices, alcohol, and trash. It was a stark contrast to the busy area where the financial forum was held. The underground bar designated by Albatross had a plain entrance, just an old sign flickering with the word, blues, next to a graffiti-covered iron door pointing downward. Lin Mo paid the fare, straightened his suit collar, and carried a hint of nervousness mixed with fake calm, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy iron door. A stronger smell of smoke, sweat, and loud bass from poor-quality speakers hit him. Inside, the bar was small, dimly lit, with only the counter and a few booths faintly illuminated. People of all kinds moved in the darkness, their voices, clinking glasses, and billiard balls blending together. His appearance drew some subtle glances. A burly security guard in a floral shirt stopped him, speaking loudly in the local language. Lin Mo answered in accented English. "I'm looking for Mr. Wang. I have an appointment." The guard looked him over, whispered a few words into a microphone at his collar, then signaled him to follow. They crossed a crowded dance floor and noisy booths, and the guard led him to a quiet corner at the back of the bar, separated by heavy curtains, into a semi-open private room. Albatross was sitting inside, with two men beside him. A man with dark skin, fierce eyes, and a tattoo on his neck looks like a thug. The other man wears glasses, appears more refined, but also has sharp eyes. He is holding a tablet and quickly operating it. "Brother Lin, you're here. Sit down." The Seagull greets with a smile, but there is little warmth in his smile. He points to the empty seat beside him. Lin Mo nods and tries to sit naturally, quickly scanning the room. There is only one entrance, blocked by a curtain and security guards. "Let me introduce you." The Seagull points to the tattooed man, "A Kuan, my partner." Then he points to the man with glasses. "This is our tech expert. You can call him Doctor." Lin Mo nods politely to both, feeling a high level of caution. This setup is definitely more than just a business talk. "Brother Lin, you've been very interested in special channels lately," the Seagull says slowly, lighting a cigar. "You have a big appetite. But in this line of work, just wanting isn't enough. You need strength and you need to be trustworthy." "What does Mr. Seagull mean?" Lin Mo pretends not to understand. "It means," the Seagull exhales a smoke ring, his eyes sharp, "we need to verify your goods. Let's see how much real money you have for your so-called hidden funds. And your background, clean or not." Lin Mo sneers inwardly. Sure enough, they are here for something more. He shows a look of just the right amount of discomfort and slight displeasure. "Mr. Seagull, isn't this against the rules? The amount and source of funds are private. I trust you, which is why I came to work with you." A Kuan snickers, his voice hoarse. "Here, we follow our own rules. No verification, no deal." He moves his wrist, bones cracking. The atmosphere instantly tightens. The doctor pushes up his glasses, turns the tablet toward Lin Mo, showing a complex encrypted cryptocurrency wallet address and transfer interface. "Mr. Lin, it's simple. Transfer a deposit to this address we specify. Let's start with $500,000, test the waters. Once the money arrives, we can discuss the next steps. This is blatant extortion and testing." $50,000 is a significant amount for Lin Mo's fake identity, but it's not impossible for him to gather. The amount is carefully balanced. If he transfers the money now, it could reveal that his funds are not clean and expose some of his financial strength. If he doesn't transfer it, he will be suspected of lying and might even face danger. Lin Mo's mind races quickly. Chen's team has prepared some accounts with gray backgrounds that can withstand some checks, but using them is risky and easy to trace. Also, this money seems like an endless pit. Today 50,000, tomorrow 500,000. He needs to delay and find a good excuse. He shows a look of pain and hesitation, pauses for a few seconds, then speaks with difficulty. 50,000. That's not a small amount. I need some time to gather the funds. Also, transferring such a large sum requires a safer channel and protection. Mr. Wang, could you? Albatross interrupts coldly right now. Either transfer the money to show your sincerity and strength, or... He glances at Akuan. We might have to test your background in another way. Akuan stands up with a fierce smile, his large body giving off a strong pressure. Lin Mo's heart pounds wildly, and cold sweat beads on his palms. He knows he can't hesitate anymore. Breaking in forcefully? The chances of success are almost zero. Compromising? It could bring endless trouble. Just then, a sharp siren suddenly blares outside the bar, getting closer and louder. Everyone in the room changes their expression.
Damn.
Why are the cops here?
Akun kurses softly.
Albatross looks at Lin Mo with a cold gaze. Did you bring them? Lin Mo looks confused and panicked. No way. I don't know anything. The doctor quickly operates a tablet, looking grim. Several police cars are outside, not just routine checks. Albatross makes a quick decision, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo. Kid, today you got lucky. We'll meet again. After saying that, Akuan, and the doctor quickly stand up, fleeing through a hidden side door in the room, disappearing into the dark passage. Lin Mo stayed alone in the private room. The sirens had stopped outside the bar, and noisy footsteps and shouting could be heard. He slowly relaxed, his back soaked with cold sweat. The police car arrived just at the right moment.
Or
was it arranged by Old Chin? He didn't have time to think carefully. He had to leave immediately. This was a dangerous place. He tidied up his clothes, pretended to be calm, lifted the curtain, and walked out of the room. The bar was in chaos, with police checking the guests. Lin Mo blended into the crowd, kept his head down, and quickly left the bar, disappearing into the night. This meeting was dangerous but went smoothly, and it made him see clearly how tricky and risky the Albatross gang was. The real trouble might still be ahead. He needed to be more careful and plan every step carefully. The night was the best cover. Instead of returning to the hotel right away, Lin Mo turned into a quiet alley, moving quickly in the shadows. After making a few big circles and confirming no one was following him, he slipped through an unremarkable side door back to his hotel room. He closed the door, locked it, and drew the curtains. Leaning against the door, he took a deep breath, but his heart was still pounding heavily in his chest. The confrontation in the bar seemed dangerous, but ended safely, yet it was very risky. The sudden siren sounded like a lifesaver. He went to the window, peeked through a corner of the curtain, and carefully watched the street below. Everything looked normal, no suspicious vehicles or people. But he couldn't let his guard down. The cold stare of the Albatross and the words, "We will meet again," kept echoing in his mind like a poisonous snake. He immediately opened his encrypted laptop, connected to the satellite network, and sent an urgent report to Old Chin. He described everything about the meeting, threats, extortion plans, and the dramatic escape at the end. After sending the message, he waited anxiously for a reply. A few minutes later, Old Chin responded, briefly but surprisingly. The police car was not arranged by us. It might be a coincidence or interference by a third party. You are now at higher risk. Stop direct contact with the Albatross and wait for further instructions. Stay safe, and if necessary, activate the emergency evacuation plan not arranged by Old Chin. Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly. This means the situation is more complicated than he thought. Besides the Undercurrent group and the Albatross gang, there is an unknown force working in secret. He felt a chill. It was as if he had become a pawn, placed at the center of a game played by many sides. He knew nothing about the rules or the opponents outside the game. Over the next 2 days, Lin Mo followed orders strictly. He did not go to the forum or the meeting place, nor did he contact the Albatross voluntarily. He stayed in his hotel room, mostly keeping to himself, spending most of his time reviewing and analyzing. He repeatedly watched a secretly recorded video of his meeting at the bar, trying to find more clues from the words and actions of the Albatross, Cohen, and the doctor. He noticed that the doctor had briefly paused his finger on a few specific encrypted messaging apps while using his tablet. He captured the screen, enlarged the image, and managed to recognize one of the app icons. It was a popular communication tool known for high encryption and anonymity on the international dark web. This was an important discovery. He immediately sent the information back to headquarters. On the third night, Lin Mo's room phone suddenly rang. He cautiously picked up the receiver. "Mr. Lin." It was a strange, slightly hoarse male voice speaking English. "Mr. Wang wants to see you. 10 o'clock tonight, at the usual place." Lin Mo's heart immediately tightened. The Albatross had come directly to him? And through the hotel room phone? This meant the other side not only knew where he was staying, but also tracked his movements. "What does Mr. Wang want?" Lin Mo tried to keep his tone calm. "You'll find out when you go. Remember, come alone." After saying this, the caller hung up directly. Lin Mo put down the phone, his brow furrowed. This was clearly a trap. After failing at the bar, the other side chose to meet again in a more private, easier-to-control hotel nearby. The meaning was obvious. Should he go or not? Not going would mean admitting he was nervous and suspicious, possibly inviting more direct retaliation or even silencing. Going, on the other hand, was like lambs to the slaughter, life and death uncertain. He paused to think, a determined look flashing in his eyes. The situation is very risky, but there are also opportunities. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger? He needs to understand the other person's secrets and confirm whether the police car that night was related to Albatross. He quickly checked his equipment, making sure the batteries for the mini tracker and recording device were full. Then, he sent a short message to Old Chen. "Albatross has scheduled another meeting near the hotel, possibly a trap. I will go and observe. If I don't contact you within 2 hours, activate the emergency plan." After sending the message, he didn't wait for reply. At 9:50 p.m., Lin Mo changed into dark casual clothes and quietly left the hotel. He didn't use the front door but went through the fire escape, down to the underground parking lot, then through a maintenance passage to the back street of the hotel. At exactly 10 p.m., he appeared at the entrance of the dark back street. The old sign of the bar was still flickering, but tonight, 2 fierce-looking guards were at the door, clearly members of Albatross. They saw him but didn't stop him. Instead, they whispered something into the walkie-talkie and signaled him to go in. The atmosphere inside the bar was even more tense than last time. Few customers were there, and the music was quieter. Lin Mo was taken directly to the innermost private room. When the curtain was pulled aside, only Albatross was inside. He sat on the sofa with a glass of whiskey in front of him, his face looking a bit gloomy under the dim light. "Brother Lin, have a seat," Albatross said, pointing to the sofa opposite. Lin Mo sat down silently, just watching him calmly. Albatross picked up his glass, took a sip, and said slowly, "There was a misunderstanding about what happened last time. The police came so suddenly that I had to suspect something. I was also surprised," Lin Mo said calmly. "I checked." Albatross looked into Lin Mo's eyes. "That night's police were after drug dealers in the next block, not related to you or me." Lin Mo's heart moved slightly. Was he explaining or testing? Albatross changed the subject, his eyes sharp. "That doesn't completely clear your suspicion. Brother Lin, I had someone check your background and it seems unusually clean." Lin Mo felt a strong sense of seriousness in his heart. The other person had indeed checked his fake identity. The background created by Old Chen's team was very detailed, but not perfect. In front of truly powerful forces, it could still have flaws. He showed just the right amount of anger on his face and said, "Mr. Wang, what do you mean? Do you doubt me? If you don't trust me, let's end our cooperation here." He made a move to stand up and leave. Siegel raised a hand to stop him, with a strange smile on his face. Don't be in such a hurry. I tend to be suspicious, but I value ability more. Last time, you stayed calm in a dangerous situation, which was interesting. I happen to have a small task that needs a new face to handle. If you can do it, I will believe in your sincerity. Not only will the previous conditions be cancelled, but I will also offer you greater benefits. Finally, the true intention was revealed. The so-called small task might actually be the real test, or it could be a way to drag him into deeper trouble. What is it? Lin Mo asked, feeling extremely cautious. It's simple. Siegel took out a thin, unmarked black USB drive from his pocket and pushed it in front of Lin Mo. Tomorrow afternoon, at the City Center Art Museum, there's a private exhibition opening party. You sneak in and quietly put this USB into a man named Chanin's briefcase. He's a very influential local art dealer. Lin Mo looked at the USB, his heart pounding. What was inside? Evidence of framing? This was definitely an illegal and dangerous task. Why me? He asked. Because you are a new face, less likely to attract attention. Also, Siegel looked at him meaningfully, you need to prove yourself. This was an unavoidable trap. Refusing would immediately expose him. Accepting meant stepping onto a thief's boat, with no way back. Lin Mo paused for a few seconds, as if fighting a fierce mental battle. Finally, he reached out and took the USB. Okay, I'll do it. Siegel smiled with satisfaction.
Smart.
Someone will contact you with the details. Remember, only success is allowed, failure is not. When he left the bar, Lin Mo felt as if that small USB was a hot iron brand, burning his palm with pain. He knew he was now standing on the edge of a cliff. The next step could be falling into the abyss, or dancing on the edge of a knife to survive. He clenched the USB drive, his eyes cold. This scene had to be played out, and it had to be convincing. He wanted to see what tricks they, Albatross, and the people behind him were really up to, and whether that mysterious third-party group would appear again. Back in his hotel room, Lin Mo immediately inserted the USB drive into a specially modified laptop with physical isolation features. As expected, the USB was heavily encrypted, and forcing it open would trigger a self-destruct program. He didn't try to crack it right away. Instead, he carefully examined its appearance and physical structure. It was a custom model not common on the market, well-made, with no traceable markings. He carefully stored the USB drive away. It was a hot potato and a key piece of equipment. He also prepared an identical empty USB flash drive for emergencies. At 3 p.m., Lin Mo changed into a neat but modest casual suit, put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and transformed into a young businessman with a slight interest in art. He arrived at the Modern Art Museum in the city center. The cocktail party had already started, and the inside was crowded with people dressed elegantly. The atmosphere was lively with soft music, quiet conversations, and the clinking of glasses. Using a fake invitation, Lin Mo easily gained entry. He held a glass of wine and strolled casually through the exhibition hall, but his eyes scanned the crowd like radar, searching for his target, Chanin. Soon, he spotted the art dealer among a group of visitors. The dealer was slightly overweight, smiling warmly, and engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with the curator. His briefcase was casually placed on the floor nearby. It was a good opportunity, but there were too many people around, making it difficult to act. Lin Mo didn't rush, but waited patiently. He admired the paintings on the wall while keeping an eye on Chanin. He noticed that Chanin seemed very interested in one abstract painting and stayed in front of it for a long time. About half an hour later, Chanin appeared to need a break. He greeted his companion and headed alone toward the restroom. His briefcase remained where it was, watched over by his companion. The plan needed to change. Lin Mo's mind raced quickly. Approaching the briefcase directly was too risky. He had to create an opportunity to distract the companion. He looked around the exhibition hall and focused on a tray held by a waiter, which had several glasses of champagne. Quietly, Lin Mo approached and, as the waiter passed near Chanin's companion, he deliberately stumbled, lightly bumping the waiter's elbow. The waiter shouted in surprise, causing the tray to tilt, and the glasses of champagne were about to spill onto Chanin's companion. The companion instinctively stepped back in alarm, fully distracted by this sudden accident. In the chaos of that moment, Lin Mo moved like a ghost, blocking the view with his body, and with lightning speed, slipped the small USB drive into a side pocket of Chanin's briefcase. The entire action took less than 2 seconds, smooth and natural, without drawing anyone's attention. He quickly helped the waiter and kept apologizing, looking very annoyed and embarrassed. The waiter and Chanin's companion, although a bit angry, couldn't do anything in this situation and could only accept their bad luck. Lin Mo didn't stay. He quickly moved away from that area and blended in with other guests. He didn't relax. Instead, he became more alert. The USB drive was already inserted, but the albatross, people were surely watching his every move secretly. He had to act like a beginner who just finished a tense task, relaxed but still a little scared. He deliberately stayed in the exhibition hall for about 10 more minutes, drank 2 glasses of wine, exchanged some casual words, and then left the art gallery as if nothing happened. Back at the hotel, he immediately sent a secret message to the number assigned by the albatross. The goods have been delivered. A few minutes later, he received a reply, received. Waiting for the next instructions. Keep communication open. Lin Mo put down his phone, frowning. The task was done, but he felt like he had stepped into an even deeper trap. What exactly was in that USB drive? Why was the albatross targeting Chanin? What is really behind all this? That night, Lao Chen's side sent some initial findings about Chanin. It showed that Chanin appeared to be a successful art dealer, but secretly involved in some international money laundering activities. Recently, he seemed to be caught up in a priceless antique smuggling case, closely connected with several international artifact traders. The contents of the USB drive might be related to this smuggling case, possibly evidence to frame someone or a kind of transaction instruction. Meanwhile, the tech team made progress analyzing the USB. They couldn't decode the content, but they found a faint signal transmitter built inside. Once inserted into a computer and activated, it would send out a location signal. This was a double trap. Not only to frame Chanin with the USB, but also to use the signal transmitter to track Chanin's movements, and maybe even track Lin Mo himself if he tried to look at the contents during the mission. Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. The cunning and cruelty of the albatross group far exceeded his expectations. Now he fully understands that he has become an important pawn on their chessboard, and a pawn who could be sacrificed at any moment. He must be more careful. While completing his mission, he also needs to find a way to break free from their control and strike back. He looked out the window at the bright night view of the capital city of Tea Country, his eyes cold and firm. This game of hidden struggles has entered its most dangerous stage. He not only needs to play the role of Lin Mo, but also dance on the edge of a knife, searching for opportunities to fight back. The mysterious third-party force, like a ghost, still lurks in the shadows, waiting to reappear and stir up trouble. In the next 2 days, everything was calm. There was no news from the Albatross group, as if the previous mission had never happened. Lin Mo followed the instructions, stayed silent, and kept a low profile, but his vigilance was at its highest. This calm often signals a bigger storm ahead. He didn't waste time. On one hand, he continued to act as Lin Mo, occasionally showing himself at the hotel cafe, flipping through finance magazines to maintain his businessman image. On the other hand, he used resources provided by Lao Chen's team to secretly investigate Chanin's movements and details of the antique smuggling case. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Lin Mo received a secure message from Lao Chen. The message was brief but shocking. Chanin was attacked last night at his private villa and is in a coma from serious injuries. The attackers' methods were professional, leaving no clues at the scene. The police initially suspect it was a business revenge or a turf war. Our intercepted intelligence shows that Chanin's encrypted computer and some files were stolen. Coincidentally, we tracked a signal emitted by the USB flash drive you inserted just before the attack. The source pointed to an abandoned warehouse district in the north of the city, but the signal disappeared quickly. Lin Mo's heart clenched tightly. The USB drive was definitely a bait. The Albatross group used the USB he planted to locate Chanin's hideout or important items, then carried out a precise attack and theft. And he became an accomplice in this conspiracy. A strong feeling of anger and humiliation surged in his heart. He was used as a pawn by others. According to the headquarters judgment, Old Chen's voice remained calm. The Albatross gang's target is very likely the batch of smuggled antiques in Chanin's hands or related secret ledgers. They are using you to lower Chanin's guard and track the key items. Now, they probably already have them and are trying to hide or sell the stolen goods. What is my task? Lin Mo suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice. Find that batch of goods, or locate the hideout and trading channels of the Albatross gang. Old Chen paused. This is a crucial chance for us to catch them and even find clues about the mountain ape. But the risk is very high. They are now very alert and ruthless. You must be extremely careful. Lin Mo hung up the call, his eyes cold as a blade. He was not only being used but also in danger of exposure because of the USB drive signal. The Albatross gang might eliminate him afterward, seeing him as just a tool. He couldn't just wait and do nothing. He had to take action, proactively. He immediately started moving. First, he needed to find the whereabouts of that batch of antiques. Based on the limited information provided by Old Chen, Chanin's smuggling network involved a route through T country, ultimately shipping to Europe. That batch was likely still in T country, eager to be sold quickly. He focused on the largest underground black markets and antique trading circles in T country. Using his identity as Lin Mo and some weak contacts he had built before, he cautiously started gathering information. He showed strong interest in certain mysterious Eastern antiques and was willing to pay a high price to buy them, trying to lure out the criminals. The process was extremely dangerous, like walking through a minefield. The people he contacted were all kinds of shady characters, each with cunning eyes and hidden motives. He had to stay alert at all times, both to gather information and to prevent revealing his identity. Several encounters almost exposed him, but thanks to his quick thinking and acting skills, he avoided danger. Hard work paid off. 2 days later, a middleman secretly told him that a batch of valuable goods from the East was about to be sold. The items were priceless, but the seller demanded a high price. The deal was secretive, requiring trustworthy guarantees and a large amount of cash. Lin Mo's heart raced, but he stayed calm on the outside. He showed great interest and was willing to provide guarantees and funds. The middleman agreed to contact the seller. While waiting for a reply, Lin Mo felt like time was moving very slowly. He knew this could be a trap set by the Albatross gang to test him or to lure him in for a bigger plan. Sure enough, the next night, the middleman called him, sounding nervous. The seller agrees to meet, but the conditions are strict. Tonight at 11 o'clock at Warehouse 7 in the dock area. Only you are allowed. Cash deal, see the goods, then pay. Be careful, or else. Warehouse 7 in the dock area was one of the most chaotic and dangerous places in the capital city, rarely visited by police. But it was his only chance. Without hesitation, Lin Mo agreed. He knew this was a risky gamble with his life. He quickly checked his gear, reported the situation to Lao Chen, only mentioning the location to avoid interception, and set an emergency signal. At 10:40 p.m., Lin Mo drove alone toward the dock area. The night was deep, with salty sea air mixed with the smell of decay. Warehouse 7 stood alone at the edge of the abandoned dock, surrounded by rusty containers. Only a few dim yellow streetlights flickered like ghostly flames. He parked his car far away and approached on foot. The warehouse door was half open, dark inside, eerily silent. He took a deep breath, drew his pistol, cocked it quietly, and slipped inside. The inside was vast, filled with clutter, and the air smelled of dust and rust. In the farthest corner, faint flashlight beams flickered. Carefully, Lin Mo moved closer, using the clutter for cover, gradually seeing what was inside. He saw the Albatross and the doctor standing in the middle, with several open wooden crates nearby. Inside, There were exquisite bronze and porcelain items. Akun and his men guarded the area with guns. In the shadows opposite them, there were a few more people standing. The leader was tall, dressed in a black trench coat, with his back to Lin Ping. But that back figure. Lin Ping's heart suddenly stopped beating. It was the mountain ape. He had indeed appeared. "You've checked the goods," the seagull said to the mountain ape. "Where's the money?" The mountain ape didn't turn around. He just waved his hand. One of his subordinates stepped forward, carrying a heavy metal box. He opened it, revealing stacks of cash. The mountain ape spoke coldly and calmly. "The deal is done. But before we leave, there's one more thing to handle." He slowly turned around, his sharp gaze directly locking onto Lin Ping's hiding spot. "Come out, Lin Mo. Or should I call you Ling Chen?" Lin Ping froze completely. He had been discovered. Almost as soon as the mountain ape finished speaking, the warehouse lights suddenly blazed on. The bright white light illuminated the entire warehouse like daytime. Lin Ping's figure was exposed, without any place to hide. Cold gun barrels, like venomous snakes' tongues, locked onto him from all directions. The air froze, filled with deadly intent. The mountain ape stood at the edge of the light and shadow, with a face full of teasing and coldness, like a cat playing with a mouse. Seagull and Akun, along with others, showed fierce smiles and murderous looks. "I'm very curious," the mountain ape began slowly, his voice echoing in the empty warehouse. "How did you find this place? And who gave you the guts to come alone?" Lin Ping's heart pounded wildly in his chest, but the extreme danger made him instantly calm to the utmost. He didn't answer. His mind analyzed the situation in a split second. The enemy had the advantage in numbers, firepower was strong, and they were well prepared. Hard fighting meant certain death. The only chance was to create chaos and use their psychological weakness. He slowly raised his hands, signaling he was unarmed, but his sharp eyes swept over the mountain ape and seagull. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Guts? Of course, my guts are nowhere near yours, hiding in the shadows and only using others like rats." He was provoking them and buying time. The albatross was indeed angered and shouted loudly. "Even when death is near, you still talk back. Take him down." The mountain ape raised his hand to stop him, watching Lin Ping with interest. "Even in death, you want to make it clear. Tell me, whose person are you? From Taishan?
Or
someone else?" He was testing, trying to find out who was behind Lin Ping. Lin Ping's mind moved, realizing that the mountain ape also seemed suspicious about the police car that night. He deliberately spoke vaguely, sneering. "You think only you are watching the shipment? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You've been watched for a long time." This sentence was ambiguous, seeming to admit he had backing, but also hinting at a third-party force. The mountain ape's eyes flickered slightly, clearly touched. The albatross also showed a look of doubt and suspicion. In that split second when their minds were distracted, he didn't dodge backward, but lunged forward like a hunting leopard. His target was not anyone else but the mountain ape's men, the metal box filled with cash that had just been placed on the ground. His move was completely unexpected. No one thought that, surrounded by enemies, he would dare to charge forward, and his target was money.
bang, bang, bang.
Bullets whistled past his body. Lin Ping's speed was pushed to the limit. Using the momentum of his charge and a roll, he narrowly avoided the first burst of gunfire, while his right hand had already grabbed the handle of the metal box. "Stop him!" shouted the mountain ape angrily. Akun and several henchmen immediately rushed forward. Lin Ping had no intention of fighting. He grabbed the metal box, summoning all his strength, and threw it forcefully toward the top of the warehouse, smashing into the large lights.
Clang. Crash.
The metal box shattered the main light precisely. Glass shards flew everywhere. The warehouse instantly plunged into darkness, with only a few emergency lights faintly glowing. Complete chaos. "Don't let him escape. He has accomplices." In the darkness, shouts, gunfire, and collisions blended into a chaotic noise. This was exactly the effect Lin Ping wanted. In the moment the lights went out, Relying on his memory and extraordinary senses, he moved like a ghost behind the nearest pile of debris. Bullets wildly sprayed behind him, causing wood chips to fly everywhere. He dared not stop. Relying on his memory and the faint light in the dark, he ran desperately toward the exit of a ventilation duct in the warehouse he had previously observed. That was the only possible escape route he had seen. "He's running that way." "After him," shouted a sharp-eyed thug. Bullets rained down like a storm. Lin Ping felt a sharp pain in his calf, grazed by a stray bullet, but he clenched his teeth and kept running faster. Ahead was the ventilation duct. The entrance was blocked by a wire mesh. He drew his military knife and slashed fiercely. The wire mesh was cut open, creating a gap. Without hesitation, he crawled inside. The tunnel was narrow, filled with oil stains and the smell of rust, but he ignored it and crawled forward desperately. He heard the thugs shouting and firing behind him, but their large bodies made it hard for them to enter the tunnel. In the darkness and tight space of the duct, Lin Ping didn't know how long he had been crawling until he could no longer hear any sounds behind him. Then he slowed down a little. His whole body was soaked with sweat, oil, and blood. The wounds on his left leg and calf burned fiercely, and his lungs heaved like a bellows. But he was alive. He had torn a way out of a deadly situation. He didn't know how far he had crawled, but finally saw a faint light ahead. He struggled forward and discovered it was an exit leading to the beach outside the dock. Carefully, he crawled out of the duct and fell onto the cold sand. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the sound of the waves was constant. In the distance, the faint sound of sirens from the warehouse grew louder and closer. It seemed the chaos had attracted the police. Lin Ping dared not stay long. He struggled to stand, dragged his injured leg, and staggered along the beach. He had to leave quickly, find a safe place, and contact Old Chen. This time, he not only confirmed the existence of the mountain ape, but also disrupted their deal. More importantly, he had crawled back from the brink of death. But the mountain ape and the albatross would not give up easily. The next chase would be even more frantic. Lin Ping wiped the blood and sweat from his face, looked out at the dark sea, and his eyes burned with unyielding fire. The cold sea wind, carrying a salty smell, brushed against his hot cheeks. The wounds on his left leg and calf caused sharp, stabbing pain whenever salt touched them. Every step was very difficult, but he dared not stop. The faint sound of sirens behind him and the possibility of pursuers catching up pushed him like a whip. He moved along the deserted beach, walking carefully over rocks and shadows to hide himself. His mind raced quickly, analyzing his situation. His identity was completely exposed. The mountain ape and albatross must be using all their strength to hunt him. The police in Tea Country were probably also after him because of the warehouse gunfight. He was badly injured and urgently needed medical help and a safe place to hide. He needed to reconnect with Old Chen quickly, but normal communication channels might be monitored. He was in a desperate situation, pushed to the edge of a cliff once again. He had to find a completely safe place, a corner that even the mountain ape and local gangs couldn't reach. Suddenly, he thought of a place, Chinatown, located on the other side of the city, full of chaos and mixed groups. That area had complex family ties, making it hard for outsiders to infiltrate. There were many Chinese-run clinics and small inns, making it easier to hide. Once he had a clear goal, he changed direction. Ignoring the pain, he trudged inland. He avoided main roads, sticking to alleys and abandoned railways, moving like a ghost in the city's shadows. Along the way, he tore off the hem of a ragged shirt to bandage his leg and stop the bleeding temporarily. By dawn, he finally reached the edge of Chinatown. Early risers appeared on the streets, and the smell of soy milk and fried dough filled the air. He found a remote public phone booth, inserted coins, and dialed a backup number deep in his memory, one only Old Chen and he knew. After 3 rings, the call was answered, but the other side said nothing. Lin Ping quickly used a secret code. Fishermen's boats sank, urgently need a safe harbor. Sharks at the dock, sea area sealed. After a brief silence, Old Chen's deep voice came through. Got it. Go to the Guangji Tang Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Find Dr. Chen. The password is, "The Angelica brought from home is used up." He will help you. Stay quiet and wait for further instructions. Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Old Chen was still there, and the support channel was still open. Following the instructions, he found the old-looking Guangji Tang clinic in the maze-like Chinatown alleys. When I pushed the door open, the smell of medicine hit me. An old Chinese doctor with reading glasses and white hair was sorting herbs. I stepped forward quietly and said, "Dr. Chen, the Angelica from my hometown is used up." The old doctor paused, raised his eyelids, and looked at me sharply through his glasses. Seeing my disheveled appearance and bloodstains, he frowned slightly but asked nothing. Instead, he nodded and said, "Follow me." He led me through the front hall into a quiet small room in the backyard. "Take off your clothes and lie down," Dr. Chen spoke briefly. He took out a medicine box and began cleaning my wounds, applying medicine and bandaging. His movements were skillful and confident, showing he had been through tough times. "The bullet needs to be removed, but my place is limited. For now, I can only stabilize your injury." He worked while speaking. "You need to rest quietly for a few days. The situation outside is tense. Both the black and white forces are looking for you." I nodded and said, "Thank you. I need a safe place and communication equipment." After finishing the bandage, Dr. Chen washed his hands. "There's a basement at the back, usually used for storing herbs. It's quite hidden. You can stay there. I'll send your things later. Remember, don't go out and don't trust anyone." After settling me in, Dr. Chen left. The basement was dark and damp but relatively safe. I lay on a simple bed, exhausted and in pain like a flood, but I forced myself not to sleep. A few hours later, Dr. Chen brought some food, clean clothes, and an old phone that had been modified and bore no markings. "You can only use it once. Destroy it after the call," he warned. I waited until late at night before using the phone to contact Old Chen again, giving a detailed report of everything that happened at the warehouse, including the appearance of the mountain ape, the details of the deal, and my current situation. Old Chen's reply was unusually serious. "The situation is more complicated than we thought. The mountain ape gang is connected to several international crime groups. This antique smuggling case might involve a large money laundering network. The headquarters has decided to activate the deep cover plan. Your new task: temporarily stop actively pursuing the mountain ape. Use Dr. Chen's channels to hide completely and recover from your injuries." At the same time, he tried to gather clues related to the antiques by secretly investigating the chaotic environment of Chinatown. Mountain Ape and his group lost goods and money, and they wouldn't give up easily. They might also look for clues on the black market. This is your chance. Remember, you are now dead, and safety comes first in all actions. He put down his phone, disassembled it, and threw the battery into the fire pit to burn. Old Chen's instructions were very clear. Shift from being in front of the scene to working behind the scenes, from hunter to a more hidden observer. This requires a lot of patience and self-control. In the following weeks, Lin Ping became a quiet, reserved relative named Ping, helping at Guangji Hall while recovering from his injury. During the day, he helped with herbal preparations. At night, he lurked in the basement. Through the limited channels carefully provided by Dr. Chen, he listened to rumors about Chinatown and the entire black market in tea country. He learned that the warehouse incident caused a big stir among the gangs. The Mountain Ape and Albatross groups suffered heavy losses and were desperately searching for the missing goods and the troublemaker Lin Mo. The police also increased their investigations. The antiques seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no news at all. Lin Ping was not in a hurry. He was like a patient spider quietly weaving his web of information. Using his helper role, he contacted people from all walks of life, from illegal immigrants to small thugs, from antique shop clerks to gang members at the bottom, exchanging small bits of information with cigarettes, alcohol, and a little money. Days passed, his leg injury healed gradually, and his disguise became more natural. Just as he was about to fully blend into the damp, noisy Chinatown, a turning point came. One night, a small-time thug who often bought medicinal wine from Guangji Hall, after drinking too much, mysteriously told Ping, "Brother Ping, have you heard? There's a batch of hot goods about to be sold. Seems like old items, with shady origins. The seller needs quick cash, so the price is very low, but they want to trade in gold, and only with people who have old connections." Lin Ping's mind moved, but he kept a calm face. "Oh? What old items? What does that have to do with me?" The thug lowered his voice. "I heard there. Ancient bottles and jars," he whispered. "The seller seems to have gotten into trouble and is in a rush to run away. The person pulling the strings is Limping Li from the Chaozhou gang. He has many connections, but he is very strict and ordinary people can't get close to him." Lin Ping quietly remembers these names. This might be a clue to the missing antiques. Mountain Spirit and others are definitely also looking for Limping Li. But how can he contact this strict and cautious man without raising suspicion? Lin Ping knows he must be very careful. One wrong step, and everything could be lost. The night in Chinatown is damp and noisy. Neon signs of various colors cast twisted reflections on the wet stone streets. Lin Ping, now called a Ping, wears a faded coarse cloth jacket. He squats on the steps behind Guangji Hall, carefully picking herbs, but his ears are like radar, catching every word spoken in the alley. The name, Limping Li, is like a stone thrown into a still pond, creating ripples in his mind. He knows that approaching him directly would be like walking into a trap. He needs a middleman, a reason that makes it natural to get close to Limping Li without suspicion. He continues to play the role of a quiet, honest worker, but secretly increases his contact with all kinds of people. He no longer just listens. He starts to selectively reveal some information. He pretends to casually complain to a gossiping young troublemaker that he is a distant relative who went to Southeast Asia years ago and might have some old items. Now his family needs money and wants to find a reliable way to sell them, but he's worried about being cheated. This story is half true, half false, with the cautious greed of a small-time person, and quickly spreads in his circle. A few days later, an opportunity arrives. An old smoker who often comes to Guangji Hall for rheumatism treatment secretly pulls Lin Ping aside. He lowers his voice and says, "A Ping, I heard you have some old stuff to sell. I know a guy who works under Limping Li. Maybe I can help connect you."
But
There are many rules and they take a big cut. Lin Ping's heart moves, but he shows a look of both hope and fear. "Really? Is he reliable? I don't want any trouble. Don't worry. Limping Li is very strict about rules. He's very careful." The old smoker pats his chest. "Prepare a little gift, and I'll pass the message. Whether it works depends on luck." Meeting gift is a slang term meaning a broker fee or a token of introduction. Lin Ping pretended to be distressed as he took out a few crumpled bills, neither too much nor too little, fitting the image of an eager helper with little capital trying to make money. He handed the money to the old smoker, saying, "All thanks to your help." The old smoker took the money and handled the matter efficiently. 2 days later, he returned with news. The crippled Li agreed to meet, but the time and place were set by him, and only a Ping was allowed to go. The meeting was scheduled at an old tea house on the edge of Chinatown, a quiet place that only served local customers, late at night at 11 o'clock. This was a typical test for an underground deal. The location was remote, the time late, making it easier to control the situation. Before leaving, Dr. Chen handed Lin Ping a small packet of special powder, whispering, "Sprinkle it on their mouth or nose if necessary. It can cause brief unconsciousness. Be careful." Lin Ping hid the powder in his sleeve, took a deep breath, and left Guangji Hall. He carried no weapons, as that would reveal his identity. His current persona was that of a clever but timid low-level person trying to get involved in shady deals. The tea house was dimly lit, with only an old man dozing behind the counter. Li the cripple had not arrived yet. Lin Ping chose a seat against the wall, ordered the cheapest green tea, and waited nervously. At 5 minutes past 11, the door was pushed open. A thin, elderly man in a black silk shirt, leaning on a cane, entered. He was about 60, walking with a limp but had sharp eyes like an eagle. Behind him followed 2 expressionless strong men. It was Li the cripple. He sat across from Lin Ping, with the two strong men standing on either side like gatekeepers. Lee the cripple looked at Lin Ping up and down, with a scrutinizing and oppressive gaze. "Are you a Ping?" His voice was hoarse, with a strong Chaos Han accent.
Yes.
"Yes, I am, Lord Lee." Lin Ping quickly stood up, pretending to be nervous and uneasy, unsure of where to put his hands. Lee the cripple waved his hand to signal him to sit down. "I heard you have the goods. These are a few small items passed down in my family," Lin Ping stammered, rubbing his hands. "Made of copper and porcelain. I don't know much about them, just that they look old." He deliberately spoke vaguely, fitting the image of an unskilled, simple person. "Where are the items?" Limply squinted. "I didn't dare bring them." Lin Ping shrank back. "I'm afraid they might not be safe. If you're interested, I can take you to see them." Limply sneered. "You don't even understand the rules? Before showing the goods, you need to explain where they come from. Tell me, how did you get them?" This was a test to see if the items were genuine and to learn more about Lin Ping. Lin Ping had prepared a story. A distant relative went to Nanyang and secretly brought back family heirlooms. Now the descendants are poor and eager to sell. He told it sincerely, with many details, and added some vague descriptions of the treasures, making it sound like a hearsay story from someone who only knew a little. Limp Lee listened quietly, tapping his fingers on the table, unsure whether to believe him. "Show me pictures of the items first," he finally said. Lin Ping panicked. He had no photos. He quickly pretended to be hesitant. "Lord Lee, I can't show pictures. The items are not to be seen in the light. My family told me not to take photos. If you don't believe me, I can sketch a rough idea." He picked up chopsticks, dipped them in tea, and clumsily drew a crooked bronze tripod and a small-necked bottle on the table. This act seemed foolish, but it fit the behavior of someone uneducated trying to prove they had something valuable. Limply looked at his poor drawing, his mouth twitching, unsure if he was mocking or something else. He paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What is your relationship with old Chen from Guangji-tang?" The question shifted sharply to the core issue. Lin Ping's heart tightened, knowing this was a crucial moment. He showed a grateful and trusting expression. "Dr. Chen is a good man. I was injured and had nowhere to go, so he took me in, fed me, and treated my wounds. He's my great benefactor." He deliberately emphasized his injured and down-and-out situation, attributing Dr. Chen's help to kindness and downplaying any other possible connections. Lee stared into his eyes, seeming to look for a flaw. Lin Ping tried to stay calm, showing a slightly dull, grateful expression, but his palms were sweating slightly. The air seemed to freeze. After a few seconds, Lee withdrew his gaze and slowly stood up. "I'm interested in the item, but the rules can't be broken. In 3 days at the same time, bring the smallest sample. If it passes inspection, we can discuss the next step." After saying that, he no longer looked at Lin Ping, leaning on his cane, and left the tea house with his men. Lin Ping sat alone until their footsteps disappeared around the corner. Then he slowly let out a breath. His back was soaked with cold sweat. He had barely passed the first test. But Lee clearly didn't fully trust him. The inspection in 3 days would be the real test. He needed to get a genuine-looking old item that could withstand expert inspection. This required Dr. Chen's help and a bit of luck. He left the tea house and blended into the shadows of Chinatown at night. Back in the dark, damp basement of Guangji-tang, Lin Ping immediately told Dr. Chen what had happened. Dr. Chen listened without showing any expression, just quietly smoking a dry pipe. The smoke curled around him, and his eyes were deep. Lee is a seasoned veteran. He's not easy to fool. Dr. Chen spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. Getting a convincing old item past him is difficult. Lin Ping frowned. "Is there no way?" "Even a high-quality fake." Dr. Chen paused, knocking ash from his pipe. "Chinatown is deep with all kinds of people. I know someone who might help." He exhaled 2 words, "an old craftsman who hides deep in an alley, specializing in restoring and copying old goods. He is highly skilled but has a strange temper. He retired early and doesn't take jobs easily. Plus, his prices are very high." "Money isn't an issue," Lin Ping said immediately. His team had prepared the necessary funds. It's not about money. Dr. Chen shook his head. Old Tao knows people and rules. He owes me a favor, so maybe he can make an exception this time. But you should think carefully. Once you use his things, you will be completely tied to him and this line. The risk will be greater. Lin Ping understood Dr. Chen's meaning. Using resources like Lao Tao's means his actions will leave deeper traces and be easier to track. But right now, he had no other choice. Ask him for help, Lin Ping said firmly. Dr. Chen looked at him, said nothing more, just nodded. Tomorrow, I will take you to see him. Remember, speak less and listen more. The next evening, Dr. Chen led Lin Ping through a maze of alleys to the end of a nearly forgotten dead end. A worn wooden door was tightly shut, with a faded wooden sign above it, faintly showing the words, Tao's Workshop. Dr. Chen knocked rhythmically. After a long while, a crack opened in the door, revealing an old face with wrinkles and a wary look. Old Chen? What's the matter? The voice was old and cold. Old Tao, open the door. I need your help, Dr. Chen whispered. Old Tao looked at Lin Ping behind Dr. Chen, hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. Inside was dimly lit, filled with various old objects, tools, and materials. The air smelled of wood, paint, and a special old scent. Old Tao hunched his back and signaled them to sit down. Dr. Chen briefly explained the purpose. He needed a convincing, antique-looking small bronze item. Old Tao listened, then looked at Lin Ping with cloudy eyes for a long time before slowly saying, Antique? To fool experts? You're asking for trouble. There's no other way, Dr. Chen sighed. Old Tao, consider this a favor owed. Old Tao remained silent, picked up a half-finished bronze goblet on the table and ran his fingers over the patterns, as if weighing something. After a long pause, he spoke, I have what you need. It's an early Han Dynasty bronze vessel, modeled after a warring state's piece. The material, craftsmanship, and aging are all carefully done, so experts won't tell. But there are two conditions. Go ahead, Lin Ping said. First, you can only look at it. No handling or detailed inspection, and definitely no scientific testing, or you'll blow your cover. Old Tao raised one finger. Second, whether you succeed or fail, this matter has nothing to do with me. After you left, I didn't recognize you and you never came here. Okay, Lin Ping agreed without hesitation. Old Tao no longer spoke much. He turned around, searched a locked cabinet for a while, and took out a long object wrapped tightly in oilcloth. He unwrapped the oilcloth, revealing a simple, beautifully decorated bronze beam covered in green rust. Under the light, it glowed with a faint ancient aura, almost convincing enough to fool someone. Lin Ping was amazed. The craftsmanship was truly extraordinary. Take it, Old Tao said, rewrapping the bronze bean and handing it to Lin Ping. Remember what I said. Also, the money, $1,000 in cash. Lin Ping paid the full amount. Old Tao took the money, then stopped paying attention to them. He started fiddling with tools on the table and told them to leave. After leaving Old Tao's workshop, Lin Ping carefully kept the heavy bronze being close to his body, but his heart felt even heavier. This fake was both a stepping stone and a warning. Using it to trick someone like the old Foxley was very risky. If caught, the consequences could be terrible. 3 days passed quickly. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Ping returned to the old tea house. This time, he carried the convincing bronze bean, feeling more nervous than before. Sure enough, Li the cripple arrived on time, still looking gloomy. He sat down and immediately reached out his hand. Where is it? Lin Ping carefully took the oilcloth bundle from his pocket, slowly unwrapped it, and placed the bronze bean on the table. Li the cripple didn't grab it right away. Instead, he looked at it from afar, his eyes sharp as a knife. He stared for 5 minutes before slowly reaching out, picking up the bronze bean, and examining it carefully under the light. His fingers gently traced the patterns and rust, sometimes smelling it, sometimes lightly scraping with his fingernail. Lin Ping's heart was in his throat, and his palms were sweaty. He tried to control his breathing so he wouldn't show any signs of nervousness. Time passed second by second, and the tea house was so quiet that you could hear a heartbeat. Lee the cripple's expression changed constantly, frowning at times, pondering at others. Finally, he put down the bronze bean and looked back at Lin Ping with a complex, hard-to-explain expression. Interesting, he said slowly, his voice neutral. Tell me, how do you want to do this? Lee the cripple's comment, somewhat interesting, was like a feather gently scratching Lin Ping's tense nerves. It was hard to tell if it was praise or doubt, approval or mockery. Lin Ping dared not relax even a little. His face showed a mix of flattery and eagerness, like a small person seeing hope. Masterly, I'm glad you like it. My family needs money urgently. As for the price, you can decide. If it's fair, then it's settled. Ideally, it would be best if it were gold, for convenience. He deliberately emphasized gold, matching the information the small thug had previously hinted at. Lee the cripple squinted his murky eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, making a dull, thud sound, as if weighing options. He didn't answer immediately about the price. Instead, he asked, "How many of these do you have at home?" Lin Ping's heart tightened. He sensed this was a test of his bottom line. He pretended to hesitate and stammered, "A few more bigger than this one, but their origins are the same, so it's not easy to bring them all out at once." He hinted that he had more than one item, but their source was sensitive, so he dared not show everything easily. This was typical of a timid seller wanting to make a deal. Lee the cripple sneered. "Origins? When it comes to me, forget about origins. I want to see all the goods." Lin Ping looked worried and scared. "Masterly, it's not that I don't trust you, but the risk is too high. How about you take this one first, see how the market reacts, then we can talk about the rest." He tried to split the deal into steps to reduce risk and leave himself some room. Lee the cripple stared at him, his gaze sharp as a torch, as if trying to see through him. The air froze again. Lin Ping could feel cold sweat soaking his shirt from behind. After a few seconds, Lee the cripple suddenly leaned back, and the gloom on his face seemed to fade a little, replaced by a seemingly casual expression. "Kid, you're lucky. Recently, a big boss has shown interest in this kind of old stuff. I want all of yours. The price won't cheat you." Lin Ping's heart jolted. Could it be the mountain ape or his agent? They were indeed also looking for this batch of goods. He suppressed his excitement and forced a look of mixed surprise and disbelief. "Really? Really? Masterly, please don't lie to me. I, Lee the cripple, have built my reputation in the underworld." Lee the cripple said calmly, "But rules must be followed. All goods must be inspected at once. I will choose the location. The time will be announced by me. One-time inspection." This was exactly the opportunity Lin Ping and the old man Chen behind him wanted. But it was also clearly a big trap. The other side probably wanted to swallow both the goods and the people. Risk and opportunity were at their highest point. Lin Ping showed a look of struggle and fear at the right moment. After a long silence, as if making a big decision, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll follow Mr. Lee's instructions.
But
Can we choose a slightly safer place?" I'm afraid." He played up his timid and cautious image again, trying to gain a little bit of control in the negotiation. The lame Lee's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable sneer, seeming quite pleased with Lin Ping's obedient yet cowardly attitude. "Don't worry, the place will be absolutely safe. I will send someone to pick you up. Just wait for the news." After saying that, he didn't give Lin Ping a chance to speak again. He stood up with his cane, led his men, and left the tea house. Lin Ping sat alone in place until he confirmed they had gone far away. Then he slowly let out a breath, feeling completely exhausted. This mental game was like walking on the edge of a knife every second. He returned to the basement of Guangji Tang and immediately reported the situation to Old Chen. Key information. The lame Li took the bait, proposing a one-time goods inspection deal, which might involve the big boss behind the scenes, most likely the target. Old Chen's reply was very cautious. "This is a rare opportunity, but the risk is huge. The lame Li is cunning and treacherous. The meeting place will definitely be dangerous. The headquarters will provide remote support as much as possible, but cannot guarantee safety on site. You need to judge for yourself. If it's too dangerous, prioritize your safety and consider abandoning the mission. Also, we're speeding up the investigation into the identity of the big boss. We will inform you immediately if there is any progress. After putting down the communicator, Lin Ping felt heavy-hearted. Old Chen's words essentially handed the final decision to him. This was a gamble with his life. If he won, he might strike directly at the core. If he lost, it would be total destruction. He closed his eyes, and images of gunfire in the warehouse, betrayal in the Death Valley, and enemies lurking in the darkness flashed through his mind. Fear was real, but a stronger, warrior's resolve overwhelmed the fear. This is not only for the mission but also to uncover the truth, honor the fallen comrades, and give himself an explanation. He began to prepare for the worst, planning carefully. He checked every piece of equipment, devised multiple plans, and even thought about how to handle being captured. Dr. Chen secretly prepared some special medicines for him, just in case. Waiting was painful. After 2 days, the message from the crippled Li finally arrived. Through an old smoker, he conveyed, tomorrow night at midnight, at the dock area, the abandoned Third Fishery Company cold storage. Only Aping is allowed to bring the goods, the dock area cold storage. Again, that dangerous place. And choosing midnight clearly aims to avoid detection. Lin Ping replied, I'll be there on time. The night before the big event, he was unusually calm. He carefully wiped his Glock pistol, which had been with him through life and death, checking every part. Moonlight shone through the small basement window onto his sharp face, his eyes cold and firm. Tomorrow, he would step into that dark dock area again. Midnight was approaching, and the sea breeze carried a heavy fishy and rusty smell, sweeping over the silent dock. The abandoned Third Fishery Company cold storage looked like a beast lying in wait in the darkness, its outline faint under the sparse starlight, giving an eerie and frightening impression. Aping wore dark, comfortable clothes suitable for movement, carrying a heavy canvas bag. Inside were carefully selected, convincingly fake antique replicas. He walked alone on the empty dock. His footsteps sounded especially clear in the silence. He could feel more than one pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. The door of the cold storage was slightly open, dark inside. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. A cold air mixed with the smell of mold, fish, and the chemical residue from the abandoned freezer hit him. The flashlight beams swept over the large, rusty pipes and frost-covered walls, but most of the light was swallowed by the thick darkness. Over here, a hoarse voice came from the shadows ahead. Lin Ping followed the sound, passing several abandoned freezers, and reached a relatively open area at the back of the cold storage. A few emergency lights were temporarily powered on, casting a pale glow that illuminated a central open space. Li the cripple, leaning on his cane, stood under the light. Behind him, Ah Kuan and 4 strong men with weapons looked fierce. There was also another person, standing in the shadows a little farther away, with his back to the light. His face was not clear, but he was tall and gave a strong feeling of threat. Did you bring the goods? Li the cripple asked directly. Lin Ping placed a canvas bag on the ground and slowly opened it, revealing a few antiques inside. Besides a bronze jar, there was a replica of a jade tube and a clay figurine. They're all here, Lord Li. Please check the goods. Li the cripple signaled to Ah Kuan. Ah Kuan stepped forward, squatted down, and carefully examined the bronze jar. He acted very professionally, tapping with his fingers, inspecting the patterns with a magnifying glass, and even shining a small flashlight inside. Lin Ping's heart was in his throat. Ah Kuan was clearly an expert and harder to fool than Li the cripple.
Time passed second by second.
Ah Kuan's face grew more serious. Suddenly, he stopped, looked up sharply at Lin Ping, and sneered. Not bad, kid. But the heat isn't quite right. He suddenly threw the bronze jar to the ground. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, revealing a shiny new metal inside. Fake! Ah Kuan shouted loudly. Almost at the same time, the tall figure in the shadows turned around suddenly. The light revealed his face. He was the mountain ape. He had a cruel smile like a cat catching a mouse. Lin Mo, or Ling Chen, the mountain ape, spoke slowly, his voice cold. The game is over. It was a trap. A carefully planned, deadly scheme to catch him. They had already seen through his identity and plans. Take him down, Li the cripple roared. Ah Kun and his men immediately raised their guns and moved in. Lin Ping had already acted the moment Ah Kun shattered the bronze jar. He didn't try to explain or run, because it was pointless. He rolled quickly to the side and behind, then drew his Glock pistol from his waist with lightning speed.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The gunshots echoed loudly in the cold storage, deafening. Lin Ping fired first, aiming not at people but at the emergency lights.
Bang! Bang!
The light shattered instantly. The scene plunged into darkness. Don't let him escape. In the darkness, the bandits shouted in panic and blindly fired their guns. Bullets hit the cold walls and pipes, sparking tiny flashes. Lin Ping moved like a ghost, guided by his memory and sharp senses. He used the freezer and pipes as cover, dodging stray bullets while aiming precise counterattacks based on the gunfire flashes. One bandit screamed as he was shot and fell to the ground. But the enemies outnumbered him and fired fiercely. Even more frightening, the Yeti did not join the fight. He moved silently through the darkness, looking for a perfect moment to strike. Lin Ping felt a cold, killing intent lock onto him. He suddenly threw himself to the side. A bullet whistled past his head. It was the Yeti's sniper rifle. He dared not stay still. He rolled repeatedly and hid behind a large freezer compressor. Bullets chased him, leaving deep holes in the compressor's shell. He saw only death ahead. He noticed a vent on the upper part of the wall, on one side of the cold storage. The louvered vent seemed loose. That was his only escape route. He took a deep breath, calculating the distance and timing. Then he suddenly peeked out from behind the compressor, firing a long burst at the bandits to suppress their fire. Taking advantage of their hesitation, he sprinted like a predator toward the wall. His speed reached the limit, and ice chips flew everywhere. Stop him, Yeti calmly ordered in the darkness. More bullets rained down on him. Lin Ping felt a sharp pain in his thigh from a stray shot, but he clenched his teeth and charged forward regardless. He leapt up suddenly, grabbing the exposed bracket of the vent pipe with both hands, using his waist strength to climb up. The pain from his injured thigh was like tearing, almost causing him to lose his grip.
Bang!
The Yeti's bullet struck again, hitting where he had just grabbed. Lin Ping desperately climbed higher and finally reached the vent opening. He smashed the louvered vent with the butt of his gun. The vent was shattered. He didn't hesitate and quickly crawled inside. The narrow pipe was full of oil and dust, but he ignored it and desperately kept moving forward. He heard the shouts and gunfire from the criminals behind him, but they were too big to fit into the pipe. Lin Ping crawled in the dark, tight pipe for a long time. When he finally couldn't hear any sounds behind him, he slowed down a little. His whole body was soaked with sweat, blood, and dirt. His thigh wound kept bleeding, and every move caused sharp pain. But he survived. Once again, he fought his way out of a dangerous situation. He didn't know how far he had crawled, but he saw a faint light and an exit ahead. He pushed himself to reach it and found the pipe led to the sea near the dock. He crawled out of the pipe and fell into the cold water. The salty sea water stung his wound, making him almost faint. He struggled to swim to a nearby rocky area and collapsed on the rough rocks, gasping heavily. In the distance, he heard sirens approaching the cold storage. He looked at the dark sea and the starry sky, feeling his life slipping away and the pain piercing through him. His mission was a complete failure. His identity was fully exposed. He was now truly alone, trapped in an impossible situation. He forced himself to sit up and started to treat his leg wound. The cold seawater soaked his clothes, and the sharp cold and pain from his leg felt like countless needles stabbing his nerves. He lay on the rough rocks, each breath pulling at his injuries, his lungs burning. Dizziness from blood loss hit him, and the stars in the sky began to blur and spin. He couldn't fall down. Absolutely, he couldn't fall. He used all his strength, tore off his tattered shirt, and tightly bound the wound above his thigh to slow the bleeding. He bit his lower lip hard, the taste of blood filling his mouth, using pain to keep himself awake. The distant sound of sirens grew closer and then farther away again, clearly heading toward the cold storage. He was temporarily safe, but completely isolated. No backup, no way out. His identity was exposed, and enemies were hunting him fiercely. He had to leave this coast immediately and find a safe place to hide and heal. A few possible locations quickly flashed through his mind, and he finally chose one. It was on the other side of the city, away from the docks and Chinatown, known for chaos and cheap rental houses, an area of slums. The population there moved a lot, and management was messy, making it the best place to hide. Once he had a clear goal, his instinct to survive overtook his pain and exhaustion. He struggled to climb down the rocks, enduring the freezing cold, and once again entered the sea. He moved along the coast, slowly heading toward the slum area. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge, with the seawater stinging his wounds and causing sharp pain. He didn't know how long it took, but by dawn, he finally reached the edge of the slums. The streets were filled with sewage, and the small, broken-down houses were surrounded by the smell of garbage and cheap fuel. He found a forgotten corner filled with building debris, collapsed there, nearly exhausted. He had to treat his wounds quickly, or infection might kill him. He searched his belongings and was lucky to find a small medical kit Dr. Chen had given him. Though it was wet, the bandages and medicine inside could still be used. He clenched his teeth, heated the tip of a dagger with his lighter for sterilization, and carefully removed the bullet from his leg. The intense pain almost made him faint, but he held on. He sprinkled hemostatic powder, then tightly wrapped the wound with a clean piece of cloth. After finishing, he used almost all his strength and leaned against a cold brick wall, falling into a faint sleep. When he woke up again, it was afternoon. Sunlight shone through the cracks in the trash, blinding him. His wound still hurt, but the bleeding seemed to have stopped. Hunger and thirst burned like fire in his throat and stomach. He had to find food and water. He struggled to stand, leaning on a stick he found, limping into the slum. He looked like a walking skeleton, with torn clothes and dirt-covered skin, attracting some indifferent or wary glances, but no one paid much attention. In such a place, misery and death were common. Using his last coins, he bought some hard, dry bread and a bottle of water from a dirty street vendor. He ate quickly, feeling a little stronger. Now he had to wait and hide for a long time. He found a hidden, abandoned shack to use as a temporary shelter. During the day, he hid in the shadows like a ghost, avoiding contact with anyone. At night, he dared to go out to find food and clean water, acting like a true wanderer. His injuries were slowly healing, but the process was very painful and took a long time. He didn't dare go to the hospital or contact Dr. Chen or Old Chen, as all known contact points might be monitored. He had become a true lone wolf, licking his wounds in the shadows of the city, waiting for the right moment. A week passed, then 2 weeks. Life in the shanty town was dull and hopeless. Lin Ping's body was gradually recovering, but his inner anxiety grew each day. His mission had failed. He lost contact with the organization, and the enemies were free to do as they pleased. Every moment was torture. He couldn't stay hidden here forever. He had to reconnect, figure out the current situation, and find a chance to fight back. The risk was huge, but he had no other choice. One late night, he quietly slipped out of the shanty town and found a remote public phone booth. He inserted coins, hesitated for a moment, then dialed Old Chen's emergency backup number. This was very risky, as the line might be monitored. The call connected, but there was no voice, only silence and static. Lin Ping quickly used a secret code. The fisherman is stranded, the boat is broken, and the net is torn. We need a change in wind. After a long silence, Old Chen's familiar voice finally spoke, with a hint of exhaustion and seriousness. The wind has shifted. The sea is blocked. The fisherman must find his own way, lay low, and wait for the tide. The secret message meant that the situation was extremely dangerous. the communication might be exposed, and the headquarters couldn't provide support for now. He had to hide alone and wait for the right moment. Lin Ping's heart sank. The situation was worse than he thought. Even Old Chin was cautious, indicating that the Mountain Ape gang's counterattack and investigation were unprecedented, possibly reaching higher levels. Understood, Lin Ping replied softly, hanging up the phone. He quickly left the phone booth and disappeared into the night. Back at the abandoned shack, Lin Ping sat in the darkness, feeling heavy-hearted. The headquarters couldn't help him now. He had to rely entirely on himself. But there is some good news. Old Chen can still answer the phone, which means the main contact channels are not completely broken, only very risky. He now needs information about the movements of Mountain Ape and Albatross and must find their weaknesses. He begins to take more risks in his activities. He no longer just wants to survive, but intentionally approaches some local gangsters and small troublemakers in the shantytown. Using his last bit of money and food, he tries to gather small pieces of information. He disguises himself as a down-and-out gambler who ran away here after losing money in gambling. This identity is common in the shantytown and unlikely to raise suspicion. The process is slow and dangerous. He must stay alert to avoid being exposed. Gradually, he picks up useful information from drunken chats and bragging. Recently, the underground scene has been very tense. Rumors say a few overseas dragons are desperately looking for a batch of missing goods and a person. The dock area is under strict surveillance. There are also rumors that a big figure is returning from overseas to clean house. These pieces of information are fragmented, but Lin Ping senses that there might be trouble inside the Mountain Ape gang. They lost their goods and may also be under pressure from their superiors. This could be a chance. While he is thinking about how to use this information, an unexpected turn occurs. One evening, he is eating at a dirty small noodle shop and overhears two drunken troublemakers at the next table bragging. One of them claims that a few days ago, he helped Chaozhou gang member Li, who is crippled, to handle some strange boxes and delivered them to an abandoned repair shop in the northern part of the city. An abandoned repair shop. Lin Ping's heart suddenly races. Li, the cripple, didn't disappear after the cold storage incident? Is he still active? And that abandoned repair shop. Could it be a new base or hiding spot? This is a very dangerous lead, but it might also be his only chance to turn things around. He quietly finishes his noodles, memorizing the approximate location of the repair shop. That night, he decides to take a risk and investigate. He must verify if this information is true, as it will determine his next move. Under the deep night, Lin Ping moves like a ghost along the edge of the shantytown, heading toward the abandoned repair shop in the north. The night was dark and quiet. The dirt road at the edge of the shantytown was full of holes, and the smell of trash and sewage filled the air. Lin Ping leaned on a wooden stick, dragging his still sore left leg, moving quietly in the darkness along the path he remembered. He moved slowly, trying not to make any noise. Every step was careful, avoiding broken glass and sharp objects. The abandoned repair shop in the north part of the city was about 3 or 4 kilometers from the shantytown. This walk was very hard for him, because his injury was not fully healed. Sweat soaked his old clothes, and his wound throbbed with each step, but he clenched his teeth and looked around carefully, alert for any movement. After more than an hour, he saw an abandoned factory area covered with weeds and with a collapsed wall at the end of his view. A few broken-down factory buildings looked like big black shadows in the night, silent except for the wind whistling through broken windows. Lin Ping did not go closer right away. He chose a small hill with higher ground, crawled down, and used the moonlight and faint city lights to carefully observe the inside of the factory area with a broken old telescope he found. The factory was quite large. The main gate was shut tight, and a few small garage doors on the side were also closed. In the yard, there were rusty car frames and scrap metal. It looked abandoned and lifeless. But Lin Ping stayed alert. He looked carefully at the ground and saw some tire tracks leading to the back of the main building. The tracks were partly hidden by weeds, but looked fairly fresh, not old. He also noticed that a window on the second floor of the main building was broken, but it was covered with a simple wooden board inside, unlike the other windows that were fully open. He watched patiently for nearly an hour but saw no people or lights. Still, he was not convinced. The silence seemed like a disguise. He decided to risk getting closer to check. Like a sneaky cat, he slid down the hill, hiding behind weeds and debris, moving quietly toward the factory wall. He slipped through a collapsed opening into the factory. The air smelled strongly of rust and machine oil. He stayed close to the wall and moved carefully toward the main building. He kept his ears up, listening for any small sounds. As he approached the back door of the main factory building, he faintly heard very soft, intermittent voices coming from inside. The sound was blocked by thick walls, so he couldn't understand the words, but he knew someone was there. His heart tightened, and he became more cautious. He circled around to the side of the factory and found a ventilation opening. The rusty wire mesh was broken. Holding his breath, he pressed his ear close to the vent. The voices inside became a little clearer. They were several men speaking in the local language, sounding anxious and unhappy. We must deal with it quickly. Leaving it here is dangerous. The boss is urging us hard. The news is too tight. Not good luck. Wait another 2 days. Wait for the boat. The broken words made Lin Ping's heart race. They were talking about dealing with it, bad luck, and waiting for the boat, which probably referred to the missing antiques. This was definitely a temporary hiding spot. He forced himself to stay calm and continued listening. But the people inside seemed very alert, and their voices quickly lowered again, making it impossible to hear more. He needed to confirm whether the goods were really inside. He looked at the building structure and saw a rusty iron ladder on the side that led to the roof. The roof might have a skylight or vent to peek inside. Climbing the ladder was a challenge for his injured leg. He clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and used his hands and feet to climb very slowly. The ladder creaked softly, sounding especially loud in the silent night, making his heart pound. Finally, he reached the roof. It was made of wavy metal sheets full of rusted holes. He crawled forward and found a dusty, rusted skylight mostly sealed shut. Carefully scraping away the rust with his dagger, he looked through a narrow crack. Inside the factory, there were no lights on, only the flickering beams of a few flashlights. Using the faint light, Lin Ping saw in the open space in the center of the factory about 7 or 8 familiar wooden crates, those same antique boxes he saw that night in the warehouse. Next to the crates, 4 men were gathered. One of them was on the phone, speaking respectfully, as if reporting to someone higher up. Sure enough, they were right here. Lin Ping felt both excited and heavy-hearted. He was excited because he had found clues about the target. He felt heavy because the enemy's guards were strict and clearly preparing to move the goods quickly. He had to send the information immediately. Carefully, he retraced his steps, leaving the factory area and quickly returned to the shanty town, still limping. Back at the broken hut, he took out the old encrypted phone, turned it on, and sent a very short encrypted message. It included the location of the repair shop and a secret code for goods confirmed, which he sent to Lao Chen's emergency channel. After sending the message, he immediately turned off the phone and removed the battery. He knew every communication could expose him. Now all he could do was wait. Wait for the headquarters decision, wait for possible orders, or wait for the enemy to discover his trail. He leaned against the cold wall, looking at the gray sky outside the broken hut, gripping the wooden stick that served as a crutch. Waiting was the most painful punishment on the battlefield. Time stretched in the damp silence of a hut, each second pounding like a heartbeat. Lin Ping sat against the wall, the stick across his knees, eyes half closed, but all his senses on high alert. He listened carefully for any unusual sounds from the distant shanty town, barking dogs, arguing, even the faint footsteps. He dared not truly sleep. His mind raced, reviewing the terrain of the repair shop, the guards, possible escape routes, and what Lao Chen might do after receiving the message. Would the headquarters believe his intel? Would they send someone? Or would they abandon the plan because of the risk? If they sent people, what kind of team would it be? A direct attack or infiltration? All these possibilities intertwined in his mind. each scenario prompting different responses. He had to prepare for the worst. If the headquarters couldn't support him or if support failed, he would have to face the crazy retaliation of the Mountain Spirit gang alone. As dawn approached, the shantytown began to wake up, with noisy voices and car sounds breaking the silence. Lin Ping's heart was in his throat. During the day, his hiding spot was more likely to be exposed. He had to move. But he couldn't go far. He needed to stay within a distance where he could still observe the repair shop's general movements. He struggled to stand up, using a wooden stick to support himself, and blended into the busy morning crowd. He looked like a real homeless person, wandering aimlessly on the dirty streets of the shantytown, but his eyes kept glancing toward the north of the city. All morning, everything was calm. The repair shop was quiet, and there were no signs of large-scale searches in the shantytown. This made Lin Ping even more uneasy. Calm before a storm often feels oppressive. At noon, he bought 2 steamed buns from a dirty stall, squatting in a corner to eat while alertly watching his surroundings. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a few strangers, dressed plainly but with fit bodies and sharp eyes, appear at the entrance of the shantytown. They spread out casually, as if looking for someone or setting up a trap. They weren't members of the mountain ape. Their demeanor was more like soldiers or agents. Lin Ping's heart suddenly pounded. Could they be people from Laochen? Or other forces? He wasn't sure, so he quickly lowered his head, covered his face with a torn hat, and blended into the crowd, moving deeper into the shantytown. He needed to find out who these people were. Using his knowledge of the terrain, he navigated through the maze-like alleys, keeping a distance from the strangers. He noticed that these people moved with purpose, communicating with secret gestures, as if controlling the area and searching. They seemed to have a clear target zone, gradually narrowing their search. Could they be after him? Lin Ping felt a chill. If they were Lao Chen's people, they would contact him with secret signals, not search so openly. He had to leave immediately. He quickened his pace toward another exit of a shantytown. But just as he turned a corner, he saw 2 men dressed similarly loitering near that exit. Lin Ping quickly judged they were dangerous. Without hesitation, he turned around and slipped into a narrower, dirtier alley beside a stinky water ditch. A low shout came from behind. Footsteps rapidly approached. Lin Ping ignored his leg injury, running desperately. His wooden stick hit the cobblestone, making a rapid da-da sound. Over there. Catch him. More footsteps surrounded him from all sides. It was clear they had set a trap. Lin Ping pushed and dodged through the narrow alley, using piles of trash and broken shacks as cover. Bullets whistled past him, hitting the walls with loud bangs. The enemies started shooting. Without mercy. The information about the repair shop might be a trap. Their goal was to lure him out or confirm his location. Ahead was a dead end. Lin Ping suddenly stopped, pressing his back against the cold wall. The pursuers had blocked the alley entrance and were slowly approaching, guns aimed at him. He was in a desperate situation again. A look of despair flashed in Lin Ping's eyes, but more than that, there was a fierce determination when cornered. He clenched his wooden stick, ready for a final fight. Just at this critical moment,
bang, bang, bang.
Suddenly, from the roof of a nearby shack, sharp and quick gunshots rang out. They weren't aimed at Lin Ping, but at the pursuers blocking the alley.
Ah!
One pursuer screamed as he was hit in the arm, dropping his gun. The other pursuers were shocked and quickly looked for cover, returning fire from the roof. Run. This way. A deep, urgent voice came from above. Lin Ping didn't have time to think. This was his only chance. He charged forward, while the person on the roof kept shooting to suppress the enemies, hitting them precisely so they couldn't lift their heads. He dashed out of the alley and saw a figure wearing a black hood, with only the eyes visible, sliding down from the roof swiftly and landing beside him, pulling him along. Follow me. They moved quickly along a planned route through the shantytown. The hooded person was very skilled, familiar with the terrain, cleverly avoiding possible ambush points. The gunfire and shouts behind them gradually faded away. A few minutes later, They escaped the pursuers and hid in an abandoned yard filled with scrap. Lin Ping leaned against the wall, gasping heavily, watching the mysterious person who had saved him. The other person took off the hood, revealing a young, stern, but unfamiliar face.
Who are you?
Lin Ping asked cautiously, still gripping his wooden stick tightly. The young man didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out an ID card from his pocket and quickly waved it in front of Lin Ping's eyes. On the ID card, there is a clear badge and code, which identify a special operations team member directly under headquarters. The headquarters received your intel. The Dark Current team has been ordered to assist. The young man spoke quickly with a cold voice, but the information was leaked, the operation exposed, and we were ambushed. Now, follow me. The evacuation point is ready. Lin Ping was deeply shocked. The headquarters really sent people, but the operation was exposed? Who leaked the information? Old Chen? Or was the communication channel hacked? Many questions flooded his mind, but now is not the time to ask. Where to? He asked. To the dock, there is a boat waiting. The young man answered briefly, watching cautiously outside the yard. Can we leave? Lin Ping clenched his teeth, endured the pain in his leg, and nodded. Yes, follow me. The young man put on his mask again and led the way to another exit of the yard. Lin Ping took a deep breath and followed. Although full of doubts, this was his only way out now. He looked back at the shantytown, where gunfire was still sporadic, chaos not yet over. The repair shop supplies and the mountain ape. Probably no chance to save them this time. Following the young man who claimed to be part of the Dark Current team, Lin Ping hurried through the maze-like alleys of the shantytown. The young man moved very quickly, seeming to know the route well, always avoiding main roads and open spaces, choosing the most hidden paths. Lin Ping, dragging his injured leg, clenched his teeth and pushed himself to keep up. Sweat soaked his clothes, and the pain from his wound was sharp and tearing. He was full of doubts. The young man appeared just in time, with incredible skills, and knew the area better than expected. A member of the Dark Current team directly under headquarters? He had never heard of this unit. Old Chen's communications didn't mention it either. Is he a savior, or another trap? But he had no choice. The gunfire and pursuers behind him were real, leaving only a dead end. He had to take a gamble. After about 10 minutes, they reached the edge of the shantytown. In front was a patch of overgrown land, and beyond that, the roaring sea. A small speedboat with no markings was quietly moored in a hidden bay, and there seemed to be figures moving on the boat. Quick! Get on the boat! The young man shouted sharply, rushing toward the speedboat first. Lin Ping followed closely behind. Just 20 meters away from the boat, suddenly something unexpected happened.
Bang! Bang!
2 muffled gunshots broke the silence. The bullets did not hit them but precisely struck the engine and the cockpit of the boat.
Boom!
The engine burst into flames and quickly stopped working. Shouts and screams came from the boat. Ambush! The young man's face changed drastically, and he threw himself to the ground. Lin Ping also immediately dropped down, his heart pounding wildly. Almost at the same time as the gunfire, 7 or 8 armed people dressed in camouflage, with face paint and well-equipped, suddenly stood up from the tall grass. They fired their automatic rifles and bullets sprayed out like water, covering the hiding spots of Lin Ping and the young man. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Dirt and grass flew everywhere. The enemy's fire was fierce and well-coordinated, forming a crossfire net instantly. Split up and run. I will draw their fire. The young man shouted at Lin Ping, raising his assault rifle and fiercely firing back to the side, trying to attract their attention. Lin Ping didn't have time to think much. This was his only chance. Taking advantage of the brief gap created by the young man, he desperately rolled and crawled toward a rocky area in another direction. Bullets hit behind him, causing stones to fly everywhere. Chase! Don't let him escape. Someone among the armed men shouted loudly in a foreign language. Some continued to suppress the young man with fire, while others chased after Lin Ping. Lin Ping crawled forward recklessly, his leg wound tearing open again, blood flowing freely. He hid behind a large rock and gasped heavily. The gunfire from a young man's side was intense but soon became sparse, as if they had been suppressed. A heavy feeling settled in Lin Ping's heart. Now only he was left. He looked around the environment. Ahead was the sea, and his escape route was blocked. The only way out seemed to be jumping into the water. But the seawater was cold, and his injuries were severe.
How far could he swim?
The footsteps of the pursuers grew closer. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Ping took a deep breath, suddenly jumped out from behind the rock, and with all his strength, sprinted toward the sea. There.
Fire.
Bullets whistled past. Lin Ping felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a bullet grazed him. He staggered and almost fell, but he managed to steady himself and kept running forward. A few steps later, he reached the edge of the cliff. Below were raging waves and jagged rocks. Without hesitation, he leapt off the edge. The cold seawater instantly swallowed him. The strong impact nearly made him faint. His wound was soaked in salt water, causing intense pain. He struggled to surface and swam desperately away from the shore. He heard a few gunshots behind him. The bullets hit the water around him, but they were far away, so he was not in much danger. He swam for a long time until he was completely exhausted, then was pushed onto a relatively flat sandy beach by a wave. He collapsed on the sand, coughing up seawater, feeling cold all over. His wound burned painfully, and his vision started to blur. Before losing consciousness completely, his last thought was, "Who is that young man? Was this ambush aimed at the Dark Current team, or at Lin Ping himself?" Cold seawater, biting wind, and excruciating pain tore through his body. Lin Ping struggled on the edge of consciousness, like a small boat caught in a storm, sometimes tossed onto the waves, sometimes sinking into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a warm, dry touch woke him from his confusion. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and his blurry vision gradually focused. He found himself lying on a simple but clean bed, covered with a rough yet thick blanket. His wound had been rebandaged, and although it still hurt, the fiery pain had eased a lot. He moved his stiff neck and looked around. It was a small wooden hut, with rough wooden planks for walls and a low ceiling. The air smelled of fish and sea breeze. In the corner, there was a small stove burning water, making a soft bubbling sound. A figure with their back to him was busy by the stove. It was an old man wearing a faded fisherman's coat, with white hair and a hunched posture. The old man didn't turn around. His voice was hoarse but calm, with a strong local accent. Lin Ping felt a shock in his heart. He struggled to sit up, but his body was weak. "Where am I?" "By the sea. I was fishing and saw you lying on the beach, so I brought you back." The old man turned around, revealing a face weathered by time and full of wrinkles. His eyes were cloudy, but showed a simple, cautious look typical of fishermen. "You're hurt badly. Did you have a sea accident?" he asked. Lin Ping didn't answer right away. He quickly observed the old man and the surroundings. The old man looked like an ordinary fisherman. The wooden house was simply furnished, with only necessary fishing tools and daily items, nothing suspicious. He didn't sense any harm for now. "Thank you for saving me," Lin Ping said in a weak voice, avoiding the old man's question.
I
don't remember. My head hurts." He was pretending to have amnesia, which was the safest cover. The old man looked at him, but didn't ask more. Instead, he handed over a bowl of hot fish soup. "Drink some soup to warm up." Lin Ping took the bowl carefully and sipped a few bites. The warm soup made him feel a little better and gave him some strength. While drinking, he quietly continued to ask questions. "Old sir, where is this? Is it far from the city?" "This is Black Reef Point, very remote. It takes a whole half-day by boat from the city," the old man replied, sitting on a small stool and lighting a pipe. "Are you from somewhere else? How did you end up here?" Lin Ping's mind moved. This was a tiny fishing village, almost impossible to find on a map, very isolated. For now, it was a safe place for him. "I don't know either," he continued, pretending to be confused, showing a look of helplessness and pain. The old man sighed, but didn't ask further. He silently smoked his pipe. The house fell into silence. Only the crackling of the fire and the sound of waves hitting the shore could be heard. Over the next few days, under the old man's care, Lin Ping's injuries gradually healed. He learned that the old man was named Lao Bong, who lived alone by the sea, earning a living by fishing. His son had drowned at sea years ago, and his daughter-in-law had remarried, leaving him as the only lonely old man. Lao Bong was not talkative, but kind-hearted. Every day, he changed Lin Ping's bandages and prepared simple food. Lin Ping continued to pretend to be a lost, amnesiac survivor, helping with small chores like mending nets and cleaning the house, while secretly observing his surroundings. Black Reef Point was truly isolated, with only a few dozen fishermen. Transportation was very difficult, and hardly anyone from outside came here. This gave him some precious time to rest and recover. But inside, he was not at peace. The figure of the mysterious young man and the ambush by the coast felt like a thorn in his heart. This was definitely not a coincidence. Was there a problem inside the headquarters? Or had the Mountain Ape gang infiltrated the rescue channels? Is Old Chen safe now? He must recover his strength quickly and find a way to contact the outside world. A week later, Lin Ping was able to walk slowly on his own. He used the excuse of taking a walk and carefully moved around the fishing village. He found that the only way to contact the outside was a satellite phone at the village chief's house, which had a weak and unreliable signal. This was a chance, but also very risky. Using the phone could reveal his location. He needed to wait for the right moment. That evening, old Ba Song went out to fish and did not return. The sky was dark with thick clouds, and the wind howled, signaling an approaching storm. Lin Ping knew this was his chance. In bad weather, signals are easily disturbed, making it harder for others to listen in, and the village chief's house might be empty. He put on old Ba Song's old raincoat, braved the light rain, and quietly moved toward the village chief's house in the center of the village. The house was lit, but it seemed empty. Probably everyone was at the dock helping with the boats. Lin Ping hid in the shadows behind the house, watched carefully for a moment, and once he was sure it was safe, he slipped into the yard and quickly entered a small storage room where the phone was kept. He took a deep breath and picked up the satellite phone receiver. The dial tone was crackling. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to call old Chen's number. Instead, he dialed a different emergency number from his memory, one used only in extreme situations. This number connected directly to the highest alert duty room at headquarters, with encrypted and rerouted signals, making it relatively safe. But once used, it meant he was in serious trouble. The call connected, but no one spoke, only static and crackling sounds. Lin Ping quickly used his fast-to-speech to say his code name and a preset emergency code indicating identity exposed, trapped, urgently needs safe passage. After that, he immediately hung up, cleared the call record, and quickly left the village chief's house, disappearing into the growing rain. He returned to old Ba Song's wooden house, his heart pounding. The message has been sent, and now only remains a long, uncertain wait. He sat by the window, watching the wild sea roar through the storm outside, clutching the old basin knife used for cutting fish. The storm raged all night. Strong winds and huge waves battered the coast loudly and fiercely. The wooden house shook in the storm, as if it might tear apart at any moment. Lin Ping didn't sleep all night. He held the small knife tightly, listening carefully for any strange sounds outside, his nerves stretched to the limit. When morning came, the storm eased. The sea was still rough, but the sky showed a dull, gray light. Old Basin returned, exhausted, in a small boat with only a few tiny fish. He looked serious and told Lin Ping that last night's storm was too strong to fish near the coast. He also faintly saw a strange speedboat in the distance, not like a fishing boat. Lin Ping's heart sank suddenly. So soon? Is it just a coincidence, or are they coming for him? He forced himself to stay calm. If they were pursuers, they wouldn't be sure of his exact location yet, or they would have come ashore to search last night. Now he had to stay steady and not panic. He helped Old Basin pack up the fishing gear, pretending everything was fine. But secretly, he was already preparing for the worst. He carefully studied the terrain around the house, planned a few quick escape routes, and sharpened his knife even more. He stayed inside all day, trying not to go outside. The fishing village seemed peaceful again, but the feeling of an impending storm grew stronger. At dusk, Old Basin went out to sea again, hoping to catch some fish now that the storm had calmed. Lin Ping stayed alone in the house, sitting by the window, watching the darkening sea, feeling more and more uneasy. Suddenly, he heard a faint engine noise from afar, different from the sound of waves. The sound grew closer and faster. He immediately became alert, moving to the window and peering through the wooden slats. In the twilight, he saw a black speedboat with no markings, cutting through the waves and heading straight toward the bay. Several blurry figures in dark clothing stand on the speedboat, holding what seemed to be weapons. They have arrived. They really came. Lin Ping's heart tightens instantly. Without hesitation, he turns and rushes to the corner of the house, grabbing a small cloth bag filled with a little water and dry food he had prepared earlier. He also tucks a sharpened small knife into his waist. He doesn't leave through the front door. Instead, he quickly pries open a loose wooden board on the back wall of the cabin and slips out, crawling into the dense bushes behind the house. Almost at the same time he hides, the speedboat has docked. 5 strong men in black combat uniforms, armed with automatic rifles, jump off the boat quickly, spreading out in a fan shape and surrounding the house. Their movements are smooth and precise, clearly trained professionals. The leader, a bald man, commands in a low voice, "Search." 2 team members kick open the thin wooden door of the house and rush inside. After a moment, they come out and report, "Boss, no one inside." There are signs of life, but they left not long ago. The bald man scans the area with a fierce look. He can't have gone far.
Search.
Turn over this area and find him. The team members immediately spread out and start searching carefully around the house. Lin Ping holds his breath, keeping his body close to the ground, hiding behind bushes and the growing darkness. He can hear the footsteps of the search team and the rustling of grass getting closer. Cold sweat drips down his forehead. If this continues, he will be found soon. He must take action to create chaos. His eyes lock on the beach about 30 meters from the house, where the old boat, Lao Basong's small broken boat, is parked. An adventurous plan quickly forms in his mind. He quietly picks up a fist-sized stone nearby, gathering all his strength, and throws it deep into the bushes opposite the small boat. The sound of the stone hitting the ground is especially clear in the quiet evening. Over there, the search team's attention is immediately drawn to the noise. Several people quickly move in that direction. Just as they are distracted, Lin Ping, like a leopard, suddenly leaps out from his hiding spot. He is not running away, but rushing straight toward the small broken boat on the beach. He's over there. He ran toward the sea. One of the team members spots him and immediately opens fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit the sand behind Lin Ping, splashing up a series of sand columns. Lin Ping rushed recklessly to the small boat, using all his strength to push it into the sea. At the same time, he drew a small knife from his waist and stabbed fiercely at the bottom of the boat. He didn't need the boat. He only needed to create the illusion that he was escaping by boat. After stabbing the bottom of the boat, he immediately turned around and hid behind a large reef nearby. "He's on the boat. Chase him." The bandits fell for the trick and, while shooting, rushed toward the shoreline. However, when they reached the beach, they saw the small boat slowly sinking, with no one on board.
Damn.
"We've been fooled," the bald, strong man shouted angrily. In the 1 or 2 seconds of their confusion, Lin Ping, hiding behind the reef, spotted the closest lone bandit. Like a ghost, he darted out from behind the reef, with his small knife flashing coldly, aiming straight at the bandit's throat. The bandit reacted quickly and instinctively dodged to the side. But Lin Ping was faster. His blade brushed past the bandit's neck, drawing a streak of blood. At the same time, Lin Ping's other hand grabbed the bandit's rifle. Bang! Lin Ping didn't hesitate. He turned the gun and shot the bandit dead. The gunshot startled the other bandits. They immediately turned their guns and fired wildly at Lin Ping. Lin Ping used the reef as cover, firing precise shots back with the captured rifle. His marksmanship was excellent. Another bandit was hit in the thigh and screamed as he fell. But the enemy's fire was too intense, with bullets raining down on the reef, causing debris to fly everywhere. Lin Ping was pinned down and couldn't lift his head. Hand grenade! The bald, strong man roared. One bandit pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and was about to throw it. Lin Ping's pupils shrank. Just at this critical moment, a faint, sharp whistling sound, almost silent but deadly, came from afar. The bandit about to throw the grenade suddenly had an explosion of blood on his forehead and collapsed silently to the ground. The grenade rolled on the ground, tumbling to the side. Sniper? Reinforcements? Lin Ping was deeply shocked. Ambush! The bald, strong man was panic-stricken, and the remaining two bandits also lost their composure, their fire momentarily stopping. Lin Ping suddenly leaned out from behind the reef and fired two quick shots. Bang! Bang! Another thug's chest burst open with blood, and he fell dead. The bald, strong man saw the situation was bad and turned to run toward the speedboat. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet precisely pierced his knee. Ah! The bald man screamed as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Ping rushed forward, pressing his gun against the man's head. Don't move! The fight ended in an instant. 4 gang members were shot dead, and the leader was captured alive. On the sea, the driver of the speedboat saw danger and tried to escape, but another sniper shot rang out from afar. The boat's engine sputtered and black smoke billowed, causing it to stall in the water. Lin Ping, breathing heavily, kept his gun aimed at the bald man, alertly watching the direction of the sniper's shot. In the distance, on a tall reef, a figure dressed in a uniform with face paint stood up and made a safe gesture. It was that young man, the same young man who had saved him in the shanty town and who seemed to have caused the ambush. Lin Ping's heart suddenly tightened, and his grip on the gun whitened his knuckles. His eyes were cold and sharp, without a hint of relaxation. The young man moved swiftly from the reef, quickly approaching. His face was covered in thick paint, making his expression hard to read, but his eyes looked especially sharp and calm in the dusk. He didn't look at Lin Ping, but first went to the injured bald man on the ground, kicked him to check if he had lost the ability to resist, then turned to Lin Ping. Long time no see. The young man's voice, muffled by the paint, sounded a bit dull but calm, without any emotion. Lin Ping's gun still pointed at him, his voice hoarse and cautious. Who are you? The young man didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out a flat metal badge from his tactical vest pocket and threw it to Lin Ping. Lin Ping caught it with one hand, glancing at it in the faint light. The badge bore a complex emblem and a set of codes, exactly the same as the identification from the shantytown, confirming it was the emblem of the Special Operations Team directly under the headquarters. Code name, Night Owl. Sniper of the Dark Flow Team. A young man briefly introduces himself. Last time in the shantytown, there was a major leak of information, which caused our rescue operation to fail. Our team was badly hurt. I was the only one to escape successfully. Lin Ping frowns, still unsure. A leak? Who leaked the information? Why did the enemy know your route? That's what we need to find out. Night Owl looks at the bodies of the bandits and the captured leader. There might be a problem inside our headquarters, or our communication channels could be heavily compromised. That's why I chose to act alone and didn't contact you through normal channels. His explanation sounds reasonable, but Lin Ping has seen too many betrayals and traps. He doesn't trust easily. Is your appearance here a coincidence or part of a plan? It's not a coincidence. Night Owl shakes his head. I've been tracking these attackers. They mobilized forces at sea, and I think they found your hiding place, so they followed. Luckily, I caught up. He points to the bald, strong man on the ground. We need to get some information from him about their boss and the leak. Lin Ping pauses, then slowly lowers his gun. For now, Night Owl's actions seem logical, and he did save him earlier. But deep inside, he still feels uneasy. This place isn't safe. We must leave immediately. Night Owl glances at the stranded speedboat on the sea and the darkening sky. Their backup might arrive soon. Lin Ping nods in agreement. He walks over to the bald man, tears a piece of his clothing to cover his mouth, then ties his hands with a plastic zip tie taken from the enemy's gear. Night Owl quickly searches the other bodies, collecting their weapons and communication devices. Follow me. He points to a more rugged, rocky area on the other side of the coast, where a narrow, hidden cave is located. There's a concealed cave there, a good place to hide for now. The two prisoners are led away, quickly disappearing into the jagged rocks. Night Owl knows the terrain well and soon finds a small cave shaped by the waves, with a narrow entrance. Inside, it's dry and not very big, but enough to hide. The Night Owl set up a simple guard at the cave entrance and lit a small glow stick to provide faint light. Now, let's hear what this friend has to say. The Night Owl crouched down, tore off the cloth from the bald man's mouth, and pressed a cold gun to his forehead. The bald man, in pain and fear, looked pale but still fierce. If you want to kill me, just do it. I won't say anything. The Night Owl said nothing, just sharply poked his knee wound with the gun. The bald man let out a loud scream, and cold sweat soaked his body.
Who sent you?
Who is your employer? How did you find this place? The Night Owl's voice was emotionless.
It's
the boss. We call him boss. The bald man broke down from the pain. I don't know exactly who he is. We work through middlemen. This time, the task was to find an injured Asian man. No matter what happens. The location was tracked through a satellite phone signal. Satellite phone. Lin Ping was shocked. Sure enough, the phone at the village chief's house revealed his location.
Who is the middleman?
How do you contact him? The Night Owl pressed.
It's
a broker called Viper. He usually contacts us through encrypted channels. The channel code is... The bald man stammered out a complex frequency and password. The Night Owl carefully noted it down, then looked at Lin Ping. Lin Ping nodded slightly, indicating the information might be useful. One last question. The Night Owl's gun pressed harder. What is your relationship with Mountain Ape? Hearing the name, Mountain Ape, the bald man's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked extremely frightened. Mountain Ape. He's a big figure above the boss. We're just small players. We've never seen him. Before he finished, the Night Owl suddenly struck with a precise hand chop to the side of the man's neck. The man grunted and fainted. He's no longer useful. The Night Owl stood up and said to Lin Ping, the information is limited but clear. An intermediary employer called Boss hired this group through a broker named Viper. The Mountain Ape is a high-ranking figure above the boss. Our enemy is a tightly organized international crime group. Lin Ping processed this information and asked, what should we do next? Yao hesitated for a moment and said, we can't stay here for long. We must leave Black Reef Cape quickly and return to the mainland. I need to send the intelligence back to headquarters and investigate internal leaks. And you, he looked at Lin Ping, your identity has been completely exposed. The Tea Country and the entire Southeast Asian underground world are looking for you. Headquarters needs to arrange a new identity and escape route for you, but that will take some time. He paused and spoke seriously. Until we get the next instructions, we have to rely on ourselves to survive and gather more information about the boss and the Mountain Ape. This will be a very difficult time. Lin Ping looked at Yao's face covered in paint, unable to see his true expression. Outside the cave, the roar of the waves never stopped, like a reflection of their current state of mind. Yao's words felt heavy, like a big stone pressing on Lin Ping's heart. Relying on himself to survive and collecting intelligence means they will completely break away from the usual support of their organization, becoming true ghosts, struggling to survive in the gray areas where enemies and friends are hard to tell apart. Lin Ping kept his eyes on Yao's face, trying to catch a glimpse of any real emotion beneath the thick paint. But Yao's eyes were like a deep pool, calm and still, showing almost cold focus. How do we leave here? Lin Ping asked the most practical question. Black Reef Cape is isolated overseas, with no boats, making it very difficult to move. Yaya walked to the cave entrance, looked outside, and whispered, "Their speedboat's engine is damaged, but the hull should still be usable. I'll check and see if I can repair it. You stay here and watch him." He pointed to the unconscious, bald, strong man. Yaya was very capable and clear-headed, which made Lin Ping feel a little more at ease, but he remained cautious. Yaya moved silently, like a cat, disappearing into the night. Lin Ping stayed at the cave entrance, guarding and thinking about their current situation. Yaya's appearance seemed to solve an urgent problem but also brought more uncertainties. The problems within the headquarters, the leak of communication channels, and the night owl himself. Everything seemed shrouded in fog. About half an hour later, the night owl returned, carrying the salty smell of seawater. "The speedboat's engine is completely broken and can't be repaired. But I found this in the crevice of the reef." He opened his hand, revealing a rusty key. "It's the spare key to old Bosong's small boat. The boat is old, but it can still move." Lin Ping's mind moved. Old Bosong's boat? This might be our only choice. Old Bong. Lin Ping thought of the old fisherman who had saved him. He felt guilty and worried. If we leave, will he get into trouble? The night owl was silent for a moment. Those people have clear goals. Old Bong is just an ordinary fisherman. They probably won't bother to investigate much, but for safety, we need to leave quickly and not drag him into this. Lin Ping sighed and nodded. This was a helpless choice. There's no time to lose. We must leave before dawn. The night owl looked at the sky. Traveling at sea is risky. We should follow the coast and look for a chance to land. They moved quickly. The night owl dealt with the bald man, tying him up tightly, gagging him, and hiding him in a hidden corner deep inside the cave. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. Lin Ping returned to the wooden house, leaving some money and a short note for Old Bong. He expressed thanks and apology in vague words and hinted that he should not return to the village soon. Then, the two of them, under the cover of the darkest pre-dawn hours, went to the seaside and found Old Bosong's small, battered boat tied to the reef. The boat was tiny, barely fitting 2 or 3 people. It was old, with a noisy motor. The night owl checked the boat's condition and fuel, then started the motor. The sputtering noise was especially loud in the quiet early morning. The small boat slowly left Black Reef Cape, following the winding coastline toward the mainland. The sea was calm, but the boat rocked heavily. Lin Ping and the night owl sat side by side at the stern, neither speaking, both alertly watching the sea and sky. Dawn was breaking, and the horizon was tinged with pale white. The long coastline stretched out in view, desolate and unfamiliar. "Where do we go after we land?" Lin Ping broke the silence. The night owl's eyes stayed fixed ahead, and his voice was low. "We can't go to any known safe houses or contact points. First, we need to find a remote place to land, then adapt as needed. Our main goal is to get new identities, money, and transportation." He paused and added, "The Viper channel might be a good lead, but we need equipment and a chance. This means they have to take the risk of entering more dangerous areas. The road ahead is long and full of danger." The small boat rocked in the morning fog, the engine's roar covering the heavy silence between the two. Lin Ping watched the coast become clearer. It was no longer just empty rocks, but small fishing villages and simple docks appeared. They must land quickly. The boat's target was obvious, and traveling during the day could easily expose them. "That small dock up ahead looks empty." The night owl pointed to a simple wooden pier extending into the sea, with only a few old fishing boats nearby. "We'll land there." Lin Ping nodded in agreement. The night owl steered the boat slowly toward the dock. They quickly jumped ashore and tied the boat securely. He took some cash from his backpack and hid it in a visible spot inside the boat as a gift for Lao Ba Song. With a low command, they immediately left the dock and slipped into a dense mangrove forest nearby. The mangroves were wet and muddy, full of mosquitoes. They moved carefully, trying to avoid any small paths that might have people. After more than an hour, they reached the edge of the mangroves. Ahead was a dusty rural dirt road, with occasional motorcycles passing by. "We need a vehicle and equipment that can receive the Viper channel." The night owl crouched behind some bushes, watching the road. This road leads to a small town which should have what we need. But it's risky. Lin Ping understood him. The town was busy and watched closely. Their appearance as strangers could easily attract attention. Split up. The night owl made the decision. I'll handle getting transportation and necessary gear. You focus on money and food. We'll meet outside the abandoned rubber plantation. He pointed to a distant, deserted-looking farm. Lin Ping agreed. Splitting up could reduce risk and improve efficiency. Be careful. The night owl looked at Lin Ping with a complicated expression, then turned and disappeared into the deep woods like a ghost. Lin Ping took a deep breath, then also turned and moved in another direction. He needed money, lots of it. In such a place, the fastest way to get money is often the most dangerous. He walked along a dirt road, watching the passing vehicles and pedestrians. Eventually, he focused on a target, relatively new motorcycle parked outside a small grocery store, with the owner inside shopping. Lin Ping timed his move carefully. When the shopkeeper and the owner weren't paying attention, he quickly approached the motorcycle, skillfully used a wire to unlock it, started the engine, and sped away down the dirt road. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. He rode the stolen motorcycle, wearing a tattered straw hat he found, lowering the brim to hide his face, heading toward the town. He didn't go into the town center, but looked for a place on the outskirts. He needed a place where he could quickly turn things into cash. Soon, he found a jewelry store that looked busy, but was in a somewhat remote location. These small shops often also dealt in shady pawning and stolen goods. Lin Ping parked his bike and went inside. There was only a fat shop owner and an assistant. He went straight to the counter and, mixing rough local language with some English, lowered his voice and said, "Pawning, urgent cash." At the same time, he placed a valuable-looking watch, which he had taken from a burly man on the counter. The fat owner picked up the watch, examined it carefully, then looked at Lin Ping with suspicion. Lin Ping was dressed in ragged clothes, dusty from head to toe, but his eyes were sharp and carried an undeniable confidence. "Where's it from?" the owner asked cautiously. "Don't ask about the background. Fixed price, $5,000. Lin Ping offered a price much lower than the real value, but enough to get quick cash, showing he was eager to sell. The owner's eyes flickered with greed, but hesitated. Annoyed, Lin Ping knocked on the counter and said, "Not selling? I'll go somewhere else," pretending to try to take back the watch. The owner quickly grabbed the watch and said, "$3,000.
Cash.
$4,500, Lin Ping bargained. In the end, they agreed on $4,000. The owner handed over a stack of old bills to Lin Ping. Lin Ping didn't look back, put his hands in his pockets, and turned to leave without any hesitation. He rode his motorcycle around outside the town, bought some compressed biscuits, bottled water, and basic medicines, then quickly headed to the agreed-upon rubber plantation. The rubber plantation was already abandoned. The tall rubber trees were withered and broken, and the ground was covered with dry leaves. Lin Ping found a collapsed shed, hid his motorcycle inside, and waited inside. In the evening, the night owl returned. He drove an old, battered van without a license plate, with several cardboard boxes on it. "Got it." The night owl jumped out and opened the boxes. Inside were an old laptop, a modified radio receiver, a few spare batteries, some simple tools, and 2 sets of clean old clothes. The van was stolen, and the equipment was bought from an underground electronics market. "It's barely usable," the night owl spoke briefly. "And the money," Lin Ping handed him the money. The night owl counted it and nodded. "Enough. We need to find a place to hide, listen to the Viper channel, and plan our next move." They changed into new clothes and tidied themselves up, so they wouldn't stand out. Then, the night owl drove the battered van, with Lin Ping inside, away from the rubber plantation. They didn't go into any town, but traveled along a remote country road. Finally, late at night, they found an abandoned orchard guardhouse at the foot of a mountain. There was no water or electricity here, but it was hidden enough. The night owl quickly set up the equipment, connected it to the car's battery, and started tuning the radio receiver to find the Viper channel. Lin Ping was on guard and resting. He leaned against the cold wall, watching the night owl busy under the dim light, feeling uneasy again. Everything seemed too smooth. Stealing the car, setting up equipment, finding a hiding place. The Night Owl's skills were almost too good, and he was very familiar with the underground network, which made Lin Ping suspicious. But he didn't show it. Right now, they were in this together, relying on each other. A few hours later, there was movement from the Night Owl's side. A buzzing, crackling sound came from the receiver, followed by a cold, eerie voice that was distorted and intermittent. Cargo. Transfer. Pier 3. Tomorrow night. Midnight. Messenger. Handover. The voice was unclear and filled with interference, but the key information was captured. Pier 3. Tomorrow night at midnight. Messenger. Inside the old van. The air seemed to freeze. The broken messages from the receiver were like a key, suddenly opening the door to danger, and also like a warning, indicating that trouble was ahead. Poison Snake, channel message. Night Owl's voice was deep. His fingers quickly typed on the keyboard, trying to filter out more noise and get a clearer message, pointing to the cargo transfer at Pier 3 tomorrow night. Messenger. Sounds like a code name. Lin Ping kept his eyes fixed on the faintly glowing screen, his heart pounding heavily. Pier 3 is one of the largest freight ports in T country's capital, full of chaos and poor oversight, a perfect place for illegal deals. Midnight, late at night, when ghosts are active. How likely is it to be a trap? Lin Ping asked, his voice hoarse. Over 90%, Night Owl replied without looking up. His tone was calm but cold. With a broker like Poison Snake, the chance of their communication being intercepted is very low. This seems more like a bait deliberately set out, waiting for us or anyone interested in this cargo to take the bait. Should we go? Lin Ping asked. Night Owl was firm. Even if it's a trap, it's our only lead right now. The shadows of Boss and Mountain Ape are behind this. We must seize any chance to get close to them. The key is how we go and what we do once we're there. He paused, then looked at Lin Ping with sharp eyes like an eagle. We need a plan. One that can see through the truth and falsehood and ensure maximum safety. In the next few hours, the two of them sat in the dim guardhouse, discussing and planning intensely over a simple hand-drawn map of the port. Every detail was carefully considered, and all possible situations were thought through. Arguments, doubts, compromises. Two skilled men with their own secrets, under great pressure, struggled to reach an agreement. The final plan was bold and risky, like dancing on the edge of a knife. The next evening, the sky darkened. Night Owl drove the old van, carrying Lin Ping, blending into the traffic heading toward the dock area. They changed into old dockworker clothes and did simple disguises on their faces, making them look out of place but not attracting much attention. The third dock was brightly lit, with huge cranes like a forest of steel and stacks of containers everywhere. The sounds of ship horns, trucks, and workers shouting mixed into a loud background noise. Night Owl parked the van behind an abandoned warehouse far from the main area, but with a clear view. They got out and disappeared into the shadows like ghosts. According to the plan, Lin Ping was in charge of close-up reconnaissance and support. Using his excellent stealth skills and cover from containers and machinery, he silently moved toward the designated meeting point, a small abandoned warehouse numbered B-17 on the edge of the dock. Night Owl took the high ground on an old water tower. He set up a sniper rifle, looked through the scope, and watched the entire B-17 warehouse area and the surroundings, providing early warning and fire support for Lin Ping. Time passed slowly. The noise at the dock gradually quieted, and it grew later into the night. Lin Ping hid in a gap between a container on the side of the B-17 warehouse, hearing his heart pounding loudly. The warehouse door was tightly shut, and everything around was silent, with no signs of messengers or cargo. Night Owl, how's the situation? Lin Ping whispered into his tiny earpiece.
No abnormalities.
The target area is too clean, Night Owl replied calmly. Stay alert, I have a bad feeling. Just as the clock struck midnight. Creaking sounds. The rusty rolling door of the B-17 warehouse suddenly lifted with an electric motor. The screech of metal scraping in the quiet night was especially creepy. Inside the warehouse was pitch dark, like a giant open mouth. Lin Ping held his breath and clenched his pistol tightly. However, instead of the expected messenger or goods, 2 rows of armed personnel in black combat uniforms emerged from the warehouse. They quickly spread out, taking strategic positions around the warehouse, guns aimed outward, forming a tight security circle. Then, a middle-aged man in a trench coat and sunglasses appeared slowly, accompanied by a very tall and muscular bodyguard. That bodyguard. Lin Ping's pupils shrank suddenly. It's a Kun, the top enforcer of the Mountain Spirit. So, that trench coat man. Even if his face was unclear, Lin Ping could feel the familiar, cold aura. It was the Mountain Spirit himself. He actually came in person. It's definitely a trap, Night Owl's voice sounded in the earpiece, serious and heavy. The Mountain Spirit has shown up. Lin Ping, retreat. Retreat immediately, but it was already too late. The Mountain Spirit seemed to say something into the air. Next second, the entire dock area suddenly lit up like daytime. Several powerful floodlights shone from different directions, illuminating the container area where Lin Ping was hiding, leaving nowhere to hide. At the same time, sharp sirens blared loudly. Surround him. Keep him alive. The cold voice of the Mountain Spirit echoed through the loudspeaker in the night sky. A large number of armed personnel rushed from all sides, closing in on Lin Ping's position. Gunfire erupted suddenly.
Bang! Bang!
2 sniper shots came from the direction of the water tower. 2 armed men at the front fell instantly. Night Owl opened fire. He was trying to create a gap for Lin Ping. Snipers. Take them out. A Kun shouted angrily, directing some of the troops to shoot toward the water tower. The firepower was instantly scattered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ping jumped out from behind a container, shooting his pistol to force back nearby enemies, while running wildly toward the water area of the dock. That was his only possible escape route. Bullets rained down like a storm chasing him. He felt a numbness in his calf. He had been shot. But he ignored the pain and pushed forward desperately.
Bang!
Another sniper shot rang out. A bullet hit one of the pursuing soldier searchlights, causing the light to flicker. Lin Ping took the chance to rush to the edge of the dock and without hesitation, jumped into the dark, cold sea. The water immediately covered him. The cold water felt like countless steel needles stabbing his skin and wounds. Every stroke pulled at his gunshot wound in his left leg, causing sharp pain. His lungs were quickly running out of air, and the feeling of suffocation pressed down on him like a heavy hand. He forced himself to stay calm, using his strong willpower to dive and swim away from the dock's lights. The gunfire and noise from the dock were blocked by the thick water, sounding muffled and distant. He didn't dare look back, only pushed forward with all his strength. In the dark water, he lost his sense of direction. He could only rely on instinct and the feel of the water currents to guess where he was heading. After what felt like a long time, his lungs burned with the need for air. He had to surface, gasping for breath. Cold air filled his lungs, making him cough violently. He looked around. The dock was now a blurry point of light in the distance, surrounded by the dark sea and sky. He was temporarily safe. But the danger was far from over. He was injured, losing body heat quickly, and needed to get ashore fast. He checked his direction and struggled to swim toward the outline of the coast he remembered. Every movement was extremely difficult. His left leg was almost useless, so he had to rely on his right leg and arms. The cold and blood loss made his mind fuzzy, and black spots appeared before his eyes. Don't fall. Don't, he clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious, driven by pain. Memories of his comrades, his father's hopes, and Night Owl's painted face flashed through his mind. What happened to Night Owl? Did he escape successfully? His survival instinct kept him going. After what felt like a long swim, his feet finally touched the rough sand. With his last bit of strength, he crawled onto the shore and collapsed on the cold sand, gasping heavily, nearly exhausted. After a few minutes of rest, he forced himself to sit up and check his injuries. The bullet was still lodged in his calf, and the wound, soaked in seawater, was turning pale and bleeding steadily. He tore off a ragged piece of clothing, wrapped it tightly around the wound, and temporarily stopped the bleeding. Then he looked around at his surroundings. This is a desolate beach, with sparse lights in the distance, like a small fishing village. He needs help, medicine, and a hiding place. But with his appearance, rushing into the village would be very risky. Just as he hesitates, suddenly, a loud engine sound comes from the sea. A bright spotlight cuts through the darkness, sweeping back and forth over the water. It's the pursuers. They are using boats to search the sea. Lin Ping is startled. He immediately drops to the ground, hiding behind rocks and shadows. The spotlight's beam passes over his head several times. The closest one almost lights up the rocks where he's hiding. He holds his breath, his heart pounding. Luckily, the search boats seem not to have found him, and the engine noise gradually fades away. But he can't stay here any longer. He must leave the beach immediately and find a safer hiding spot. He struggles to stand up, limping toward the inland. Every step feels like walking on a knife's edge. He avoids paths that might have people and instead takes a rough, overgrown, difficult trail through the wilderness. After more than an hour, he finds an abandoned quarry. The large pits and piles of rocks provide natural cover. He crawls into a narrow mine tunnel deep inside and collapses on the ground, unable to move. Exhausted, cold, and hurt, he is overwhelmed like a rising tide. He curls up on the cold rocks, trembling uncontrollably. His consciousness teeters between wakefulness and sleep. After what feels like a long time, he hears faint, almost imperceptible footsteps outside the tunnel. Lin Ping suddenly wakes up. Enduring the pain, he grips a sharp stone beside him and looks cautiously toward the entrance. A shadow silently slips inside. In the faint moonlight coming through the tunnel entrance, Lin Ping sees the figure clearly. It's the night owl. He is still wearing his combat suit, face paint still on, but covered in dirt and blood, looking like he has been through a fierce fight. "How are you?" The night owl's voice is low and tired. "I'm not dead yet." Lin Ping breathes a sigh of relief, but remains alert. "How did you find me?" "After I escaped the pursuers, I searched along the coast and saw the blood and footprints you left." The night owl walked over to him, crouched down, and checked his wound. "It's serious. We need to treat it quickly." He took out medicine and bandages from his first aid kit, skillfully cleaning the wound, applying medicine, and rebandaging. His hands moved calmly and professionally, as if he couldn't feel the tension in Lin Ping's body caused by pain. "What happened at the dock?" Lin Ping asked through clenched teeth. "It's a carefully planned trap," the night owl replied while bandaging. "The mountain spirit is personally in charge, waiting for us to take the bait. I shot to attract attention, then was attacked. It took a lot of effort to escape. They used many people and equipment. It seems they are determined to catch us." "How did they find out where we are?" Lin Ping asked the most important question. The night owl paused briefly, then continued normally. "I'm not sure. Maybe our devices were tracked, or there might be a problem inside our team." His tone was calm, but Lin Ping noticed a tiny flicker of hesitation. The cave fell into a short silence, only the heavy breathing of the two. After finishing the bandage, the night owl handed Lin Ping a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water. "Eat something to keep your strength. We need to leave here quickly. The mountain spirit won't give up easily. Their search will soon expand to this area." Lin Ping took the food and water silently and ate. He looked at the night owl's blurry side face in the dark, and doubts grew like weeds in his mind. The night owl appeared just in time, and his escape was too smooth. Was it all just coincidence and skill? But he didn't ask. For now, they still needed each other. Showing their true feelings wouldn't help anyone. "Where do we go next?" Lin Ping asked. The night owl stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and looked outside. "We'll head north into the mountains. The terrain is complex and good for hiding. Then, we need to get new identities and resources and rebuild our contacts." He turned to look at Lin Ping, his eyes flickering with an unreadable light in the darkness. "This is going to be a long fight, Lin Ping. We have to prepare for the worst." Lin Ping met his gaze and nodded. He was already ready for the worst. From the moment he accepted the mission, he knew this path would be full of thorns and traps. He struggled to stand up, the sharp pain in his leg making him take a deep breath. "Can you walk?" Night Owl asked. "Yes." Lin Ping gritted his teeth. The two of them, one after the other, left the mine and once again merged into the endless night. The night was dark as ink, and the mountain wind was cold and fierce. Lin Ping leaned on a rough branch he found, each step sending a tearing pain through his left leg, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Night Owl walked a few steps ahead, steady and upright, his silhouette looking tall in the darkness, but also giving off a strange sense of distance. They moved silently along the rugged mountain trail, heading north. No one spoke, only the sound of footsteps, heavy breathing, and the wind whispering through the trees. The air was thick with a tense, oppressive feeling. Lin Ping's mind was racing quickly. Night Owl's appearances, the repeated coincidences of rescue, and his knowledge of the local underground network all felt like needles stabbing at his heart. He couldn't fully trust this mysterious teammate, but right now he had no other choice. "We need a plan." Lin Ping broke the silence, his voice hoarse from pain. "We can't keep running blindly." Night Owl kept walking without turning back. "Any ideas?" "We need information," Lin Ping said through clenched teeth, quickening his pace to walk side by side with Night Owl. "About the boss, about the mountain ape, and their next moves. If we keep reacting passively, we'll only have dead ends." Night Owl glanced at him under the moonlight, his painted face unreadable. "Where do we get the information?" "We're like rats in the street now," he said. "From inside the enemy," Lin Ping replied sharply. "That poison snake, Channel, and the bald guy we caught. They're small players, but there must be clues behind them. We need to catch a bigger tongue, someone who can talk." Night Owl was silent for a moment, weighing the risks. "Too dangerous. We're not safe ourselves." "Risks are always there," Lin Ping said firmly. "But so are opportunities. The mountain ape personally coming out means we've hit a nerve. The more he wants to eliminate us, the more likely he'll make a mistake." Night Owl stopped and turned around, looking directly at Lin Ping. "What do you want to do?" Lin Ping met his gaze and said carefully, "Take the initiative. Find the Viper or one of the boss's other henchmen. Force them to talk." Night Owl's pupils shrank slightly in the dark. "Do you understand what that means?" "We might directly run into the mountain ape's lair. Then we go in," Lin Ping replied coldly. Better than wasting away in the wilderness. They looked at each other, and it felt like sparks flashed in the air. Trust was cracking silently, but their shared desperation kept them temporarily united. Finally, Night Owl nodded slowly. "But we need a careful plan. We can't afford to die." In the next few days, they found an abandoned forest patrol station deep in the mountains and stayed there for a while. Night Owl used the equipment he brought to try fixing the radio, hoping to listen more clearly to the Viper's channel. Lin Ping focused on healing his injuries and, during this time, carefully studied the limited information they had from the bald man and their previous fight, trying to piece together the enemy's network. Night Owl made some progress with the listening device. He caught some faint conversations on the Viper's channel, mentioning a shipment of important goods that was to be transported by land to the northern border. The transfer point might be a small border town called Manhwa. The escort was led by a ruthless character known as Black Scorpion. Manhwa Black Scorpion. Lin Ping looked at the notes Night Owl recorded, frowning. Manhwa is a notorious lawless zone with rampant smuggling and crime. The name Black Scorpion sounded bloodthirsty. "This is an opportunity," Night Owl pointed to Manhwa on the map. "If we can intercept this shipment or catch Black Scorpion, we might uncover something bigger. But it could also be a trap," Lin Ping warned. "Mountain Ape might have expected us to target his transport line. So, we must be extra careful this time." Night Owl's eyes sharpened. "We need disguises, new identities, and to blend into the chaos of Manhwa." Their plan was starting to take shape. They decided to fake their identities, pretending to be desperate fugitives seeking special channels to smuggle themselves or engage in gray area deals. They aimed to blend into Manhwa, looking for a chance to get close to the Black Scorpion and the cargo. This was a risky move. One wrong step could lead to disaster. A few days later, Lin Ping's injuries improved enough for him to walk normally. Yi Xiao used some secret methods to get 2 sets of old clothes suitable for border areas, fake documents, and some cash. They changed their appearances, looking like 2 desperate people on the edge of danger. They left the mountains and set out again, heading toward the border town of Manhwa, full of chaos and danger. On the way, they didn't talk much, but a strange understanding grew between them. They took turns driving, watching for danger, and gathering information, acting like 2 cold, precise machines. Their trust was still fragile, but their shared goal and situation made them rely on each other for now. Outside the car window, the scenery changed from hills to dense tropical rainforest, and the air grew hot and humid. An old van traveled bumpy, muddy border roads. Outside the window, endless lush rainforest stretched out. The hot, damp wind blew into the car, carrying the smell of rotting plants and earth. Lin Ping sat in the passenger seat, alertly watching the rearview mirror and the road ahead. His left leg still hurt, but it didn't stop him from moving. Yi Xiao focused on driving. His paint was long gone, revealing a young but sharp face. Silence had made him look a bit gloomy. For days, they operated like 2 well-oiled machines, efficient and cold. They took turns driving, making sure someone was always alert. When they stopped at simple markets, one bought supplies while the other kept watch from afar. At night, they rested in abandoned houses or deep in the forest, taking turns on guard. They only talked about tactical plans and shared information when necessary. They avoided discussing the past, the future, or trust. Their fragile alliance was built on shaky ground, beneath which lay a deep sea of suspicion. "There's a checkpoint ahead," Yi Xiao suddenly said, breaking the silence. He slowed down the car. Lin Ping immediately sat up straight and looked ahead. At the bend in the road, there was a simple bamboo checkpoint with an old military jeep parked nearby. A few soldiers dressed in messy uniforms stood lazily, with their guns casually slung over their shoulders. "Prepare your documents," Yi Xiao whispered calmly, but with sharp eyes. Lin Ping took out a rough fake passport from his pocket. The photo was him, but the name and nationality were fake. Yi Xiao also showed his documents. The car slowly stopped in front of the checkpoint. A dark-skinned soldier chewing betel nuts staggered over and knocked on the window. Yi Xiao rolled down the window, forcing a slightly friendly smile, and spoke in a rough local language mixed with English. "Officer, going to Manhwa for business." The soldier looked at their old car and reached out his hand. "Documents." Yi Xiao and Lin Ping handed over their papers. The soldier examined them, glancing back and forth between the photos and the real people. "What's inside the car?" the soldier asked gruffly. "A few daily items, planning to exchange some mountain goods in Manhwa," Yi Xiao replied naturally. The soldier went to the back of the car and signaled to open the trunk. Yi Xiao got out and opened it cooperatively. Inside were only some food, water, and simple tools. The soldier didn't seem to notice anything unusual, but didn't give way either. He walked to the driver's side window and looked at Lin Ping. "Get out." Lin Ping's heart tightened, but he kept his face calm and obediently got out of the car. The soldier circled him, his eyes fixed on his slightly unnatural left leg. "What happened to your leg?" the soldier squinted. "I fell a few days ago and twisted it," Lin Ping answered with his prepared excuse. The soldier said nothing, suddenly reaching out and hitting Lin Ping's injured calf hard. Lin Ping grunted softly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. But he clenched his teeth, his body only trembling slightly, without falling or making a sound. Seeing him endure the pain, the soldier's suspicion seemed to fade a little. He waved his hand. "Go ahead." They got back in the car, and Yi Xiao started the engine, slowly driving away from the checkpoint. Until the checkpoint disappeared from view, Lin Ping let out a long breath, his back soaked with cold sweat. "Good reaction." The night owl looked ahead and spoke softly. Lin Ping did not respond. He just rubbed his still aching leg. Just then, he truly felt the pressure of life and death. Any mistake could lead to disaster. In the evening, they reached the outskirts of Manhwa town. It was more like a large, messy market than a town. Low wooden houses and tin sheds were packed tightly together. The streets were muddy, and people of different skin colors and clothes moved around. The air smelled of spices, sweat, and some cheap drugs. There were no laws here, only unwritten rules and strength. The night owl parked the car in a quiet corner. We need information. Split up and meet back at the Lao's coffee shop at the east end of the town in 2 hours. He handed Lin Ping a small stack of local money. Be careful. There are many spies here. Lin Ping nodded, took the money, and got out to blend into the noisy crowd. He lowered his hat and wandered aimlessly like other outsiders, listening carefully to the conversations around him. He entered a smoky, lively makeshift bar, ordered the cheapest local beer, and sat in the shadows in a corner. People around him talked loudly about casinos, women, drugs, and various businesses. He listened patiently, trying to find useful information. Black Scorpion Group has been acting bold lately. I heard they took on a big deal again. Goods from the north, prices tripled.
Damn, it's really black.
The day after tomorrow night, there's a game at the Peacock Casino. Several big bosses will be there. Bits of information flooded into his ears. Lin Ping paid special attention to the words Black Scorpion and Peacock Casino. He calmly finished his beer, left a tip, and exited the bar. Then he wandered around the market again, using his money to buy more detailed information about the Peacock Casino from a slick-looking vendor. It was the most famous gambling den in Manhwa, with complex behind-the-scenes forces and a hub for underground deals and information. 2 hours later, Lin Ping arrived on time at the crooked sign of the Lao's coffee shop. Night Owl was already sitting by the window, in front of a cup of black coffee. Any discoveries? Night Owl asked. Lin Ping sat down and lowered his voice. The name Black Scorpion has appeared. Also, the day after tomorrow night, there is a big event at the Peacock Casino, which might be an opportunity. A glint appeared in Night Owl's eyes. The Peacock Casino. I've also heard that it's a place where Black Scorpion often appears. It seems our goals are the same. How do we get in? It's heavily guarded, Lin Ping asked. Night Owl took out a crumpled business card from his pocket and pushed it toward Lin Ping. I know someone who can get us an invitation to the casino, but it will cost a lot of money. The card had an English name, Victor, and a local phone number. Lin Ping looked at the card, and then at Night Owl. They made contact so quickly? Is it because of exceptional skill, or had they prepared in advance? He suppressed his doubts and asked, how much does it cost? $5,000. For 2 people, Night Owl replied. Lin Ping paused for a moment. They didn't have much money left. We need to get that money. Night Owl's lips curled into a cold smile. There are many ways to make money here. It depends on whether we dare to do it. Their eyes met in the air, each seeing determination and a hint of ruthlessness in the other's gaze. In this lawless place, normal methods no longer work. They had to use the rules of this place to fight their enemies. The night in Manhwa town was a wild celebration of desire and sin. Neon lights flickered with cheap, glaring brightness. Casinos, bars, and brothels bustled with noise. The air was thick with alcohol, tobacco, and a sickly sense of excitement. On the streets, you could see greedy gamblers, numb addicts, and thugs with bulging waists and fierce eyes. Lin Ping and Night Owl moved like shadows, slipping between the chaos and darkness. They needed $5,000, an enormous sum here, enough to buy lives, and they had to get it before the day after tomorrow. Normal methods are too slow, Night Owl said, stopping at a dark alley corner, voice very low. We have to take a shortcut. Lin Ping understood what he meant. In this place, getting a shortcut often means violence, deception, and very high risks. Target? Lin Ping asked simply. The Night Owl's eyes swept across the street to a busy underground moneylender, where guards looked relaxed. Over there. Cash flows heavily, defenses are weak. Quick and decisive action. Lin Ping observed briefly. At the moneylender's entrance, 2 guards were smoking and seemed distracted. Inside, the lights were dim, and he could vaguely see the counter and some customers. The risk was high, but it was the most direct way to get a large amount of cash quickly. How do we do it? Lin Ping asked. The Night Owl quickly made a simple, rough plan. I create chaos to attract attention. You go inside, control the counter, and take the money. After grabbing it, you exit through the back door and meet at the usual place. He handed Lin Ping a heavy cloth bag. Inside are smoke bombs and a silenced pistol. Don't shoot unless necessary. Lin Ping took the bag, weighed it, and nodded. Without unnecessary words, the two of them, like coordinated hunters, quickly dispersed and blended into the night. The night owl moved to the side of the moneylender, lit a smoke bomb, and threw it into a nearby trash heap. Thick smoke spread quickly, and the foul smell caused a commotion. "Fire!" someone shouted. The guards at the door and customers inside panicked, peering out anxiously. Amid the chaos, Lin Ping lowered his hat and moved like a ghost into the moneylender. He was fast as lightning. Before the clerk behind the counter could react, he had already jumped over the counter, pressing the cold gun to the clerk's temple. "Don't move the money," Lin Ping said coldly and firmly. The clerk was terrified and tremblingly opened the safe. Lin Ping quickly looked inside, stacks of various currencies. He swiftly stuffed the largest bills into the prepared bag, moving cleanly and efficiently. "Where's the back door?" Lin Ping demanded. The clerk tremblingly pointed in a direction. Lin Ping knocked him out with a slap and quickly exited through the back door. The whole process took less than a minute. He followed the planned route, quickly weaving through the complex alleys. Behind him, the noise and sirens from the money exchange area grew louder. But he kept moving without stopping. After a few turns, he managed to lose the pursuers completely. Half an hour later, he met with the night owl outside an abandoned rubber factory near the town. "Did you get it?" the night owl asked. Lin Ping threw a bag full of money to him. 5,000, no more, no less. The night owl counted it quickly and nodded. Clean and quick, his face showed no emotion, as if the robbery was just another routine task. They didn't stay long. They immediately left the rubber factory and got back into the hidden van. The night owl took out a crumpled business card and dialed the number on it using a prepaid phone that couldn't be traced. After a brief conversation, he hung up.
Done.
"Tomorrow night at the Peacock Casino. Victor will send us an invitation." The task was halfway finished, but Lin Ping didn't feel relaxed at all. The robbery had gone too smoothly, almost unnaturally so. The night owl's familiarity with the area, perfect timing, and calm handling afterward showed a level of professionalism beyond the usual. Is he really just a special forces soldier sent from headquarters? But he didn't show it. Now they needed to focus on tomorrow night's casino visit. It would be a dangerous place, full of risks. The next evening, as the city lights turned on, Lin Ping and the night owl dressed in decent suits they bought at a street stall in Manhwa. They arrived at the grand entrance of the Peacock Casino. Luxury cars lined the entrance. Well-dressed men and women came and went. Security guards in uniforms watched everyone carefully. A flashy middle-aged man with shiny hair and a bright suit approached them. "Victor." He looked them over and handed them 2 gold-embossed invitation cards. With a fake smile, he said, "Welcome, bosses. Enjoy yourselves." His eyes held a subtle, almost hidden, look of scrutiny. The night owl took the invitation, handed Victor a stack of money as payment, and then, with Lin Ping, entered the casino. The inside of the casino was very luxurious, with crystal chandeliers, red carpets, and crowds around various gambling tables. The sounds of chips clashing and people cheering or sighing created a lively, intoxicating atmosphere. Lin Ping and Yi Xiao did not rush to place bets. Instead, like other players, they wandered aimlessly inside the casino, their eyes scanning like radar for their target, the figure of Black Scorpion. According to intelligence, Black Scorpion is a middle-aged man with a scar on his face and a fit build. He usually plays high-stakes roulette in the VIP area. They reached the VIP entrance, where 2 tall bodyguards blocked the way. Yi Xiao showed an invitation card. After checking it, the guards allowed them in. The VIP area was quieter, with fewer players, but the bets were larger. The air was filled with the smell of cigars and expensive perfume. Lin Ping immediately spotted the target near the roulette table. He had a fierce scar on his face and a cold, fierce look. Definitely, Black Scorpion. He was sitting with two glamorous women, and a serious-looking bodyguard stood behind him. Target confirmed, Yi Xiao whispered. How do we get close? Lin Ping asked. Approaching directly wouldn't work. Wait until he leaves, Yi Xiao replied calmly. The casino isn't the place for confrontation. We need to know his next move. They sat at a nearby blackjack table, exchanging a small amount of chips, playing absent-mindedly while keeping their eyes fixed on the target. Time passed second by second. Black Scorpion seemed to be on a lucky streak, winning a lot of money and looking happy, joking with his companions. But he was cautious, rarely leaving the table. Even when he went to the bathroom, his bodyguard followed closely. It wasn't until late at night that Black Scorpion appeared to be satisfied. He hugged his companion and, under the protection of his bodyguard, stood up and left the casino. Lin Ping and Yi Xiao immediately followed without drawing attention. Black Scorpion didn't stay at the hotel casino. Instead, he took his companion and bodyguard and left in a waiting black car parked at the door. Yi Xiao whispered sharply, and the two quickly ran to a battered van hidden in a nearby alley. They started the engine and followed from a distance. The black car drove through the narrow streets of Manhwa town and finally stopped behind a discreet building that looked like a private club or nightclub. Black Scorpion and his female companion got out of the car. They were escorted inside by a bodyguard. This should be one of his hideouts, said Night Owl, stopping the car and observing the surroundings. The guards must be very strict. Breaking in by force won't work, said Lin Ping, looking at the closed back door. We need to find a way to sneak in or lure him out. They hid in the car, waiting patiently for the right moment. It was a test of patience and willpower. After more than an hour, the opportunity arrived. A delivery truck carrying drinks stopped at the back door of the nightclub. The driver got out, talked with the guard at the door, and started unloading. Night Owl's eyes sparkled. This is our chance. He quickly got out of the car, circled to the other side of the truck, and quietly knocked out the driver while the guard wasn't paying attention. He dragged the driver into the shadows. Then, he put on the driver's jacket, lowered his hat, picked up a box of drinks, and headed toward the back door. Lin Ping's heart was in his throat. The plan was very risky. The guard checked Night Owl's fake ID, which Night Owl had somehow obtained, and didn't suspect anything.
He let him in.
A few minutes later, Night Owl came out empty-handed, giving Lin Ping a mission accomplished signal. He returned to the car and whispered, I put a micro-tracker in a bottle of wine. As soon as Black Scorpion drinks that bottle, we can locate him. Lin Ping sighed in relief, but remained tense. The tracker was only the first step. The real challenge was how to approach and subdue Black Scorpion without alerting him. Time passed in waiting. Late at night, Night Owl's receiver finally picked up a signal. The tracker was activated. Black Scorpion left the nightclub. The signal showed he was moving. Follow him. Night Owl immediately started the car and drove in the direction indicated by the signal. The signal eventually led to a private villa outside town, nestled by the mountains and water, with strict guards. This should be Black Scorpion's hideout, said Night Owl, parking the car in the shadows at a distance. Breaking in by force is impossible. We need to find a way to make him come out alone, said Lin Ping, staring at the brightly lit villa, his mind racing. Suddenly, he had an idea. A very risky, but potentially effective plan. We need a bait. Lin Ping looked at the Night Owl and said, It's an irresistible bait, he can't refuse. The Night Owl frowned slightly. What bait? Lin Ping took a deep breath and shared a crazy idea that even he thought was wild. That batch of goods. We pretend to be another group, claiming we intercepted the mountain ape's antiques and want to trade with him. Lin Ping's words were like a heavy stone thrown into a quiet pond, causing silent waves in the small space inside the car. Pretend to be another group? Use that non-existent antique as bait to catch the fierce Black Scorpion? It's like dancing on the edge of a cliff. Any small mistake could lead to disaster. The Night Owl's brow furrowed deeply, and his young face, revealed after the makeup was washed away, showed clear hesitation and seriousness for the first time. He paused for a moment, then looked sharply at Lin Ping. Do you understand what this means? Black Scorpion isn't stupid. Behind him is Mountain Ape. If they verify this and we have no goods, we'll be exposed instantly. So, we can't give him a chance to verify. Lin Ping's eyes were cold and firm, like tempered steel. The location, method, and time of the trade must be controlled by us. We need to create a tense, unquestionable atmosphere, so he doesn't have time to think and can only follow our plan. He paused again before explaining the crazy plan further. We pretend to be a border arms group unhappy with Mountain Ape, wanting to blackmail him. We claim we accidentally intercepted this batch and are eager to sell it quickly for cash or weapons. Black Scorpion is responsible for transportation, and if the goods are lost, he's more anxious than anyone. This bait would be very hard for him to refuse. The Night Owl's fingertips unconsciously tapped on the steering wheel as his mind raced, evaluating the plan's feasibility and risks. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. The risk is very high,
But
it might really throw them off balance. The key is, how do we gain his trust? Lin Ping said, we must provide enough realistic details. For example, a detailed description of the goods, packaging features, and even some markings or codes known only within the Mountain Ape group. Where do we get this information? The Night Owl's eyes flickered briefly, as if he remembered something. That bald guy. And some of the scattered items we seized from the previous fight. Maybe we can piece together something. Also, he looked at Lin Ping, you know more about the Mountain Ape and that batch of goods than anyone. Lin Ping's heart moved. The Night Owl seemed to be hinting at something. But he didn't ask further. Now wasn't the time. We need a completely safe and easy-to-defend trading spot. The Night Owl got serious, speaking firmly, and a quick escape route. Devil's Gorge, north of Manhwa. Lin Ping immediately thought of a place. He had observed the terrain on his way here. It's dangerous terrain, with strong signal blocking, perfect for ambushes and escape. The Night Owl nodded. Next, communication. We can't use normal channels to contact Black Scorpion. Use the Poison Snake channel. A cold light flashed in Lin Ping's eyes. Since they like to set traps on that channel, we'll turn their tactics against them. Send a short, tough, and unmistakable encrypted message with a transaction order. Their quick discussion helped the plan take shape. A trap full of flaws but also deadly tempting, slowly woven. In the next few hours, the two prepared nervously in their hiding spot. The Night Owl used his equipment to try to crack and imitate the encryption of the Poison Snake channel, carefully crafting a message. Lin Ping, relying on memory and details from the bald man, described the characteristics of the goods in detail, adding some plausible but hard-to-verify details. Late at night, silence everywhere. The Night Owl pressed send. A highly encrypted message, disguised as coming from the Poison Snake channel, was quietly sent out. The message was tough and simple. Goods are in our hands. Tomorrow night at midnight, Devil's Gorge. Come alone to verify and trade. No extensions, consequences at your own risk. It included a basic secret code for identity. After sending the message, the two fell into deeper silence. Now they just had to wait. Wait for Black Scorpion to take the bait, or wait for a more intense crackdown. Time passed second by second, each one feeling like a long century. Inside the broken van, only two people were breathing heavily. Suddenly, the Night Owl's receiver emitted a faint static noise. A signal was responding. The Night Owl quickly decoded the message. It was very short, just 2 words, but it carried a cold, deadly intent. Black Scorpion responded. He didn't refuse, but he also didn't fully fall into the trap. The words, wait, were full of uncertainty and threat. Will he take the bait? Lin Ping asked. Half and half. The Night Owl's eyes looked serious. He is interested but very cautious. Tomorrow night at the Devil's Gorge, it will definitely not be peaceful. Midnight was approaching. Deep in the Devil's Gorge, the wind howled like ghostly cries. Jagged rocks cast twisted shadows under the pale moonlight, and everything around was terrifyingly silent. Lin Ping and the Night Owl hid behind a huge rock, covered in mud to blend into the darkness. They had already studied the terrain and chose this high point, which could overlook the valley's trading spot and was easy to retreat from. The Night Owl's sniper rifle was set in a crack in the rock, aimed at the relatively flat open space at the bottom of the valley. Lin Ping held a silenced pistol, his eyes sharp as he watched every entrance to the canyon. The air seemed frozen, every second filled with suffocating tension. "He's coming," the night owl's voice sounded through the earpiece, calm and steady. Lin Ping looked through the scope. At the entrance of the canyon, the headlights of an off-road vehicle lit up like ghostly eyes, slowly entering the valley. The lights went out, and a tall figure in a black coat got out alone. It's Black Scorpion. The scar on his face looked especially fierce under the moonlight. Black Scorpion stood in the open space, scanning around with sharp, eagle-like eyes. He didn't bring bodyguards, but everyone knew he wouldn't risk going alone. In the darkness, countless eyes were hidden. "Follow the plan," the night owl whispered. Lin Ping took a deep breath, pressed the transmit button on his earpiece, and spoke in a cold, hoarse voice through a voice changer. "Mr. Black Scorpion, you are very punctual." His voice echoed through the canyon via a hidden amplifier in the rocks. Black Scorpion suddenly looked up, glancing roughly in the direction of the sound, and sneered, "Playing tricks. Where is the goods?" "Before we check the goods, answer me one question." Lin Ping continued using a voice changer. "What does Mountain Spirit think about this accident?" He was testing and stalling, giving the night owl a chance to strike. Black Scorpion's eyes flashed with cold light. "You have no right to ask. Show me the goods, or else." Before he finished speaking, his hand moved toward his waist. At that moment, a very faint sound of breaking air. Night Owl fired his gun. The bullet did not hit Black Scorpion, but precisely struck the ground less than half a meter in front of his feet, kicking up a puff of dust. Black Scorpion suddenly stiffened, stopping his movement. This was a warning. The enemy had a sniper, and their marksmanship was terrifyingly accurate. "Next time, the bullet will go through your head." Lin Ping's voice carried a deadly chill. "Answer my question." Black Scorpion's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He realized he was completely at a disadvantage. He forced down his anger, gritting his teeth. "The boss is very angry. The goods must be recovered. You better behave." "Not Mountain Spirit?" Lin Ping thought to himself. It seemed that Black Scorpion's level was not yet in contact with Mountain Spirit himself. "We can give you the goods." Lin Ping changed his approach. "But the price will be doubled. And we need to know what the boss plans next. So we don't get double-crossed." He continued to pressure, trying to get Black Scorpion to open his mouth. Black Scorpion's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons. The atmosphere in the canyon was extremely tense. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred.
Bang, bang, bang.
From the slopes on both sides of the canyon, intense gunfire erupted without warning. Bullets rained down like splashing water toward the rocky area where Lin Ping and Night Owl were hiding. Sparks flew upon hitting the rocks. "Ambush!" Black Scorpion sneered fiercely, quickly rolling behind the off-road vehicle and drawing his gun to return fire. He was not alone. Night Owl shouted sharply through the earpiece. At the same time, his sniper rifle spat fire, accurately suppressing the fire points on the hillside. At the moment the gunfire rang out, Lin Ping moved immediately. He quickly rolled behind a larger rock to the side and back. Bullets chased his figure, smashing rocks into pieces. A rocket with a fiery trail hit the spot where he had just been hiding. A loud explosion shook the air. The enemy's firepower was much stronger than expected. This was a carefully planned trap to surround him. "Night Owl, report your situation," Lin Ping called out while hiding behind the rock and returning fire. "I'm under heavy fire. The enemy has powerful weapons. They're breaking through from the 3 o'clock direction." "I'll cover you." Night Owl's voice was mixed with gunfire and explosions, clearly in a very tough situation. Lin Ping clenched his teeth and didn't hesitate anymore. He suddenly leaned out and fired a long burst, forcing the enemies in front to retreat temporarily. Then, like a swift predator, he charged toward a slope with dense bushes at the 3 o'clock position. Trying to run, Black Scorpion appeared from behind the vehicle, aiming his gun at Lin Ping. Night Owl's sniper rifle fired again. The bullet hit the hood of the black scorpion, sparks flying, making him pull back. Lin Ping seized the chance and rushed up the slope, bullets whistling past his ears. He felt a hot sensation on his shoulder, grazed by a stray bullet, but he ignored the pain and kept climbing desperately. Night Owl, follow me, he shouted back. Don't worry about me. Just go. Night Owl's voice was firm and resolute. His hiding spot was hit even harder, with explosions lighting up the sky constantly. Lin Ping's eyes filled with tears, but he knew turning back now would mean death. He clenched his teeth and ran upward without looking back. Behind him, gunfire, explosions, and the frantic shouts of Black Scorpion blended into a hellish symphony. He didn't know how long he had been climbing until he could no longer hear any sounds behind him. He collapsed into a bush on a ridge, gasping heavily, soaked in sweat and blood. He looked back toward the Devil's Gorge, where the flames still blazed. Gunfire was sparse, but gradually dying down. Night Owl. What happened to him? A wave of deep sadness and anger surged in his heart. Once again, he had escaped alone under the cover of his comrades. But now he had no time to mourn. The gunfire would attract more enemies. He had to leave immediately. He struggled to stand up, checked his direction, and staggered deeper into the dark mountains. The plan had completely failed. Not only did he fail to catch the Black Scorpion, but he also exposed his location and likely lost his only teammate, Night Owl. The cold mountain wind cut his face like a knife, tearing at his wounds as he ran, causing sharp, stabbing pain. He dared not stop. He hurried along the rugged, steep mountain ridge, desperately fleeing into the mountains. Behind him, the flames and sporadic gunfire from the Devil's Gorge burned like branding on his nerves. Night Owl. To protect him, his fate was uncertain. A heavy sense of guilt and indescribable sadness weighed on his heart, but more than that, he felt a surge of anger and determination pushed to the limit. He had to survive. Not just for himself, but to uncover the truth and give an explanation to Night Owl, who might have sacrificed himself. He forced himself to stay calm and analyze his current situation. His whereabouts had been fully exposed, and the Mountain Ape group would surely launch a larger search. He couldn't go back to Manhwa Town. All known hiding spots might be monitored. He needed a new, absolutely safe place to heal his wounds and regroup. His eyes looked toward the distant, more treacherous, less inhabited mountain range. It was a border no man's land, with harsh conditions, but also making it harder for pursuers. He changed direction and trekked toward the primitive forest. The mountain path was difficult, full of thorns, and every step was a challenge. After a day, he found a hidden cave. The entrance was covered with thick vines, the inside was dry and water seeped in. He temporarily settled there, treated his wounds, and replenished his strength. Loneliness and silence flooded over him like a tide. Without Night Owl by his side, he had to face everything alone. He carefully reviewed the entire operation at Devil's Gorge, analyzing every detail repeatedly. What caused the failure? Was it flaws in the plan itself, or had there been problems from the start? Night Owl's every coincidence, his familiarity with the local environment, and his final desperate cover-up. Were all of these the sacrifice of a comrade, or a clever disguise? The doubts tangled around him like a poisonous snake. But he currently has no evidence and no energy to investigate further. The most urgent thing is to survive and recover. He spent 3 difficult days inside the cave. He relied on picking wild fruits and catching small animals to eat, and used herbs to treat his wounds. His injuries are healing slowly, and his strength is gradually returning. On the morning of the 4th day, he decided to leave the cave and continue heading north. He needed to get closer to the border, look for chances to leave Tea Country, or find a new way out. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a very faint sound outside the cave, different from natural wind. Lin Ping instantly became alert, held his breath, and gripped the spear he made from a branch. He quietly sneaked to the cave entrance and looked outside through the gaps in the vines. He saw a figure in tattered clothes, covered in blood, leaning on a thick branch, stumbling toward the cave. It was the night owl. He was still alive. Lin Ping's heart jumped. But he didn't show himself right away. Instead, he watched more carefully. The night owl looked terrible, pale as paper, with his left arm hanging by torn cloth, clearly badly hurt. Every step he took was unsteady. How did he find this place? Was it luck? Or tracking? The night owl reached near the cave, seemed exhausted, leaned against a tree, gasping heavily, with a dazed look in his eyes. Lin Ping hesitated for a moment, then finally stepped out of the cave. He couldn't just leave him to die, especially if the other was badly injured while protecting him. Night owl? Lin Ping called softly, keeping a safe distance. The night owl suddenly looked up, saw Lin Ping, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes, but then he was overwhelmed by exhaustion. Lin
Ping.
You're okay. That's great. His voice was weak, almost unable to speak clearly. How did you find this place? Lin Ping asked, stepping closer to support him. Signal. I left a tracker on you. The night owl said haltingly, pulling out a small object about the size of a button from his pocket. Just in case. Lin Ping's heart skipped a beat. The night owl had indeed tampered with him. This explained how he found this place, but it also deepened Lin Ping's doubts. He didn't show his feelings at first. He helped Night Owl into the cave, gave him water, and checked his injuries. Night Owl's injuries were serious. His left arm was broken, and he had multiple gunshot wounds and tears from explosions. He was bleeding heavily. It was a miracle he was alive and able to reach this place. What's going on with the canyon? Lin Ping asked as he helped treat his wounds.
We
were betrayed. Night Owl leaned against the rock wall, gasping. The poison snake channel was a trap. Black Scorpion had set it up long ago, just waiting for us to walk into it. His words confirmed Lin Ping's suspicions. How did you escape? Lin Ping asked again. I blew up the backup explosives, caused chaos, and climbed out from the other side of the valley. The cliff. Night Owl's voice grew weaker, clearly reaching his limit. Seeing him so close to death, Lin Ping's worries and doubts mixed in his mind. Night Owl's explanation sounded reasonable, and his severe injuries couldn't be faked. But that tracker, like a thorn, was stuck in his heart. He fed Night Owl some water and food, letting him rest. Soon, Night Owl fell into a deep sleep. Lin Ping sat at the cave entrance, looking at the mountains outside, feeling complicated. Night Owl's return brought allies, but also deeper mysteries and potential dangers. Now, both of them were badly hurt, low on supplies, trapped in this wild mountain area. Inside the cave, the air was heavy. Night Owl's heavy breathing and the howling mountain wind outside created a suffocating background sound. Lin Ping sat with his back to the cave, peering through the vine gaps, looking at the gray sky and the endless mountains. His heart was fighting a fierce battle. Night Owl's return brought hope for survival, but also deadly doubts. That tracker was like a poisoned thorn, deeply rooted in his trust. Was Night Owl's caution a premeditated plan? Or was he secretly monitored all along? Was the defeat in the canyon an accident, or a trap with inside and outside cooperation? But this also means he must turn his back on someone who might have hidden motives, and every step could lead him into danger. If he chooses to leave while the night assassin is seriously injured and unconscious, he can escape into the mountains alone. He might avoid the immediate threat, but he will lose his only helper and face harsh conditions and endless pursuit alone. His chances of survival are very slim. His reason tells him that the night assassin's explanation makes some sense, and his injuries are hard to hide. Parting ways now would be like committing suicide. But his instincts and experience from many life and death situations are ringing alarm bells loudly. Time passes second by second. Lin Ping clenches and relaxes his fists, nails digging into his palms. He recalls the moments fighting side by side with the night assassin, their silent teamwork in life and death situations, which seems genuine. Yet he cannot forget the extraordinary abilities of the night assassin and the faint sense of distance he feels. Finally, he takes a deep breath and makes a decision. He stands up, walks over to the night assassin, squats down, and carefully checks his injuries and pulse. The injuries are real, and his weakness is genuine. Lin Ping takes out the last bit of clean water and carefully feeds it to him. The night assassin, in his sleep, instinctively swallows, his brows furrowed as if enduring great pain. Lin Ping looks at his pale face, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He decides to take a gamble, to bet on the friendship forged in gunfire, or perhaps existing, and on his own ability to control the situation at a critical moment. He gently wakes the night assassin. The night assassin opens his eyes with difficulty, his gaze unfocused, taking a while to focus on Lin Ping's face. "We need to leave here." Lin Ping's voice is calm and firm. "It's not safe here. The pursuers might arrive at any moment."
Can you walk?
The night assassin tries to move, but intense pain makes him gasp, yet he grits his teeth and nods. "I can. Hold on." "Good." Lin Ping no longer speaks much, helping him up. The night assassin almost bears all his weight on Lin Ping, and the two stagger out of the mountain cave. Lin Ping chooses a more difficult but hidden route, climbing higher into the mountains. He supports the night assassin, each step extremely hard. Sweat soaks their clothes, and blood seeps from the bandages, leaving faint traces behind. Along the way, the two hardly spoke to each other. Lin Ping focused on finding directions, choosing paths, and watching their surroundings. The night owl clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and tried to keep up. This silent journey was a test, and a way to get used to each other. Lin Ping watched how the night owl reacted, while the night owl bore Lin Ping's silent watchfulness. In the evening, they found a hidden natural crevice on a steep cliff, very secretive. Lin Ping settled the night owl deep inside the crevice, while he stayed at the entrance to guard and look for food. He picked some wild fruits and caught a mountain mouse with a simple trap, just enough to fill his stomach. At night, the cold mountain wind blew fiercely, and the temperature dropped sharply. They huddled in the narrow crevice, sharing body heat to stay warm. "Thank you," the night owl suddenly whispered in the dark. Lin Ping didn't reply, only tightened his thin clothes. In the following days, they struggled to survive in this cliffside crevice. Lin Ping went out carefully to find food and water, while the night owl rested inside. Every time Lin Ping went out, he was very cautious, trying to leave no traces and secretly watch for signs of being followed. The night owl's injuries slowly healed, but he was still weak. He showed no unusual signs of care from Lin Ping, only gratitude and dependence in his eyes. This made Lin Ping's doubts grow deeper. If the night owl was truly a problem, his acting was too perfect. One day, Lin Ping brought back some herbs and a wild rabbit. While changing the night owl's dressing, he casually asked, "Is there any other way to contact headquarters? We can't keep going like this." The night owl was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Regular channels might all be monitored.
Unless
We find the carrier pigeon." Lin Ping's mind moved. This was a code he had never heard before. A single-line contact with the highest-level undercover agent. The night owl's voice was soft and uncertain. "Only Mount Tai knows how to activate him."
we can't reach him.
Lin Ping stopped asking. He knew that the night owl was either telling the truth or hiding something with higher secrets. Days passed in agony. Food became harder to find, and both of their strength was waning. Lin Ping knew that he had to make a change. Staying hidden in the deep mountains was a dead end. That night, he made his second decision. "We need to go down the mountain," he told the night owl. "Find that carrier pigeon, or find another way out." The night owl looked at him, his eyes hard to read in the dim light. "Going down the mountain is very risky. Staying on the mountain is even more dangerous," Lin Ping said firmly. "We have to take a chance." The night owl finally nodded. "All right, I trust you." At dawn the next day, the two set out again. This time, Lin Ping chose a path that led toward a small town outside the mountain. He still supported the night owl but secretly changed direction, heading toward a small town marked on his map, though it wasn't the easiest route. This was a test. If the night owl objected or showed he knew the route well, suspicion would grow. But the night owl silently followed without any reaction, as if he trusted Lin Ping's judgment completely. The mountain trail was rough. Lin Ping supported the night owl, each step very hard. He deliberately took a winding, steep route away from main roads, heading toward a small, unremarkable town called Manhwa on the map. He kept a sharp eye on his surroundings and watched the night owl's reactions with the corner of his eye. The night owl's face was still pale, breathing heavy, with most of his weight on Lin Ping. He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain from his wounds, and showed no sign of recognizing or objecting to the route. He just followed quietly, occasionally stumbling on loose stones, only kept from falling by Lin Ping's support. This obedience and dependence eased Lin Ping's doubts a little, but he was not completely convinced. He remained highly alert. 2 days later, they finally left the mountain range and reached the outskirts of Manhwa town. It was a typical border town, small with old, low buildings. The streets were dusty, and few people were around. The town was a mix of different kinds of people, and the air felt chaotic and dangerous. "We need medicine, food, and information." Lin Ping placed the night owl in an abandoned brick kiln outside the town and whispered, "You wait here. I'll think of a way." The night owl weakly nodded, leaning against the damp wall, closing his eyes. Lin Ping walked alone into the small town, lowering his hat brim. He moved carefully, like a fish blending into the mud, observing everything around him. He first used his remaining money to buy some basic anti-inflammatory medicine and bandages at a small, unnoticed pharmacy. Then he entered a noisy, smoky roadside tea house, ordered the cheapest tea, and sat in a corner, listening carefully to the conversations around him. "Did I heard the authorities are cracking down hard in the north, so goods are hard to move. Boss Black Scorpion took a big loss in Manhwa a few days ago and is very angry. There's a bounty on his head. The Peacock Casino has a new owner with a strong background." Bits of information flooded into his ears. Lin Ping paid special attention to the news about Black Scorpion and the bounty. It seemed that the operation in the Devil's Gorge had indeed angered the other side. He finished his tea quietly, left some money, and got up to leave. As he passed a dirty public phone booth, he hesitated but ultimately decided not to go inside. He didn't dare risk contacting Old Chin. He bought some food and water and returned to the brick kiln. The night owl's condition had slightly improved. After eating, he felt a bit more energetic. "How's the situation in town?" he asked. "The rumors are tight." Lin Ping briefly summarized what he had heard. "Black Scorpion is offering a bounty to catch us. We can't stay here much longer." The night owl was silent for a moment and asked, "What are our plans next?" Lin Ping looked at him and slowly said, "We need a completely safe place for you to recover fully. Then we need a new identity and to leave Tea Country." "Where to?" the night owl asked. Lin Ping pointed north. "Cross the border into neighboring L Country. It's relatively calm there, and maybe we can find a chance to reconnect with headquarters." It's a bold plan. Crossing the border is very risky, but it seems to be the only way out right now. The night owl didn't oppose. He just nodded and said, "I'll follow your lead." Over the next few days, the two of them hid inside a brick kiln. Night owl's injuries gradually healed under Lin Ping's care. During the day, Lin Ping carefully moved around the small town, trying to find a way to cross the border secretly. He talked to a few local tough guys, using vague language to ask about crossing routes. The process was risky, and he almost got caught or cheated several times. But thanks to his caution and a bit of luck, he finally learned a clue. There was a gang leader called One-Eyed Dragon, who sometimes smuggled people from the northern forest near Manhwa town to Country L. The price was high, and he only worked with regular customers. Lin Ping remembered the location of a small tavern where One-Eyed Dragon often appeared. When he returned to the brick kiln, he told Night Owl what he found. "One-Eyed Dragon. I've heard of him. Not a good reputation, but he's wild," Night Owl said thoughtfully. "You can try to contact him, but be very careful. Tomorrow night I will go to the tavern to find him." Lin Ping made up his mind. "You stay here. If I don't come back before dawn, Find a way to leave on your own. Night Owl looked at Lin Ping deeply and nodded. Be careful. That night, Lin Ping sneaked into the small town again and found a rundown tavern called Wild Wolf. The tavern was dimly lit, noisy, and smelled of cheap alcohol and sweat. He sat in a corner, ordered a drink, and waited patiently. He looked around at everyone in the tavern, searching for someone who matched the description of One-Eyed Dragon, a middle-aged man with a fierce face and an eye patch. After more than an hour, the target appeared. One-Eyed Dragon entered confidently with 2 followers, sat at the bar, and loudly ordered drinks. Lin Ping waited a moment, seeing that One-Eyed Dragon seemed in a good mood, then got up and approached him. Using the nickname he had heard, he whispered, I have a business to discuss with you. One-Eyed Dragon glanced at him sharply with a fierce look. New face? Who introduced you? A friend from Manhwa. Lin Ping gave a vague place name. I want to send 2 people to the north to lay low. 2 people, One-Eyed Dragon sneered. With the current tense situation, the price won't be cheap. Money is not an issue. Lin Ping pushed a stack of money in front of him. Just make sure it's safe. The one-eyed man picked up the money, waited, then tucked it into his coat. He lowered his voice. Meet me tomorrow at midnight under the old oak tree 5 kilometers north of town. Only 2 people allowed, no more. Bring enough cash. Pay the rest when you get there. Deal. Lin Ping nodded. After leaving the tavern, Lin Ping quickly returned to the brick kiln. Night Owl was leaning against the wall pretending to sleep. When he heard the noise, he immediately opened his eyes. It's settled. Lin Ping briefly explained the plan. Tomorrow at midnight, 5 kilometers north of town, under the old oak tree. Night Owl's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Is the one-eyed man reliable? Not really, but he's the only lead we have, Lin Ping said in a serious tone. We don't have any other options. Night Owl paused for a moment, then finally nodded. All right. Midnight. Everything was silent except for the wind rustling through the wild grass. 5 kilometers north of town, a crooked old oak tree cast a fierce shadow under the moonlight. Lin Ping and Night Owl hid behind some bushes not far from the tree, tense and alert, watching their surroundings carefully. The agreed time had passed, but the one-eyed man still hadn't appeared. An ominous silence filled the air. Something's wrong. Night Owl whispered sharply, eyes sharp as an eagle. It's too quiet. Lin Ping felt the same. He clenched the dagger hidden at his waist and whispered, wait 5 more minutes. If no one shows up, we leave immediately. Seconds felt like stretched rubber bands, tight and ready to snap. Apart from the wind, there was no other movement. Let's go. Lin Ping made a quick decision. The 2 of them stood up swiftly from the bushes, ready to retreat along the planned escape route. Suddenly, a sharp sound tore through the night sky. A bullet whistled past Lin Ping's ear, hitting the tree behind him with a muffled thud. Ambush! Night Owl shouted sharply, suddenly pulling Lin Ping down to the ground.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang! A barrage of gunfire erupted suddenly. Bullets rained down like a storm on their previous hiding spot. The bushes were torn apart, leaves flying everywhere. The Night Owl reacted very quickly. As soon as he fell to the ground, he drew his pistol and fired back toward the sound of gunfire based on his instincts. A muffled groan came from the darkness. Lin Ping seized the chance, pulled the Night Owl up, and rolled away into a jumble of rocks on the side. Bullets chased after them, causing sparks and debris to fly. Surround them. Don't let them escape. Came the angry shout of the one-eyed dragon from the dark. It was definitely a trap. More shadows gathered from all sides, their guns spitting fire. The enemy's numbers were much greater than expected, and their fire was fierce. Split up and go. Meet at the old place, shouted the Night Owl loudly amid the gunfire, then charged in another direction while firing continuously to draw more fire. Lin Ping knew this was his only chance. He clenched his teeth, used the rocks for cover, and ran desperately in the opposite direction. Bullets whistled behind him. He felt a burning sensation in his calf. He had been shot again. But he ignored the pain and pushed forward with all his might. He ran into a dense cornfield, where tall plants temporarily shielded him. He crawled forward carefully, not daring to make a sound. The gunfire and shouts behind him gradually faded away, as if the pursuers had been lured away by the night owl. He didn't know how long he had been crawling in the cornfield before he finally stopped, exhausted and gasping for breath. His leg was bleeding heavily, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. What happened to the night owl? He was filled with worry and guilt. He had to leave immediately. The pursuers would come soon. He struggled to stand, checked his direction, and staggered toward the deep mountains away from the town. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. Loss of blood and exhaustion blurred his vision. By dawn, he couldn't go on anymore and collapsed beside a mountain stream, losing consciousness. He didn't know how long he had been out before the cold mountain water woke him. He struggled to drink a few sips of water and used his last strength to bandage his wounds again. He had to find a hiding place. He climbed upstream along the stream and luckily found a hidden cave. He crawled inside and collapsed on the ground. This time, he was completely alone. The fate of the night owl was unknown, and his only escape route had turned into a trap. He was out of supplies, his injuries worsened, and he was trapped in this remote mountain wilderness. Despair, like a cold tide, slowly overwhelmed him. He leaned against the cold stone wall, staring at a small patch of sky through the cave entrance, his eyes empty. His mission had failed, his comrades were missing, and he was trapped in a desperate situation. Is there still hope? At that moment, he accidentally felt a hard object in his pocket, an old, crumpled business card with the name, Victor, on it, brought back from the One-Eyed Dragon Tavern. Victor, the middleman at the casino. A crazy idea suddenly flashed through his nearly hopeless mind like lightning. The trap set by the One-Eyed Dragon indicated that the forces of Black Scorpion and the boss had already infiltrated the smuggling routes at the border. So, could Victor, the local boss of Manhwa, know more secrets? Could he even be connected to the boss? Instead of waiting to die, why not take action? The most dangerous place might also be the safest. Return to Manhwa, find Victor, and force him to reveal key information about the boss and the monkey, a code name or nickname. This plan is extremely risky, almost suicidal. He no longer hesitated. Struggling to sit up, he began to treat his wounds and conserve his strength. His wound throbbed with pain, hunger burned inside him, but the almost crazy fire in Lin Ping's eyes grew brighter. He tore his shirt, washed his wound with mountain stream water, and tightly bandaged it again. He chewed bitter roots and swallowed cold creek water, forcing himself to regain strength. The bounty notice for Black Scorpion was probably posted all over the streets, and every unfamiliar face would be under close scrutiny. But he had no choice. Waiting for death was death. Taking a chance might still offer a glimmer of hope. And Victor, the middleman who had contact with the Peacock Casino and Black Scorpion, was his only lead, possibly the key to reaching the enemy's core. After resting for a few hours, Lin Ping struggled to stand. He broke a thick branch to use as a cane and limped along the mountain ridge toward Manhwa town. He dared not take the main road, only moving slowly through the deserted forest. 2 days later, he reached the outskirts of Manhwa again. He did not rush into the town but hid in a banana grove outside, carefully observing the activity inside. The atmosphere in the town was much more tense than before. There were many unfamiliar faces with wary eyes at the main intersection, clearly spies planted by Black Scorpion. He had to wait until nightfall and find the right moment to sneak in. As night fell, Manhwa town was once again lit up with neon lights and noise, but beneath the glamour, there was a feeling of unease. Lin Ping lowered his hat and smeared mud on his face and clothes to look like a poor worker or a drug addict. He chose a messy, dirty alley at the back of the street and blended into the busy crowd. He kept his head down, walking unsteadily, trying not to attract attention. His target was the area near the Peacock Casino, where Victor usually hung out. The casino was brightly lit with luxury cars coming and going, but the dark alleyways were full of shadows and danger. Lin Ping stopped near a stall selling roasted corn, used his last coins to buy one, and crouched in a corner, nibbling while keeping an eye on his surroundings. He needed to find Victor, but couldn't go directly to the casino. Too risky. He had to wait for Victor to appear himself or find a place he often visited.
Time passed second by second.
Lin Ping's nerves were stretched to the limit. Every small movement made him jump. He felt several malicious eyes scanning him, but they didn't seem to recognize him. Just when he was about to give up, a familiar figure appeared at the side door of the casino. Victor. He was dressed in a flashy suit, talking to a few men who looked like bodyguards, with a flattering smile on his face. Lin Ping's heart moved, but he didn't rush forward. He waited patiently. A few minutes later, Victor seemed to finish his business and walked alone toward a darker alley. Lin Ping immediately stood up and silently followed. He moved like a shadow, weaving through the darkness, keeping a safe distance from Victor. Victor seemed unaware of him, humming a tune as he entered the back door of a massage parlor with a suggestive sign. Lin Ping hesitated at the door. The situation inside was unclear. Rushing in would be very risky. But he didn't have time to wait. He took a deep breath, pushed open the back door, and slipped inside. Inside was a narrow corridor with pink lighting, filled with the smell of cheap perfume and sweat. He heard Victor talking and a woman's giggle coming from one of the rooms. Lin Ping walked to the door of that room and suddenly pushed it open. Inside, Victor was half lying on a massage bed, while a woman in revealing clothes was giving him a massage. Seeing Lin Ping suddenly enter, Victor was startled, and the woman let out a sharp scream.
Who
are you? Victor sat up in panic, fumbling to find something to defend himself. Lin Ping closed the door behind him, pressed his body against it, and fixed his cold gaze on Victor. Mr. Victor, long time no see. Victor recognized Lin Ping's face immediately, his pupils shrinking sharply, and his face turning pale.
Is
that you? You dare to come back? He clearly recognized Lin Ping, and his voice trembled with fear. Tell me, who is the boss? Where is the mountain ape? Lin Ping didn't waste time and got straight to the point, his voice deep and commanding.
I
don't know what you're talking about. Victor's eyes flickered as he tried to act innocent. You better leave, or I'll call for help. Lin Ping took a step forward, grabbed Victor's neck, and pressed him against the wall. He held a dagger against his throat. My patience is limited. Speak. The massage woman shrank back into the corner, trembling and silent. Victor was choked and struggled to breathe, his face turning red with fear. Let go. Let go. I'll tell you. Lin Ping loosened his grip slightly. Victor gasped for air and stammered. The boss is very mysterious. I've never seen him. Only know that he controls the smuggling routes in the north. The mountain ape is his trusted aide. Recently, it seems there's a big move in Chiang Rai. Chiang Rai? Lin Ping's mind moved. That's in the northern part of Tea Country, near the Golden Triangle, an area more chaotic than Manhwa. What big move? Lin Ping pressed. I'm not sure. It seems to be related to a group of important goods. Victor spoke with difficulty. The Black Scorpion is also sending people over there. Important goods? Lin Ping immediately thought of the missing antiques. Could the mountain ape be smuggling goods out of Tea Country? How can I contact the mountain ape or the boss? Lin Ping asked. I can't reach them. I'm just a small player, Victor said with a sad face.
That's all I know.
Please let me go. Lin Ping looked into his eyes, trying to judge if he was telling the truth. Victor looked terrified and didn't seem to be lying. It seems I can only get limited information from Victor. But the clues about Chiang Rai province and the big move are very important. Lin Ping loosened his grip and warned, if you tell anyone about today's events, I promise you will suffer a lot. Victor collapsed to the ground and nodded repeatedly. I won't dare. I absolutely won't. Lin Ping didn't stay any longer. He quickly left the massage shop and disappeared into a dark alley. The cold night wind blew into the alley, taking away the last bit of warmth from Lin Ping's body. He leaned against a damp wall, gasping heavily. The rush of adrenaline was fading, and his wounds and exhaustion hit him again like a wave. Victor's terrified eyes and trembling voice still echoed in his mind. Chiang Rai Province. Big move. Important goods. These fragmented pieces of information, like flickering candles in the dark, pointed the way, but also hinted at a bigger storm. He must leave Manhwa immediately. Victor might betray him at any moment, and then the whole town of Manhwa would become a trap. But he had no money and a serious leg injury. How could he travel hundreds of kilometers over dangerous roads to Chiang Rai Province? It's impossible. He would be caught before leaving Manhwa's border. The target was too big and easy to track. He needed an identity check, which was like walking into a trap. Desperate, he was once again backed into a corner. His eyes swept over the dirty streets and finally landed on a brightly lit place filled with noise, a 24-hour underground casino. It was a place where all kinds of people gathered, cash flowed wildly, and it was the night's money-making spot in Manhwa town. It was also the fastest way to get money. The risk was very high, but it was the only quick way he could think of to get enough money for the fare. He took a deep breath, lowered his hat, and hobbled toward the casino. He needed money, enough to smuggle himself to Chiang Rai. The casino entrance was heavily guarded, but they didn't check much on a seemingly down-and-out gambler like him. Lin Ping slipped inside. The air was thick with smoke, and groups of excited or desperate people surrounded various gambling tables. He exchanged some small change and sat at the simplest dice game table. He didn't rush to bet but watched calmly for a few rounds, noting the dealer's subtle habits and rhythm when shaking the dice cup. Then, he chose his moment and bet all his money on big. The dice cup was uncovered. 4, 5, 6 big. He didn't stop. He kept betting, winning several rounds in a row thanks to his sharp observation, memory, and a cool, almost ruthless calm. His chips piled up, catching the attention of nearby gamblers. "Lucky streak, brother," a burly man with a rough face said, looking at him with a hostile gaze. Lin Ping ignored him, gathered his chips, and prepared to leave. He knew that if he kept winning, trouble would follow. Winning and trying to leave? The burly man blocked him, and a few accomplices moved closer. Lin Ping's expression turned cold, and his hand reached for the dagger at his waist. Just as a fight seemed inevitable, a man in a vest, who looked like a casino staff member, approached. "What are you doing? Causing trouble?" The staff member scolded the burly man and then nodded at Lin Ping. "Sir, this way, please. Our manager wants to see you." Lin Ping's heart tightened. Trouble was coming.
But he didn't resist.
He followed the staff through the noisy hall into a quiet office. Inside, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a stern face sat behind a desk. He was the casino manager. He looked at Lin Ping sharply. "You're lucky. Not local, are you?" "Just passing through, looking for a meal," Lin Ping answered hoarsely, staying alert. The manager smiled, but his smile was cold. "We welcome talented people here. But rules are, if you win big, you have to leave a little gift." He pointed to the chips on the table and said, "Or help us with a small favor." Lin Ping understood this was either extortion or forcing him to join them. He didn't want trouble, but he also couldn't be taken advantage of. "I want cash now," Lin Ping spoke firmly. "Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tell everyone how I just won money." The manager's face darkened instantly, and a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes.
But soon he smiled again.
"You have guts. Fine, I'll give you the money. But you must promise to leave Kunla immediately and never come back." Lin Ping thought for a moment. This was exactly what he wanted. "Deal." The manager signaled to his assistant to bring a stack of cash, which he handed to Lin Ping. The amount was large enough to cover his journey. Lin Ping took the money without saying a word and turned to leave. He felt the manager's cold gaze on his back, like a snake watching him. After leaving the casino, Lin Ping didn't stop. He quickly found a gathering spot on the town's edge where black car services operated. He paid a high price to rent an old Jeep, demanding the driver take him to Chiang Rai overnight. The driver was a local with dark skin and clever eyes. When he saw the thick stack of money Lin Ping handed over and his battered appearance and leg injury, a greedy look flashed in his eyes, but he nodded in agreement. There are checkpoints on the road, so we'll need to take a detour, which will take longer, the driver said. That's fine, but we need to go fast, Lin Ping replied. He sat in the passenger seat and closed his eyes. He needed to rest quickly to regain his strength. The jeep left Kunla in the night, traveling along bumpy dirt roads heading north. Lin Ping leaned against the window, feeling his body tired and sore, but his mind was very alert. He didn't fully trust the driver, keeping his hand near his dagger. The car traveled through the dark for hours, crossing deserted mountains and forests. As dawn approached, the driver suddenly stopped at a fork in the road, far from any village or shop. What's wrong? Lin Ping asked, sitting up alert. The driver turned his head, a strange smile on his face. Boss, the road is difficult. We need more money. Lin Ping sneered inwardly, but kept his face calm. How much? Add this much. The driver gestured to a number that was twice the fare. Lin Ping looked at the greedy eyes of the driver and then at the deserted surroundings, knowing he couldn't get a good outcome. He slowly reached into his pocket to take out money, while calculating the right moment and angle to act. Just as the driver reached out to take the money, Lin Ping suddenly grabbed the driver's wrist with his left hand and twisted it downward. His right hand, holding a small knife, stabbed out like a snake, aiming at the driver's throat. Don't move. Lin Ping's voice was cold and sharp. The driver was terrified, his face turning pale. Please spare me. I don't want the money anymore. Keep driving. Lin Ping pressed the knife slightly, piercing the skin. If you try anything else, it will be your end. The driver nodded quickly, trembling as he restarted the car. From then on, the driver behaved much better, not daring to make any sudden moves. In the evening, the jeep finally reached the border of Chiang Rai province. Lin Ping got out at a remote intersection, warned the driver to leave immediately, and then quickly disappeared into the nearby woods. The air in Chiang Rai was different from that in Manhwa, more humid and heavy, with a sense of stagnation. In the distance, the outline of the town was blurry in the dusk, with faint golden temple tops and sparse lights visible. Since it was near the Golden Triangle, the area was complex and tense, as if an invisible pressure filled the air. Lin Ping didn't rush into the town center. He moved along the edge of the woods beside the road, looking for a good hiding spot and vantage point. He needed to understand the situation first, find clues about where the monkey might be active, and look for signs of the big move Victor mentioned. After a few hours, he found an abandoned watchtower on a hillside overlooking part of the town and a main road. The tower was in poor condition but still standing, with a wide view that was good for hiding and observing. He settled in and used binoculars to carefully scan the town and the road below. Night fell, and the town's lights gradually turned on. Traffic on the road was sparse, but occasionally, some vehicles with closed windows hurried by, giving off an unusual feeling. He noticed that in the northwest corner of the town, there was a large, heavily guarded complex with high walls and electric fences. Guards with guns stood at the entrance, making it look like a private estate or some kind of base. Some vehicles enter there, but few come out. Suspicious. Lin Ping thought to himself. This place is likely an important stronghold for the mountain spirit. He needs to get closer to gather more detailed information. But rushing in blindly is not an option. The next day, he disguises himself as a local mountain villager collecting mountain goods, carrying a bamboo basket, and blends into the market outside Chiang Rai. The market is busy, with many people speaking different languages. He pretends to sell some wild herbs he picked and listens carefully for information. The Emerald Manor in the northwest has been very active lately. I heard some important people have arrived. Yes, the guards are much stricter than before. Not even a bird can fly in. It seems a batch of important goods is coming in, but we don't know exactly what. These bits of information confirm Lin Ping's guess. The Emerald Manor is very likely the target location. But how can he sneak in? How can he confirm the presence of the mountain spirit and those goods? He needs an inside person or a chance to infiltrate. After wandering around the market for a few days, Lin Ping notices that every morning, a vegetable delivery truck enters the Emerald Manor. The driver looks honest, a middle-aged man who chats with a regular vegetable seller when shopping. This might be his chance. That morning, Lin Ping hides near the vegetable stall early. When the delivery truck arrives and the driver gets out to buy vegetables, Lin Ping casually approaches. As he passes the driver, he quickly flips his wrist and sticks a tiny tracker into a crack on the truck's chassis. Then he quickly leaves and returns to his lookout post, turning on his receiver. The signal is steady. The truck enters the Emerald Manor, stays for about half an hour, then leaves. Lin Ping notes the approximate area where the truck stopped inside the manor. Now, he must wait for a bigger movement, the arrival of that batch of important goods, and so he waits for 3 days. On the third night, the signal on his receiver suddenly fluctuates violently. The signal point representing the truck moves rapidly from outside Chiang Rai toward the Emerald Manor. At the same time, Lin Ping saw through his telescope that the lights near the estate suddenly increased, and faint figures and vehicles were moving frequently. Something's happening. Lin Ping's spirit lifted. That batch of goods probably arrived. He quickly packed his gear, ready to take advantage of the chaos to get closer for reconnaissance. This was a very risky move, but also a rare opportunity. He descended the mountain like a leopard, using the darkness and terrain to hide, and swiftly sneaked toward the outskirts of the Jade Estate. The closer he got, the more guarded the perimeter became. Guards patrolled with wolf dogs, and searchlights swept the area from time to time. Lin Ping held his breath, crawling in the grass, searching for weaknesses in the defenses. He spotted a relatively low wall on the side of the estate, near a bamboo grove, with longer patrol intervals. He calculated the timing of the patrols and searchlights, seized a gap, and like a cunning cat, darted out, quickly jumped over the wall, and landed in the bamboo forest. Inside the estate, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Ping could hear distant engine sounds and shouts. He moved carefully along the shadows of the bamboo toward the source of the noise. Passing through a garden, he saw the main building, a bright 3-story villa. In front of the villa, several black SUVs were parked. A group of black-clad bodyguards surrounded a few people, unloading heavy crates covered with canvas from the cars. Lin Ping's heart suddenly pounded. The size and shape of those crates were very similar to the antique boxes he remembered. He hid behind a thick bush, using his telescope to observe carefully. Just then, the villa's door opened, and a figure emerged amid the crowd. Although the distance was far and the light dim, Lin Ping recognized the figure immediately. Tall, cold-looking, it was the mountain ape. He was indeed here. The mountain ape approached the crates and signaled his men to open them. The canvas was pulled back, revealing exquisite bronze and porcelain artifacts, the missing antiques. "Inspect the goods," the mountain ape ordered in a cold voice. His men carefully examined the items and reported back to him. Lin Ping suppressed his excitement and anger, quickly taking photos of the scene with a mini camera. This was concrete evidence. However, just as he was about to quietly retreat, an unexpected change suddenly occurred.
Woof, woof.
Woof! A loud barking sound came from the side. A patrol dog spotted him hiding in the bushes and rushed over, barking loudly. "Who's there?" the guard shouted sharply, pulling out his gun at the same time. Without hesitation, Lin Ping turned and ran. He also threw a smoke bomb behind him.
Bang!
Smoke filled the air, blocking the view temporarily. "Catch him!" the cold voice of the Yeti sounded behind him. Gunshots rang out. Bullets shot toward Lin Ping like rain. Using his agility and knowledge of the terrain, he darted through the estate, desperately heading toward the wall.
Bang!
A bullet hit his right arm. Sharp pain shot through him. He staggered, nearly falling. The wound on his arm burned fiercely, blood seeping out and soaking his sleeve. Lin Ping clenched his teeth, gathering all his strength into his legs, and charged forward regardless of the danger. He jumped over the wall into the dark fields and woods, running wildly. Behind him, sirens, engine roars, barking, and shouting grew louder. Bright headlights swept like searchlights, almost trapping him several times. Stopping meant death. With strong willpower and instinct for danger, he ran across uneven ground, using every mound and bush as cover to avoid the pursuers and bullets. His lungs hurt as if they were about to burst, and his legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, but he dared not slow down. He dashed into a dense sugarcane field. The tall sugarcane provided temporary shelter. He lowered his body and squeezed between the ridges, the sharp leaves scratching his face, but he ignored the pain. The pursuers behind were blocked by the sugarcane for a moment, but soon he heard barking and scattered voices closing in.
They were searching in a wide net.
He had to break out of the sugarcane field, find a more complex terrain. He used all his remaining strength and ran out the other side of the sugarcane. Ahead was a muddy river. On the other side was an even darker, denser jungle. Without hesitation, he plunged into the cold water. His wound was soaked, causing a stabbing pain that nearly made him faint. But he endured and swam toward the opposite bank. Bullets, pop, 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 into the water, splashing around him. The pursuers arrived at the riverbank and started shooting into the water. Lin Ping dove underwater. With his strong lungs, he swam a long distance before surfacing among the reeds near the opposite bank. He coughed violently, gasping for air. The pursuers on the other side seemed to have no tools to cross the river. Their shouting and gunfire gradually faded away. But they would definitely find another way to chase him. Lin Ping dared not stay. He climbed ashore, dragging his wet, heavy body, and plunged into the dark, dense jungle. The jungle was full of thorns and tangled vines, making it almost impossible to move forward. He pushed aside obstacles with his arms, walking carefully into the depths. Every step drained his strength. Blood loss, cold, exhaustion, and pain kept attacking his will. He didn't know how long he had been walking until he could no longer hear any sounds of the pursuers. Finally, exhausted, he leaned against a big tree and collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. He was temporarily safe. He had to treat his wound, or infection might kill him. He tore open the sleeve of his right arm. The wound was fierce, and the bullet was still inside. He took out the little remaining hemostatic powder and a clean cloth, biting it tightly to endure the pain as he bandaged the wound simply. After finishing, he was almost drained. He leaned against the tree, looking up at the night sky, broken and fragmented by the thick branches. A wave of helplessness rose in his heart. Although he had obtained solid evidence of the mountain ape and the stolen goods, he was also trapped, badly injured, and completely cut off from the outside world. How could he send the information out? How could he survive? Despair dragged him down like swamp mud, pulling him bit by bit. But at that moment, the image of the night owl flashed in his mind, followed by old Chen's steady gaze and the weight of his military uniform. No. As long as he still had breath, he must fight to the end. He struggled to sit up and began to calmly analyze his situation. He couldn't stay in Chiang Rai anymore. He had to leave Tea Country quickly. The nearest border was to the northwest, beyond this jungle, in the territory of neighboring L Country. Although L Country was not entirely safe, it was at least a temporary refuge from the direct pursuit of the mountain ape. He checked his direction, broke a thick branch to use as a cane, and set out again. This is a more difficult and lonely journey. He traveled through the wild jungle for 2 days and nights, surviving on wild fruits and stream water, accompanied by poisonous insects and fierce animals. The pain from his wounds constantly tormented him, but with strong willpower and good survival skills, he managed to persevere. On the evening of the 3rd day, he finally emerged from the jungle and saw a wide, murky river in front of him. Across the river were rolling mountains and faint village lights. This is the country of El. By the river, there were simple bamboo rafts and ferrymen, but they required money. Liping had only a few crumpled banknotes left. He approached a seemingly honest ferryman and used rough local language mixed with gestures to indicate he wanted to cross. The ferryman looked at his ragged appearance, injured arm, and the money in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. The bamboo raft slowly moved toward the opposite bank. When his feet touched the land of El, Liping took a deep breath, but he did not relax. He knew this was only a temporary break. The influence of the mountain ape might have already reached here, and danger was still everywhere. He stepped onto the muddy riverbank of El, where cold, damp air carried the scent of unfamiliar plants. Liping's tense nerves did not relax after leaving tea country. Instead, he became more alert. He quickly left the riverbank and slipped into a dense bamboo forest nearby to hide. His right arm wound, infected from days of travel and soaking in the river, was causing severe inflammation. Dull pain and a burning sensation constantly reminded him of the urgency of his situation. He had to treat his wound quickly, find a safe hiding place, and try to contact headquarters. He carefully moved along the edge of the bamboo forest, watching the distant village. It was a typical border village, with low, dilapidated houses and simple-clothed villagers, seeming quite closed off. This was both a cover and a sign of limited information, making it hard to find reliable external communication channels. As night fell, faint lights appeared in the village. Liping dared not enter the village. Instead, he found an abandoned, half-collapsed ranger's hut on the outskirts. The hut was far from the road, surrounded by overgrown weeds and bushes, providing relative concealment. He carefully entered the small hut, which was full of dust and spider webs, but at least it could protect him from the wind and rain. He used a torn cloth he found to quickly clean a small area and immediately began treating his wound. He clenched his teeth and used the tip of a dagger to carefully cut open the rotten flesh, trying to remove the bullet. The intense pain made him tremble all over, and cold sweat soaked his clothes, but with incredible willpower, he managed to dig out the deformed bullet. Then he used the last of his blood-stopping powder and a relatively clean cloth to bandage the wound again. After finishing, he was almost exhausted and leaned against the cold wall to catch his breath. Hunger, fatigue, and pain surged like waves, but he dared not sleep. He had to find food and a way to communicate quickly. Late at night, he quietly sneaked into a house on the edge of the village and stole some corn hanging under the eaves and a few sweet potatoes. He felt guilty, but survival instincts took over everything. Back at the hut, he built a small, carefully controlled fire to roast the food. Eating the hot food brought a little warmth and strength. Next, he faced communication problems. He checked his remaining equipment: a dagger, a damaged encrypted phone, some compressed biscuits, and a business card with the name Victor on it. His experience in country tea made him suspicious of any obvious communication channels. Internal leaks at headquarters were like a thorn, making him hesitant to use monitored or conventional methods. He needed a completely secure, one-way communication method. He remembered an extreme backup plan that Old Chin once mentioned: sending an encrypted Morse code message via a specific international shortwave radio frequency at a designated time. This method was old-fashioned, inefficient, and easy to interfere with, but it was hard to trace and disguise. He needed a shortwave radio receiver and had to modify it into a simple transmitter. This was nearly impossible to do in a remote village. The next day, he disguised himself as an injured wanderer and used his remaining money to buy the cheapest old radio with a shortwave band and some basic tools, batteries, wires, and so on at a small village store. The shopkeeper was curious about the stranger, but didn't ask too many questions. Back at the hut, relying on his knowledge and strong hands, he began disassembling the radio, trying to modify it. The process was not smooth. The parts were simple and the tools rough, almost causing damage to the radio several times. Sweat dripped down his forehead onto the rusty circuit board. After a sleepless night and day, he finally managed to modify the device successfully. This old radio could now emit very faint, broken radio signals, enough to send short-coded messages. Next, he had to wait. According to his memory, the headquarters monitored that backup frequency every Wednesday from 2 to 4 a.m. Today was Tuesday night. Time passed slowly, filled with anxiety. At 2 a.m., Lin Ping turned on the modified device on time, tuning to that almost forgotten frequency. The air was filled with crackling noise and distant, blurry radio broadcasts. He took a deep breath and, with trembling fingers, followed the codebook to tap out Morse code signals indicating his identity and messages like urgent situation, need to evacuate, important intelligence. The signal was weak and intermittent. He repeated sending it over and over, hoping the distant listening station would catch it. An hour passed with no response. The device's battery was almost dead. Despair crept in again. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, a very faint but clear rhythmic response signal came through the headphones. It was the confirmed code from the headquarters. Lin Ping felt a surge of joy, but it quickly faded. This was only the first step. The headquarters needed time to verify his identity and plan the next move. He was in a foreign land, uncertain friend or foe, and every minute was dangerous. He quickly turned off the device and erased all traces. Now, all he could do was wait and hide. In the following days, he stayed hidden like a ghost between the small hut and the bamboo forest, living on stolen food and wild fruits. His wounds healed slowly, but his body remained weak. He kept alert to any movement in the village. Any strange vehicle or face made him tense. On the fifth afternoon, while searching for edible mushrooms in the bamboo forest, he suddenly heard barking and noise coming from the village. His heart raced. He immediately hid and observed carefully. Two off-road vehicles with unfamiliar models and L-country license plates drove into the village. Several men dressed casually but with strong builds and sharp eyes got out of the cars, asking the villagers questions. Are they still sent by the headquarters? Lin Ping couldn't tell. He held his breath and slowly backed away into the dense forest opposite the small hut. He couldn't take any risks. But just as he turned around, he stepped on a dry branch that snapped loudly with a crisp crack. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet afternoon, it was very clear. One man near the off-road vehicle suddenly turned his head sharply, his keen eyes immediately locking onto the direction of the bamboo forest. Over there, the man shouted softly, and the others immediately drew their guns, forming a fan shape to surround the bamboo grove. Lin Ping didn't hesitate. He turned and ran wildly into the deeper forest. He ignored his injuries and ran desperately, with the sound of footsteps and shouts chasing behind him. The other side was very fast, clearly trained professionally. Bullets whistled past him, hitting bamboo poles with a popping sound. Lin Ping used the terrain of the bamboo forest to dodge left and right, but he was running out of strength, and the distance was closing. Just as he was about to be caught, a rushing stream appeared ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Ping leapt into the cold water and swam toward the opposite bank with all his might. The pursuers reached the shore and started shooting again. Bullets hit the water, splashing water everywhere. The cold stream soaked his clothes, and the sharp cold and pain from his wounds made him almost lose consciousness. He swam to the other side, collapsed on the bank, coughing violently, spitting out the water he inhaled. Every breath was painful, pulling at his injuries. He didn't care about anything else. He climbed onto the shore and, without looking back, plunged into the denser, darker primitive forest. The gunfire and shouts behind him gradually faded into the thick jungle, but he dared not stop. He kept running until he was exhausted, then leaned against a huge tree to catch his breath. He struggled to sit up, leaning against the rough trunk, checking his injuries. The wound on his right arm had torn open again due to intense movement and being soaked in river water, bleeding mixed with mud and water. He tore off his tattered shirt and tightly bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding temporarily. Dizziness from blood loss and exhaustion hit him, but he forced himself to stay awake. You must leave here immediately. The pursuers might be searching the mountains or have called more people to surround this area. He checked the direction. The sun was already setting in the west, and the forest was dim. It seems he must find a safe hiding spot before dark, or he will struggle to move in the night jungle with his injuries. He leaned on a thick branch, dragging his heavy steps deeper into the forest. Every step was very hard. Thorns cut his skin, and vines tripped him, but he dared not stop. He needed to stay away from the riverbank and any trails that could lead to him. After walking for a while, it was completely dark. The forest was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, only the sounds of unknown insects and distant wild animals. Lin Ping leaned against a big tree, using his last strength to clear a small space and light a tiny campfire. The fire gave a little warmth and a faint sense of safety, but it might also reveal his position. He dried his wet clothes, ate his last compressed biscuit, and sat against the tree, listening carefully to the sounds around him. The pain from his wound and extreme tiredness made him drowsy, but he dared not close his eyes. Late at night, he heard a faint movement that was different from natural sounds. Lin Ping woke up instantly, held his breath, and clenched his dagger. It was very quiet, but something was approaching, more than one person. He quickly put out the fire and curled up in the shadows behind the tree, his heart pounding. Footsteps wandered nearby, as if searching. A flashlight beam swept through the forest, almost illuminating the tree where he was hiding. Lin Ping's heart jumped to his throat. He was ready to fight for his life. But the footsteps didn't stop. They gradually moved away. It seemed they hadn't seen him. He didn't dare relax, kept hiding until dawn, when everything was quiet and he could breathe a little easier. But the danger was not gone. He needed to find food and water quickly and decide what to do next. During the day, he followed a dry riverbed, struggling to find water. Fortunately, at noon, he found a mountain spring. He drank a lot, washed his wound, and felt a bit more energized. However, food was still a big problem. There are not many edible wild fruits in the jungle, and he does not dare to try unfamiliar plants. His hunger keeps draining his strength. In the evening, he finds a narrow cave under a rock wall. The entrance is covered with vines, and inside is dry and relatively safe. He decides to rest there for a while. He needs to make a plan. Wandering blindly in the jungle is not a good idea. He must figure out his exact location in Country L, find a place with people, get supplies and information, but also avoid being seen. He recalls the general direction he crossed the river from and thinks he is probably in the northern border mountains of Country L. This area is large and sparsely populated, with scattered villages and difficult transportation. Maybe he can risk approaching a very remote village, exchange his last bit of money for necessary supplies, and leave quickly. But this is very risky. His previous experience shows that pursuers might already be in this area. While he is deep in thought, suddenly he hears hurried footsteps and barking outside the cave. And the sounds are getting closer quickly. Has he been discovered again? Lin Ping is very alarmed, immediately grips his dagger, ready to fight. However, the sounds outside the cave suddenly change unexpectedly.
Bang, bang.
Gunshots, followed by screams and the howling of dogs. Then everything falls silent. Lin Ping is confused and suspicious. Is it a fight among the pursuers?
Or
has a third party intervened? He carefully peeks out and looks outside. He sees two bodies in camouflage lying on the open ground near the cave entrance, along with a dead wolf dog. From their appearance, they seem to be local armed forces or private guards from Country L. Next to them stands a figure dressed in jungle combat gear, face painted, holding a silenced rifle. That figure. Lin Ping's pupils shrink. It's the night owl. He's actually here. The night owl seems to have noticed the noise inside the cave, quickly points his gun at the entrance, and commands in a low voice, "Come out." Lin Ping hesitates for a moment, then slowly steps out of the cave. He keeps a close eye on the night owl, his expression full of caution and suspicion. The night owl sees Lin Ping and pauses briefly, but does not lower his gun. "Is that you? How did you end up here?" "This is a question I should ask you." Lin Ping's voice was hoarse. "How did you find me? Did you kill those people?" Yao didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked around cautiously. "This place isn't safe. Come with me." After saying that, he turned and headed quickly into the dense forest. Lin Ping stood still, feeling torn inside. Should he follow? The risk was unknown. Should he stay? Staying here was also a dead end. Watching Yao's figure disappear into the distance, Lin Ping clenched his teeth but finally decided to follow. He had no better choice now. Lin Ping looked at Yao and then at the equipment inside the cave. Was this salvation or another deeper trap? He had no choice but to trust this mysterious teammate once again. "I need to treat my wounds and rest," Lin Ping said. Yao nodded. Hurry up. We leave before dawn. Inside the cave, the sound of rushing water covered their heavy breathing and silent struggle. Lin Ping tore off the blood-soaked bandage. The wound was ugly, with white, rotting edges. He clenched his teeth and used disinfectant from the first aid kit Yao provided to clean the wound. The pain made his forehead veins bulge and cold sweat run down, but he said nothing. Yao silently organized the gear, packing compressed food, a water bottle, and ammunition efficiently. His side profile looked sharp in the dim emergency light, but his eyes seemed clouded, hiding something. Is the passage safe? Lin Ping asked casually while rewrapping his wound. There's no completely safe route, Yao replied calmly. That path is dangerous. We have to cross a snow-capped mountain pass at 4,000 meters elevation, and there are border patrols, but it's the only way to avoid the Yuanshao, eyes for now. The Snow Mountain Pass. Lin Ping's heart sank. With his current condition, crossing such an extreme environment was almost certain death. Where exactly is the M country support point? He continued to ask for details. Once we reach the border, someone will meet us, Yao answered vaguely. Then he looked at Lin Ping. Do you doubt me? Lin Ping paused briefly while bandaging, then looked at him. I suspect everything, including you. Night Owl's mouth seemed to twitch, like he was smiling or feeling something else. Caution is good. But right now, we're in the same boat. He threw Lin Ping some antibiotics and a few painkillers. Take these. You need to stay alert. Lin Ping took the medicine but didn't immediately swallow it. He held it in his hand. Trust can crack easily, and a few words can't fix it. Later that night, the two left the water curtain cave and slipped into the dark forest. Night Owl led the way, moving lightly and confidently, as if he knew the terrain well, like he'd been here many times. Lin Ping, hurting and tired, followed closely, trying not to fall behind, while secretly noting the route and the land around them. The mountain path got steeper, and the air grew colder. At dawn, they reached near the snow line. The cold mountain wind cut like a knife, blowing snow into their faces and making it hurt. Lin Ping's wound hurt more in the cold, and breathing became harder. Night Owl handed him a small portable oxygen mask. Put this on and get used to it. The air is thinner up here. Lin Ping took it and put it on. Cold oxygen filled his lungs, easing his suffocation a little. He watched as Night Owl also put on his mask, moving naturally, as if he was very familiar with high-altitude environments. This made Lin Ping even more suspicious. Why would a Special Forces soldier directly under the headquarters know so much about the mountain border between Country L and Country M? They didn't stop. They kept climbing higher. The snow grew thicker, and every step was harder. Lin Ping leaned on a branch, walking carefully, using his strength carefully, exhausted. Night Owl kept looking back at him, but didn't slow down. By noon, they finally reached the mountain pass. A strong wind howled. Visibility was very low, and everything around was white. On the other side of the pass was Country M's territory. Rest for 10 minutes, Night Owl said, stopping behind a large, windproof rock. He took out a device to check their position, frowning slightly. Signal is disturbed. The location isn't accurate. Lin Ping sat against the rock, gasping heavily, taking the chance to carefully observe the surroundings. The mountain pass is dangerous, with steep ice walls on both sides. It is a secret but very risky route. Where are the reinforcements? Lin Ping asked, his voice faint in the wind. Yao didn't answer. He was alert, watching around carefully with his finger on the trigger. The atmosphere suddenly felt strange. At that moment, a faint engine sound, different from the wind, came from the valley on the U.S. side. The sound grew closer. Yao's face changed. Not right. They're not our people. He suddenly pulled Lin Ping. Run. Down the mountain. But it was too late. Several snowmobiles burst out of the fog below. The riders wore white winter combat gear, holding weapons, quickly spreading out to form a circle. Their gun barrels aimed directly at them. This was clearly a trap meant to lure them in. Lin Ping's heart turned cold. He drew his gun instantly. Almost at the same time, he saw from the corner of his eye that Yao's movements seemed to hesitate for a very brief moment. It was only a fraction of a second, but it was not a normal reaction to sudden danger. "Drop your weapons," the other side shouted sharply in English, with a regional American accent. Lin Ping didn't move. His gun lowered slightly, but his fingers stayed on the trigger, muscles tense. He stared fixedly at Ye Yao's back. Ye Yao slowly raised his hands, showing he meant no harm, and spoke to the encircling enemies in English. "Friend." Code name, Night Owl. Responding to target transfer, the tall man leading the group stepped forward, carefully examining Ye Yao, and then Lin Ping. He said coldly, "Password." Ye Yao smoothly recited a complex string of numbers and letters. The tall man nodded, seeming to confirm their identities, but he didn't lower his gun. "We will take over the target. You can go back." Ye Yao turned around, looking at Lin Ping with a complicated expression, full of unspoken emotion. "Lin Ping, go with them. They will ensure your safety." Lin Ping looked at Ye Yao, then at the armed figures around him, all watching closely. His heart raced. Ye Yao's command was real, but these reinforcers radiated a cold, killing aura. They didn't seem like allies. This was a double trap. Ye Yao had led him straight to the real enemies. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Ping's voice was cold and sharp. He suddenly raised his gun and aimed at the Night Owl. Almost at the same time, all the armed personnel around also turned their guns and aimed at Lin Ping. The atmosphere was tense and dangerous. Facing Lin Ping's gun, the Night Owl showed no panic. Instead, he revealed a strange, relieved smile. "Finally. We've come to this point." He slowly took off his oxygen mask, revealing his full face. His eyes, no longer sharp and calm, were filled with a kind of fanatic, almost martyr-like glow. "Let's get to know each other again." The Night Owl's voice became very calm but carried a chilling coldness. "I am not the Night Owl. I am the Shanxiao Shadow, codenamed Deathbird. My task is to bring you, alive, to the Master." Lin Ping's mind suddenly buzzed loudly. Although he had suspected this for a while, hearing this cruel truth directly was like a thunderbolt. All the coincidences, all the rescues, all the doubts. At this moment, they all connected. This was a carefully planned, long-term conspiracy against him. "Why?" Lin Ping managed to squeeze out these 3 words through clenched teeth. His hand holding the gun trembled with anger. "Because you are the key," the Deathbird Night Owl smiled. "The key to opening the Pandora's box. The Master needs you. And the secrets behind you." At this moment, the tall man impatiently interrupted. "Enough. Take him down." The armed personnel began to tighten their encirclement. A flash of despair and madness crossed Lin Ping's eyes. He would never surrender quietly. He fired first. The bullets shot toward the Deathbird. But the Deathbird seemed to have anticipated this. With a strange movement, he dodged, and the bullets just brushed past his shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. The intense gunfire erupted instantly at the mountain pass. Relying on instinct, Lin Ping rolled behind a rock, desperately fighting back using the terrain. But he was outnumbered, and bullets rained down like a storm, pressing him down so he couldn't lift his head. "Capture him alive," the tall man shouted. Several armed personnel moved in from the side to encircle him. Lin Ping was trapped in a desperate situation. He was about to be captured. At this critical moment,
Whoosh.
whoosh, 2 precise and distant sniper shots rang out. 2 armed men rushing and fell to the ground. "There's a sniper." The armed team suddenly became chaotic. Bang! Another shot hit the fuel tank of a snowmobile, causing an explosion. In the chaos, Lin Ping seized the chance, leaping out from behind the rocks, ignoring everything, and sliding down the steep slope toward the other side of the mountain pass, heading in the direction of Country M. He would rather fall and hurt himself than be captured. "Chase!" the tall man shouted angrily. Gunfire and shouts sounded behind him, but they were falling behind. Lin Ping tumbled and slid down the steep snow slope, snow and ice filling his nose and mouth. His body was scratched by rocks, but he paid no attention. After some time, the gunfire completely stopped. He fell heavily into a snow-covered pine forest, feeling intense pain all over, almost falling apart. He struggled to stand up and looked back. The mountain pass had disappeared behind the fog and mountains.
Who was shooting?
Was it real reinforcements? Or another force? He only knew he had escaped from the danger once again, but at the cost of falling into an even deeper mystery and danger. The true identity of the death bird, the real purpose of the mountain ape, and that mysterious sniper. All pointed to a larger, darker conspiracy. He stood on Country's land, injured and alone, with no help and uncertain future. The cold wind of Country, carrying pine needles and snowflakes, whipped his face. The biting cold made his foggy mind a little clearer. He leaned against a huge pine tree, gasping heavily. Every breath hurt his wounds. His lungs burned painfully, and the wound on his right arm tore open again in the struggle. Blood stained his old clothes, leaving bright marks on the white snow. He looked back at the towering border mountains, the mountain pass already gone behind the gray clouds. The gunfire and pursuers were nowhere to be seen. For now, he was safe, but the sense of danger lingered like a stubborn wound. The betrayal of the night owl was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing deep into his heart. The comrade who once fought alongside him and saved him from danger multiple times turned out to be the deepest hidden pawn of the mountain ape. The entire escape from T Country to L Country, then to the snowy mountains of M Country, seems to be a carefully planned act designed to push him into a corner or lead him to a specific place. And what about the precise sniper rescue at the last moment? Was it another force trying to cut in, or did the headquarters finally realize the situation and send real reinforcements? The fog is thick, but he has no time to think deeply. His immediate goal is survival and escape from pursuit. He checks his condition: serious injuries, heavy blood loss, low body temperature, and no food or medicine left. He is in the unfamiliar wilderness of M Country, unable to speak the language, with no one to help him. He is in an unprecedented, desperate situation. He tears a piece of his relatively clean shirt to bandage his wound again, washes his face with snow water, and forces himself to stay calm. He must find people, supplies, and a hiding place quickly, or he will freeze or starve to death. He identifies the direction. The sun is faintly shining behind the clouds, indicating west. He remembers on the map, on the M Country side of the border mountains, there seems to be a road and some scattered logging sites or small towns. He breaks a sturdy pine branch to make a cane and limps westward. Walking in the snow is extremely exhausting. Each step is like struggling in mud. The cold keeps eroding his will, and his eyelids grow heavier. Cannot fall. Cannot. He bites his tongue to hurt himself and stimulate his nerves, as images of his comrades, his father's expectations, and the strange smile of the death bird flash through his mind. A fierce fire of defiance burns in his chest. He cannot die here. He must survive, uncover the truth, and make those traitors and conspirators pay. With this willpower, he struggles through the knee-deep snow for hours. The sky darkens, and the temperature drops sharply. Just as he is about to collapse from exhaustion, faint lights appear ahead. It's a small logging site. Several wooden cabins are scattered in the clearing, smoke rising from chimneys, and there are signs of vehicles parked nearby. His spirit lifts, but he immediately becomes alert. This remote logging area has many people, and there is a high chance that mountain apes are watching or that local illegal groups are involved. He dares not approach openly, and instead hides at the edge of the woods, carefully observing. The logging site looks calm. The workers seem to be finishing their work and are walking in small groups toward the dining hall. He does not see any suspicious vehicles or people. He needs food, medicine, and warm clothes. He must take a risk. When it is completely dark and the logging site quiets down, only a few wooden cabins still have lights on. Lin Ping sneaks into the area like a ghost, avoiding the main road, and moves toward a small wooden building that looks like a storage or tool shed. He slips inside, where various tools, oil, and miscellaneous items are stored. In a corner, he finds some old clothes abandoned by workers and a pair of worn work shoes. They are dirty, but can keep him warm. He is also lucky to find half a pack of compressed biscuits and a small unopened bottle of disinfectant alcohol. Just as he is about to leave, he hears footsteps and voices outside. Someone is coming to the tool shed. Lin Ping is startled and quickly hides behind a pile of oil drums, holding his breath. The door opens and two large men in work uniforms, smelling of alcohol, come in. They turn on the light and start rummaging through the tools. Damn, the wrench is missing again. It must be Jack messing around again. They curse and complain, not noticing Lin Ping hiding in the dark. He clenches his dagger tightly, his heart pounding. If he is discovered, he can only silence them, but that would reveal his position immediately. Fortunately, the men soon find the tools, curse again and leave, turning off the lights and closing the door. Lin Ping breathes a sigh of relief. After the footsteps fade away, he quickly puts on the clothes and shoes, stuffs the biscuits and alcohol into his pocket, and quietly leaves the tool shed, disappearing into the night. He does not stay and continues heading west through the night. He must stay far away from this logging site. After walking for most of the night, he finds a sheltered crevice in the rocks and takes a rest. He eats a few biscuits and uses alcohol to clean his wound. The sharp pain makes him sweat cold, but the wound must be disinfected. After bandaging it, he leans against the rocks, feeling exhaustion wash over him. He took out the antibiotics he got from the night owl, hesitating for a moment. Can I still take this medicine? Will it be poisonous? But the risk of infection from his wound was greater. In the end, he carefully took out 2 pills and swallowed them. Whether he lives or dies, he would leave it to fate. After resting for a few hours and regaining some strength, he continued on his way. That day, he followed a frozen creek, hoping to find a larger settlement. In the afternoon, he found fresh footprints and tire tracks near the creek. There must be people nearby. He became more cautious and followed the trail. At dusk, suddenly, a simple dirt road appeared before him. Next to the road, there was a crooked wooden sign with the words, Glen Town, 5 kilometers, written in country language. Finally, he found a place with people, but Lin Ping's heart sank. A small town meant more resources and information, but also a higher risk of being exposed. The mountain spirit group might have already infiltrated here. He needed to disguise himself and create a believable identity to blend in. He carefully checked his appearance. Ragged clothes, a face full of stubble, many scars, looking like a stranded traveler who had been robbed or had an accident. He dirted his face and hands, messed up his hair, making himself look even more disheveled. Then, leaning on a crutch, he limped onto the road, heading toward Glen Town. The dirt road stretched beneath his feet, uneven and full of potholes. Lin Ping used a rough pinewood cane. With each step, the wound on his right leg tore painfully, and his gunshot wound on his left arm throbbed. He deliberately slowed down, hunched his back, making himself look more hunched and weak. Mud and dried blood covered his face and hands, giving off a foul smell. He looked like a refugee who had just escaped from the mountains or an unfortunate wanderer. As dusk fell, the outline of Glen Town gradually became clear in the distance. It was a typical small town in northern country, not very big. Low wooden and brick houses lined both sides of the road, with a few dim streetlights flickering in the cold wind. At the town entrance, there was a simple gas station and a small motel. Occasionally, vehicles passed by, kicking up dust. Lin Ping's nerves were stretched to the limit. He needed to blend into the environment without drawing any unnecessary attention. He kept his head down and walked slowly into the small town. The street was quiet, with only a few men in heavy work clothes coming out of a bar. They looked at him curiously, but didn't say anything. Seeing a homeless person in the cold wind was not unusual. Lin Ping's goal was the busiest small shop in the town center, which sold groceries and simple meals. It was a place where many people gathered, information spread quickly, and basic food and medicine were easy to find. He pushed open the creaky wooden door of the shop. A warm smell of food and heat hit him. Inside, the light was dim. A few locals sat around a fire, drinking and chatting. Behind the counter, a chubby middle-aged woman was wiping glasses. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Lin Ping. His messy, worn-out appearance didn't fit the cozy, warm atmosphere of the shop. Lin Ping looked scared and tired. He spoke in a rough, accented English, hesitating, "Sorry. Can I have some food? I was robbed." He pointed to his injuries and torn clothes. The shop owner frowned, showing a mix of caution and sympathy. "Where are you from? What happened?" "In the mountains. Car broke down. Walking. Met some bad people." Lin Ping stammered, pretending to be shaken. A loud, rough-voiced man with a red nose said, "Things haven't been peaceful in the mountains lately. I heard gangs are active. Old Joe's delivery truck was robbed last week."
Poor guy.
The shop owner sighed, took a hard bread and a cup of hot water from behind the counter, and handed them to Lin Ping. "Eat something. Do you want to call the police?"
No.
"No need to call the police." Lin Ping quickly waved his hands, showing fear.
They
said if I called the police, they would kill me." He deliberately played the victim to avoid official contact. The shop owner seemed to understand his fear and didn't insist further. Lin Ping took the food and moved to a corner table, eating small bites. His ears were alert, listening carefully to the conversations around him. People soon stopped talking about him and started discussing local news, the weather, the deer hunting season, and strange noises in the nearby mountains. "Did I heard that near the old mining area in the north, there have been car lights flashing around at night, very mysterious. Could it be those poachers? That doesn't seem likely. The cars are quite good and the people look strange. Mind your own business. These days, who knows what they're up to? Unusual vehicles?" Lin Ping's mind moved. Could this be related to the mountain spirit? The U.S. is large and sparsely populated, and abandoned mines are ideal places to hide secrets. He needed more information. After eating the bread, he went to the bar, used his last coins to buy a small bottle of the cheapest painkillers and a roll of bandages. While paying, he casually asked the bartender, "Ma'am, do you know if there are any places nearby where I could find work? I need to earn some money to get home." The bartender looked at his battered appearance and shook her head. "With your condition, what kind of work can you do? The town's lumber mills and mines need strong workers. And," she lowered her voice, "things haven't been peaceful lately. Many places aren't hiring outsiders anymore." "Mine? The old mining area in the north?" Lin Ping asked casually. "Yes, but it's been abandoned for a long time. Sometimes exploration teams go there, but they don't hire often." The bartender said, "If you really want work, you could try Carson Town 20 kilometers south. There's a new logistics warehouse there. Maybe they need people." "Thank you." "Thank you, ma'am." Lin Ping expressed his gratitude, took the medicine and bandages, and staggered out of the shop. Information was limited, but the old mining area and unusual vehicles made him very alert. He couldn't go to Carson Town, it might be a trap. He had to investigate the old mining area. But first, he needed a safer hiding place and to tend his injuries. He found an abandoned barn on the edge of the town, dilapidated but barely enough to shelter from the wind and rain. He crawled inside, hid in a corner overgrown with weeds, and used the new bandages and medicine to treat his wounds again. The pain eased a little, but hunger and exhaustion returned. He curled up in the hay, looking at the cold stars outside the barn's hole, planning his next move. The old mining area is very risky, but it might be the only chance to find clues about the mountain spirit. The sniper who helped on the snowy mountain, does he have any connection to that place? But given his current state, sneaking into the mine alone is almost certain death. He needs help, or to create chaos. A bold plan is slowly taking shape in his mind. He needs a car, some tools, and the right moment. Late at night, Glen Town falls asleep. Lin Ping slips out of the barn like a ghost, sneaking into the backyard of the gas station on the town's edge. There are a few old trucks and pickups parked there. He chooses an old pickup that looks capable of off-road driving, with a half-full gas tank. He skillfully pries open the door with wire and connects wires to start the engine. The engine roars loudly in the quiet night. Lin Ping doesn't hesitate. He quickly drives away from the gas station, heading north toward the old mine area, following his memory. The old pickup's engine makes a dull roar on the quiet country road, and the headlights cut through the thick darkness like two sharp blades. He grips the steering wheel tightly, scanning the road ahead and the dark forests on both sides. His arm hurts from the bumping, but he ignores it, focusing on reaching the abandoned old mine. Based on what he heard from the small shop and the map, the mine should be in a valley about 30 kilometers north of Glentown. The terrain there is complex and hidden, making it a perfect spot for a secret base. Night is the best cover, but it also hides unknown dangers. He must finish his reconnaissance before dawn, or he risks being exposed. After about 40 minutes of driving, he sees a rusty sign that reads Black Stone Mine in blurry letters. The road turns into a bumpy dirt path, leading into a dark valley, surrounded by mountains. Lin Ping turns off the headlights, slows down, and uses the faint moonlight and his years of night vision to carefully enter the mine area. The air feels desolate and abandoned, with broken mining parts and collapsed wooden frames scattered along the roadside. He hides the pickup behind a pile of collapsed mine debris, turns off the engine, and gets out. Everything is silent except for the wind howling through the valley. He pulls out a dagger and quietly moves into the depths of the valley. Based on experience, if there is a secret base here, the most likely locations are deep inside the mine or in the higher ground near the office and living area. He decided to sneak toward the relatively intact building group on the hillside. There are a few small two-story buildings that look like former offices and dormitories. As he approached the buildings, he became more careful, using every shadow and obstacle for cover. He noticed that one of the second-floor windows faintly glowed with light, and fresh tire tracks were on the dirt in front of the building. Lin Ping felt a chill and held his breath, moving close to the building like a sneaky cat. He circled around to the back and found a drain pipe. Using his hands and feet, he endured his pain and slowly climbed up to the second-floor windowsill. He carefully peeked out through the gap in the curtains to look inside. Inside, several men dressed casually but looking sharp sat around a table, talking quietly. On the table, there were maps and some documents spread out. One man's profile made Lin Ping's heart race. It was the tall man who led the team that chased him at the mountain pass. It was definitely a member of the Mountain Ape group. This was really their base. Lin Ping suppressed his excitement and anger, listening carefully. The goods will arrive at Pier 3 at 4 a.m. tomorrow. We must make sure everything goes smoothly, the tall man said, pointing to a spot on the map. Don't worry, the pier has been cleared. All our people are there, replied another man with a scar on his face. Shadow reports that the target may have already entered Country M. We need to stay alert, the tall man said seriously. He's badly injured and can't run far. As long as he shows up, he won't escape. The scarred man sneered. 4 a.m. tomorrow? New goods? Lin Ping was shocked. This was clearly another major operation by the Mountain Ape group. And the shadow they mentioned might be Night Owl, the deadly bird. He was indeed getting ongoing information. He had to stop them. He needed to find proof. But the guards were strict, and breaking in directly was impossible. He needed a better plan, more details about Pier 3's location and defenses. Just as he was thinking, suddenly he heard barking and footsteps downstairs. There's movement. Go check it out, shouted the tall man inside the room. It was exposed. Lin Ping was greatly surprised. He immediately slid down from the windowsill and, upon landing, without hesitation, ran deep into the mining area. Over there! Chase him! Came shouts and hurried footsteps behind him. The flashlight beam flickered wildly in the darkness. Using his vague memory of the terrain, Lin Ping rushed toward an abandoned mine entrance. The mine was dark and deep, the best place to hide. He dove into the mine, where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. The air was filled with a musty smell and damp earth. He dared not turn on any light, only feeling his way along the cold rock wall, stepping carefully deeper inside. The pursuers also entered the mine, their shouts and footsteps echoing eerily in the tunnel. Lin Ping ran desperately forward. The mine had many forks, and he chose a downward-sloping passage at random. After running for a while, he found a crack in the rocks, curled up inside, and held his breath. The footsteps and flashlight beams of the pursuers passed by the main tunnel, seemingly unaware of this side path, gradually fading away. Lin Ping heaved a sigh of relief, but remained cautious. He had to leave the mine quickly, or he might get trapped inside. He waited a few minutes, making sure there was no movement outside, then carefully peeked out, ready to go back the way he came. But as he turned around, his foot suddenly slipped. A loose stone rolled down with a crisp sound. Over there came the shouts of the pursuers from afar. The lights quickly moved in that direction. Damn it! Lin Ping cursed silently. He could only continue fleeing deeper into the mine. This time, the pursuers were close behind. Shots began to ring out, hitting the rocks and splashing debris. The gunfire echoed loudly in the narrow tunnel. Lin Ping ran blindly in the darkness, ignoring his direction. He felt the tunnel getting narrower, the slope steeper, and the air thinner. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead. Was it an exit? He pushed himself forward with all his might. However, when he reached closer, he realized it was not an exit, but a huge, bottomless vertical mine shaft. The faint light was moonlight shining through the shaft opening. He almost ran straight into the abyss. He quickly stopped, causing loose stones to fall into the shaft, with no sound for a long time. Behind him, the sound of pursuing footsteps and flashlights was getting closer. He was trapped at the edge of the mine. It was a desperate situation, truly hopeless. Lin Ping looked at the bottomless mine shaft and then at the increasingly near pursuers behind him. A flash of despair crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a wild, determined resolve. He couldn't be caught, not even in death. He glanced at the wall of the shaft, which had some remaining rusty steel beams and cables. Just before the pursuers' lights reached him, Lin Ping leapt into the mine. But he didn't fall freely. He tightly grasped a thick, rusty ventilation pipe on the wall. The strong downward force almost tore his arms apart. He grunted and clenched his teeth, struggling to find a grip, kicking his feet against the wall. The pursuers reached the entrance, shining their flashlights down, but the mine was too deep and the light couldn't reach the bottom. Only darkness. Did he jump down? Someone exclaimed. That's so deep, he's definitely dead, another said. Better to see a person alive than a corpse. Let's go down and check, a tall man said coldly. Lin Ping's heart skipped a beat. They really intended to come down. He had to leave immediately. He slid down the ventilation pipe, which was badly rusted and creaked loudly, risking breaking at any moment. After sliding about 10 meters, his foot hit something solid, a narrow protrusion that seemed to be a maintenance platform. He steadied himself and saw a dark hole on one side of the platform, which looked like a branch leading to another tunnel. Without hesitation, he crawled inside. This tunnel was even narrower and lower, forcing him to crawl on his hands and knees. Behind him, the sound of ropes rubbing and shouting voices came from the entrance. Pursuers were descending. Lin Ping desperately kept moving forward. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading to an unknown destination. After what felt like a long time, a faint light and fresh air appeared ahead. He struggled to crawl out of the hole and found himself in a shrubbery on a hillside. The cold mountain wind, mixed with the fresh scent of grass and trees, blew away the damp smell from deep inside the mine. Lin Ping collapsed among the bushes on the hillside, gasping heavily, greedily breathing in the long mist fresh air. My entire body felt as if it was broken, especially the wounds on my right arm and leg. After fleeing and climbing through the mine tunnel, my injuries reopened, and blood soaked through the rough bandages. I struggled to sit up and looked around carefully. The sky was beginning to lighten with dawn approaching. In the distance, I could hear sirens and noisy voices from the Blackstone mine area. Pursuers had not given up. I had to leave immediately. Soon, the searchers would find this place. I checked my belongings. My dagger was still there, along with a half-empty water bottle and some compressed biscuits I grabbed from the pickup. But my medicines and bandages were all used up. Things looked grim. I identified the directions. Glen Town was to the east, but it was no longer safe, likely ambushed. The third dock was on the western coast, but after last night's fight, I didn't know what it looked like now. I needed a safe place to rest, heal, and think about my next move. I looked south, where the mountains rolled on and were rarely visited. Maybe only by going deep into the wilderness could I temporarily escape the chase. I made up my mind, broke a thick branch to use as a cane, and, enduring the pain, limped toward the mountains in the south. The path was rough and full of thorns. Every step was very hard. Losing blood and feeling exhausted blurred my vision, but I clenched my teeth and kept going with strong willpower. I dared not take obvious paths, so I moved through the dense forest, trying to leave no traces. At noon, I found a hidden cave. Its entrance was covered with vines, inside was dry, and a stream seeped in. I decided to rest here for a while. I tore the last clean piece of cloth from my clothes and washed my wounds with stream water. The wounds were swollen and infected, getting worse. I had to find herbs or get medicine quickly, or the infection might kill me. After resting for a few hours and regaining some strength, I left the cave and looked nearby for herbs to heal my wounds. Using my survival knowledge, I found some leaves with anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties. I chewed them and applied them to my wounds, which brought a little relief, but the effect was limited. At dusk, he caught a wild rabbit and used primitive methods to start a fire. After cooking it, he barely managed to fill his stomach. At night, the mountain cave was freezing cold. He could only curl up in a corner, relying on a faint fire to stay warm. Loneliness, pain, and uncertainty about the future gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. But he had no time to feel sorry for himself. He had to survive and find out the truth. The next day, he decided to take a risk and go near places where people lived to find medicine and food. He couldn't stay trapped in the mountains forever. He traveled along the mountain ridge southward for most of the day. By evening, he saw a wisp of smoke rising from a valley. It was a very remote small village with only about a dozen households, seeming isolated from the world. Lin Ping hid in the woods outside the village and watched carefully. The villagers looked honest but cautious. Their arrival might cause trouble. He couldn't rush into the village. He waited until late at night, then sneaked into the village like a ghost. He found a relatively wealthy-looking house on the edge of the village and quietly slipped into the backyard. He stole a few clean old clothes and some dried meat from a clothesline and took a small jar of homemade ointment for treating injuries from a windowsill. He left some valuable small items he brought from the mining area as compensation. Back at the cave, he changed into the new clothes, treated his wounds with the ointment, ate some food, and felt a little better. But this small supply was far from enough. In the following days, he moved like a wild man, wandering the deep mountains and the edges of the village, surviving by stealing necessary supplies and hunting. His injuries were slowly healing, but he was still weak. He dared not stay in one place too long, constantly changing hiding spots. At the same time, he secretly observed what was happening outside the mountains. By eavesdropping on villagers' radios and occasionally finding old newspaper fragments, he learned that the attack incident at Black Stone Mine and the gang fight at the seaside port made local news. However, the reports were vague and seemed deliberately suppressed. There was no mention of a wanted notice for him, which was strange. It seemed that the Mountain Spirit group was intentionally keeping a low profile, which made him even more uneasy. One day, outside another more remote mountain village, he overheard a conversation between two hunters, and what he heard made his heart tighten. The people from Blackwind Village in the north seem to be looking for someone recently, and the reward is quite high. Yes, I heard it's an injured Asian person causing big trouble. Stop asking around. You can't mess with those people. I haven't heard of that name before, but they are clearly a local gang of tough bandits. Are they also looking for me? Are they hired by the Mountain Ape local forces? My sense of danger rises again. My hiding place might no longer be safe. I must leave this area quickly and go somewhere farther and less known. But where to go? How to survive? Just when I was in trouble, a chance appeared, turning things around. I was on a small mountain trail when I saw an old jeep that had broken down. The owner was a middle-aged man from the US, wearing canvas work clothes and looking weathered. He was anxiously fixing the engine by the roadside. I wanted to avoid him, but when I saw the medicines and bandages in his toolbox, I hesitated. I needed those supplies. After watching for a moment and making sure no one else was around, I stepped out of the woods. "Need help?" I asked in rough English, trying to look harmless. The man was startled and looked at me cautiously, reaching for a wrench at his waist.
Who are you?
"Just passing by." I pointed to the broken-down Jeep. "It looks serious." I know a little about mechanics. He was suspicious but saw that I looked desperate and not threatening. Since he couldn't fix it himself, he hesitated and moved aside. I checked the engine and found it was a clogged fuel line and spark plug problem. Using the mechanical knowledge I learned in the army, I quickly fixed it. "Try it now," I said, wiping my hands. He started the engine and it ran smoothly. He jumped out happily and kept thanking me. "Thank you so much. You've really helped. My name is Jack, and I'm a driver for a supply convoy heading to the nearby mine." Hearing that, I thought, driver for a convoy? Maybe this is a chance. "You're welcome. My name is Ping." I used a fake name. "I've run into some trouble and am looking for work. Do your convoys still need people?" Jack looked at Lin Ping and saw the bandage on his arm bleeding and his tired expression. He sighed and said, "It looks like you've had a hard time. Our convoy needs a helper. The work is tough, but we provide food and shelter. If you're not afraid of hard work, you can try joining us." Food and shelter. This was exactly what Lin Ping needed. And staying with the convoy meant he could leave this dangerous area. "I'm not afraid of hard work," Lin Ping quickly replied. "Good, get in the car. I'll take you to meet the boss," Jack said warmly. Lin Ping sat in the front seat, and the Jeep drove along the mountain road toward the outside. The old Jeep jostled over the rough path, the engine making loud, strained noises. Lin Ping leaned back in his seat, looking through the dusty window at the fast-receding, bleak landscape. His wound ached faintly from the bumps, but he endured it, keeping a tired but obedient look on his face. Jack, the driver, was talkative. He drove and chatted at the same time. "Our convoy mainly delivers supplies to some private mines in the north. The roads are tough, but the pay is good. Old Charlie, the boss, is a good guy, but he has a bit of a temper. Just don't talk too much and work hard, and you'll be fine." Lin Ping nodded silently, but he was quickly analyzing in his mind. Private mines. This made him think of the Black Stone mine. Are these mines connected to the mountain ape? Is this convoy a way to escape a trap, or is it another carefully planned prison? He didn't dare to take it lightly. After a few hours, the Jeep reached a simple camp in a valley. There were several portable cabins, a large parking lot with more than 10 heavy trucks, and the smell of diesel and dust filled the air. This was Jack's convoy base. Jack led Lin Ping into a small building used as an office. Inside, a short, stocky man with dark skin and a cigar in his mouth was angry at a ledger. This was old Charlie, the boss. "Charlie, I brought you a person," Jack called out. Ping, you helped me a lot on the way. You're handy," Jack added. Old Charlie looked up, his sharp eyes like knives scanning Lin Ping, especially when he saw the bandage on his arm and his tired face. His eyebrows furrowed even more. "You're hurt? Can you work?" "Yes," Lin Ping answered briefly, his voice hoarse but firm. Old Charlie hummed and didn't ask more. He threw over a form. "Fill this out and sign with your fingerprint. 3-day trial period, food and accommodation provided, no pay. If you do well, stay. If not, leave." The form was simple: name, age, background. Lin Ping randomly filled in a fake name and false information, then pressed his fingerprint. In this place, no one would look too closely. Old Charlie glanced at it and casually tossed the form into a drawer. "Jack, take him to the dormitory. Be ready to leave at 5 in the morning." The so-called dormitory was a large shared space with over 10 bunk beds made of iron. The air smelled of sweat and feet. Lin Ping was assigned to an upper bunk near the wall. He silently climbed up, lay down in his clothes, and kept a watchful eye on his roommates. Most of these workers had rough skin and dull eyes, typical low-level laborers. Nothing unusual for now. At 4 a.m. the next day, a sharp whistle sounded. Lin Ping followed the workers to the parking lot. His job was to help load and unload goods from trucks. The trucks carried food, daily supplies, and some machine parts needed at the mine. The destination was a place called Lone Star Mine, deep in the mountains. The journey was long and bumpy. Lin Ping worked quietly, trying not to attract attention. He secretly observed the route and the surroundings. The mine was in a very remote mountain valley, heavily guarded with high walls and barbed wire, creating a tense atmosphere. When unloading, Lin Ping noticed the guards were well-equipped and alert, more like security than ordinary guards. He also saw a black SUV with tinted windows drive deep into the mine, its license plate covered. Suspicious. This mine was definitely not simple. By the time he returned to the convoy base late at night, Lin Ping was exhausted, but his mind was racing. He needed more information. Over the next 2 days, he used the opportunity of traveling with the convoy to quietly memorize routes to different mines and the terrain along the way. He noticed that one place called Blackwater Mine had especially tight security, and strange vehicles often entered and left at night. On the 3rd night, Lin Ping pretended to wake up and quietly slipped out to the parking lot. He found Jack's Jeep and used a wire to pry open the door. He then placed a tiny tracker on a hidden spot under the chassis. This was one of the few pieces of equipment he still had from previous missions. He needed to monitor the convoy's movements, especially their trip to the Blackwater Mine. On the 4th day, old Charlie called Lin Ping to his office. "Your probation is over and you did well. From now on, you will follow Jack's vehicle regularly, especially on the Blackwater route." Blackwater Mine. Lin Ping was surprised but kept calm. "Yes, Mr. Charlie. Things seem to be going too smoothly." He was assigned directly to the most suspicious route. Was it just coincidence, or was it planned? That night, using a device disguised as a radio receiver, Lin Ping intercepted a message. It revealed that Jack's vehicle would leave early the next morning to deliver a batch of special supplies to the Blackwater Mine. He had to find a way to sneak onto that vehicle and secretly explore the mine. During loading at dawn, Lin Ping took advantage of the chaos. He quietly slipped into the cargo area of a truck, covered himself with a tarp, and hid. The truck then headed toward the Blackwater Mine. His heart was in his throat the entire journey. He didn't know what awaited him. A few hours later, the truck stopped. Outside, he heard guards questioning Jack. Then, the truck started again, as if entering the mine. Lin Ping carefully lifted a corner of the tarp and looked outside. The inside of the mine was heavily guarded, with cameras and patrol guards everywhere. The truck stopped in front of a warehouse, and workers began unloading. Seizing a chance, Lin Ping slipped out of the truck while the workers were busy and quickly hid behind a pile of abandoned mine carts. He observed the warehouse. The door was shut and guarded. He needed to find a way inside. He circled to the side of the warehouse and found a ventilation opening with a loose grate. Using his knife, he pried it open and crawled inside. The ventilation duct was dusty, narrow, and dark. He crawled forward until he found a small gap to peek inside the warehouse. Looking down, Lin Ping's heart suddenly clenched. The items stored inside the warehouse were definitely not mining supplies. Instead, there are familiar wooden crates. These are the missing antiques. There are also some sealed metal boxes with dangerous biological hazard symbols on them. In the center of the warehouse, a few people are talking. One person makes Lin Ping's blood run cold. The death bird is the night owl. He is dressed in a miner's uniform, standing with a tall man, the leader of the mining area. Master is very unhappy about the last mistake. The death bird speaks coldly. This batch of new goods must be flawless. They need to be shipped out tonight on time. Don't worry, this time it will be completely safe. The tall man respectfully replies, the route is arranged. It goes through the territory of the Black Wind Village. No one dares to check. What about the key? Any news? The death bird asks. They're still searching. He can't have gone far, the tall man answers. Lin Ping is shocked inside. New goods?
Key?
Could it be referring to those metal boxes with biological hazard symbols? And the key. Is it himself? What do they want to do with him? He must leave immediately. He needs to tell the outside world about this. Carefully, he retraces his steps back to the ventilation duct. Just as he crawls out and lands, ugh. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly blares. The entire mine lights up instantly. There's an intruder. Guards shout from all directions. They've been exposed. How is that possible? Lin Ping doesn't have time to think. He runs fast. Bullets are fired from behind in an instant. Using his brief memory of the terrain, he frantically dodges between the mine buildings, avoiding bullets and pursuers. Sirens, shouts, and gunfire fill the air. He reaches the barbed wire fence at the edge of the mine, desperately cutting it with a dagger. The wire is cut open. He forces his way out and rolls down the hillside. Behind him, the pursuers also rush out of the mine, not giving up. Lin Ping runs wildly through the dark forest. He knows that this time, he has stirred up a hornet's nest. The core secret of the mountain ape has been uncovered by him. They will never let him leave alive. The cold mountain wind cuts his face like a knife, and the gunfire and shouts behind him are like maggots gnawing at his bones, relentless. He clenched his teeth and poured all his strength into his legs, running wildly through the dark forest. Thorns scratched his skin, branches whipped his body, but he was unaware, only thinking, I must escape. Send the information out. The scene he saw in the Blackwater mine warehouse was like a mark etched in his mind. Those missing antiques, mysterious metal boxes with biohazard symbols, the death bird, and the conversation with the mine boss. All of this pointed to a bigger, darker conspiracy. He uncovered the core secret of the mountain spirit, and his enemies would not give up easily. He had to use his brief memory of the terrain and his great physical strength to shake off the pursuers. He chose steep, difficult paths with dense vegetation, using the complex terrain as cover. Although the pursuers' firepower was fierce, it was hard to use effectively in the dark and thick forest, and the distance between them gradually grew. After running for nearly an hour, the sounds behind him finally faded away. Jinping dared not stop. He kept running for another 10 minutes until he was sure he was safe for now. He then leaned against a large tree, gasping heavily. Sweat, blood, and mud mixed together, making him look like a monster crawling out of hell. He looked around to identify his direction. He was now deep in the mountains, far from the mine, but the pursuers might have used hunting dogs or helicopters to search. He needed to find a completely hidden place and leave the area quickly. He remembered passing an abandoned railway line when he was in the car, which seemed to lead outside the mountains. Abandoned stations or tunnels along the railway were good hiding spots and convenient for long-distance travel. With a clear goal, he immediately headed toward the railway line he remembered. At dawn, he found the rusty railway. He walked along the tracks, trying to stay in the grass below the embankment to avoid footprints. After walking most of the day, by noon, he discovered a drainage tunnel near an abandoned station. The entrance was covered with weeds, dark and damp inside, but hidden enough. He crawled in and found a relatively dry spot deep inside to rest temporarily. Now, the most important issue was communication. His encrypted phone was already broken, and his only hope was the modified shortwave radio. But was there a signal here? Was the battery enough? He took out the device, connected a spare battery, his last reserve, and tuned to the emergency frequency. The timing was wrong. The headquarters was listening on Wednesday early morning. Today was only Tuesday. He couldn't wait that long. He decided to take a risk and try to send a signal, even if hope was small. He took a deep breath and started tapping Morse code. The signal was weak and intermittent, like tiny insects in the open mountain field. He repeated over and over the codes for identity confirmation, urgent situation, Blackwater mine, bioweapons, and coordinates. Seconds passed, and the battery indicator started flashing. Power was running out. There was only noise in the headset, no response. Despair flooded him again. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, a very faint but rhythmic signal came through the headset. It was the headquarters confirmation code, followed by a short command. Hold on.
Wait.
Support. coordinates. The signal suddenly stopped. The battery was completely dead. Lin Ping's heart raced wildly. It was a success. The headquarters received the message. And they sent support. But wait for support. How could he wait in this dangerous mountain wilderness? Where was the support point? The coordinate signal was incomplete because the battery was dead. Hope and despair intertwined once more. He had reinforcements, but lost contact and the meeting point. He had to find a way to survive and actively seek support. He stepped out of the tunnel, observing the direction of the railway. The railway was the only clue leading out of the mountains. The support point was likely somewhere along the railway. He had to follow the railway. Over the next 2 days, Lin Ping moved like a lone wolf in the wilderness, struggling along the railway line. He relied on wild fruits and stream water for food, and his wounds slowly healed with herbal medicine and his willpower. He hid during the day and moved at night, avoiding possible searchers. By evening of the 3rd day, he reached a large abandoned freight station. The platform was broken down, and the warehouse had collapsed, but the train tracks met here, seeming to be a transportation hub. He hid in the woods outside the station, watching carefully. The station looked empty, but his instincts told him this place was not simple. Late at night, he quietly sneaked into the station area. Just as he approached the main warehouse, he suddenly heard faint voices inside. His heart tightened, and he quickly hid. The signal disappeared in this area. The key must be nearby. Do we need to find him quickly? The master is already waiting. Don't worry, he can't escape. The whole mountain area is sealed off. It was the people of the mountain ape. They were also using the train tracks to search. And from their tone, it seemed they had some kind of signal tracking technology. Lin Ping felt cold inside. The headquarters intelligence might have already been intercepted or decoded. This was a double trap. The backup might be fake. He had to leave immediately. But just as he turned to retreat, he stepped on a loose rail, making a sharp, clank sound. The noises inside the warehouse suddenly stopped, and several beams of flashlights swept over instantly. Over there. Chase. Lin Ping knew he was in trouble and ran as fast as he could. Bullets immediately shot from behind, hitting the concrete pillar of the platform, sparks flying. Using his knowledge of the terrain, he dodged between abandoned vehicles and buildings, desperately running outside the station. The pursuers kept close, gunfire echoing sharply in the silent night sky. He burst out of the freight yard into an open area, just as he was about to be caught. Suddenly,
Whoosh.
whoosh, 2 precise and deep sniper shots rang out from the hillside nearby. The 2 enemies leading the chase fell to the ground. Ambush. The remaining enemies panicked and looked for cover. Lin Ping was stunned.
Who could it be?
Over here. Hurry. A deep, urgent voice came from the hillside. Could it be real backup? Lin Ping didn't have time to think. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he sprinted toward the hillside. Cover him. A command came from the hill. The sniper fire resumed, suppressing the enemy's attack. Lin Ping ran desperately, bullets whistling past his ears. He felt a numbness in his calf, scratched by stray bullets, but he couldn't care less. He rushed up the hill, and in the darkness, 2 figures appeared in front of him, dressed in camouflage uniforms with face paint. Comrade Lin Ping. We are the Shadow team from headquarters. Here to support you, one of them quickly said, with a voice full of authority that couldn't be questioned. Lin Ping looked at their hands, holding silenced sniper rifles and high-quality gear, which made him feel a little reassured. This was definitely the style of the headquarters.
Follow me.
The evacuation point is ahead, the team member signaled. The 3 of them quickly disappeared into the dark forest. The gunfire behind them gradually faded away. After about half an hour, they reached a hidden valley where a camouflaged off-road vehicle was parked. Get in. We need to leave immediately. The team member opened the back door. Lin Ping hesitated for a moment, but seeing their professional actions and confident eyes, he finally got into the car. The off-road vehicle moved smoothly along the dark mountain road, with the engine sound deliberately kept very quiet. Inside, it was completely silent. Lin Ping leaned back against the comfortable but cold leather seat, his muscles still tense. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, pressing on his mind, but a deeper sense of unease and alertness made him hold on, not daring to relax. He looked at the two, Shadow, team members in the front seat, dressed in black combat uniforms with upright postures. Their movements were professional and calm, their gear top-notch, everything fitting the style of elite soldiers directly under headquarters. But after experiencing the betrayal of the Death Bird, Night Owl, Lin Ping instinctively doubted any sudden reinforcements. Why was the support point exactly near that abandoned freight station? How could they find him so precisely when he was surrounded? Was the intelligence from headquarters truly secure? All these questions made him wonder. Was it just coincidence, or was it another carefully planned trap? He needed to find out. We're going where? Lin Ping broke the silence, his voice hoarse from thirst and fatigue. The team member in the front seat turned his head. His face was covered in heavy face paint, making it hard to see his features clearly, but his eyes were sharp. Safe house.
You need treatment and rest.
Headquarters has new orders. His answer was precise and confident, but Lin Ping's doubts still lingered in his mind. New orders? Lin Ping asked. Has the headquarters received any information about the Blackwater mine? Yes, they have, the team member nodded calmly. The situation is more complicated than we expected. The Yuan Shao has many tentacles, and we need to think carefully before acting. Think carefully, Lin Ping frowned slightly. That batch of goods, especially those biochemical boxes, must be stopped quickly. We will handle it. The team member spoke with authority. Your main task is to ensure your safety and recover your strength. That is an order. Order. Lin Ping closed his mouth. In a strict organization, questioning a superior's order is a serious mistake. But his unease grew stronger. This protective isolation made him feel like he was a piece of valuable property, not a soldier. The vehicle traveled for about 2 hours and finally reached a private estate in a deep mountain canyon. The estate was heavily guarded, with high walls and electric fences. Guards checked at the entrance, and the atmosphere was tense. The vehicle stopped in front of a standalone villa. The team member signaled Lin Ping to get out. This place is absolutely safe, the team member said. There is a doctor and everything you need inside. Rest well and wait for the next instructions. Lin Ping followed them into the villa. The interior was luxurious, but felt cold and empty. A doctor in a white coat, expressionless, was already waiting, beginning to check his injuries. While treating his wounds, Lin Ping tried to talk to the doctor and the occasional servant who came in, but they all remained silent, not answering any questions, only doing their work mechanically. He was placed in a comfortable bedroom with sealed windows. Guards stood outside the door. This treatment didn't seem like appreciation for his service, but more like being treated as a prisoner. Late at night, Lin Ping lay in bed, unable to sleep. He carefully recalled every detail of the day, the appearance of the support team, their conversations, this secret estate. Everything felt strange. He quietly got up and checked the room. There were no surveillance cameras, but the door was locked from the inside and the windows were sealed. He tried to pick the lock with a small tool hidden on him, but it was a special lock that couldn't be opened. He was placed under house arrest. Was it because he knew too many secrets? Or was there a bigger problem inside the headquarters, making even the Shadow team unreliable? A frightening thought crossed his mind. Perhaps, from the moment the dead bird betrayed him, he had been caught in a huge conspiracy that even the headquarters couldn't fully control. The safe house he was in might actually be a dangerous trap. He had to find a way to escape. The next day, the doctor came again to change the bandages, and the servant delivering food remained silent. Lin Ping pretended to cooperate while secretly watching the guards' shift times and patrol patterns. He noticed a small garden behind the villa, with a low wall close to the forest. Maybe that was his way out. At night, he asked to go outside for some fresh air, claiming he needed a walk in the garden. The guard hesitated, checked his radio, then agreed to let him go under strict supervision for 10 minutes. The garden was dimly lit. Lin Ping strolled casually, appearing relaxed, but He was carefully observing the wall's height and possible climbing points with the corner of his eye. He saw a surveillance camera at the corner of the wall, but there seemed to be a blind spot. Back in his room, he began preparing. He tore the bedsheet into strips and twisted them into a rope. He straightened a metal fork from the utensils to make a simple lock-picking tool. He had to act quickly. The longer he waited, the more unpredictable things became. Early the third day, before dawn, when the guards were most tired, Lin Ping silently approached the door and carefully manipulated the lock with his homemade tool. Sweat soaked his forehead, and each second felt like an eternity. With a soft click, the lock opened. He took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open a crack. The corridor was empty, and the guards seemed to be dozing against the wall. Like a sneaky cat, he slipped out of the room, following the route he remembered, quickly heading toward the back door of the villa. Avoiding a patrol guard, he successfully entered the backyard. He hurried to the blind spot at the corner of the wall, threw a cloth rope, hooked it onto the top, and climbed up with his hands and feet, struggling to get over the wall. His wound was pulled painfully, but he clenched his teeth and managed to get over the top, then jumped down. Landing on the ground, he didn't dare stop. He plunged into the dark forest, disappearing into the shadows. Behind him, the estate's loud alarm sounded. The spotlight's beam wildly swept through the trees. Lin Ping ran desperately into the deep mountains. The sharp alarm and the spotlight's beam, like relentless pests, kept chasing him. It was clear that the estate guards had realized he escaped. He dared not look back or stop. He could only rely on instinct and the faint moonlight, stumbling up the steep, rugged hillside. Thorns tore his clothes and skin, branches slapped his face, but he didn't notice. Wounds on his right arm and leg reopened with his frantic movement, blood soaking his bandages, causing sharp pain, but he endured it. His only thought was run. Run as far as possible. That so-called safe house and the shadow team were actually a carefully set trap. There was definitely a traitor inside the headquarters. Now he was completely alone, with unknown enemies ahead and pursuers behind. The world seemed to have no safe place. Despair and anger burned inside him like wildfire, but the extreme danger made him stay calm. He had to use the complicated terrain and the darkness to shake off the pursuers. He chose the hardest paths, slipped into thick bushes, slid down steep slopes, using every natural barrier. The shouts and footsteps behind him gradually faded, but the spotlight's beam still swept the night sky, like a giant eye searching for him. After nearly an hour of running, he hid in a crack in the rocks, gasping heavily, his heart pounding. He listened carefully. The pursuers' sounds seemed to have disappeared, but distant engine roars and barking dogs still reached him. They had used vehicles and hunting dogs. The search area was expanding. He had to leave this mountain area quickly. It was too easy to be surrounded here. He checked his direction. The eastern sky was already turning pale. Dawn was near. He needed to find a relatively safe hiding spot before sunrise and plan his next move. He moved along the mountain ridge toward the southeast, where the terrain was flatter, possibly near a road or village. He now needed food, medicine, and most importantly, a place to hide temporarily from the pursuers. At dawn, he finally saw a lonely, seemingly abandoned motel beside a mountain road. The motel was in poor shape, with a crooked sign and broken windows, but it might offer temporary shelter. He carefully approached, checked that no one and no vehicles were nearby, then slipped inside through a broken window. Inside, it was dusty and full of spider webs, with furniture scattered and broken, but at least it could block the wind and rain. He found a relatively clean corner, sat down on the floor, and examined his injuries. His wounds had worsened, and he needed to treat them quickly. He tore off a clean piece of his clothing to bandage his wounds again, but lacked medicine, so the risk of infection was high. Hunger and thirst burned like fire in his throat and stomach. He had to find supplies. He searched the motel and found only a few bottles of expired mineral water and some moldy crackers in an abandoned fridge. He couldn't afford to think too much. He took a few sips of water and ate a few crackers, barely suppressing his hunger. Now, He faced the toughest question: where to go next? Who could he trust? There was a traitor inside the headquarters, and the entire shadow system might have been compromised. He couldn't trust any regular communication channels. The mysterious sniper who helped him in the snowy mountains and at the freight station was his only possible friend, but his identity was unknown, and he couldn't contact him. He needed a new identity, a new hiding place, and most importantly, a completely reliable, one-way contact method. He remembered Old Chun. Old Chun was his first contact, and one of the people he trusted most. But was Old Chun safe? Would contacting him instead expose him? The risk was huge, but he had no other choice. He had to take the chance. He needed a phone that couldn't be traced. During the day, he rested in the abandoned motel to recover. At dusk, he set out again, walking along the road toward a possible town. After a few hours, he saw the lights of a small town in the distance. He didn't go into the town center, but found an old public phone booth in the suburbs. He inserted coins, took a deep breath, and dialed a very secret emergency number of Old Chun, a number only a few people knew. It was theoretically the safest option. The phone rang for a long time. Just as Lin Ping was about to hang up, thinking no one would answer, the call was picked up, but the other person said nothing. Lin Ping quickly used a secret code. Fishermen stranded, boat broken, nets torn, undercurrent surging, urgently need a lighthouse. After a long silence, Lao Chen's familiar but slightly tired and serious voice came through. The lighthouse is out. The sea area is sealed. Fishermen must find their own way, avoid trouble temporarily, and wait for the tide. Remember, do not trust any channels, including this one. Before he finished speaking, the call was cut off, and a busy signal sounded. Lin Ping held the receiver, feeling his heart sink to the bottom. Lao Chen's warning was very clear. The problems inside the headquarters are extremely serious, and even his most trusted channels might be monitored. He is now truly alone, completely relying on himself. He quickly left the phone booth and disappeared into the night. Lao Chen's warning made him even more certain that the safe house and the shadow team are definitely traps. The darkness before dawn is the thickest, and the mountain forest is filled with biting cold and silence. Lin Ping stood by the broken window of an abandoned inn, looking at the distant black mountains that rose and fell like the back of a giant beast. His eyes showed no fear, only a kind of cold calmness after being pushed to the brink. Lao Chen's warning still echoed in his mind. The inside of the headquarters can no longer be trusted, and all regular channels are contaminated. He is now truly alone. Every step could lead him into the abyss. But he cannot stop. Stopping means death. He must carve out a bloody path for himself on this strange, dangerous land. The first step is to completely disappear. He needs a new identity, a hiding place that cannot be tracked. He left the inn and walked in the opposite direction along the road, no longer approaching any town. He needs to go to a more remote, less visited place. During the day, he hid deep in the forest, resting, using found herbs to treat his wounds, and catching small animals to eat. At night, he moved like a ghost, avoiding all possible human traces. After a few days, he reached a vast, almost forgotten desert edge by modern civilization. Here, the land is wide and sparsely populated, with only scattered nomads and abandoned mines. It is an ideal place to hide. He found an abandoned miner's cabin near a dried-up riverbed, partially covered by sand and wind. The cabin was old and broken, but still standing strong enough to block the wind and sun. He decided to stay there for now. Next, he focused on survival. He needed a steady water supply, food, and basic supplies. He didn't dare go far to the town, so he searched nearby instead. Using his survival skills, he found hidden water sources in the desert, set traps for lizards and desert mice, and collected edible plant roots. Life was very hard, but it was enough to keep him alive. More importantly, he needed information. He wanted to know what was happening outside, especially about the mountain ape and the betrayed shadow team. He took a risk and sneaked into a small, rough border trading post far away. The place was crowded with different people, and information was shared there, but it was very dangerous. He disguised himself as a quiet, wandering hunter. He traded animal pelts for a little salt, matches, and an old shortwave radio. Back at his cabin, he fixed the radio and started listening to different channels. Most broadcasts were local news and music, but sometimes he caught encrypted signals and vague reports about unusual military activity near the border. The information was broken and unclear, but he pieced together the main idea. Mountain ape was increasing its presence in the area, seemingly searching for something. His own wanted status seemed to be deliberately hidden, which made things even stranger. He was like a wounded lone wolf, licking his wounds in the desert, sharpening his claws, and waiting patiently for the right moment. After a few weeks, his injuries healed, and his body adapted to the harsh environment. He grew stronger, more alert, and more silent. The time was coming. He couldn't hide here forever. He needed to take action and find a way out. His target was a name he occasionally heard at the trading post, Vulture. He was a weapons dealer active near the border, known to have many contacts across different groups. Finding him might get him the weapons and gear he desperately needed, and maybe even some underground information. But it was very risky. Vulture was a dangerous man himself. Lin Ping didn't hesitate. He took all his savings, some fur, and a few coins, and set out on his journey again. After several days of travel and asking around, he found a temporary hideout of the Vulture gang. It was a black market base made from old shipping containers deep in the desert. The hideout was heavily guarded and tense. Lin Ping lowered his hat and walked inside. Inside, smoke filled the air, and various people whispered as they traded forbidden items. He found a middleman and explained his purpose. After some questioning and testing, he was taken to a small room inside a container. The Vulture was a middle-aged man with a thin build and sharp eagle-like eyes, with a fierce scar on his face. He looked at Lin Ping with suspicion and scrutiny. "New face? What do you want?" "Information," Lin Ping said simply, placing a crumpled stack of money on the table. The Vulture weighed the money and sneered. "Not enough. And why should I trust you?" Lin Ping looked up calmly, but with a sharp gaze that showed he was not to be underestimated. "You don't have to trust me. But missing this deal and the information I have could be your loss." The Vulture squinted, seeming to be momentarily intimidated by his presence. "What kind of information?" "About the movements of those guests from the north." Lin Ping lowered his voice, hinting at something. He was referring to the people from the Mountain Ape gang. The Vulture's face changed slightly. He looked at Lin Ping for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. "Interesting. Fine, I can give you the goods. But the information depends on what you're willing to pay." In the end, Lin Ping bought a well-maintained pistol with some magazines and basic medical supplies at a high price. As for the information, the Vulture only revealed a little. Recently, a mysterious group of outsiders was offering a large reward to find an injured Asian man, and they had been very active. This confirmed Lin Ping's suspicions. He left the black market feeling heavier in his heart. He had the equipment, but his situation was more dangerous. He had to be more careful. On his way back to the desert cabin, he suddenly sensed someone was following him. Was it the Vulture's people? Or other forces? Using his knowledge of the terrain, he circled around the desert and successfully lost his tail. But this also meant his hiding place might no longer be completely safe. He must move again. This time, he decided to do the opposite of before. Instead of hiding in remote areas, he chose to blend into a busy border town, using the crowd as cover. Sometimes the most dangerous places are the safest. He carefully disguised himself by messing up his hair, tanning his skin, and wearing old local clothes, making him look like an ordinary traveling worker from the border. He picked a small border town called Sandstone Town. It was a busy place with many different people, full of trade and easy to hide in. He found a temporary job loading goods at the dock and stayed in the cheapest shared hostel. He lived like a real worker from the bottom, quietly watching everything around him. The salty sea breeze carried smells of fish, oil, and cheap tobacco, blowing on his sun-darkened face. He wore old work clothes, with a cloth pad on his shoulder, and worked with other quiet workers to move heavy crates from the ship to trucks on the shore. Sweat soaked his back, and his muscles ached from the repeated work, but he didn't mind. This kind of simple, physical labor helped him relax his tense nerves and made his disguise more convincing. He was like an unnoticed stone at the bottom of the muddy dock pond, with ears as sharp as a sonar, catching every ripple on the water surface. The rough shouts of the foreman, sailors bragging about women and gambling debts, and merchants arguing over small profits created a noisy background. Among these sounds, sometimes there were fragments that made his heart race. The group from the north has been quiet lately. Seems like they're waiting for a big shipment. Did I heard Black Scorpion got into trouble and someone more ruthless took over? Old KS ship is arriving tonight, and they say it's carrying something special, with prices doubled. The warehouse area at the dock, warehouse number 3, has been under tight watch lately. No outsiders allowed. Words like people from the north, Black Scorpion, something special, and warehouse number 3 pricked at Lin Ping's nerves like needles. He stayed calm, kept working, but his mind was racing, piecing together these fragments with what he already knew. Old K is a famous smuggling ship captain who takes dangerous routes. This special item is likely related to the monkey spirit. As for warehouse number 3, he noticed during his reconnaissance that the guards there were unusually strict. An opportunity seems to have appeared. After work at night, Lin Ping did not return to the noisy inn. Instead, as usual, he went to a low-end bar at the edge of the dock area, filled with smoke and lively voices. He ordered the cheapest beer and sat in the shadows in the corner. This place is another hub for gathering information. He patiently waited. Until late at night, the bar door was pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in a dirty captain's uniform, with a full beard and fierce eyes, entered, followed by 2 tough sailors. It was Old K. Old K was in a good mood, loudly ordering drinks and bragging about his catch. Lin Ping listened carefully to their conversation. Damn, this time it was worth it. Those guys were really generous. That is the stuff settled. Don't worry, we threw it into warehouse number 3.
No mistakes.
Tomorrow, payment and delivery will happen at the same time. That I heard the other side is powerful. Be careful. Who cares? On my turf. Warehouse number 3. The deal is tomorrow. Lin Ping's heart suddenly pounded. He was almost certain that the stuff Old K mentioned was that mysterious cargo. He had to confirm. He had to stop it. He quietly left the bar, slipping into the night like a ghost, heading toward the warehouse area at the dock. Warehouse number 3 stood alone at the end of the dock, surrounded by open space. There was a high wall with barbed wire, armed guards patrolling at the gate, and searchlights sweeping periodically. The defenses were extremely tight. Lin Ping hid behind a pile of abandoned containers, carefully observing. Forcing his way in was impossible. He needed to create chaos and lure the guards away. His eyes fell on a fuel pipeline on the side of the warehouse. It was the dock's fuel supply line. An adventurous plan formed in his mind. He circled to the other side of the pipeline, found a maintenance hatch. Using tools, he pried open the valve, stuffed a small piece of cloth soaked in oil into the gap, and then lit it with a lighter. Flames quickly spread along the cloth strip, igniting the remaining oil stains on the outside of the pipe. The fire was not very large, but thick smoke billowed out. Fire. Call the fire department. Soon, someone noticed the fire and shouted loudly. The guards in the warehouse area became restless. Some rushed toward the fire with fire extinguishers. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Ping slipped out of the shadows. As the guard's attention was drawn away, he quickly moved to the side of the warehouse, found a ventilation opening, pried open the grill with a small knife, and slipped inside. The ventilation duct was full of dust, narrow and dark. He crawled forward and finally found a crack that allowed him to peek inside the warehouse. Looking down, Lin Ping's pupils shrank suddenly. Inside the warehouse, familiar crates were stacked. It was that batch of antiques. In the corner, several sealed metal boxes were placed separately, marked with a prominent skull and crossbone symbol, biological weapons. A few men dressed in casual clothes but with a cold demeanor were inspecting the goods. One of them, a man's profile, made Lin Ping's blood run cold. Night Owl. He was indeed here. The goods are fine, and the handover will be tomorrow as scheduled, Night Owl said to a man who seemed to be the leader. The buyer has arrived at the Sapphire Hotel. We can't afford any mistakes this time, the leader said seriously. Don't worry, everything is under control, Night Owl replied with a cold smile. The Sapphire Hotel. The buyer. A new lead for the transaction. Lin Ping suppressed his excitement and anger, quickly taking a few photos with a mini camera. He had to leave immediately. He carefully retraced his steps. But just as he crawled out of the ventilation opening and landed, an alarm blared loudly. The sensors inside the warehouse detected him. Intruder. The guard's shouts and hurried footsteps came from all directions. He was exposed. Lin Ping cursed silently, then ran as fast as he could. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! Bullets shot toward him. Sparks flew as they hit the containers. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, he darted crazily between stacked containers, dodging bullets. The pursuers were right behind him, not giving up. He burst out of the warehouse area and ran toward the dock. He jumped onto a parked boat, cut the mooring rope, and started the engine. The boat shot like an arrow into the dark sea. Gunfire erupted behind the dock, and the spotlight beams swept across the sea surface. Lin Ping desperately rushed forward. He knew he had truly stirred up a hornet's nest this time. But he also obtained crucial evidence and clues. The small boat bounced quickly on the dark sea, the engine's roar masking the faint sounds of sirens and shouting from the dock behind. He tightly gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white from the force. His wound throbbed painfully under the salt and intense movement, but he was unaware of the pain. In his mind, the cold face of the night owl, the metal box with a skull emblem, and the name, Blue Sapphire Hotel, burned like a hot iron, repeatedly stabbing his nerves. A new deal. New clues. He must stop them. At this tense moment, a fragment of a buried, suppressed memory suddenly flooded his mind. His father Ling Zhao's furrowed brow, his mother Qin Yan's worried eyes. They hadn't heard from him in a long time. Through organizational channels, they might already know about his disappearance or even defection. A sharp pain, mixed with guilt and longing, suddenly pierced through his hardened disguise. He shook his head fiercely, forcing down this weak emotion. Now is not the time to think about these. He must stay focused. The small boat reached a deserted beach. Lin Ping left the boat and quickly disappeared into the rocky forest on the shore. He needed to head immediately to the town where the Blue Sapphire Hotel was located. Blue Sapphire Hotel. The name sounded like a high-end place, surely heavily guarded. He couldn't rush in blindly. He needed a detailed plan, disguises, and weapons. At dawn, he sneaked into an abandoned fishing village near the town and found an empty house to hide temporarily. He checked the confiscated camera. The photos inside were solid evidence. But how to get them out and deliver them to trustworthy people was a problem. Normal channels were no longer reliable. He remembered someone, Old Bong, the old fisherman who had saved him at Black Reef. Old Bong was peaceful and unambitious. Maybe he could pass the information through the most primitive means? But the risk was huge, and it could endanger the old man. After much hesitation, he gave up on the idea. He couldn't involve innocent people in the chaos. He needed to rely on himself. During the day, he disguised himself as a homeless person and blended into the town. The town was much busier than Sandstone Town. The Sapphire Hotel was a tall, impressive building in the city center. He watched from afar. The hotel entrance was busy with cars, security was tight, and strangers found it hard to get close. Forcing the front door was impossible. He needed to find a way in. At the back alley of the hotel, he found discarded staff uniforms and leftover food in the trash. A plan quickly formed. In the evening, he knocked out a lone hotel staff member, took their uniform, and used the staff entrance to sneak inside. The hotel was luxurious and quiet inside, with carpets muffling footsteps. Lin Ping lowered his hat and pushed a cleaning cart, acting like a real staff member. He moved slowly down the corridor, carefully watching each room number and passing people with sharp eyes. Based on what Old K had boasted after drinking and what he overheard. The deal was probably happening in the presidential suite on the top floor or in a secret meeting room. He needed to find the exact location. He reached the top floor. The corridor was very quiet, but around the corner, 2 guards in black suits stood alert. The target was likely nearby. He couldn't force his way in. He needed a good reason to enter. He pushed his cart toward the guards and awkwardly said in the local language, "Repairing pipes, water leaking downstairs." The guards looked at him carefully and whispered into their radios to verify. Lin Ping's heart pounded. A few seconds later, the guards nodded and signaled him to go in, but one of them followed closely behind. The suite door opened, revealing a spacious living room. Lin Ping immediately saw the night owl sitting on the sofa and another bald man he didn't recognize. They were talking. On the coffee table were several open boxes, containing those antiques and metal cases. The night owl frowned slightly when he saw the cleaner entering. Lin Ping quickly lowered his head, pushed his cart toward the bathroom, and used his peripheral vision to quickly scan the layout and personnel arrangement of the suite. "Wait a moment." The night owl suddenly spoke, his voice cold. "Who are you?" "I've never seen you before." Lin Ping was startled and instinctively reached for the pistol hidden in the cleaning cart. Just at this critical moment, the glass window of the suite suddenly shattered. A sniper bullet whistled in and precisely shattered the coffee table in front of Yi Xiao. Antique fragments flew everywhere. The bodyguard shouted in surprise and immediately drew his gun. Yi Xiao and the bald man quickly dropped to the ground. Amid the chaos, Lin Ping hesitated for a moment, then forcefully pushed the cleaning cart toward the bodyguard following him and simultaneously fired his gun. Bang! Hitting the bodyguard's thigh. He turned and rushed toward another exit of the suite, gunfire roaring behind him. "Stop him!" Yi Xiao's angry shout rang out. Lin Ping forced open a backup door and rushed into a fire escape. He ran down the stairs as fast as he could. Alarm bells blared loudly in the hotel, causing chaos throughout the building. He blended into the panicked crowd, tore off his staff uniform, revealing plain clothes underneath, and pushed through the crowd, leaving the hotel. On the street, sirens wailed, and people were in an uproar. Lin Ping kept his head down and quickly moved away from the hotel area. His mind was full of questions. Who was that sniper? Friend or foe? Why did he save him again? But at this moment, he had no time to think. The deal was broken, but Yi Xiao and the buyer were still there, and they would surely fight back fiercely. He had to leave this town immediately. He stole a motorcycle that was still running on the roadside and sped out of the city at full speed. Behind him, sirens and unknown pursuers grew farther away. The roar of the motorcycle engine tore through the silence of the night. Lin Ping lowered his body, riding like the wind away from the brightly lit, chaotic town. The cold night wind whipped his face like a whip, but it couldn't cool the turbulent waves in his heart. That mysterious sniper. At the critical moment at the Sapphire Hotel, that precise shot not only shattered the coffee table but also disrupted Yi Xiao's plans, giving him a chance to escape. This was the second time. Once at the snowy mountain pass, once at the hotel. Each time, he appeared at his most dangerous moment, each time precisely intervening in the battle, then disappearing like a ghost afterward. Who is he? Is he the real reinforcement sent by headquarters? If he is from headquarters, why has he never contacted Lin Ping directly? Why does the action seem so secretive, as if deliberately keeping a distance? Old Chen's warning still echoed in his mind, but the inside of the headquarters was no longer trustworthy. Could the sniper be part of a secret group within the headquarters that remains loyal to the country and hasn't been compromised? Are they working in secret to avoid contact with the main channels that might be contaminated?
Or
perhaps, as the terrifying suspicion suggests, they are sent by another force, an opposing group to the Mountain Ape? Their goal isn't to save him, but to make sure that the key he holds doesn't fall into the hands of the Mountain Ape. They are also interested in the secrets of the Mountain Ape, or the value that Lin Ping himself represents. No matter which possibility is true, it means he is caught in a much more complicated and deep whirlpool than he imagined. He is no longer just a target of the mountain ape. He might now be a key piece in a game played by several powerful forces. This realization made him feel an unprecedented chill and loneliness. The motorcycle sped along the deserted border road, the road ahead dark and endless. He needed to find a completely safe place to carefully think through everything. A few hours later, the sky began to lighten. Lin Ping hid his motorcycle in the nearby woods and walked alone into a remote hilly area. He found an abandoned mining cave, its entrance covered by vines, dry and cold inside. He sank down deep inside the cave, exhaustion flooding him like a tide, but his mind was unusually clear. He took out the disposable camera. The photos inside were solid proof and had to be sent out. But to whom? The sniper. If he was truly an ally, maybe there was a special way to contact him? But how to reach out to a ghost who appears and disappears unpredictably? Lin Ping thought about the places, times, and ways the sniper had appeared. The mountain pass was after he sent an emergency Morse code. The Sapphire Hotel was when he infiltrated and was about to be exposed. It seemed the other side could roughly track his movements but not monitor him in real time, more like intervening at critical moments. This suggested they might have some information channels but not omniscient control. Perhaps there was a way to actively attract his attention? A bold plan was forming in his mind. He needed to create a big, attention-grabbing event that would make all hidden forces pay attention. This event should force the sniper or other potential allies or enemies to reveal themselves. It must be related to the core interests of the mountain ape, be dangerous enough, and leave him some room to control the situation. His eyes once again fell on the camera. The evidence inside could cause a huge stir. What if he made this evidence public? Not through secret channels that could be intercepted, but through open international media? Expose the mountain ape's crimes in the sunlight? This is undoubtedly the craziest and most effective plan, but the consequences are unpredictable. It could anger Mountain Ape and his backers completely, cause international conflicts, or put him in even greater danger. How could he ensure the information was sent successfully without being intercepted? The risks are high, but the potential rewards are also great. This might be the only way to break the deadlock right now. He needed a computer connected to the internet that couldn't be traced, and a secure point to send the message. His goal was to find a border town with internet access, chaos, and good hiding spots. He rested for a few hours to regain some strength. At dusk, he set out again, walking toward a town that might have a settlement. 2 days later, he arrived at No Man's Land, a border town known for chaos and smuggling, located at the junction of 3 countries. Laws here were weak, and various forces were deeply intertwined, making it an ideal place for hiding and trading. Using his last money, he bought an old laptop and an anonymous internet card at the black market. He found a rundown internet cafe with no need for ID registration and started working. He carefully wrote an anonymous email, attaching the photos from the camera, encrypted the files, and scheduled it to send later. The recipients were several well-known international investigative journalists and news agencies' public email addresses. He set the sending time for 24 hours later, leaving himself time to act and escape. After finishing, he erased all traces and left the internet cafe. Next, he waits for the storm to arrive and searches for hope within it. He is like a hunter using himself as bait, waiting quietly for the lurking prey to appear. He checks into a very simple motel, lying in bed with his pistol beside him, staying alert at all times. Seconds pass slowly. The town's night is noisy and chaotic, with sounds coming through thin walls, which heighten his nerves. At midnight, suddenly, there are loud screeches of brakes and hurried footsteps outside the motel. Then, the door to his room is slammed open. A few masked men with weapons rush in. "Don't move," a cold voice commands, aiming a gun at him. Lin Ping is startled.
So fast?
Are they from the Mountain Spirit group?
Or
Other forces? He doesn't resist. He slowly raises his hands, keeping a calm look as he surveys the intruders. They act professionally and work well together, unlike ordinary gangs. "Come with us," the leader commands. Lin Ping has no choice. He is forced out of the motel and shoved into a black van without a license plate. The van quickly drives away from the town, disappearing into the dark road ahead. Inside the van, everything is pitch black. Lin Ping's heart sinks. Things seem to have gone wrong. He has fallen into unknown enemies' hands. Strangely, these people haven't taken his hidden pistol and dagger, nor have they tied him up or beaten him.
Who are they?
The van travels for about an hour before stopping. The door opens, revealing a desolate valley with only a lonely wooden cabin with lights on. Go inside, the masked man signals. Lin Ping enters the cabin. The interior is simple, with just a table and a few chairs. Sitting with his back to him is a figure. The figure slowly turns around. When Lin Ping sees the face, his pupils suddenly shrink, and his whole body feels frozen. That face. So familiar. But impossible to be here. It is. Someone he hasn't seen in a long time. His mother.
Qin Yan. Time seems to stop at that moment.
Ling Chen stands at the door of the cabin, like struck by lightning, stiff and frozen, blood rushing backwards, his mind blank. He stared intently at the figure slowly turning around, the face that had appeared countless times in his dreams, a face filled with guilt and longing that he knew deep in his heart. How could it be his mother? Shouldn't she be at home thousands of miles away, worried day and night about his safety? Why would she appear here, in this dangerous borderland of Country M? And in such a way that he couldn't understand at all? That mysterious sniper. Could it be his mother? Countless questions and overwhelming shock hit him like a wave, making it hard for him to think. Qin Yan looked at her son's shocked, confused, and even slightly scared eyes. Tears filled her eyes instantly. But she still stood straight, her face showing a tough, weathered strength and a sharpness, like a soldier, that he had never seen before. Xiao Chen. Qin Yan's voice trembled slightly but was very clear. Don't be afraid, it's Mom. That one word, Mom, completely broke down his last defenses. He staggered forward, his voice hoarse and dry. Mom, why are you here? How come? You're here? That sniper.
Was it you?
Qin Yan quickly stepped forward and hugged her son tightly. She felt the scars on his thin body and his tense muscles. Tears finally fell from her eyes, but her tone quickly turned calm again. No time to explain everything in detail. To keep it simple, your dad and I are not ordinary parents. I was the former commander of the Candle Dragon team, and your dad is in charge of strategic cover, Tian Mountain. This mission of yours involves things beyond imagination. There's a traitor inside our headquarters we can't control, and normal channels are no longer trustworthy. Your dad has to stay at the military base to stabilize the situation and provide us with remote support. I had to come personally to find you. Lu Cheng was struck by a thunderbolt. The amount of information was too much for him to process. His mother is a special forces soldier?
This
was too unbelievable. But the determination in his mother's eyes and the seasoned aura on her made it all feel so real. Those 2 times. Were you the ones who saved me? Lu Cheng's voice still carried disbelief. One time on the snowy mountain, and once at the hotel. Qin Yan nodded, a hint of fear and determination in his eyes. We have been tracking your signal through special channels, but the interference is strong. We can only detect the general area and key points. I can only interfere when you're in the most danger, but I can't make direct contact. I'm afraid of exposing your location or alerting the enemy. Ling Chen finally understood. Why was the sniper so accurate and mysterious? Why did they always appear at his most desperate moments? It was his mother. She had been secretly protecting him all along. A wave of warmth and sadness filled his heart. He quickly hugged his mother tightly. This hug carried too many life and death struggles and hardships.
Mom, I'm sorry.
For making you worry. So many words were stuck in his throat. Foolish child, it's because your parents didn't protect you well. Qin Yan gently patted his son's back, then his tone became firm again. Now is not the time to talk. We haven't escaped danger yet. The email you sent has been intercepted by us, and its content is very important. But Mountain Ape and the internal traders have surely detected the anomaly. They will realize it soon. We must move immediately. Where to? Ling Chen forced himself to stay calm. Now is not the time to indulge in emotions. To a completely safe place, a secret safe house of the Candle Dragon. Qin Yan released his son and quickly said, "We will gather intelligence there and plan our next move. The evidence you obtained is crucial, but not enough to take down the entire network. We need to find the true identity of Mountain Ape and their ultimate goal." Ling Chen nodded, his eyes sharp again. With his mother's support, he was no longer fighting alone. The people outside, he glanced at the wooden house. They are our own, the remaining, absolutely reliable members of the Candle Dragon team. Qin Yan whispered, "Follow me." The mother and son stepped out of the wooden house. Several masked team members immediately guarded the surroundings. Qin Yan made a hand signal, and they quickly got into the car. The vehicle silently drove deeper into the forest. On the car, Qin Yan took out spiritual spring water from his face, using his backpack as cover. He handed it to Ling Chen for him to drink, then briefly explained the situation. It turns out that the Mountain Ape organization is deeply infiltrated, involving not only international crime but also colluding with some corrupt domestic forces, with unclear intentions. Ling Chen's reconnaissance mission unexpectedly touched the core, leading to him being fiercely pursued. Ling's father, Ling Xiao, under great pressure at the military district, is working to stabilize the situation while using top authority to support Qin Yan's operations with cover and intelligence. Qin Yan leads the remaining trusted members of the Candle Dragon team to secretly enter the United States, constantly searching for and protecting Ling Chen. We have some clues about that night owl, Night Raven. Qin Yan pulls up data on her tablet. He is likely connected to a 20-year-old unresolved defection case and is a deep insider planted by the Mountain Ape. His target may not only be you, but also your father. Ling Chen gasps, realizing the situation is far more serious than he thought. This is not just a simple chase, but a storm involving high-level power struggles and national security. A few hours later, the vehicle arrives at a well-equipped secret base deep underground. This is the Candle Dragon safe house. After settling in, the mother and son, along with a few core team members, begin a detailed analysis of the intelligence. The photos and recordings provided by Ling Chen match the information Qin Yan and others have, gradually sketching a vague outline of the Mountain Ape network. Their ultimate goal seems to be related to a set of ancient virus samples codenamed Pandora. Qin Yan points to several spots on the map. These samples are highly mutable and deadly. The Mountain Ape is trying to use them to create chaos and then threaten. Their target is the stability of our country. Ling Chen is shocked. Bioweapons. It's the ultimate weapon. We must stop them, Ling Chen says firmly. Qin Yan's expression is serious. But fighting head-on won't work. We need a plan, one that can strike directly at the core and also root out the traitors inside. She looks at Ling Chen with trust and determination. Xiao Chun, you are the key, not just to unlock secrets but also to infiltrate the enemy from within. A sharp dagger, Ling Chen meets his mother's gaze and instantly understands her meaning. He is going to play the role of the bait again, but this time he will no longer be a lonely prey. Instead, he will be a hunter with a clear goal and strong backup. What should I do? Ling Chen's voice is calm and firm. Qin Yan spreads out a new map, pointing to a marked location within the Mountain Ape territory, a stronghold where a high-level secret meeting is about to take place. We need you to once again fall into their hands. Qin Yan's finger taps the map, eyes sharp as a torch. But this time you go in with a gift and a tracker. The gift is a fake core data about the Pandora virus samples carefully altered and embedded with a tracking program, which Ling Chen must carry. This gift must look real enough to fool the Mountain Ape group, making them think Ling Chen is desperate and trying to exchange information for survival or negotiation. The tracker is a tiny device implanted in his arm, hard to detect, ensuring Qin Yan's Candle Dragon team can track his location in real time. This is a very dangerous plan. Ling Chen will willingly walk into danger, fighting in the enemy's heart. Any mistake could lead to disaster. Ling Chen looks at the isolated stronghold on the map, with no hesitation in his eyes. Only icy calm. I understand. How will I get the data? How do I implant the tracker? Qin Yan takes out a small encrypted storage device similar to a USB drive and a special syringe from the safe. The data is here. You need your biometric key to unlock the first layer, enough to gain their trust. The real trap is deeper. The tracker needs to be injected into your upper arm muscle. It will be painful and cannot be removed. Ling Chen extends his arm without hesitation. Let's do it. Qin Yan looks at his son's determined face, a flicker of pain in his eyes, but his hands move quickly and precisely. The cold liquid is injected into his muscle, causing a sharp prick. Ling Chen frowns slightly, but makes no sound. Before the meeting starts, 12 hours from now, we will create an accident to make sure you just happen to appear in the patrol's line of sight near the eagle's nest. Qin Yan quickly arranges the plan. You'll be captured and taken to the stronghold. Once inside, everything depends on you. We will support from the outside, but cannot guarantee timely help. Your main task is to survive, get as close as possible to the meeting center, and confirm the identity of the mountain ape and the final destination of the virus sample. If the situation becomes critical, or we give the signal to act, prioritize your safety and destroy the data. Ling Chen nodded and carefully hid the encrypted storage device close to him. He took a deep breath, started to adjust his mindset, and his eyes gradually looked tired, anxious, and even a little desperate and crazy. This is the image he needs to play, the desperate key, at the end of the road. In the following time, the mother, son, and a few core team members went over the final details and emergency plans. Every step was carefully considered, and responses were prepared for all possible situations. The atmosphere was extremely tense. On the night before the operation, Ling Chen and Qin Yan stayed alone in a corner of the safe house. Qin Yan's voice was a little hoarse. She gently touched the tiny injection mark on her son's arm and said, "Be very careful. No matter what, come back alive." She then handed Ling Chen a life-saving pill made from spiritual spring water. "This is a medicine I made myself. If your life is in danger, take it." Seeing the worry in his mother's eyes, Ling Chen felt a warm wave in his heart. He nodded firmly. "Mom, don't worry. I will be fine. We will win." He said no more as everything was understood without words. The warmth of home and the duty of a soldier intertwined at this moment, becoming an unbreakable strength. The next day, as planned, Lin Ping left the safe house alone and appeared at the edge of a minefield outside the Eagle's Nest base. This area had been secretly cleared and false signals set up by the Candle Dragon team. He deliberately triggered the alarm, creating the illusion of a panicked escape. Soon, a fully armed patrol discovered him. After a fierce exchange of fire, Lin Ping was injured and captured. He was roughly forced onto an armored vehicle, blindfolded. The vehicle jolted deep into the mountains. Lin Ping's heartbeat was steady, his senses heightened to the maximum. He silently memorized the route, the time, and the sounds around him. He knew the act had begun. A few hours later, the vehicle stopped. He was dragged out, and the blindfold was removed. Under the blinding spotlight, a heavily guarded military fortress built into the mountains appeared before us. This is the Eagle's Nest. After a thorough search, a backup storage device was surprisingly kept. He was taken deep into the fortress, into a cold interrogation room. Soon, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a high-ranking military uniform, with a stern face, entered. Behind him was the Night Owl, the secret agent. The stern man's gaze swept over Ling Chen like an eagle, full of scrutiny and a hint of amusement. "Lin Ping, or should I say, Ling Chen, we finally meet. You are tougher than I expected." Ling Chen looked up, showing just enough fear and weakness. His voice was hoarse. "What do you want from us?" "Very simple," the stern man said, stepping closer and looking down at him. "Hand over all the data you have on Pandora, and the military codes for your father, Ling Xiao. Maybe I can consider giving you a way out." Ling Chen sneered inwardly. Of course, they also wanted his father. He showed signs of struggle and hesitation, but finally, As if resigned, he carefully took out the encrypted storage device from his pocket. The data is here, but the password needs. I need to operate it myself. The stern man's eyes flashed with greed as he signaled the night owl to take the device. Take him to the tech department. Break the encryption immediately. I want to see the results before the meeting starts. He stared at Ling Chen. Don't try anything funny, or you'll regret coming into this world. Ling Chen was taken to the tech department. Deep inside the eagle's nest, the air in the tech room was cold and oppressive. Only the low hum of machines and the crisp clicking of keyboards could be heard. Ling Chen was chained to a metal chair. Two technicians were busy trying to crack the encrypted device he handed over. Next to him, the night owl stood like a ghost, with cold eyes fixed on him. Ling Chen looked down, showing exhaustion and a hint of despair, but inside, he was as calm as ice. He could feel the small pill his mother had given him, hidden on him, giving off a faint coolness, as if reminding him of his last safeguard. But he knew he must not use it unless absolutely necessary. Layer 1 of the encryption has been cracked, one technician suddenly shouted. The screen quickly scrolled through data streams, showing some fake information about the Pandora virus sample, which looked very professional. Night Owl leaned closer to the screen, examined it carefully, and a satisfied look appeared on his stern face. Good. Keep cracking the deeper data. He turned to Ling Chen, speaking in a tone that sounded somewhat gentle, like an act of kindness. It seems you understand the situation. As long as you cooperate, I can guarantee your safety. Ling Chen sneered inwardly. Cooperate? He was just waiting for the right moment. He needed to know the exact location of the meeting and who would attend. At that moment, the door to the tech department was pushed open, and that stern man entered. Later, Ling Chen learned his code name was Vulture, and he was the leader of the Eagle's Nest. He walked in, glanced at the screen, and nodded with satisfaction. Data is confirmed correct. The meeting is moved up. It will be held in 1 hour in Conference Room 0. Take him there as a special exhibit. Conference Room 0. Ling Chen's mind moved quickly, noting this key information. Yes, Night Owl replied, signaling the guards to take Ling Chen away. Ling Chen was led out of the tech department, walking through a heavily guarded corridor toward the deeper part of the base. He secretly observed the guards' positions, camera locations, and the ventilation system, planning his possible actions. Finally, they reached a heavy metal door that required both iris and password verification. Vulture verified him, and the door silently slid open. Behind it was a spacious but oppressive meeting room. Around an oval conference table sat several people, each with a strong presence and cold expressions. When Ling Chen was brought in, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and obvious hostility. Ling Chen quickly scanned the room, his heart tightening. He saw a few faces he had only seen in top-secret files. There were representatives of multinational corporations, underground arms dealers, and even a few former officials from small countries. The power of this Shanshao network far exceeded his expectations. Sitting at the head of the table was a figure with their back to the door, dressed in traditional Chinese robes, whose face was hidden. But the cold, oppressive aura, as tangible as substance, made Ling Chen instantly sure this was the Shanshao himself. The key has been brought, the Vulture respectfully said to the figure's back, and the gift he brought. The monkey did not turn around, just gently waved his hand, and a low, rough sound like metal scraping sounded. Let's begin. The night owl connected his laptop to the projector in the meeting room and started displaying the cracked data. The attendees whispered to each other, and the atmosphere was lively. Ling Chen was chained to a corner chair, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. But he was quietly adjusting his breathing, feeling the faint signal from the locator inside him. This was the vital sign signal agreed upon with his mother, and he was calculating the right moment to act. He needed to hear more key information. That the sample's activity exceeds expectations and the transmission method is perfect. The timing of deployment is crucial, ensuring maximum effect. Chaos in the target area will open new markets for us. The cleanup must be thorough, leaving no traces. Listening to these cold discussions, Ling Chen's anger almost burst out. These people were planning a biological attack on innocent civilians. For profit, they regarded human life as worthless. He had to stop them.
Now.
Just as the night owl was about to show the most critical data point, a cold light flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. He suddenly jerked. The thin wire he had hidden under his nails pried open the handcuffs, and they fell off with a clink. At the same time, a specially made blade he had been holding in his mouth slipped into his palm. His body shot up like a leopard. His target was the monkey on the main seat. "Stop him," Vulture shouted sharply.
Bang, bang, bang.
The meeting room instantly erupted into chaos. Guards drew their guns and fired. Attendees panicked and hid. Ling Ping moved like lightning, dodging the bullets, and the blade in his hand slashed toward the back of the monkey. He wanted to capture this culprit alive. However, just as the blade was about to touch him, the monkey seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and with a strange movement, he easily dodged. At the same time, he struck back with a palm, carrying a fierce gust of wind, hitting Ling Chen's chest. Ling Chen only had time to cross his arms to block. Thud! Ling Chen felt as if he had been hit by a truck, flying backward and crashing hard into the wall. His throat tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Wow, he's so strong.
Ling Chen was shocked. The skill of the mountain ape far exceeded his expectations. "Catch him. Make sure he's alive," the mountain ape ordered coldly, turning around for the first time. Ling Chen finally saw his face, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a cold, indifferent expression that seemed to look down on everyone. The guards rushed forward. Ling Chen endured the pain, flipped over, and kicked the conference table to hide behind it. At the same time, he pulled out a small high-explosive bomb from his pocket and threw it at the server cabinet in the corner of the room.
Boom!
The explosion rang out, flames shooting into the sky. The circuit short-circuited, and the conference room plunged into darkness and chaos. Without hesitation, Ling Chen relied on his memory to rush toward the ventilation duct entrance, his escape route. "You can't run," a cold voice from the night owl sounded behind him, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Ling Chen sidestepped to avoid it and fired a shot back. The bullet hit the wall beside the night owl, sparks flying. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy dodged, Ling Chen dove into the ventilation duct and desperately crawled forward. Behind him, alarm sirens blared loudly, footsteps and shouts approaching quickly. He had to reunite with his mother as soon as possible. The ventilation ducts were complex. Ling Chen relied on his memory and instincts to crawl forward with all his might. The pain from his wounds and the jarring of his internal organs blurred his vision, but he clenched his teeth and pushed on with strong willpower. Suddenly, a faint sound came from ahead. A shadow silently slipped in front of him. Friend or foe? Ling Chen instantly raised his gun. "Don't move." "It's me." A deep, familiar voice spoke. It's his mother, Qin Yan. She had paint on her face, her eyes sharp as an eagle. "Mom." Ling Chen felt a moment of relief, almost exhausted. "Follow me. The exit is blocked." This way. Qin Yan pulled him along and entered a narrower fork in the tunnel. The mother and son quickly moved through the dark ducts. Behind them, the sound of pursuers grew closer. The locator signal attracted many enemies. "We're surrounded." Qin Yan spoke quickly. "We must break out forcibly. Follow me and rush out." She led Ling Chen to an exit and suddenly kicked open the fence. Outside is a storage warehouse at the stronghold. However, the warehouse door is tightly closed, and dozens of fully armed guards are standing ready. The escape route is blocked. Qin Yan shields Ling Chen behind her, with a determined look. "Xiao Chen, get ready to fight hard." Ling Chen looks at his mother's firm back, then touches the cold pill in his pocket. He takes a deep breath, and a wild light flashes in his eyes. "Mom, maybe. We don't need to fight so hard." In Qin Yan's surprised gaze, Ling Chen pulls out the spiritual spring pill and swallows it without hesitation. The pill enters his stomach and instantly turns into a cool, powerful current that rushes through his limbs. The intense pain quickly fades, and his exhausted strength recovers at an astonishing speed. Even more, an unprecedented strong power surges from deep within his abdomen. He feels his senses become extremely sharp, and his speed, strength, and reactions improve to an incredible level. Qin Yan watches in shock as the changes happen to her son. Ling Chen's eyes shine brightly. He growls, "Mom, charge with me." He shoots toward the warehouse door like an arrow. His speed is so fast that he leaves after images behind. "Open fire," the guard captain orders in horror. Bullets fly like splashing water. But Ling Chen's figure is like a ghost, weaving through the rain of bullets, easily avoiding all shots. He quickly rushes into the enemy formation, throwing punches and kicks like a raging storm. Each strike contains terrifying power, knocking guards flying like scarecrows. Qin Yan follows closely, shooting accurately to support him. Mother and son work together perfectly, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, unstoppable. They carve a bloody path through the heavy encirclement. "Stop them!" Vultures and death birds chase after them, shocked and angry at what they see. Mountain Spirit stands high, watching Ling Chen like a war god below. For the first time, a serious look appears in his cold eyes. "I didn't expect. The key has come this far. I must get him." He makes a move himself. His figure flickers, appearing in front of Ling Chen as if teleporting. He slaps out with a palm, the wind sharp as a blade. Ling Chen, having taken the pill, is now much stronger and fearless. He meets the attack with a punch. The energy clashes with a loud bang. The entire warehouse trembles. The Mountain Spirit was pushed back half a step, a hint of surprise in its eyes. Ling Chen also felt his blood surge, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. Qin Yan shot and destroyed the warehouse's sprinkler system, causing a curtain of water to pour down and create chaos. She pulled Ling Chen and rushed toward the broken wall opening.
"Chase.
No matter the cost, catch them." The cold voice of the Mountain Spirit was full of deadly intent. Ling Chen and Qin Yan ran out of the warehouse into the forest outside the base. Behind them were the relentless pursuers from the Mountain Spirit group. The mother and son, relying on their rapidly increasing strength and knowledge of the terrain, fought and retreated through the dark forest, leading the enemies into a preset trap. The members of the Candle Dragon team had already hidden in ambush, opening fire with full force, catching the pursuers off guard. An intense chase through the forest began. Gunshots, explosions, and shouts echoed through the valley. Ling Chen, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, charged ahead. With the power of the spiritual spring medicine, he was invincible. Qin Yan strategized calmly, commanding with confidence. The mother and son worked together, unleashing incredible fighting ability. In the end, with the desperate protection of the Candle Dragon team, Ling Chen and Qin Yan managed to escape most of the pursuers and disappeared into the vast mountains. Although they did not capture the Mountain Spirit, they successfully disrupted the meeting, obtained crucial intelligence, and severely damaged the Mountain Spirit stronghold. More importantly, the key potential within Ling Chen was unexpectedly activated, setting the stage for the final battle. At dawn, the mother and son reunited with the team and hid in a secret cave. The effects of the medicine on Ling Chen gradually faded, leaving him feeling weak, but his eyes shone with clarity. "Mom, the Mountain Spirit is stronger than we thought. And he seems very interested in my special trait," Ling Chen said in a deep voice. Qin Yan nodded, her face serious. "It seems there's a deeper secret behind the key. We must return to our country quickly, reunite with your father, and gather all our strength to face the coming storm." Inside the cave, a campfire flickered, illuminating Qin Yan's serious and determined face. Ling Chen sat against the rock wall, feeling the weakness from the fading spiritual spring medicine, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief after surviving and a heavy contemplation of what lies ahead. "Mom, the Mountain Spirit is interested in my special trait." Ling Chen's voice sounded tired, but his eyes were sharp. What exactly does this key refer to? Is it just the information I know? Qin Yan added some firewood, and the flames flickered in her eyes. Myself, your father, and some old allies of the Candle Dragon have been secretly investigating these years. The forces behind the mountain spirit might be connected to a very old, very secret organization. They seem to be searching for a legendary power called the Source Force. And you, Xiao Chun, she looked at her son with deep eyes. Your birth might not be a coincidence. Your body has a special connection to that kind of power. That's what they truly want, the key. Ling Chun was deeply shocked. He remembered his extraordinary healing ability, sharp instincts, and occasional bursts of potential in desperate situations. Could all of this really be no accident? My body's nature. Ling Chun muttered, feeling a strange chill. Now is not the time to investigate further. Qin Yan interrupted his thoughts firmly. The urgent task is to return to our country. Only by meeting with your father and mobilizing the nation's strength can we protect you and completely eliminate this threat. She spread out a simple hand-drawn map. Mountain Spirit's forces at the border have been severely damaged by us, but their core remains. They will never let us return peacefully. They will set traps along the way. We must choose the most unexpected and dangerous route. Her finger pointed to a remote spot on the map, Death Valley. It was an uninhabited area at the border of 3 countries, with complex terrain, harsh climate, swamps, poisonous mists, and fierce beasts. It was called the Zone of Death. Crossing Death Valley and sneaking into the border from the northwest is the only way to avoid their main blockade, Qin Yan said without hesitation. But this route is deadly. Ling Chun looked at the deep red area marked on the map and made no hesitation. We'll take that route. With the decision made, mother and son, along with the remaining Candle Dragon team members, immediately began preparations. They checked their limited supplies, equipment, and devised detailed plans and emergency strategies. Everyone knows this will be a tough test against nature, the land, and other people. At dawn the next day, the team quietly set out, heading into the vast primitive jungle toward the Valley of Death. The journey was more dangerous than expected. Thick rainforests blocked the sky, swampy mud swallowed lives, poisonous insects and fierce animals appeared suddenly, and unpredictable weather was a deadly threat. Despite these dangers, the team pushed forward with strong military skills and stubborn willpower. Ling Chun, after being nourished by the spiritual spring's medicine, had his body's potential further awakened. His senses became sharper, his stamina recovered faster, making him an essential scout and main force of the team. Qin Yan, with his rich experience and calm leadership, repeatedly led everyone safely through danger. However, the pursuers of the mountain ape were like persistent maggots, quickly following their trail. In the dense forest, several fierce encounters broke out. The team fought and moved, losing members along the way, and the situation became very dangerous. In a brutal ambush, to protect Ling Chun and Qin Yan from breaking through, the last 2 members of the Candle Dragon team sacrificed themselves heroically. Before dying, they handed over their last bullets and a blood-stained intelligence note to Qin Yan. Captain, take Xiao Chun home, the team member said with his last breath, holding Qin Yan's hand. Qin Yan endured his grief, and with tears, buried his comrades, then continued their escape. Now, only he and his mother remained, relying on each other and struggling in despair. 10 days later, they finally reached the edge of the Valley of Death. Before them was a barren land covered in endless gray-black fog, with a smell of sulfur and decay filling the air. There was no way back. Mother and son looked at each other, tightly gripping their weapons, and resolutely stepped into this land of death. The environment inside the valley was even worse. Poisonous mist spread, visibility was very low, the ground was soft quicksand and hidden deep pits, and strange magnetic fields disrupted all electronic devices. They could only rely on their basic sense of direction and survival instincts to move forward. Every step was a step on the edge of life and death. Even more frightening was that the elite team sent by the mountain ape bravely chased into the Death Valley, using more advanced equipment to hunt them relentlessly. During an escape from the pursuers, Ling Chun was injured to protect his mother, cut by a rare poisonous vine. The deadly toxin spread quickly, and he was in critical danger. Ling Chun lay on cold rocks, his arms wound turning black and purple, the poison like countless tiny snakes, wildly spreading through his veins. His consciousness was fading fast, his vision blurred, and he could only see his mother Qin Yan's face, full of despair and determination.
Xiao Chun.
Hold on. Qin Yan's voice was trembling with tears. She tore open Ling Chen's sleeve and saw the shocking black toxin, her heart tearing apart. Standard antidotes had no effect. This was a special mixed poison unique to the valley, sealing the throat upon contact with blood. There was no time to hesitate. A resolute light flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. She took a deep breath and tightly held Ling Chen's hand. In the next moment, the air around them seemed to twist, and their figures instantly disappeared from the spot. As if passing through an invisible membrane, Ling Chen felt himself falling into a space filled with warmth, moisture, and an indescribable sense of life. He barely opened his eyes. His blurry vision revealed no longer the barren Death Valley, but a strange space bathed in gentle white light, about 10 square meters in size. In the center of the space was a bubbling, steaming, fragrant, milky white spring. The spiritual spring water had powerful healing and detoxifying effects. Without hesitation, Qin Yan carried the dying Ling Chun into the spring. The milky white water instantly enveloped his body, making a faint, sizzle sound as if fiercely fighting the poison. A miracle happened. The blackness on Ling Chen's arm visibly receded at an incredible speed. The intense pain eased quickly, and his scattered consciousness began to gather like a rising tide. He coughed violently, spitting out a large amount of black blood, then opened his eyes, filled with shock and confusion.
Mom.
Where is this? He weakly asked, feeling an indescribable comfort all over his body, as if every cell was being nourished.
Don't ask, Xiao Chun. Focus.
Fight the poison, Qin Yan softly said. Ling Chen immediately understood his mother's intention. He closed his eyes, focusing all his energy to guide the cool energy through his body, working with his spiritual spring's power to remove the remaining poison. Time seemed to slow down in the space. After about an incense stick of time, the black color on Ling Chen's arm completely faded, leaving only faint red marks. The poison had been fully removed. It's okay now, Mom. Ling Chen opened his eyes. Qin Yan immediately moved her thoughts, and the two of them instantly returned to the real world in the Dead Valley. Mother and son both understood without words that they didn't need to dwell on that miraculous scene. In a desperate situation, some secrets are better left unknown. The mother and son continued to trek through the Valley of Despair. Their clothes were torn, and their bodies covered with scars, but the fire in their eyes never went out. After more than 20 days of hardship, they finally saw the end of the valley. At the foot of the snow-capped mountains, there was a monument symbolizing their homeland. They knew that pursuers might still be nearby, so they had to leave quickly. But before they could move, the sound of engines and barking dogs came from afar. The pursuers, riding terrain-adapted special vehicles, finally caught up with them. They're coming. Ling Chen's eyes sharpened, clutching his weapon tightly. Qin Yan struggled to stand up. Hurry, that's the border. As soon as we cross the monument, we'll be safe. There was no turning back, only forward. Mother and son launched their final sprint toward hope. The pursuers behind them grew closer. Qin Yan and Ling Chen used the rocks as cover, fighting desperately. Bullets whistled, explosions erupted repeatedly. Xiao Chun, I'll cover you. Run quickly. Cross the monument, and you'll be safe, Qin Yan shouted hoarsely while shooting.
No, Mom.
Let's go together, Ling Chen, with red eyes, fought back fiercely. Listen, their target is you. As long as you're alive, we win. Qin Yan pushed him away with determination in her eyes. Just then, a rocket whistled toward them, heading straight for their hiding spot. Be careful. Ling Chen's pupils shrank, and he lunged toward his mother. The blast wave from the explosion threw them both into the air. Ling Qin used his body to protect his mother, with shrapnel hitting his back, blood pouring out. Qin Yan hugged her son, watching the pursuing soldiers get closer, a look of despair flashing in her eyes, but then replaced by a stronger resolve. She quietly clenched the last high-explosive grenade. At a critical moment,
Whoosh, whoosh.
whoosh, a sharp sound of breaking the air came from the sky. Several armed helicopters appeared suddenly, firing their machine guns angrily, instantly turning the ground enemy vehicles into wreckage. Next, a team of well-equipped special soldiers in combat uniforms descended from the helicopters, quickly eliminating the remaining enemies.
Mom.
It's our people. It's Dad's team. Ling Qin looked at the familiar symbols on the helicopters and shouted excitedly. Qin Yan looked up, tears blurring her vision instantly. She saw the familiar star on the shoulder epaulette of the commanding officer leading the team. He personally came to help. By the border marker, Ling Xiao jumped down from the helicopter and hurried toward his wife and child. The iron-blooded general's eyes were bloodshot and filled with unprecedented worry.
Yen Yen.
Xiao Chun, he hugged his weak wife and injured son tightly, voice choked with emotion. Sorry, I arrived late. Old Ling.
We
are going home. Qin Yan leaned into her husband's arms, finally relaxing completely, and fainted. Ling Qin watched his parents embrace and saw the solemn border marker beside them. Feeling the solidness of the homeland, his tense nerves finally relaxed. Exhaustion and pain overwhelmed him, and he blacked out. When he woke up again, he was lying in a hospital bed in the military district. His parents sat by his side, full of concern and relief. You're awake, that's good. Dad, Mom, Mountain Ape, he started to speak but was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Leave the rest of the country. Ling Xiao's gaze was sharp and firm. You focus on recovering. Some accounts need to be settled. Ling Qin nodded without asking further. Sunlight streamed through the white curtains outside, casting warm patches of light on the hospital floor. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint floral scent. Ling Qin leaned against the hospital bed. His back wound, after careful treatment, no longer caused intense pain, only a deep, dull ache. He quietly looked at his father, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood by the window, tall and straight like a pine tree, but his gray hair at the temples seemed to have increased compared to before. He did not look at Ling Chen but gazed outside as if staring at an invisible battlefield in the distance. The phrase, "Some accounts need settling," was spoken calmly but carried a firm, unyielding tone, like a heavy brand pressed into the quiet air of the ward. Ling Chen nodded without asking further. He understood his father. When Ling Xiao spoke like that, it meant the highest level of action had already begun. There was no need for him to ask more, and he couldn't. All he needed to do was trust and recover as quickly as possible. In the following days, Ling Chun healed under absolute safety and careful care. His mother, Qin Yan, also recovered quickly, her eyes filled with relief and deep love after surviving the ordeal. Ling Chen also silently agreed not to mention it again. He knew that was a secret his mother guarded with her life. Now, his only task was to become strong quickly, strong enough to protect his mother and share his father's heavy burden. The hospital room was not isolated from the outside world. Through internal channels, Ling Chun learned bits and pieces about what was happening outside. The Mountain Ape group's stronghold on the border of Country M was completely dismantled, and many core members were caught. But the leader, Mountain Ape, and his most trusted assistant, Crows, were still at large, missing. Back home, a silent storm was sweeping through certain areas. Several seemingly powerful figures were quietly taken for investigation, and some multinational companies' operations were under strict review. All of this indicated that the settling of accounts his father mentioned was already underway with great force. His mood was complicated. There was the thrill of revenge fulfilled, regret for unfinished work, and a faint premonition that Mountain Ape would not sit still. They would surely fight back fiercely. And he, as the Qi, who once touched their core secrets, was likely to become a target again. This feeling grew stronger as his injuries healed, and he began recovery training. One day, he was doing equipment training in the rehabilitation room when his father, Ling Xiao, pushed open the door and waved to the medical staff to leave for a moment. "How do you feel?" Ling Xiao asked, looking at the sweat on his son's forehead. "I'm much better, Dad. I can move around normally now." Ling Chen put down the equipment and wiped his sweat.
Dad, my body seems to have changed.
He spoke honestly. "My recovery is much faster than before, and my strength and reactions seem to have improved." He didn't mention the spiritual spring, only the results. Ling Zhao's eyes showed a hint of understanding. "I know. That's because of the spiritual spring water your mother used." At that moment, it felt like the sunlight outside the window froze. Ling Chen sat on the bed, feeling a jolt of electricity shoot from his spine to his head. His mind buzzed, almost unable to think. His father's words hit him like a heavy bomb, stirring an unprecedented storm inside his heart. He suddenly looked up, staring at Ling Xiao in disbelief.
Dad
knew all along? He knew his mother's secret? That magical space, the spiritual spring that could save lives, hide, or even allow travel through space. Not only did his father know, but his sister could use it too? How was that possible? He always thought it was his mother's biggest secret. Turns out, his father wasn't kept in the dark, but was one of its strongest protectors. The huge shock left Ling Chen speechless. He stared blankly as his father turned around. In his deep eyes, there was no surprise or blame, only a calm after many years and a heavy, indescribable feeling. Ling Xiao looked at his son's shocked face and showed a complex expression with a hint of helplessness and understanding. "Your mother. She's not an ordinary person." His voice was low, with a gentle and tender tone that was hard to notice. "She comes from a place we can't understand. That space is her innate ability and also her destiny. When she chose to tell me and trust me back then, I knew that in this life, besides protecting the country, I also had to protect her and you all." He walked to the bed and sat down, looking directly at his son. "Your sister, Ling Yu, has always had a special constitution and a faint sensitivity to space. Over the years, your mother has carefully guided her, hoping she can control this power rather than be controlled by it." Ling Chen's throat felt dry, and he struggled to speak. "So, you always knew about the Death Valley?" "I knew," Ling Xiao nodded, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. "When I received your distress signals but couldn't locate you precisely, I guess she might have used her space ability. She wouldn't reveal her space power unless absolutely necessary. It's her last resort." He took a deep breath, his tone firm. "But because I knew, I was more certain that you could hold on until help arrived. Because I believe in your mother, and I believe in you." A warm wave flooded Ling Chen's heart. He realized he was never fighting alone. Behind him, there was not only his mother's fearless protection but also his father's deep, mountain-like understanding and support. This family was closer than he thought, stronger and more extraordinary. "Train well." Ling Zhao's tone returned to its usual calm. "Once you're fully recovered, I will give you a new mission." Ling Chen's heart moved, but he didn't ask more. He simply replied firmly, "Yes." After his father left, Ling Chen continued training, but his mindset had changed. He knew that the peaceful recovery period was coming to an end. He was about to set out again, but this time, he wouldn't be alone, fleeing in the shadows. He would be a warrior wielding power, carrying the hopes of his country and family. He looked out the window at the bright sky, his eyes clear of confusion and fear, only calm and resolve, tempered through hardship. Sunlight streamed through the hospital window as Ling Chen slowly sat up from his bed, stretching his limbs. The slight itch from healing wounds reminded him that his body was recovering, but deep inside, a hidden, volcano-like force was quietly surging. The baptism of the spiritual spring and the trials of despair had caused an indescribable transformation in his body. His father's words echoed in his mind. A new mission. No longer just about pursuit, escape, or passive defense, but about taking the initiative and striking directly at the heart of the problem. He was no longer the key, needing protection, but a warrior ready to don armor and wield weapons. He walked to the window, looking at the solemn guard posts in the military area and the soldiers sweating on the training ground in the distance. This place is his roots and his support. This time, behind him stands a strong motherland, along with his loving and equally remarkable parents and sister. The heavy feeling of loneliness was finally replaced by a sense of belonging and a greater sense of responsibility. The door of the hospital room was gently pushed open. His mother, Qin Yan, entered, her face much healthier than a few days ago. "How do you feel?" Qin Yan asked softly, walking to her son's side, her eyes full of concern. "Much better, Mom." Ling Chen turned around, holding his mother's hand, feeling that familiar warmth.
"Dad."
"Already told me." Qin Yan was momentarily surprised, then smiled with relief, patting her son's hand. "You've grown up, and you should know now. This family needs us to carry it together." "My sister." Ling Chen hesitated. "Yiya has already mastered space skills quite well." Qin Yan sighed. "She's been worried about this ability all along." Ling Chen nodded. "She had always been sensitive since she was young." "Mom, about that space and my body." Ling Chen looked at his mother seriously. "I need to learn more. I need to control it, not be controlled by it." Qin Yan looked at her son's determined eyes and nodded with satisfaction.
"Good.
"When you get out of the hospital, we'll go home. It's time for you to know some things." In the following days, Ling Chen recovered surprisingly fast. After getting the doctor's permission, he couldn't wait to leave the hospital and return to that familiar, yet seemingly different home. At home, his father, Ling Xiao, was still busy, but he would come home on time every night. The family rarely sat together for a meal. His sister, Ling Yu, also talked about interesting things from the research institute, as if all the gloom had disappeared. But Ling Chen could feel that beneath the calm surface, there were undercurrents. In his parents' glances, there was always a subtle, unspoken seriousness. After dinner, in the study, only Ling Chen and Qin Yan. Qin Yan didn't say much. She reached out, grabbed Ling Chen, and took him into the space. Ling Chen held his breath. This was that magical space. He could clearly sense the powerful vitality within it and a indescribable rule-like force. Qin Yan's voice was clear and distant, like a gentle echo. "It is space itself, connected with my soul. Inside it is a spiritual spring with the power to purify, nourish, and even reverse life. You previously bathed in the spiritual spring," she said softly, her gentle gaze resting on Ling Chen. Her words were clear and calm. "It not only removed the poison but also awakened your potential." She extended her slender finger and lightly touched Ling Chen's chest. "Do you remember the warm feeling that suddenly surged through your body after you woke up?" Ling Chen shivered as that memory flooded back like a wave. He remembered that when he woke up, not only was the poison gone, but his long-hidden injuries had miraculously healed. Even more surprising was that his senses and reaction speed had become sharper than ever before. "That is because..." Qin Yan smiled slightly, her eyes shining with wisdom. "The spiritual spring reshaped your meridians and awakened the sleeping potential inside you." Her voice grew softer, carrying a hint of mysterious prophecy. "But its true power is far more than that." Ling Chen reached out carefully, approaching the glowing orb. The moment his fingertips touched the light, an indescribable sense of resonance arose from his heart, like a traveler returning home, warm and familiar. He could almost see the bubbling spring inside the orb and a small patch of vibrant land around it. "I can feel it," Ling Chen exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yan's eyes lit up with joy. "Indeed. Your connection is much stronger than you use. Maybe you can not only borrow its power but also..." She didn't finish her sentence, but her hopeful gaze said everything. In the days that followed, under Qin Yan's careful guidance, Ling Chen began to try communicating with space, learning how to guide the faint aura of the spiritual spring to nourish himself, and how to use the space's power within a certain range for short-distance teleportation and hiding his presence. Every attempt drained him greatly, but it also deepened his understanding and control of his own strength. Meanwhile, his father, Ling Xiao, arranged top martial arts, firearm, and tactical command instructors to give him intense, rigorous training. Ling Chen discovered that with the nourishment of the spiritual spring's aura, his learning ability and physical functions far exceeded normal, and he improved rapidly. He was no longer just recovering, he was transforming and evolving. 1 month later, Ling Chen stood on the simulated battlefield at the special training base. His body was covered in mud and sweat, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle. He had just completed a difficult mission involving behind enemy lines infiltration and assassination, achieving excellent results that amazed the instructors. Ling Xiao watched his son through the observation room, looking at the monitor with a rare, proud smile on his face. He picked up the encrypted communicator and said in a serious voice, "The Hunter Owl. Operation can begin." Ling Chen received the order, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked into the distance. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with cold determination. Inside the Special Operations Command Center, on a large electronic map, the remaining forces of the Mountain Ape were scattered as small lights. One of the marked locations, an abandoned drilling platform in international waters, was flashing a bright red light. Intelligence showed that this was the last hideout of the mountain ape remnants and also the final refuge of the death bird, night owl, and possibly the true mountain ape. Dressed in black tactical gear, Ling Chen stood in front of the map, tall and steady like a pine tree. His youthful innocence was gone, replaced by a calm and stern demeanor forged through blood and fire. His eyes carefully scanned every detail on the map, like a hawk overlooking its hunting ground. Beneath that calm surface, a cold fire of revenge was about to ignite. The final phase of the Hunter Owl operation begins now. His father, Ling Xiao, spoke through the headset with a steady and commanding voice, clear through the encrypted channel. Falcon 1, copy. Ling Chen responded softly, with no emotion in his voice. He was the key leader of this assassination mission, the captain of the Falcon team. He turned around and looked at several well-equipped, sharp-eyed team members behind him. These were elite soldiers carefully selected from various military districts, politically reliable, and having passed the special adaptability tests. They knew how dangerous this mission was and understood the consequences of failure. Final equipment check and communication test. Ling Chen's voice was concise and firm. The team members moved quickly and silently, doing a final check of their weapons, ammunition, diving gear, and each person's tactical vest pocket contained several special encased injections and pills labeled Yayan Pharmaceuticals. These included hemostatic agents, heart stimulants, detoxifiers, and nerve stimulants. This was a life-saving drug developed by Yayan Pharmaceuticals, founded by Mother Qin Yan, combining space, spiritual springs, and modern technology. It is more effective than regular medicines and is a key part of this mission. Ling Chen also touched the medicine in his pocket. The cold feeling gave him a sense of reassurance. It was not just medicine, but also his mother's silent protection. After a moment, an unmarked stealth transport plane silently left the hangar under the cover of night, heading into the vast sky, targeting the open sea. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was serious. Ling Chen closed his eyes to relax, adjusting his breathing. His mental energy flowed like mercury within his body. He mentally reviewed the plan one last time. Parachute from high altitude, approach the oil platform underwater, infiltrate, locate, clear obstacles, gather key evidence, then retreat. Every step had risks. A few hours later, the plane reached the target area. Altitude 12,000 meters. Arriving at the drop point in 30 seconds, the pilot announced. Prepare. Ling Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. The hatch opened and cold high-altitude air rushed in. Below was the endless dark ocean, with only the lonely oil platform, like a sleeping steel giant, faintly lit by a few small lights. Ling Chen was the first to jump out, followed closely by the others. Gravity pulled them down rapidly, and fierce wind cut like a knife. When they were about a kilometer above the sea, their parachutes suddenly deployed, slowing their fall. Silently, several parachutes merged into the dark sea. The cold water instantly enveloped them. Ling Chen and his team quickly released their parachute packs and activated underwater thrusters, ghost-like, heading toward the submerged part of the platform. The underwater section of the platform was rusty, covered with shells and algae. Based on intelligence, Ling Chen found an abandoned drainage pipe entrance. Using a special tool, he silently cut through the rusted grill and led the team inside. The inside of the pipe was completely dark, filled with murky seawater and a greasy smell. They carefully moved forward using the faint glow of their helmet-mounted night vision devices and tactical flashlights. Suddenly, Ling Chen raised his hand to signal stop. He keenly sensed a very faint energy fluctuation coming from around the corner, carrying a cold, evil aura.
Is it
the tricks of the mountain ape? He made a gesture to warn the team to stay alert, then slowly peeked around. He saw that on the pipe wall behind the corner, there were a few strange crystals emitting a dark purple glow, forming a simple energy detection array. If triggered, it would probably alert the guards above. Ling Chen's eyes turned cold. Sure enough, there was supernatural protection. He held his breath, focused, and tried to use his own power to sense and interfere with the energy array. A cool feeling flowed from within him, gently touching the purple crystals. After a few minutes, the purple glow flickered slightly and then went out completely. The energy array was temporarily disabled. Ling Chen relaxed and made a safe gesture, signaling the team to continue forward. Finally, they reached the end of the pipe, where there was an access hatch leading inside the platform. Ling Chen put on his listening device and carefully listened for sounds outside. After confirming it was safe, he gently pried open the hatch and led the way out. Inside the platform, the lights were bright, but it was eerily quiet, only the low hum of machinery. The air was filled with the smell of machine oil and a faint, sickly sweet scent that made him feel nauseous. According to intelligence, the mountain ape and the death bird, night owl should be in the control center at the top of the platform. Ling Chen led the team, climbing along the steel framework like a gecko, avoiding scattered patrol guards. The operation went surprisingly smoothly, almost too smoothly, which made him feel uneasy. As they neared the top, Ling Chen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. A powerful, cold mental force swept across the entire platform like a tide. Almost at the same time, a piercing alarm blared loudly. The lights on the platform instantly turned blood red. "We've been exposed. Attack now." Ling Chen made a quick decision, no longer hiding, and shot like an arrow toward the control center's door.
Bang!
The heavy metal door was kicked open with a single kick. Inside the control center, the death bird, night owl stood in front of the main console, wearing a strange smile on his face. Behind him, the figure dressed in a traditional Chinese long gown, the mountain ape, slowly turned around. "Finally, you've arrived, the key," the mountain ape spoke in a hoarse voice, teasing like a cat playing with a mouse. "I've been waiting for you a long time." Ling Chen didn't waste time. He raised his gun and fired. His team members also opened fire at the same time. Inside the control center, the air seemed to freeze. The mountain ape's hoarse voice carried a mocking tone, like a snake hissing. Ling Chen's eyes were cold, without hesitation. The moment the mountain ape finished speaking, he pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sharp gunfire suddenly erupted. The Hawk team members behind him reacted just as quickly, firing multiple shots simultaneously, bullets like rain pouring down, shooting toward the mountain ape and the nearby death bird. The bullets whistled with deadly speed, heading straight for their targets. But at the very moment the guns fired, the figures of the mountain ape and the death bird, night owl moved like ghosts. Their speed was incredible, far beyond what humans could achieve. They almost moved along the bullets' trajectories, instantly slipping behind the console and large server cabinets.
Clang! Clang!
The bullets hit the thick metal and console screens, sparking and leaving fierce holes, but missing their targets. Decent reaction, but still too slow, The mountain ape's cold voice came from behind cover, tinged with mockery. Ling Chen felt a chill in his heart. The opponent's physical strength and perception of danger far exceeded normal humans. This was not something training alone could achieve. Was it drug-enhanced? Or some kind of biological modification? Suppress fire. Alternate advance. Ling Chen ordered sharply, without hesitation. Battle instinct kicked in, putting him instantly into combat mode. The team members immediately split into two groups. One kept firing to suppress the enemy's movements, while the other quickly advanced to seize a better position. The Death Bird. Night Owl's figure flashed out from behind the server cabinets, wielding two submachine guns, spewing flames. Bullets like venomous bees swarmed toward them. Ling Chen rolled quickly and hid behind a load-bearing pillar. The bullets followed his footsteps and hit the concrete pillar, causing debris to fly everywhere. A team member rushing forward couldn't dodge in time. His lower leg was hit by stray bullets, and he let out a muffled cry as he fell to the ground. "Medic!" Ling Chen shouted. The medic on the team quickly crawled forward to check the injury, pulling out a tourniquet and high-efficiency hemostatic powder from Qin Yen Pharmaceutical. The bullet didn't hit an artery, but the wound was deep. "Suppress that gunman!" Ling Chen fired back in short bursts to stop the continuous fire from the night owl, and kept alert for the movement of the mountain ape. The mountain ape had not directly joined the gunfight, but his presence was like a cold, heavy stone pressing on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the lights in the control center flickered several times, and then went out completely. Only the faint green glow from various instrument screens and emergency lights illuminated the ghostly scene. They cut off the power. "Watch out for a night attack," Ling Chen immediately warned. In the darkness, the enemy's exceptional physical skills would give them an advantage. Sure enough, faint sounds of breaking through the air came from the darkness.
Puff, puff.
Two team members guarding the door were caught off guard. Their throats were hit by precisely throwing knives, blood spraying out as they silently collapsed. Ambush. Ling Chen's pupils contracted. The enemy was more than just two people. Using his memory and the weak light, he fired repeatedly toward the direction from which the throwing knives came. The bullets hit the metal wall with a sharp clang, but it seemed they missed their targets. Falcon Squad. Tighten the defense. Move toward the control console. Ling Chen made a quick decision. He had to focus their strength to avoid being taken out one by one. The team members, well trained, immediately protected each other and retreated toward the control center. The fierce gunfire continued in the darkness, with muzzle flashes illuminating tense and determined faces. Ling Chen kept shooting while thinking quickly. Fighting head-on wasn't the best choice. The enemy had the advantage of terrain and hidden ambushes. He had to change tactics. His eyes swept over the main control console and saw the server array that the Night Owl had previously operated, storing critical data. Demolition team, prepare the explosives. Target the main server array. Ling Chen issued a new order. Everyone else, cover. Once we get the hard drives, we retreat. Destroying the core data and stopping the mountain apes plan are also important goals. Understood. The demolitions expert immediately took high-energy explosives from his tactical backpack. Trying to destroy my hard work? Not so easy. The cold voice of the mountain ape sounded again, this time through a loudspeaker, echoing throughout the control center. Suddenly, a harsh screech of metal grinding came from all directions. The heavy explosion-proof doors of the control center were slowly closing. They are about to be trapped inside. Hurry! Speed up! Ling Chen shouted while shooting at enemies rushing out of the shadows and urged everyone forward. The demolitions expert braved the gunfire, rushing toward the server array. At this moment, a dark shadow like a cheetah pounced from above, heading straight for the demolitions expert. It was the Death Bird, Night Owl. Watch out! Ling Chen turned his gun, but it was too late.
Bang!
A gunshot. The Death Bird, Night Owl, lunging at the demolitions expert, suddenly trembled and froze for a moment. It was the team sniper, who had found a shooting angle from afar. The demolitions expert seized this precious moment, attaching the explosives to the servers and setting the timer. Mission complete. Retreat, the demolitions expert shouted. Everyone, break out through exit B. As Ling Chen gave the order, he pulled out a smoke grenade and threw it on the ground. Thick smoke instantly spread out, blocking their vision. The team members took advantage of the cover of smoke, shooting backwards while rushing toward the closing explosion-proof doors. Ling Chen stayed at the rear, continuously shooting at the pursuers to slow them down. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous danger approaching from the side. Without hesitation, he lunged to the side and fell down. A dagger whistled past his ribs, slicing through his combat uniform and drawing a string of blood beads. It was the mountain ape. He had silently crept close without being noticed. As Ling Chen hit the ground, he immediately aimed his pistol at the mountain ape and fired repeatedly. The mountain ape moved like a ghost, darting quickly through the smoke, avoiding most of the bullets, but one grazed his arm. He grunted in pain, but his movements did not stop. Like a parasite, he lunged again at Ling Chen. A flash of cold light in his hand, another dagger.
Close combat.
Ling Chen dropped his gun and drew a military dagger, rushing forward.
Clang. Clang.
Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed quickly through the smoke. Both fighters moved as fast as lightning, each strike packed with deadly force. Ling Chen could feel that his opponent's strength and speed were higher than his, but he relied on his experience and strong will to hold on. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the direction of the server array. Flames shot into the sky. A shockwave swept over them. The explosion caused both of them to pause for a moment. Seizing the chance, Ling Chen kicked the mountain spirit back and turned to rush toward the closing B exit door. A teammate was holding the door shut tightly. Ling Chen slid quickly, narrowly slipping through the crack in the door. The teammate immediately let go, and the door slammed shut behind him, blocking the pursuers inside. Ling Chen helped the injured teammate and, along with the remaining survivors, ran down the planned escape route toward the lower platform. Behind them, the control center was burning fiercely, and enemies were trapped inside. The mission was mostly accomplished, but the cost was heavy. Ling Chen wiped his face, feeling the warm, sticky sensation on his fingertips. He couldn't tell if it was sweat, seawater, or blood. He leaned against the jagged steel frame at the edge of the platform, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. Every breath caused sharp pain from his wounds, tearing through him. The adrenaline from the fight was fading, replaced by overwhelming exhaustion and pain, almost swallowing him whole. The explosion and fire from the control center were still not fully extinguished, but gunfire and fighting sounds had become less frequent. The core area of the hideout was destroyed, and the key data hard drive had been taken by his teammates. Only 2 or 3 teammates remained standing nearby, all wounded. Their eyes were bloodshot and tired from surviving. Deeper inside, there was the pain of losing comrades. He looked coldly at the water below the platform. Dark seawater churned violently in the night wind, like the mouth of a giant beast, just swallowing death bird, vulture, and his last few teammates who stayed behind. Among them were brothers who trained with him and fought side by side through life and death. There is no time for sadness, not even for taking a breath. In the distance, the roar of a speedboat engine could be heard, likely the rescue team, but it could also be enemy reinforcements arriving after hearing the commotion. Anyone still able to move, check your gear and prepare to leave. Ling Chen's voice was hoarse but firm, giving clear orders. He forced down the bitter taste in his throat, struggled to stand, and looked around. The platform was badly damaged, with debris falling into the sea, threatening to collapse at any moment. One team member had a bullet wound through his arm, biting his lip as he used his teeth to tear open a packet of powerful hemostatic powder from Yiyan Pharmaceuticals, then sprinkled it on his wound. The sting from the powder made him grunt, but the bleeding visibly slowed. Another team member had a deep cut on his calf, exposing the bone. He calmly took out his last painkiller, injected it into his thigh, and temporarily suppressed the intense pain that could make someone faint. This is the battlefield, no superpowers, only iron will and bodies pushed to their limits. Ling Chen also quickly checked himself. His pistol was out of ammo, but his dagger was still there, though the blade had several chips. His tactical vest carried a few smoke grenades and the last high-energy explosive. He tore open a first aid kit, tightly bandaged a bleeding wound in his ribs with swift, almost cold efficiency. "Captain, there's a boat approaching from 3 o'clock. Recognize the signal." "It's our people," a guard shouted, voice trembling with relief after surviving the ordeal. Ling Chen looked up and saw a speedboat cutting through the dark sea waves, rushing toward them, flashing the agreed signal lights. "Send the signal to confirm. Everyone else, prepare to board," Ling Chen ordered, his eyes still alert as he scanned the sea and the area above the platform. He dared not relax for a moment. The mountain ape group was cunning, and this could be another trap. The speedboat quickly approached, its crew fully armed and professional in their movements. After confirming their identities, they swiftly helped Ling Chen and the injured onto the boat. The driver of the speedboat shouted low, the engine roared, and the boat turned sharply, racing away like an arrow from a bow towards safe waters beyond the open sea. Ling Chen sat slumped in the cabin, leaning against the cold wall, letting the medical staff tend to his wounds. Through the porthole, he looked back at the oil platform burning and collapsing in the night, like a huge grave at sea. This time, they severely damaged the mountain ape nest and obtained key data. However, the mountain ape and the death bird night owl fell into the sea, and their lives are uncertain. This remains a big hidden danger. The fallen comrades. Their blood was not spilled in vain. The speedboat raced across the dark sea, the roar of the engine masking the muffled breaths and occasional groans from the cabin as medical staff treated the wounds. Ling Chen closed his eyes, leaning against the cold wall, letting the doctors clean and stitch his rib injuries. The sharp sting of alcohol and the pulling sensation of the needle through flesh were very clear, but he showed no expression, as if his battered body was not his own. His mind was racing, forcing himself to detach from the fierce fight just now and calmly analyze what happened. Tactically, the operation was a near success. The main goal, destroying the nest and obtaining the key data, was mostly achieved. But the cost was high. Almost the entire Falcon team was lost, he was badly injured, and the key targets, mountain ape and the death bird night owl, fell into the sea, their fates unknown. This created a huge hidden risk. The enemy has been operating in open waters for years and surely has backup plans. Falling into the sea does not mean death. Where was the mistake? The intelligence underestimated the personal combat ability of mountain ape and the death bird. Their physical strength, reaction speed, and fighting skills had surpassed normal elites, reaching inhuman levels. This was not just training, it involved some kind of biological enhancement or forbidden technology. The contingency plans did not adequately address such extreme situations. Second, their estimates of the platform's defenses and enemy reinforcements were too optimistic. The energy sensing array was just a warning. The real threat was mountain ape himself and the elite guards that followed. The timing of the response was almost cut off by the enemy's counterattack. Ling Chen's fingertips unconsciously curled. Next time, it would not be like this. He needed stronger power. It is not about vague superpowers, but about solid fighting skills, accurate shooting, a strong body, and a calm mind. He plans to double his training, maximize the effects of the medicine his mother prepared, and fully absorb every combat experience. He needs more detailed information about the true background of the mountain ape group, the forbidden techniques they might have, their possible hideouts, and communication networks. He wants to take the initiative, not just react. He needs a more reliable team. The surviving team members are valuable sparks, but he also needs new blood, better teamwork, and absolutely trustworthy comrades. This thought burned like a brand, searing his nerves. It's not just about revenge, but about responsibility. He is the key, the main target the mountain ape group must have, and the only one who has fought them directly and survived. This cause and effect must be broken by him. 4 fallen comrades for worried families, and to completely eliminate this threat. The military doctor finished stitching his wound and patted his shoulder. "Captain, The bleeding has stopped for now, but we need to return to the base quickly for further treatment. Ling Chen opened his eyes, nodded, and looked through the window at the gradually brightening horizon. Below the sea surface, the sunrise was about to burst forth. The darkest time was over, but the road ahead was still long. He took a deep breath of cold, salty air, feeling the dull pain from his wound. This pain kept him alert. The ship docked at a hidden military port, the cold steel feeling through the hull. Ling Chen, supported by his teammates, stepped onto solid ground. The feeling of stability under his feet was completely different from the floating sensation he had experienced while drifting at sea or fighting on the platform. He had finally returned to his homeland. The sky was already turning pale with dawn approaching. But the port lights were still bright, illuminating his and his team's tired yet determined faces. The medical staff and logistics personnel waiting at the dock immediately came forward, carrying the severely injured on stretchers and providing emergency care for the minor injuries. Ling Chen refused the stretcher and insisted on walking on his own. Every step he took brought a tearing pain from his chest wound, but he didn't frown. This pain proved he was alive, a badge of his fight, and a constant reminder to stay alert. He was taken directly to a special ward at the military hospital. The ward was heavily guarded outside, fully equipped inside, and kept very secret. Doctors performed a full check and cleaning surgery, confirming no damage to his internal organs. But he had lost a lot of blood, and his muscles and soft tissues were badly injured, so he needed rest. After the anesthesia wore off, the pain hit him again. Ling Chen lay on the hospital bed, staring at the white ceiling, with no desire to sleep. His mind was unusually clear, like a fast-running computer, replaying every detail of the scene. The strange dodge of the mountain ape, the inhuman block of the death bird, the empty eyes of the guards, and the fallen comrades. These images cut deep into his heart like a knife. Anger and sadness were forced down, turning into cold analysis and stronger resolve. The door to the ward was gently pushed open, and his father, Ling Xiao, entered. He wore a neat military uniform, with stars on his shoulders shining in the light, but his face showed tiredness and worry. He didn't speak, just walked to the bed and looked silently at his son. Ling Chen wanted to sit up, but his father signaled him to stay still. "I've seen the mission report." Ling Xiao's voice was low and a little hoarse. "You all did very well. The data has been handed over to the tech team, and the initial analysis is very valuable." Ling Chen nodded but said nothing. He knew that his father's "very well" meant heavy sacrifice behind it. The fallen team members will not be forgotten by the country. Their families will get the best support. Ling Xiao continued, his tone heavy. "Those who survived must carry their share, and keep going. I understand, Dad." Ling Chen finally spoke, his voice hoarse and dry. The mountain ape and death bird fell into the sea. The living sea people, the dead sea bodies, search and rescue are underway, but the situation in international waters is complicated and hope is slim. Ling Xiao's eyes sharpened. But no matter if they are alive or dead, the forces behind them must be rooted out. This operation revealed their main hideout and allowed us to catch their trail. Next, we will carry out a full cleanup. Ling Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. "I need to be involved. You need rest and recovery now." Ling Xiao's tone was firm. "Your health is important to the country. You can't afford to break down. The next steps will be handled by professional teams. Your task is to heal quickly, learn from this experience, and become stronger." Ling Chen was silent. He knew his father was right. With his current condition, forcing himself into action would only be a burden. "Your mother and Ye are worried about you." Ling Xiao's tone softened. "Once you're stable, they will come to see you. Family is always your support." Hearing about his mother and sister, Ling Chen felt a faint ripple in his cold heart. He nodded. Ling Xiao gave a few more instructions and hurriedly left, as he still had many follow-up tasks to handle. After his father left, the ward became quiet again. Ling Chen closed his eyes and began to follow his mother's teachings, trying to guide the faint energy flow inside him to nourish his damaged body. The progress was slow, but it helped ease some pain and sped up healing. A few days later, Ling Chen's condition stabilized enough for him to get out of bed and do simple movements. His mother, Qin Yan, and sister, Ling Yu, were finally allowed to visit. Qin Yan saw her son's pale, thin face and the bandages wrapped around him. Her eyes instantly turned red. But she held back her tears, gripping her son's hand tightly, repeatedly saying, "It's good you're back. It's good you're back." Ye threw herself into her brother's arms, crying like a child, releasing all her worries and fears from this time. The warmth of family was like a healing medicine, soothing Ling Chen's physical and emotional wounds. But he also keenly sensed a lingering worry deep in his mother's eyes, which was not just about his injuries. Although Ye cried hard when she looked at him, her eyes held some complex feelings he hadn't seen before. They seemed to be under great pressure too. Ling Chen didn't ask much. He knew some things were not the right time to talk about. He needed to regain his strength first. Under careful hospital treatment and his own strong recovery ability, Ling Chen's injuries healed very quickly. He no longer wanted to rest passively. Instead, he began special rehabilitation training in the hospital's recovery room. At first, he only did simple stretching and walking, but soon he moved on to strength training and adaptive combat practice. He trained almost obsessively, pushing himself to the limit every time. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his wounds tore open and healed again during exercise, but he didn't mind. He needed to become faster and stronger. He wanted to be fully prepared before the next fight. At the same time, he kept reviewing every detail of the Hunter Owl operation, learning from successes and mistakes, thinking about how to handle encounters with Mountain Ape and Death Bird, Night Owl in the future. He requested his father to review battle records and analysis reports, eagerly absorbing all information that could improve his skills. The darkest times had passed, but the road ahead was still long and more dangerous. Ling Chen knew that his feud with Mountain Ape was far from over. The next meeting would be the final battle. He had to sharpen himself into the sharpest weapon before that moment. Rest was over. Every second from now on was about gathering strength for the final confrontation. His gaze grew calmer and colder through daily painful training. The special ward area at the Military District General Hospital was more like a highly guarded recovery training base than a hospital. Ling Chen's schedule was strictly planned down to the minute. His biological clock woke him on time. Each day, with medical staff's help, he changed his dressings and did basic checkups. Then came an hour of meditation and breath control. This was a special practice designed by his mother, Qin Yan, based on her understanding of space and traditional health methods. It aimed to calm his mind, nourish his damaged meridians, and try to better control the unique energy within him, which was stimulated by the spiritual spring and extreme circumstances. Progress was slow at first, but Ling Chen could feel that after each meditation, his body felt less tired, and his wounds healed faster. He trained under the guidance of professional physiotherapists and physical trainers, starting with basic joint mobility recovery and muscle strength rebuilding, then gradually increasing difficulty with balance training and core stability exercises. Ling Chen is very strict with himself, aiming for perfection in every movement and constantly pushing his physical limits. Sweat-soaked training clothes are normal, and old injuries with new pain are common, but he never complains. His eyes remain focused and sharp. During this time, he reads enemy reports and tactical analysis sent by his father, staying updated on the remaining Mountain Ape forces. He focuses on analyzing and countering the strange skills shown by the Mountain Ape and the Death Bird, practicing targeted training. He also reads many military theories, strategy books, and even explores psychology and criminal psychology. He creates detailed models of the Hunter Owl operation, repeatedly simulating scenarios to see how he could do better at each critical point if he had to redo it. Days like this are repetitive, boring, and tough, but Ling Chen enjoys them. He can clearly feel his daily progress, wounds healing, strength steadily increasing, reaction speed faster, and his control over his body becoming more precise. He even begins to try guiding a faint energy during training into his fists, feet, or senses. The effect is still unstable, but signs of progress are visible. His mother Qin Yan and sister Ling Yu visit once or twice a week. Qin Yan sometimes brings special medicinal meals with a faint aura of spiritual energy. Ling Yu seems calmer now, looking at her brother with concern and a subtle worry. His father Ling Xiao doesn't visit often, but each time he brings the latest intelligence and analysis. After the mountain ape and death bird fell into the sea, they seemed to vanish completely, with no rescue success. However, their remaining networks are being quickly dismantled. Several hidden bases are being uprooted, and large amounts of funds are frozen. Clearly, his father's cleanup is moving swiftly. Ling Xiao tells Ling Chen that, based on current intelligence, the Mountain Ape group is connected to an international extremist organization that believes in a certain original power, and their plans are very ambitious. Your body is the key to the next step of the operation. At the end of the conversation, Ling Xiao looked at his son's increasingly sharp figure and said meaningfully, "But the condition is that you must reach or even surpass your previous peak state. The enemies we face are more strange and unpredictable than we imagined." Ling Chen nodded seriously. "I understand." 3 months later, Ling Chen was almost fully recovered, with physical strength and tactical skills far beyond what they were before his injury. After a thorough assessment, the hospital and training team agreed that he was ready to return to active duty. On the day he was discharged, there was no farewell ceremony. Ling Chen changed into a plain training uniform and walked out of the hospital alone. The sky was bright blue, and the sun was blinding. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the powerful energy inside him and his heart growing colder and more determined. A black off-road vehicle silently pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a stern-looking, unfamiliar lieutenant colonel in the driver's seat. "Comrade Ling Chen, you are ordered to go to the Hidden Dragon base," said the lieutenant colonel calmly. Ling Chen opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. The car started and left the hospital. The black off-road vehicle did not head toward any known military base. Instead, after winding around, it entered a secret facility deep underground. There were no signs or labels here, only cold metal walls, pervasive surveillance, and an oppressive, tense atmosphere. The Hidden Dragon base is the highest-level training and research center established by the country to deal with extraordinary threats. Ling Chen's arrival was met with no welcoming ceremony, only a cold evaluation report and a densely packed training schedule. His instructors were no longer the elite of regular troops, but a few unique, piercing-eyed experts who seemed to see through people. The instructor for physical endurance training was a silent, scarred old soldier known as Yama. His training methods were almost brutal, pushing Ling Chen's already recovered strength to the brink of collapse. Carrying heavy loads, extreme diving, resisting interference such as high-frequency noise, bright lights, cold, and heat. Each challenge pushed his physical limits. Ling Chen often nearly fainted, but with his strong will and the strange energy inside him supporting him, he repeatedly broke through barriers. His endurance, explosive power, and recovery ability reached unprecedented levels. The instructor for psychological willpower is a calm, cool female psychologist codenamed Weaving Net. She uses intense interrogation resistance training, solitary confinement in extreme environments, and virtual reality horror scenarios to constantly challenge Ling Chen's mental defenses. The goal is to help him stay completely calm and rational under any extreme pressure, resisting mind control and hypnosis. During this process, Ling Chen must face his deepest fears and traumas, transforming them into stronger mental barriers. He begins to learn how to control his emotions more carefully and can even sense subtle changes in others' feelings. The instructor for special ability adaptation training is a middle-aged researcher who wears glasses, looks gentle but has sharp eyes, codenamed Doctor. He openly tells Ling Chen that the research at the base includes, but is not limited to, abnormal physical phenomena, mental sensing, and energy control, things considered supernatural. Ling Chen is placed in various simulated abnormal energy fields to test his reactions and adaptability, learning to recognize, resist, and even initially use these energies. The energy inside him has become a key research focus. With doctors' guidance and special equipment, Ling Chun begins to actively control and use this power, such as enhancing his senses temporarily, speeding up wound healing, and even creating weak energy blasts. The process is very painful and risky. Several times, backlashes from the energy nearly cause him great pain, but he endures through sheer will. The instructor for tactical and intelligence integration is a former top analyst from the intelligence department, codenamed Archive. He presents all fragmented information about the Mountain Ape group, from financial transactions to personnel relationships, from base locations to symbols of faith, like puzzle pieces laid out before Ling Chun. Together, they analyze the group's behavior patterns, possible hideouts, and the teachings and potential threats of the mysterious source cult. Ling Chun is no longer just an executor but is being trained to think independently, analyze situations, and develop tactics as a hunter. He even begins to simulate plans to eliminate remnants of the Mountain Ape forces. The training is conducted in a closed environment, with almost no contact with the outside world. Only his father, Ling Xiao, occasionally contacted him through an encrypted channel for brief conversations, reporting on the progress of external cleanup operations. Each time, his tone grew heavier. Clearly, although Mandrill had suffered severe damage, its hidden strength and fierce counterattacks had exceeded expectations. Ling Chun stood in the final testing arena of the base. His opponents were the base's most advanced combat robots and several instructors simulating the core strength of Mandrill. Ling Chun moved like a shadow, weaving through gunfire and energy interference. His movements were simple and efficient, every dodge and strike precise to the smallest detail. He could not only predict the robot's attack paths but also sense when the simulated Mandrill instructors tried to launch mental interference, allowing him to avoid or counter it in advance. At critical moments, he could even draw on his inner energy, unleashing brief bursts of speed and power to break through the encirclement. When the test ended, Ling Chun stood at the center of the field. His body was covered with dye marks from simulated bullets, and his breathing was heavy, but his eyes shone brightly, carrying a calm yet dangerous aura. The instructors nodded slightly, a rare sign of approval. The doctor looked at the monitoring data and murmured, "The compatibility has increased again." Ling Chun knew the refinement was complete. He had been reborn. That night, he received an encrypted message from his father, Ling Xiao. Just a few short sentences. Ghost has appeared in the gray zone at the border of Eurasia. Intelligence confirmation, 90%. This is the final chance. A cold light flashed in Ling Chun's eyes. The gray zone, a lawless and chaotic place, was indeed a perfect hiding spot. Mission objective? Ling Chun asked. Confirm the status of Ghost, who is actually Mandrill. If alive, eliminate on-site and recover all key items and information. You are authorized to form your own team and use any base resources. If necessary, you may activate special clearance. Understood, Ling Chun replied, his voice cold and firm. After ending the call, he wasted no time. With the highest level command code of the Hidden Dragon base in hand, he went straight to the Core Operations Command Room. A large electronic star map lit up, marked with Gray Zone, which is the area at the border of Eurasia, filled with warlords, black markets, spies, and outlaws. A bright red flickered in a deserted mining city area called Forgotten Gorge. The ghost signal last appeared there. Time is urgent. The signal could disappear at any moment. Ling Chun needs a skilled team that can survive, fight, and complete missions in the lawless Gray Zone. He quickly reviewed the files of all personnel on standby at the Hidden Dragon base who passed the Special Adaptability test. Soon, he selected 5 team members. Butcher, a former border reconnaissance soldier, code name Butcher, skilled in infiltration, traps, and close combat with cold weapons. He worked as a mercenary in the Gray Zone for 5 years and knows the area well. Quiet and reserved, with a ruthless approach. Eagle Eye, the top sniper in the Strategic Support Unit, code name Eagle Eye, capable of precise long-distance shots in extreme environments with excellent mental strength. Strong in battlefield observation and analysis, providing long-range firepower and intelligence. Fortress, a heavy firepower specialist, code name fortress. Expert in suppressive fire, also the team's demolitions expert and heavy equipment operator. Calm and steady. Scalpel, a top student from the Military Medical University, later joined Special Forces, code name Scalpel. Not only a top battlefield doctor, but also skilled in biochemical protection and toxicology, with deep research into abnormal physiological phenomena. Ghost, team code and electronic warfare and intelligence expert, code name Ghost. A hacking master capable of infiltrating most civilian and some military networks, skilled in signal tracking, disguise, and identity forging. Key to the team's information gathering and stealth in the gray zone. This team, called Shadow Dive, has members with diverse skills that complement each other. They all underwent initial adaptability training at the Hidden Dragon base and are prepared for unconventional threats mentally and tactically. Ling Chun immediately gathered the team for an urgent mission briefing. He did not hide the danger of the task, clearly stating that the target, Ghost, also known as the Mountain Spirit, might have extraordinary abilities and pose a significant hidden threat. Our mission is to identify and eliminate the target and recover all related items. The Gray Zone has no rules. All actions prioritize completing the mission. Do you have any questions? Ling Chen's gaze swept over each team member. All 5 responded in unison, their eyes calm and determined. Those chosen for the Hidden Dragon team and involved in such high-level missions have long since put life and death aside. The base's technical team customized equipment for the team. All weapons were stripped of markings, using special alloy ammunition to handle possible energy shields. Communication devices were encrypted to the highest level and equipped with anti-interference modules. Each person was issued the latest special medicine from Yiyan Pharmaceuticals. The surgical knife was additionally equipped with portable biological detection and purification devices. Ghost had a small satellite signal hijacker and various disguise tools. The night before departure, Ling Chun was alone in the equipment room checking his weapons. His father, Ling Xiao, contacted him. "Are you all ready?" Ling Xiao's voice sounded tired. "Yes." Ling Chun loaded the last magazine into his gun. "Remember, the gray zone is very dangerous. The appearance of Mountain Ape, there is no coincidence. Besides him, other forces might be watching. Be very careful. Understood. I will clean up any tails." Ling Chen's tone was calm. "Come back alive." Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then said. The communication ended. Ling Chun inserted a specially modified dagger with subtle cooling lines into his leg pouch. At this moment, he received a brief message from his mother, Qin Yanfa, with just one word. Ling Chun looked at the word, took a deep breath, and cleared the last of his distracting thoughts. He turned and headed to the gathering area. The entire Shadow team was ready. Their black combat suits blended into the night, well-equipped, with sharp eagle-like eyes. Ling Chun glanced over his team members. There was no pre-mission speech, only a simple statement. A camouflaged, unmarked stealth transport plane quietly took off in the night, heading west toward the chaotic and dangerous gray zone. The stealth plane flew smoothly above the clouds, its engine noise muffled by the heavy fuselage. Inside, only the low hum of instruments and the steady breathing of the team members could be heard. Ling Chun closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was like a fast-running computer, reviewing the 3D map of the Valley of Forgetfulness and all known intelligence one last time. The Gray Zone, especially the Valley of Forgetfulness, is a scar in the civilized world. There are no laws there, only the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Abandoned mines, collapsed buildings, armed bandits, dangerous mutated creatures, and possibly cultists gathered because of the mountain ape. Every step is on the edge of danger. 10 minutes until we reach the drop zone, the pilot's voice came through the headset. Ling Chun opened his eyes and looked at his team. Final equipment check. Prepare to jump. The team silently checked their parachutes, weapons, and special medicines and devices one last time. Everyone looked serious and focused. The tense atmosphere felt like before a big fight. The red light in the cabin turned on, and the door slowly opened. Cold, high-altitude air rushed in instantly. Ling Chun was the first to jump out, followed closely by the others. Several parachutes silently blossomed in the dark night sky, drifting toward the shadow-covered Valley of Forgetfulness, which looked like a giant beast's remains. They opened their parachutes at low altitude and landed precisely. The team quietly arrived at the edge of an abandoned minefield, quickly packed up their parachutes, and hid their tracks. The butcher, like a true ghost, silently slipped into the darkness for reconnaissance. A few minutes later, he returned. He whispered, "Patrol at 3 o'clock, 5 people, disorganized gear, probably local armed forces." At 1 o'clock, faint lights from an abandoned or processing plant, possible activity. Ling Chen nodded and signaled. "Avoid patrols, prioritize scouting the ore plant." Eagle Eye, "Take the high ground." Ghost, "Try to detect abnormal signals in the area." The team moved like shadowy predators, quickly weaving through broken walls and ruins. Eagle Eye climbed a ruined water tower and set up a sniper rifle, covering a large area. Ghost activated a portable signal detector, and the waveform on the screen started jumping. The ore plant was a large, half-collapsed steel building. Getting closer, they could hear faint machine noises and voices inside, speaking a dialect mixing local language and common tongue. The butcher reported back after approaching the investigation site. "There are about 15 to 20 people inside. They don't seem like ordinary bandits. They are more disciplined. Inside, there is a generator and something that looks like laboratory equipment." "A laboratory?" Ling Chen's heart tightened. "This probably has something to do with the mountain ape. Can we sneak in? The front is heavily guarded. There is a ventilation duct at the side and back which might lead inside, but it's badly rusted and very risky. Use a scalpel to analyze the air composition," Ling Chen ordered. The scalpel took out an air sampler. After a moment, he whispered, "The air contains trace amounts of organic solvents and an unknown nerve stimulant. The concentration is low but unusual. The clues are pointing more and more to the target." Ling Chen decided to take a risk and sneak in. "Fortress, you stay outside and set up an escape point. Butcher and Scalpel, follow me through the ventilation duct. Eagle Eye and Ghost, keep watch and support from outside." The three arrived at the back of the ore processing plant and found a ventilation opening about half a meter in diameter. Butcher carefully cut open the rusty metal mesh with a special tool. A mixture of moldy smell and chemical odor rushed out. Inside the duct was narrow and dark, covered in dust and cobwebs. Ling Chen led the way, Butcher covered the rear, and Scalpel stayed in the middle. They crawled forward quietly, moving slowly to avoid making any noise. After crawling about 50 meters, they saw light ahead and an exit pointing downward. Below was a warehouse filled with discarded parts, dimly lit, with no guards. Ling Chen cautiously peeked out to check safety. Once confirmed, the three slid down silently and landed without a sound. Outside the warehouse, footsteps and voices could be heard. Ling Chen made a hand signal, and they quickly hid behind a pile of scrap metal. "This batch of goods is pretty pure. The boss is satisfied. But be careful. Rumor has it that Ghost is back and they want to strengthen security. What are we afraid of? Who can find this place? Hurry up and send out the last batch of awakening agents." Awakening agents? Ling Chen's eyes turned cold. This was likely an illegal drug being developed or distributed by the Mountain Ape Group, possibly related to the manipulations of the original sect. Once the patrol passed, Ling Chen signaled Scalpel to stay behind, set up a temporary monitoring point, and collect environmental samples. He and the Butcher continued to move deeper into the mining plant. The farther they went, the more heavily guarded it became. But with their excellent stealth skills and knowledge of the terrain, they safely avoided multiple patrols and gradually approached the core area where machines were roaring. Through a small gap, Ling Chen saw a shocking scene. Inside a modified workshop, simple chemical equipment was set up, and some people in protective suits were busy working. In the corner of the workshop, several iron cages held some frantic, wild-eyed individuals. They seemed to be test subjects for drug experiments. The cruelty of the ape was beyond imagination. Ling Chen suppressed his anger and used a small camera to record everything. He needed to find more important evidence like formulas, research data, or even clues about the ape himself. At that moment, a urgent voice came through his headset. Captain, high-strength encrypted signal detected. Location directly below you. Signal features closely match the residual signals from the Ghost's backup communicator in the base database. Ling Chen's heart tightened. There is also a basement in the mining plant. Almost at the same time, alarms blared loudly inside the workshop. Red lights flashed. Intruders, guards shouted. Retreat. Ling Chen made a quick decision. But it was too late. The passage to the warehouse was quickly sealed off. More guards rushed in from all sides. Gunfire erupted. The butcher drew his dagger, like a fierce tiger, rushing at the close enemies. His blade flashed, knocking down two in an instant. Ling Chen, with precise shooting, suppressed the distant fire. Surgeon, report your position, Ling Chen called out while fighting and retreating. I'm trapped in the warehouse. Engaged in a firefight, the surgeon replied, gunfire mixed with his voice. Eagle Eye. Eliminate the threats outside and cover the surgeon for retreat, Ling Chen ordered.
Bang.
From the water tower, Eagle Eye's sniper rifle fired a dull shot, hitting a guard aiming at the surgeon and knocking him down. Fortress. Detonate the preset explosives to create chaos, Ling Chen continued.
Boom.
A loud explosion shook the outside of the mining plant, flames soaring into the sky. This is the fortress, setting off a distraction with explosives. In the chaos, Ling Chen and the butcher fight and retreat together, meeting the scalpel, who emerged from the warehouse. The three back-to-back are pushed into a corner. Captain.
Below.
The signal source is moving. The ghost voice sounds again. It's moving quickly southeast. It might run. The mountain ape is about to escape. Ling Chen's eyes flash with cold determination. He must not let him run. Fortress. Attack southeast. Cover us, Ling Chen shouts angrily. Everyone, break out southeast. The target is underground. The Shadow Squad instantly unleashes incredible fighting power. Fortress charges like a heavy tank, using powerful firepower to tear open a gap toward the southeast. The Eagle Eye sniper bullets hit precisely, eliminating threats like a Grim Reaper's call. The Ghost releases strong electromagnetic interference, disrupting enemy communications and targeting devices. Ling Chen, the Butcher, and the Scalpel form a triangle assault formation, like sharp blades stabbing toward the southeast corner. Bullets whiz past them, grenades explode nearby, but they keep moving without hesitation. Finally, they reach a place at the southeast corner that looks like a loading platform. There is a downward slope blocked by a heavy iron door. The signal source is below, confirms the Ghost. Blow it open, orders Ling Chen. Fortress immediately steps forward to install high-energy explosives. The iron door is blown off, revealing a dark downward passage. A strong smell of chemicals and an indescribable, heart-pounding energy wave emanates from below. The mountain ape is right underneath. Ling Chen doesn't hesitate. He is the first to rush in. The entire Shadow Squad follows closely behind. The iron door opens like the maw of a fierce beast, spewing a foul, chemical, and strangely sweet, rotten wind. Below is not the expected passage, but a nearly vertical, bottomless shaft. A rusty steel ladder clings to the wall, extending downward into the thick darkness. That unsettling energy wave is faintly coming from the depths of the bottom. Down, Ling Chen yells without hesitation, grabbing the cold steel with one hand and sliding down first. The movements were quick like a monkey's, but his whole body was tense, and his senses were heightened to the limit, alert for any attack below. The Butcher followed closely behind, like a shadow attached to his bones. The Scalpel guarded above the well entrance, quickly setting up a simple vibration sensor alarm and throwing a few glow sticks down. The sickly green light flickered as it fell, barely illuminating a small area below. The well walls were covered with slimy moss and unknown stains, deep and bottomless. Hawkeye, report on the ground situation, Ling Chen asked through his earpiece as he descended. Enemies are regrouping on the perimeter, but are temporarily suppressed by the fortress's firepower. Interference is severe, so precise sniping support can't be provided. Be careful below, Hawkeye's voice crackled with static and electrical noise. Clearly, the signal was heavily blocked deep inside. Ghost, where is the signal source? Right below you.
Depth.
Over 50 meters. The signal is stable and not moving. But the energy readings are rising. Captain, be careful, there's a strong energy field below. Ghost sounded unusually tense. This far exceeded the scope of a normal underground mining facility. Ling Chen's alarm bells rang loudly. There was more beneath this than just a laboratory. He sped up his descent, with the butcher closely following. The well walls were unusually slippery, and the steel-reinforced ladder was heavily rusted, creaking painfully. Looking down, the glow stick's light was swallowed by darkness, revealing only a few meters below. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt a strong dizziness, as if the entire vertical shaft was spinning. It wasn't physical shaking, but a mental shock. It was as if countless tiny, frantic whispers were ringing in his ears. Psychic interference, he immediately realized, biting his tongue sharply. The intense pain made him instantly alert. At the same time, he felt a gentle energy flowing within him, forming a faint protective layer around his head. Butcher, he growled back. The butcher seemed to be in worse shape. He let out a muffled groan, his eyes momentarily unfocused, but with his strong willpower, he endured it, though his face was a little pale.
I'm fine.
I can hold on. As you go further down, the mental interference becomes stronger, and the whispers seem to echo directly in the mind, full of temptation and madness, trying to break their will. At the same time, the foul, sweet smell in the air grows stronger, making people feel sick. Finally, they touch solid ground. The two land, back to back, and cautiously look around. This is a large underground space, clearly formed by natural caves combined with man-made digging. The ceiling is draped with countless stalactites, dripping water steadily. In the center of the space is a sunken blood pool, not filled with real blood but a thick, dark red liquid that smells sickly sweet. Around the blood pool stand several strange stone sculptures, half human, half beast in shape. Their eyes are embedded with glowing gemstones, forming an evil magic circle. Opposite the blood pool, a familiar figure stands with his back to them, in front of a control panel flickering with many indicator lights. It is the mountain spirit. He wears a spotless white lab coat, which looks out of place in the evil surroundings. He doesn't seem surprised by Ling Chen and the others' arrival, and doesn't turn around. Welcome to the sanctuary. The mountain spirit's voice comes through a buzzing energy field, calm but frightening. You're 3 minutes faster than I expected. It seems the key has grown beyond what I imagined. Ling Chen raises his gun, aiming steadily, and says coldly, "Your game is over, mountain spirit." The mountain spirit finally slowly turns around, his face showing a nearly fanatical devotion. No, this is just the beginning. The great arrival requires sacrifices, and the key. And you, Ling Chen, are the perfect one. His gaze sweeps over Ling Chen, as if admiring a piece of art. Your bloodline, your soul, your harmony with the source material. Unmatched. If you are sacrificed, the door to the origin can be opened. Crazy. The butcher curses loudly and steps forward. Ling Chen stops him. He notices the liquid in the blood pool starting to boil, and the eerie glow in the stone sculpture's eyes intensifies. The energy in the entire space is becoming extremely unstable. He's starting some kind of ritual. That's right. The mountain spirit spreads his arms, a look of ecstasy on his face. The ritual has begun.
You.
All will become the glorious sacrifices witnessing the birth of a new era. Before the words finished, several tendrils made of dark red liquid suddenly emerged from the blood pool, shooting like lightning toward Ling Chen and the butcher. At the same time, Strange rays shot from the eyes of the stone statues, interfering with their movements. "Open fire," Ling Chen shouted loudly, dodging the tendrils while pouring bullets at the mountain spirit. However, as the bullets approached the mountain spirit, they were deflected by an invisible energy shield. Meanwhile, the butcher was entangled by two tendrils. Although he desperately slashed with his dagger, the liquid tendrils seemed alive, regenerating immediately after being cut, with great strength. "Useless. Here, I am the god," the mountain spirit roared with madness, controlling more tendrils and energy beams to attack. Ling Chen was caught in a fierce battle. He not only had to dodge dense attacks but also resist increasing mental invasion. The whispers seemed to seep into his bones, tempting him to give up resistance and fall into the blood pool. "Captain, we can't hold on from above. Too many enemies." The urgent voice of Fortress came through the headset, accompanied by intense gunfire. "Eagle Eye is offline. Signal completely cut off." Ghost also sounded desperate. Both underground and above ground, they were trapped in despair. A flash of determination crossed Ling Chen's eyes. He suddenly pushed his internal energy to the limit, his speed skyrocketing, breaking through the tendrils' blockade like a lightning bolt toward the mountain spirit behind the control console. "Catch the thief first. Catch the king." The mountain spirit seemed unprepared for Ling Chen's sudden burst of speed under such pressure, hurriedly raising his hand to block. The two clashed again with a punch. This time, Ling Chen held nothing back. He gathered all his strength, anger, and will into the strike. The energy burst out. Sparks flew from the instruments on the control console. The mountain spirit staggered back, his face filled with shock instead of madness. He hadn't expected Ling Chen's power to grow to this extent. Ling Chen was also feeling the backlash. The force made his blood surge, but he endured it. His dagger, like a venomous snake, stabbed straight at the mountain spirit's throat. Just as the dagger was about to strike, the mountain ape flashed a strange light in his eyes. Instead of dodging, he moved forward willingly, using his chest to block the dagger. Poof! The dagger pierced in. But Ling Chen felt that he was not stabbed by flesh and blood, but by a tough, elastic material. At the same time, the mountain ape suddenly grabbed Ling Chen's arm, holding the knife. "I've got you." The mountain ape showed a fierce and satisfied smile. A powerful force pulled from his body, crazily draining Ling Chen's strength and spirit. Ling Chen felt like he was falling into an icy pit, with his consciousness and strength rapidly fading. He tried to break free, but the mountain ape's hand was like iron clamps. Captain, the butcher, saw this and was about to rush over, but more tentacles tightly wrapped around him. In the critical moment, Ling Chen caught a glimpse of a flickering device at the center of the control panel, which seemed to be an energy core. A crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He used his last bit of strength, reached for the high-energy explosives at his waist, and pressed the detonation button. At the same time, he threw the explosives with all his might toward the energy core. "Let's all die together," he shouted angrily. The mountain ape's face changed drastically. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Boom! A deafening explosion swept through the entire underground space. Blazing white light and violent energy shockwaves swallowed everything. The ground trembled violently, and the surface buildings of the ore processing plant collapsed like blocks. The fortress and the scalpel were blown away by the blast wave. Huge clouds of dust and energy turbulence shot into the sky, as if the gates of hell had been opened. After an unknown amount of time, everything gradually calmed down. The underground space was almost completely destroyed, the blood pool dried up, and stone sculptures shattered. In the center of the ruins, the mountain ape lay beside the wreckage of the control panel, blackened all over, life and death uncertain. Meanwhile, Ling Chen was thrown by the blast wave, heavily crashing into the rock wall, falling into endless darkness. The signal from the shadow team disappeared completely from the ghost's screen. Under the night sky of the gray domain, only silent ruins and an unknown ending remained. The absolute silence made it feel as if even the air had frozen. A huge explosion destroyed all light sources in the underground space, leaving only a few sparks from broken cables flickering briefly in the thick darkness. These sparks reflected twisted metal debris and collapsed rocks. Ling Chen's consciousness floated at the edge of a dark abyss. The powerful blast wave nearly shattered his internal organs, and his bones felt as if they were broken apart. Every muscle was crying out in pain, pushed to its limit. Cold, damp rocks pressed against his face. The heavy smell of gunpowder mixed with a strange, sweet, rotten scent, filling his lungs and causing a heart-wrenching cough. The cough brought up liquid that tasted salty and rusty. He couldn't move, not even lift a finger. Only his hearing was active, amplified in the endless silence.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
It was the sound of water droplets falling from broken stalactites, cold and steady, slowly piercing his fading awareness. Rustling. It was the faint sound of falling stones, sharp in this silent environment.
And
a weaker, intermittent breathing sound, as if coming from the depths of hell. It was the mountain ape. This realization hit Ling Chen like a bucket of cold water, making his nearly scattered mind suddenly tighten. He must not faint. Absolutely not. The instinct to survive and deep-seated hatred pushed the last bit of energy from his broken body. He tried to use the breathing method his mother taught him, guiding the faint breath inside him. The process was extremely painful, like digging for the last drop of water on a dried-up riverbed. Every attempt caused intense pain throughout his body. But gradually, a tiny, almost imperceptible warm flow began to move under his willpower, slowly spreading to his limbs and especially to the most damaged chest and abdomen. The speed of recovery was painfully slow, but it was happening for sure. Time lost meaning in the darkness. It might have been a few minutes or several hours. Finally, Ling Chen gathered enough strength to turn his neck with difficulty. He looked toward the direction of the breathing sound. Next to the wreckage of the control console, a charred figure leaned against the debris, its chest rising and falling weakly. The white coat of the mountain ape was already torn and tattered, covered in burns and blast wounds. One arm was twisted at a strange angle, clearly nearing the end of its strength. Between the two, there was a gap of over 10 meters of ruins. Normally, this distance could be crossed in an instant, but now it felt like an insurmountable chasm.
Ah!
Cough, cough. The mountain ape seemed to sense Ling Chen's movement, letting out a hoarse, broken laugh, accompanied by violent coughing.
The key.
Really? Isn't that easy? To destroy. Ling Chen didn't respond. He used all his strength to try to move his body. Every movement brought sharp pain and the creaking of bones rubbing together. He had to get closer to the mountain ape. He needed to confirm if it was dead or, before it fully took its last breath, ask for the most important information, an antidote? Useless. The mountain ape's voice sounded like a leaking air pump. The ritual was interrupted, but the contamination of the source essence has already entered your body.
You
and I, cough, cough, will eventually become monsters. A heavy weight pressed on Ling Chen's heart as he remembered the cold, invasive force that had entered his body earlier. He suppressed the surging blood and breathlessly spoke, his voice rough like sandpaper. The antidote. The mountain ape seemed to hear a great joke, its laughter causing its wounds to ache, making it curl up in pain.
No antidote.
Only embracing the source.
Or
total destruction. He gasped, a final flicker of madness shining in his eyes. Your sister.
Yeah. She's
a more perfect vessel. The organization won't spare her. Ling Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Anger erupted like molten lava, temporarily overpowering the pain. He suddenly propped himself up with his elbows, staring fiercely at the mountain ape. You.
Det är to hört här. Haha.
Cough, cough. Just wait and see. The mountain ape's Voice grew weaker, its eyes dimming. The new era needs sacrifices. Its head tilted, and it was completely silent. Ling Chun dared not relax. He kept a tight grip on the charred body and desperately tried to recover his strength. A few minutes later, after confirming that the mountain spirit was no longer alive, he finally relaxed. A wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tide. But he knew he couldn't give up now. He had to get out. He had to send the message back. He had to protect his sister. He looked around. The explosion had almost sealed off the vertical shaft they came through, and the piled-up rocks made climbing impossible. He needed to find another way out. Using his vague memory of the terrain and faint sense of smell from earlier, he sensed a weak airflow on his left side. There might be another exit there. He clenched his teeth and started crawling painfully to the left. Sharp stones and metal fragments cut his palms and knees, bleeding heavily, but he didn't notice. Every meter he moved drained all his strength. After what felt like hours of crawling, just as his consciousness was about to fade again, he saw a tiny, faint natural light ahead. It was a narrow crack leading outside. Hope was right in front of him. His spirit lifted. With his last bit of strength, he crawled toward the crack. Meanwhile, on the surface, the fortress and the scalpel struggled out of the ruins, both badly injured. Sharpeye was rescued from the collapsed water tower debris and fell into unconsciousness. Ghost, who had been handling electronic support on the perimeter, was less injured. Most of the armed personnel at the mining plant had scattered after the explosion, leaving only scattered resistance. The 4 remaining members of the Shadow team, ignoring their own injuries, frantically searched and dug through the rubble of the mining plant. Their shouts echoed through the silent canyon, answered only by the wind. A day passed with no progress in rescue efforts. Based on Ghost's faint life signals, there was no sign of life underground. Everyone's hopes sank. "We have to report this," the scalpel said hoarsely, filled with despair. Just as the fortress was about to activate the emergency communication device, Ghost suddenly pointed at the detector screen, exclaiming, "There's a signal. A faint life signal. It's on the east side of the canyon, below the cliff. It's moving." Everyone's spirits lifted. They immediately rushed toward the east side of the canyon. Under a hidden rocky crevice covered with vines, they found the barely breathing Ling Chen. He was covered in blood and mud, his face pale as paper, but his eyes stubbornly stayed open. He tightly clenched a small metal USB drive he found on the mountain ape corpse. Seeing his teammate, Ling Chen's mouth twitched painfully, and with his last bit of strength, he pushed the USB into the fortress hand. His voice was weak but clear. "Mountain ape. Confirmed dead. Intelligence. Bring it back."
Yeah.
In danger. After saying this, he tilted his head and completely fainted. The remaining members of the Shadow team, carrying the deeply unconscious Ling Chen and the seized USB, under the desperate protection of the rescue team, crossed many dangers in the gray zone and finally reached a secret rescue point at the border. An unmarked medical transport plane was already waiting, ready to quickly transfer the wounded. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was heavy like lead. The surgical knife and the on-site military doctor worked tirelessly to save Ling Chen. His vital signs were very weak, with multiple internal bleedings and broken bones. More seriously, an unprecedented energy residue and neurotoxin erosion were detected inside his body, what the mountain ape mentioned before dying as source pollution. Standard methods had little effect. Although Fortress and Ghost were also injured, they stayed by his side, their eyes bloodshot and filled with suppressed grief. The sacrifices of Butcher and Eagle Eye and the captain's near-death experience cast a heavy shadow over this small team, which had just been formed and had already endured hell. The transport plane landed directly at the underground airport of the Hidden Dragon base. The waiting medical team immediately took Ling Chen to the highest-level isolation ward. Qin Yan and Ling Xiao had already been waiting at the base. Seeing their son connected to many tubes and looking fragile, Qin Yan burst into tears. nearly losing her balance. Ling Xiao held his wife tightly. The iron-blooded general's eyes also reddened, but he endured it and directed the medical team to do everything possible to save him. The USB drive was immediately sent to the technical department for decoding. The contents were shocking. They included the contact network and funding channels of the remaining Mountain Ape group, some undeclared terrorist attack plans, and a highly encrypted file codenamed Container Plan. Preliminary decryption showed that the plan aimed to find and control people with special bloodlines or physiques to perform a forbidden source descent ritual. The names Ling Chen and Ling Yu were prominently listed as top candidates. Ling Xiao was furious. He immediately ordered, based on the information from the USB drive, a global crackdown with international forces on the remnants of the Mountain Spirit network. Several hidden strongholds were destroyed, many key members captured, and a large amount of illegal assets frozen. This storm swept across multiple continents, causing a huge shock internationally. However, the core information about the original sect and the container project was like sinking into the ocean. The data on the USB was only the tip of the iceberg. Clearly, there was a more secretive and larger organization behind the Mountain Spirit. Inside the isolated ward, Ling Chen's rescue lasted 3 days and nights. Qin Yan, despite exhausting herself, repeatedly tried to use the power of the Fengkunji to heal her son. But Ling Chen's internal source pollution was stubborn and conflicted with the power of the spiritual spring, worsening his pain. Finally, under the advice of the expert team, Qin Yan had to stop with tears, relying on the most advanced medical technology and medicines to keep her son's life. Ling Chen remained in a deep coma, with his vital signs fluctuating. His mind seemed to sink into an endless nightmare, constantly replaying the final battle with the Mountain Spirit, the sacrifice of his comrades, and the evil curse spoken by the Mountain Spirit before death. It wasn't until the 7th day that his condition slightly stabilized, but there were still no signs of waking. Doctors diagnosed that he might be in a long-term vegetative state. This news was a heavy blow to Qin Yan and Ling Xiao, but they did not give up. Ling Xiao used all resources to find a way to treat this pollution. Qin Yan stayed by her son's bedside day and night, holding his hand, trying to wake him with spiritual spring water. The surviving members of the Shadow, Team, Fortress, Scalpel, and Ghost, after recovering, were assigned to a new secret unit to continue investigating the original sect. Every time they visited Ling Chen, they would stand silently outside his ward for a long time. Their eyes were complex, full of sorrow, guilt, and a resolute vow to complete their captain's unfinished mission. Days passed slowly. Outside, the world was full of chaos, with ongoing secret battles between those seeking justice and those opposing it. Inside the hospital ward, time seemed to stand still. Ling Chen lay quietly, like a sleeping lion. Thanks to the daily nourishment of spiritual spring water, after a month, late at night, something changed. The moonlight poured down like silver, casting a cold glow over the isolated ward. Qin Yan was leaning by the bed, exhausted from worry and fatigue over the past days. She finally couldn't stay awake and fell into a deep sleep, tears still lingering at the corner of her eyes. The room was silent except for the beeping of machines and her gentle breathing. Suddenly, Ling Chen's right index finger, resting on the white bedsheet, twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. It was a tiny movement, like a butterfly flapping its wings. Then, his thick but lifeless eyelashes began to tremble violently, as if fighting against a heavy burden, struggling to lift a heavy curtain. Chaotic, dark, broken fragments of memory flooded his mind like a wave. Vivid images of the fierce face of the Mountain Spirit, before death, the explosion's white halo, fallen comrades, and the chilling, source material contamination piercing through his veins. These scenes intertwined and spun, threatening to drag his consciousness into the abyss again. But amid this chaos, a clear and urgent voice cut through the fog like a lighthouse, echoing repeatedly, "Brother, brother, wake up. It was you." His sister's call. This voice, filled with deep familial bonds and a strong will to survive, was like a key suddenly inserted into a rusty lock, unlocking his frozen consciousness. Ling Chen's eyelids suddenly fluttered open. His dark eyes, filled with confusion and pain but gradually sharpening with a piercing light, looked directly at the ceiling. After a brief moment of unfocusing, his vision gradually cleared. He saw the familiar hospital environment, smelled disinfectant and the comforting, faint scent of his mother. He slightly turned his stiff neck and saw his mother sleeping by the bed. She looked thinner, with a few more white hairs at her temples. A wave of deep sadness and guilt surged in Ling Chen's heart. He wanted to call out to her, but his throat was so dry he couldn't make a sound, only a faint gasp. He tried to lift his hand, but his body was too heavy to move. Only his fingertips could twitch slightly. This slight movement woke Qin Yan from her light sleep. She suddenly sat up straight. When she saw her son's clear, bright eyes, weak but full of life, she froze. Tears burst from her eyes. She covered her mouth, trembling with disbelief. "Xiao Chun, you're awake." Ling Chen looked at her and blinked slowly with all his strength. Overwhelmed by joy, Qin Yan lost her reason. She rushed to the bed and held her son's cold hand tightly. She cried softly, "You're awake. You're awake. I thought. Ling Chen gently held his mother's hand, weak but with a firm warmth. He opened his mouth silently, mouthing, "Mom, I'm fine." Qin Yan understood his silent words and cried even harder, but these were tears of happiness. She quickly pressed the call button, her voice trembling with excitement and tears. Doctor, my son is awake. He's awake." Soon, the on-duty doctor and nurse hurried in. Seeing Ling Chen awake, they were both surprised and happy and immediately began checking him. "It's a miracle. Truly a miracle." The chief doctor looked at the steadily improving data on the monitor and kept sighing. "Vital signs are recovering. Consciousness is clear. Although his body is very weak and his nervous system and muscles need long-term rehab, the most dangerous phase is over." Qin Yan cried tears of joy, clutching her son's hand tightly. Ling Chen cooperated with the checkup, but his gaze gradually grew calmer. After the joy of waking up faded, he sensed something unusual inside him. That cold, dark, source contamination hadn't disappeared. It was like a freezing flame, lingering deep in his abdomen. It contrasted strangely with the warm aura brought by his mother's spiritual spring, creating a tense confrontation, eroding each other but maintaining a fragile balance. This made him feel a deep weakness and an indescribable restlessness. He knew that the curse of the mountain spirit had come true. He had survived, but the battle was far from over. He looked out the window at the gradually brightening sky, his eyes complex. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Ling Chen's awakening brought relief to the entire Hidden Dragon base, but it also brought new, harsher challenges. His body was like a broken piece of porcelain, barely held together and very weak. His muscles had shrunk badly from lying in bed for a long time, and his nerve responses were slow. Every attempt to move his limbs caused sharp, tearing pain and unbearable weakness and soreness. The most difficult part was the source contamination inside him, which was like a ticking time bomb. It conflicted with the nourishing power of the spiritual spring. This not only blocked his body's natural healing but also caused sudden, intense energy disruptions, making him suffer greatly. With the help of a rehabilitation therapist, he did passive joint movements and muscle massages to prevent joint stiffness and further muscle shrinkage. Then he received hyperbaric oxygen therapy to help tissue repair and nerve regeneration. In a warm swimming pool, water's buoyancy reduced his weight, allowing him to do basic strength and balance exercises. The explosion shock and the source contamination also affected his brain. His speech was a bit unclear, and his thoughts sometimes froze. Therapists used pictures, sounds, and simple conversations to help him recall memories and organize his thoughts again. Qin Yan used the space spiritual spring, combined with herbal medicines prepared by the base's traditional medicine expert to promote blood circulation, reduce swelling, and strengthen his body. Every night, He took medicinal baths and steam treatments. The warm water and medicine slowly seeped into his skin, making this the only moment in the day when he felt some relief. But the greatest danger came from inside his body. Every few days, the source contamination suddenly erupted. Cold energy surged chaotically through his meridians. It clashed violently with the spiritual spring's energy, causing him to run a high fever, experience severe pain all over, and sometimes lose consciousness briefly or see hallucinations, like countless crazy whispers shouting in his mind. At these times, the medical team and the researchers would be on high alert, using various methods to suppress the energy surge, a process that was very painful. Ling Chen never thought of giving up. With each wave of pain, he clenched his teeth tightly, fighting with strong willpower against both physical and mental torment. He kept replaying the images of fallen comrades, the fierce face of the mountain ape, and his sister's worried eyes. These became his only motivation to keep going. After a month, he could stand for a few minutes with the help of assistive devices. After 2 months, he could walk slowly a few steps with the support of the therapist. After 3 months, he threw away his walking aid and could walk a short distance on his own, though unsteadily. His slow but steady progress moved all the medical staff deeply. But Ling Chen knew this was not enough. He needed to recover not just his ability to walk but also his peak fighting strength. He started training himself harder. After finishing the scheduled rehabilitation, he would stay up late at night, leaning against the wall, repeating basic fighting stances over and over until he was exhausted and collapsed. He tried to sense and control the two tangled energies inside him, seeking a way to master them, even though each attempt brought great risk and pain. Qin Yan and Ling Xiao watched their son's efforts with pain in their hearts, but could not stop him. All they could do was gather every resource to give him the best medical support and intelligence. Ling Xiao regularly updated his son on the progress of clearing out the remnants of the origin sect, so he could stay connected to the outside world and not lose hope during his long recovery. One day, while practicing balance training, Ling Chen was hit again by energy backlash. A cold aura suddenly erupted, and he blacked out, falling from the balance beam. Luckily, the nearby therapist quickly caught him. The intense pain made him curl up on the ground, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Qin Yan rushed over and saw her son suffering, tears welling up in her eyes. She tried to summon the power of the spiritual spring to suppress the cold energy.
Mom, don't.
Ling Chen struggled to speak, stopping his mother.
It
is adapting to the spiritual spring. Forcing it won't work, he gasped, sweat running down his pale face. I need to learn to control it.
Or coexist with it.
Qin Yan looked at her son's nearly obsessive determination, her heart aching, but she knew he was right. This source contamination was like a living toxin. Trying to remove it forcibly would only cause harm to both sides. At that moment, the chief medical officer and the doctor-researcher entered with serious expressions. Comrade Ling Chen, according to the latest monitoring data, the degree of source contamination in your body is increasing. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said, It seems to be slowly being absorbed by your body in some way, but this process is very dangerous and uncertain. Ling Chen looked up, sweat blurring his vision, and asked sharply, Absorbed? What do you mean? It means it might not just be contamination, but could become part of your strength. The doctor spoke seriously, but more likely it will completely distort your mind and body, turning you into another kind of being. The room fell silent. Ling Chen remained silent for a long time, then slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. He looked out the window, as if his gaze pierced through the wall, seeing the enemy hiding in the fog.
Then,
let's see who ends up absorbing whom in the end. His voice was hoarse, but carried a firm, unwavering resolve. Ling Chen's recovery training entered a new, more dangerous stage. His body gradually regained function, able to walk on his own and do basic physical exercises. But the source quality contamination inside his dantian was like a stubborn parasite, not only blocking full recovery but also acting like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Regular medical treatments were becoming less effective. The doctor's research team worked tirelessly day and night to analyze the source quality, trying to find ways to neutralize or control it, but progress was slow. This energy seemed to have a kind of life, constantly adapting and resisting external interference. Ling Qin shifted his focus from pure physical rehabilitation to balancing the two forces inside him. He no longer just moved his joints passively, but, under the supervision of a therapist, tried a very risky form of inner observation training. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and used his mind to sense and guide the faint spiritual energy within him, attempting to contact and even envelop the cold, source quality. The process was extremely painful, like touching a red-hot iron with fragile mental threads. Every attempt brought intense mental pain and energy backlash, often giving him headaches or causing brief unconsciousness. But he persisted day after day, trying to understand the habits of this enemy through the pain. Intense physical training was strictly controlled. Once he overexerted himself, his heart rate increased and blood circulation sped up. The source essence became more active and restless, causing severe pain and energy imbalance. The instructor had to create a special training method for him: low intensity, high frequency, and short breaks. This approach used strict control to strengthen his muscles and nerves while avoiding triggering the dangerous energy. He refused to take strong painkillers or sedatives, preferring to stay awake through the pain. Lying on the bed, he felt two forces clash inside him. Sweat soaked the sheets, and his teeth clenched loudly. Like a wounded lone wolf, he licked his wounds in the dark, using cold willpower to examine the intruder inside him, searching for its patterns and weaknesses. Qin Yan looked at her son's increasingly thin but more determined face, her heart aching. All she could do was faithfully perform medicinal baths and spiritual spring nourishment every night, using maternal warmth to comfort and support him. She no longer tried to forcibly eliminate the source essence, but instead guided the spiritual spring's energy, like a gentle stream, slowly washing and calming the restless energy. She aimed to cool it down and create better conditions for her son's mental resistance. Ling Xiao brought the latest progress from external operations. The cleanup efforts had achieved significant results. Key strongholds of several original sects were destroyed, but their core members remained deeply hidden. More importantly, intelligence indicated that these sects were secretly searching worldwide for people with special physiques, apparently preparing for some large ritual. Ling Yu's name was still on the list. This news was like a whip, constantly striking Ling Chen's nerves. 3 months had passed. His progress was visible, but the cost was high. He had lost over 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, his cheeks sunken, but his eyes were cold and deep, like tempered steel. His endurance of pain had reached inhuman levels, and his awareness and control of his energy had advanced to a new stage. Although the source essence contamination still existed, he had learned how to suppress and guide it when it spiraled out of control, no longer passively accepting it. That day, the doctor brought a new, bold research direction. They discovered that although source material, energy, is dangerous, it contains a huge and special information and power within itself. Perhaps instead of always eliminating or suppressing it, we could try very carefully, guiding and using it like controlling a fierce beast. But this requires you to have extremely strong willpower, or it will turn against you instantly and trap your mind, warned the doctor seriously. Ling Chen almost didn't hesitate. Tell me what to do. A new training began, with risks increasing rapidly. Inside a completely safe isolation room, under strict supervision from the doctor's team, Ling Chen tried to actively stimulate a small amount of source material, energy, and guide it to flow into his arm. In an instant, his entire arm turned pitch black, as if countless tiny insects were crawling under his skin, causing sharp pain and a crazy urge to fight. He had to use all his willpower to barely control this force from fully erupting and slowly draw it back into his dantian. After several attempts, he was exhausted and almost fainted, his mind close to breaking. But he also truly felt how terrifying this power could become if he mastered it. Recovery became a dangerous gamble, like walking on a knife's edge. Every day, Ling Chen fought against the evil inside him, forging his will through pain, searching for hope in despair. He didn't know whether he would ultimately tame this curse or be swallowed by it. All he knew was that he had no way out. For everything he wanted to protect, he had to win. Ling Chen's physical condition entered a strange plateau. His normal physical indicators slowly recovered, even surpassing his pre-injury levels in pain tolerance and mental focus. But the source material, contamination inside his dantian, was like a living creature, forming a fragile balance with his vital signs. It no longer easily spiraled out of control, but it was constantly eroding his vitality and emitting an unsettling cold aura. The medical team was helpless, and the doctor's research hit a dead end because this energy was beyond current scientific understanding. Ling Chen knew that waiting for an external breakthrough was useless. The only way to survive was within himself. He made a very risky decision. Instead of passively adapting or suppressing, he chose to actively embrace and try to fully understand this power. He wanted to go deep into the danger zone and face the fierce beast inside his body. This process was extremely dangerous, like dancing on the edge of a blade. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, cleared his mind, and focused his awareness inward. He no longer used gentle spiritual energy to soothe or cover, but acted like a calm surgeon, carefully turning his thoughts into an invisible scalpel to gently cut into the cold energy core. Suddenly, his consciousness felt like falling into a fiery and icy hell. Countless chaotic, wild, tempting, and despairing thoughts burst like a wave, attacking his mind. He saw a twisted starry sky, roaring monsters, blood-colored figures kneeling in devotion, and the crazy, satisfied smile of the mountain spirit just before death. A seductive whisper echoed deep in his soul. Surrender. Embrace the origin. Gain eternal life. Ling Chen groaned softly. Blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices, and his body trembled violently. But he held on to the last bit of clarity in his mind, like a reef in a storm, anchoring himself firmly. He no longer resisted these illusions and whispers, but observed and analyzed them with a cold, objective attitude, trying to extract information about the true nature of this energy. Each attempt was like walking on the edge of death. His heartbeat sometimes stopped, sometimes raced, and his body temperature fluctuated wildly between cold and hot. Outside the monitoring room, Qin Yan and the medical team were on edge, ready to intervene at any moment. This was a suicidal act. But Ling Chen endured. With the iron will forged at the Hidden Dragon base and the strong resilience gained from his mother's spiritual spring nourishment, he repeatedly pulled himself back from the brink of collapse. His perception of the source material became clearer. It was not pure destructive energy, but more like a carrier holding some extreme rules and information, full of aggressive and twisted vitality, eager to assimilate everything. During the day, he underwent intense adaptive training. After gaining a basic understanding, Ling Chen began to try to control a trace of source material energy during physical movements with extreme precision. He is in a specially designed gravity training room, running with heavy weights and throwing punches beyond his limits. When his muscles ache and lactic acid builds up to the maximum, he carefully channels a cold, dark energy through the affected muscle fibers. Suddenly, the intense burning feeling is replaced by a strange coldness and a sense of power, as if his muscles are injected with liquid nitrogen, releasing incredible bursts of strength. But this is followed by deeper exhaustion and a tingling pain at the cellular level. He must find a fleeting balance point between explosive power and body collapse, quickly retracting the energy. This process is also painful and dangerous. A small mistake could cause muscle tears or permanent nerve damage. However, under this almost self-torturing training, his body begins to change slowly and strangely. His recovery speeds up, and his muscle density and bone strength seem to improve subtly. But his body temperature appears lower than normal, and his gaze, when focused, carries a hint of inhuman coldness. The doctor, Team adjust their treatment plan based on Ling Chen's feedback data. They no longer try to purify the source essence but develop a new type of biological buffer. It acts like a protective layer between toxins and healthy tissues, reducing direct damage from energy conflicts and allowing more room for Ling Chen's willpower to resist. 1 month, 2 months. Time passes painfully. Ling Chen visibly loses weight, his cheekbones become prominent, and his eye sockets deepen. But his overall aura changes dramatically. His former sharpness and anger fade away, replaced by a deep, silent coldness, like a volcano ready to erupt. Sometimes, when he looks at the testing equipment, his gaze makes experienced medical staff feel a chill. Qin Yan feels heartbroken but knows this is the path her son chose. She can only support him silently, using pure spiritual springs to nourish his foundation and prevent his vitality from being consumed by the cold darkness. One day, during a reaction speed test, the device suddenly malfunctions. A heavy metal pendulum swings out of control, heading straight for him. Its speed far exceeds normal reaction limits. In that critical moment, a cold flash appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. Almost instinctively, he slid backward at a strange, twisted angle. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, faint black mist swirling between his fingers. Then, unexpectedly, he struck the side of the swinging hammer precisely. A dull thud sounded. The heavy alloy hammer was redirected by his seemingly casual palm, changing direction. It brushed past his body with a roar and slammed deep into the buffer wall behind him. Everyone stared in shock at Ling Chen and his slowly retracting right hand, as if still faintly chilled. Ling Chen was also stunned. He looked at his hand with a slight frown. At that moment, he almost didn't think. His body reacted automatically in danger, unleashing a power he had been trying to control. The doctor rushed forward to check the instrument and Ling Chen's hand, eyes wide with amazement and excitement. Incredible. Your nerve response speed, your sudden burst of strength, and how you used that energy just now. Although rough, you did guide it successfully. You were beginning to control it. Ling Chen didn't answer. He felt the energy inside him, which seemed to calm slightly, but was also deeper and more mysterious. His expression was complex. No, it was more like he had reached a dangerous agreement. He paid a huge price and finally gained a preliminary, risky power through this deal with the demon. Ling Chen's impressive move to control the out-of-control hammer caused a big shock inside the potential dragon base. This was no longer just a miracle of recovery, but a sign of touching the realm of abnormal abilities. The doctor's research team was extremely excited, prioritizing Ling Chen's case above all. They analyzed data day and night, trying to uncover the secret of the symbiosis between the source material and the human body. But Ling Chen himself remained very calm. He didn't revel in the initial success of controlling his power. Instead, he felt a deeper sense of urgency and danger. He could sense that the source material inside him was like a beast temporarily tamed but far from fully controlled. Every use of that power deepened its entanglement with his life and brought a faint, chilling feeling of mental invasion. He must become stronger faster, to take control before being fully assimilated. His training focus has completely shifted to ability control and practical combat. He no longer does regular physical training but works in a highly isolated energy testing chamber with the doctor team to conduct precise energy guidance experiments. From controlling a tiny source essence to cover his palm for better defense, attaching it to special flying blades to increase penetration, to trying to form a brief energy deflection layer on his body surface to avoid attacks. The process is very dangerous. Any mistake could cause energy backlash, leading to serious internal injuries. But Ling Chen relies on strong willpower and precise control of his own state. He repeatedly tests himself on the edge of collapse, recording valuable data and combat parameters. In a virtual training pod that simulates the complex environment of the gray zone, Ling Chen faces not ordinary bandits but virtual enemies equipped with abnormal ability modules. Some can release mental shocks, some have energy shields, and others move like ghosts. Ling Chun must use his new abilities combined with his original fighting skills to fight under extreme disadvantages. He often loses more than he wins and is frequently killed by virtual enemies, but each death helps him better understand how to use his abilities and learn enemy traits.
His fighting style begins to change.
It is no longer just fierce and aggressive, but also has a strange agility and deadly efficiency. He actively requests to work with the remaining members of the Shadow, Team, Fortress, Scalpel, and Darkness to practice coordinated tactics. At first, the team members felt uncomfortable and worried about the cold aura and strange abilities Ling Chen sometimes emitted. But with his strong strength and unwavering trust in his teammates, he gradually eased their doubts. They start to adapt new tactics, using Ling Chen's Source Essence abilities as surprise attacks, defenses, or key control tools, rather than main combat forces. Through repeated drills, their teamwork is rebuilt, and a stronger, more adaptable Shadow team begins to take shape. When alone, Ling Chen trains in the most dangerous mind combat. He actively guides the chaotic thoughts within his Source Essence to attack his mental defenses, like a lighthouse standing firm in a storm, forging an unshakable will. He repeatedly recalled the temptation of the mountain spirit, the sacrifice of his comrades, and his sister's smile, turning these feelings into anchors to firmly hold onto his core self. This process was more painful than physical suffering. It nearly caused him to break mentally several times, but he endured. As a result, his gaze became deeper and colder, as if hiding endless icy depths. Meanwhile, external intelligence work was also progressing rapidly. Ling Xiao personally oversaw the operation, mobilizing all resources to deepen the infiltration of the original cult. More and more clues pointed to an isolated island somewhere in the South Pacific, suspected to be an important stronghold of the original cult and possibly the core site of the container project. Ling Yu's name appeared more frequently in intercepted encrypted communications. A storm was brewing. That day, Ling Xiao summoned Ling Chen to the core command room of the base. On a large electronic sand table, the island in the South Pacific was highlighted brightly. Intelligence confirms an 80% certainty. The original cult will hold a major ceremony on that island during the full moon next month. Ling Xiao's voice was heavy. The target is very likely Yaya. Ling Chen looked at the sand table, his pupils suddenly constricting. His entire body became icy and sharp, and the temperature in the command room seemed to drop a few degrees. How much time do we have? His voice was calm but carried an intense storm of suppressed emotion. Up to 3 weeks. We need to develop a perfect plan for infiltration and rescue. The enemy has been operating for a long time. Their defenses are unknown, and they may possess extraordinary methods beyond our understanding. Ling Xiao looked at his son. This might be the final battle. Are you ready? Ling Chen slowly raised his head. His eyes were no longer the cold focus of training but burned with a dark flame capable of destroying everything. Always ready. The Source Essence within him seemed to sense his resolve, stirring slightly and emanating a dangerous aura. The news brought by Ling Xiao was like a final ultimatum, pushing all training and patience to the limit. 3 weeks. Every second counts. The entire Hidden Dragon base operated like a precise war machine, moving at full speed around the rescue mission codenamed Pure Moon. Ghost and his team worked tirelessly, using every available satellite resource to scan and monitor the target island from all angles and at high frequency. They analyzed the terrain, building layout, heat signals, and communication traffic, trying to create a detailed map of the island's defense system. At the same time, they used data from a captured flash drive and other infiltrated information to decode the origin sex communication codes and movement patterns before and after the ceremony. Every new piece of intelligence was immediately sent to Ling Chen and the Operations Command Center. On the command center's digital map, the island's 3D model was constantly refined. Ling Chen, Fortress, Scalpel, Nether, and 2 newly added Hidden Dragon members, experts in diving and demolition, codenamed Water Ghost and Thunder Lord, formed the new 6-member Shadow Dive team. They spent more than 12 hours a day in the tactical simulation chamber, practicing infiltration under various conditions, at night, in bad weather, from underwater or along cliffs. They trained for what to do if discovered, how to break through defenses quickly and reach the core area. Once they found Lingyu, they had to plan how to safely extract her from the island under different levels of resistance and meet up with a support team. As both the main fighter and mission leader, Ling Chen had to master every step, predict the enemy's unusual tactics, and prepare countermeasures. Drawing on his past battle with Mandrill and his understanding of source energy, he focused on handling extreme situations such as mental attacks, energy barriers, and mutated creatures. The tech department designed custom gear for the team. Ling Chen's combat suit was lined with a new energy buffering fiber to reduce the harmful effects of source energy. His weapon was specially modified to channel a small amount of that energy, boosting its power for a short time, though its use was strictly limited. All team members were equipped with the latest anti-interference communicators, thermal imagers, and protective gear against possible biochemical threats. Water Ghost and Thunder Lord were responsible for preparing underwater propulsion devices and explosives. Ling Chen reduced his training slightly in the last 2 weeks to stay in top condition. But he still spends hours each day meditating, trying to communicate and harmonize more deeply with the source essence inside him. This isn't about control, but more like a dangerous dance. He needs to make sure he can precisely summon this power at critical moments, rather than being overwhelmed by it. The process still carries risks. Several times, he almost triggered an energy outburst, but he managed to suppress it with his strong will. His breath has become more restrained, but the dark glow in his eyes is more intense and unsettling. Now Qin Yan almost lives at the base. She no longer tries to dispel her son's cold energy inside him, but instead uses the power of the spiritual spring to gently nourish him, like spring rain, quietly strengthening Ling Chen's life force and mental defenses to prevent him from losing himself in the power. She holds her son's hand silently, filled with worry, but also firm support. Ling Xiao has had several long talks with his son, not just about tactics but also as a father, openly discussing the worst possible scenarios so Ling Chen can be mentally prepared. 3 days before the mission, all intelligence, equipment, and personnel are ready. Ling Xiao holds the final planning meeting. According to the latest intel, the ceremony will take place at the central altar on the moonlit night island. The guards are very strict and include an unknown number of awakened individuals, as well as cultists enhanced by the source essence. Our best plan is to sneak in secretly, find Lingyu before the ceremony begins, and evacuate. If we are discovered, the attack plan will be activated. Thunder God and Fortress will create chaos. Water Ghost will ensure the escape route. Darkness will handle electronic suppression, and Surgical Knife, along with Ling Chen, will carry out the rescue. The support fleet will wait in the designated sea area for the signal. Ling Zhao's gaze swept over each team member. Remember, the main goal is to rescue Lingyu. Avoid fighting the enemy's core forces if possible. If things go wrong, prioritize your own safety and retreat. That is an order. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, their eyes resolute. The night before departure, the moonlight was cold. Ling Chen stood alone on the rooftop of the base, gazing at the dark sea in the distance. The power within him seemed to sense that a great battle was coming. It stirred slightly, sending out a cold, eager feeling. He was not afraid, only calm like death itself, with a fiery blaze about to burn everything away. Yeah, wait for me. He turned and headed toward the assembled hangar. The tilt-rotor aircraft moved like a ghost in the night, flying very low over the churning sea to avoid radar detection as much as possible. Inside the cabin, the lights were dim. The members of the Shadow team checked their gear one last time. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil, sweat, and a tense feeling before a big fight. Ling Chen closed his eyes to rest, but the faint cold aura around him made the cabin feel several degrees colder. It's 10 minutes until we reach the jump point. The pilot's voice broke the silence through the headset. Ling Chen opened his eyes and looked at the team members. Final check. Water Ghost, equipment normal. Thunder God, explosive device ready. Dark Spirit, electronic support system online. Surgical knife, medical kit, and antidote prepared. Fortress, heavy weapons ready. Everyone's voice was calm and firm. Remember the plan. Keep communication silent unless necessary. Ling Chen's voice was quiet but firm, full of authority. Move out. The hatch opened, and fierce sea winds and engine noise flooded in. Below was dark, black water. On the distant horizon, the outline of the target island appeared faintly in the moonlight, like a lurking giant beast. Ling Chen was the first to jump out of the aircraft, followed closely by the others. Several black parachutes silently bloomed in the night sky, drifting toward the designated waters around the island. They entered the water at low altitude, and the cold sea quickly wrapped around them. The team quickly unpacked their parachutes and activated underwater thrusters, moving silently like a school of fish toward the island. According to intelligence, there were underwater mines and sonar arrays around the island. Water Ghost led the way, using advanced skills and special tools to quietly clear a safe path, like performing a surgical operation. Ling Chen followed closely behind. His strong underwater adaptation and slightly enhanced lung and heart functions, thanks to the source essence, allowed him to move freely. Half an hour later, the team landed on a hidden reef beach as planned. They quickly hid their thrusters and diving gear and changed into combat uniforms suitable for jungle terrain. Yumming immediately activated a portable signal detector and a mini drone. On the southeast corner of the island, defenses are weaker. There is an abandoned drainage pipe that might lead inside. But there are 3 patrol posts along the way with high electronic security. Plan A, infiltration route. Ling Chen ordered. Yumming handles electronic suppression and guides the path. Water Ghost and Thunder God lead the front. Fortress covers the rear. Surgical Knife stays in the middle for support. Move out. The team moved like silent predators, blending into the shadows, slipping quietly into the dense tropical jungle. Yumming's drone provided real-time views from above and emitted faint interference signals, temporarily blocking the sensors along the route. They avoided patrols, using the terrain and night to cover their movements, quickly heading toward the southeast corner. The jungle was filled with biting insects, hot and humid, but the team was well-trained, moving swiftly and quietly. As they approached the drainage pipe, the first patrol post appeared ahead. 2 cultists in strange clothing with vacant eyes were standing guard. Ling Chen signaled silently. Water Ghost and Thunder God moved like shadows from the sides, silently taking out the guards with poisoned blow darts. Their actions were clean and quick, without raising any alarms. The entrance to the drainage pipe was blocked by rusted iron bars covered in vines. Thunder God used a silencing tool to cut open an entrance quickly. Inside, the smell of sewage and mold filled the narrow, dark tunnel. The team crawled in one after another. The pipes were complex, but Yumming guided them based on a rough map obtained earlier. Along the way, they encountered a few simple sensors, all of which were remotely jammed by Yumming or manually disabled by Water Ghost. After more than an hour of moving forward, a faint light appeared ahead, along with an upward exit. Faint chanting and an unsettling energy fluctuation came from outside. Ling Chen signaled to stop and carefully peeked out to observe. Outside the exit is a large space that has been transformed from a natural cave. Torches are stuck into the cave walls, and in the center is a round altar built with black stones. Around the altar, dozens of followers dressed in black robes are kneeling and singing loudly, their voices strange and intense. Above the altar, a crystal emitting a faint white light floats. This is the source crystal. In the middle of the altar, a girl in a white dress is tied to a stone pillar. This is Lingyu. She has her eyes closed, seeming to have lost consciousness, and her face is pale. But the situation is worse than expected. The ritual seems to have already started. Ling Chen's heart suddenly clenched, but he forced himself to stay calm. He carefully observed and saw 4 guards around the altar, with a presence different from ordinary followers. They are likely awakened ones. Behind the altar, on a high platform, sits a figure wearing a fierce mask and holding a staff. The aura is dark and powerful, clearly the ritual's host. The risk of attacking directly is very high and could hurt Ling Yu. Yuming, can you interfere with the energy field of that crystal? Ling Chen asked in a low voice. The energy field is very strong. Forcing interference might cause an explosion. It will take at least 5 minutes to analyze its frequency. We don't have 5 minutes. Seeing his sister's pale face, Ling Chen knew he couldn't wait any longer. Every second the ritual continues, Ye faces more danger. Change of plan. Plan B. Thunder God, create an explosion on the side of the altar to attract attention. Water Ghost and Fortress, take the opportunity to deal with those 4 awakened ones. Surgical Knife, prepare to support Ye. Yuming, stay ready for an electronic storm. I will handle the main priest on the platform. Ling Chen quickly gave orders, his eyes cold as a blade. Thunder God didn't hesitate and placed a high-explosive sticky bomb on the support point of the side wall. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Debris flew everywhere. The entire cave shook. The singing stopped abruptly, and the followers were thrown into chaos. Enemy attack! Came the shouts of the guards. At the moment of the explosion, Ling Chen's figure shot out like an arrow from the pipe opening. He ignored the chaos below and headed straight for the main priest on the platform. Before reaching him, a cold killing intent locked onto his target. The high priest seemed to have anticipated this. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes behind the mask. He paused his scepter. An invisible wave of mental energy surged like a tsunami toward Ling Chen. At the same time, the battle below erupted instantly. The Water Ghost and the Fortress fought against 4 awakened fighters. These awakened were incredibly strong, fast, and could even release simple energy attacks. The fight was very fierce. The Surgical Knife tried to break through the ordinary followers blocking her and get close to Ling Yu on the altar. In Spirit released strong electromagnetic interference, disrupting enemy communications and some electronic devices, while using drones to precisely target enemies trying to attack from afar. Inside the cave, gunfire, explosions, roars, and energy clashes filled the air. It was chaos at its worst. Ling Chen endured the mental attack from the high priest, his body only slightly pausing. The source material, energy inside him automatically circulated, forming a faint protective layer. He quickly rushed to the high platform, his dagger emitting a streak of black gas, aiming straight at the high priest's throat. Foolish, the high priest's hoarse voice sounded, and his scepter blocked the attack. Clang, sparks flew. Ling Chen felt a huge force coming from the high priest. His strength was far beyond that of the mountain spirit. The two engaged in a lightning-fast fierce fight on the high platform. The high priest swung his scepter, bringing strange mental interference and energy ripples, while Ling Chen combined combat skills with the cold power of the source material, attacking fiercely and cunningly. Every collision released strong energy waves. Below, the Surgical Knife finally reached the edge of the altar, cutting the ropes binding Ling Yu and carrying her on her back. The Fortress used heavy firepower to temporarily suppress the pursuers, while the Water Ghost moved through the crowd like a slippery eel, using poison daggers to take lives. Captain, the person has been rescued. Retreat, the Surgical Knife shouted through her communicator. Hearing this, Ling Chen intensified his attack, forcing the high priest back. He glanced at his sister, who was being carried by the Surgical Knife, feeling a bit relieved. But just as he was distracted, a strange light flickered in the high priest's eyes. The gem at the top of his scepter suddenly lit up. A dark red beam shot out instantly, not aimed at Ling Chen, but directly at the retreating Surgical Knife and Ling Yu. Ling Chen's pupils shrank sharply. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. In a moment of life and death, Ling Yu, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. There was no fear in her eyes, only a cold, star-like silver glow. She raised her hand, and a silver shield made of pure energy instantly appeared behind her, and the surgical knife. Red light beams hit the shield, creating ripples, but they were blocked. This sudden change stunned everyone, including the main priest. Did Ling Yu also awaken her power? Ling Chun seized the moment. His internal, source essence, erupted with full force, causing his speed to increase rapidly. His dagger, like a black lightning bolt, sliced through the main priest's neck. The main priest covered his bleeding throat, looked at Ling Yu in disbelief, and slowly collapsed. Ling Chun didn't hesitate. He jumped down from the high platform to join his teammates.
Run.
Something bigger is waking up. The voice of Yin Ming came through the headset, filled with fear. He detected that the energy from the source crystal on the altar was rising rapidly and was very unstable. The team dared not stay. They pushed forward along the original path, fighting to escape. The cave behind them began to shake violently, and the crystal's glow grew more dazzling. Finally, when they burst out of the drainage pipe and ran onto the reef, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the center of the island. A huge pillar of energy shot into the sky. The entire island was collapsing and sinking. A powerful shockwave threw the team members into the air. Ling Chun protected Ling Yu, who was thrown by the surgical knife, and they both crashed into the sea. A speedboat quickly arrived, rescuing the exhausted and injured team members. The boat sped away, leaving behind the island, which was shattered and sinking into the deep sea amid explosions and giant waves. The cold sea wind couldn't disperse the smell of blood and gunpowder in the air, nor could it ease the heavy hearts of the team. Ling Chun tightly held the unconscious Ling Yu, feeling her faint breath and sensing the strange, pure, and restrained energy fluctuations inside her, completely different from the cold, source essence. Her awakening was an accident, but also a huge change. The shield she formed just now showed a very high level of power, but where did that power come from? Could it bring unknown risks? The surgical knife was performing an emergency check on Ling Yu, her brows furrowed in concern. Her vital signs are stable, but her brain activity is unusually active, as if she is in a deep state of self-repair or adaptation. The energy inside her is very strange. I've never seen anything like it. The fortress and the water ghost were tending to their wounds, while Thunder God kept a cautious watch on the sea behind them, ready for any pursuers. Yin Ming sat slumped nearby, looking pale. The intense electronic battle and the final energy explosion had drained him greatly. No one cheered for the success of the mission. The island's destructive explosion, Ling Yu's sudden awakening, and the message from the main priest before dying, a bigger one is waking up, weighed heavily on everyone's minds. This was not just a rescue. They might have stirred a much larger hornet's nest. The speedboat and the hidden escort ship were meeting in the designated sea area. The injured were quickly moved to the medical pod for a thorough check and treatment. Ling Chun refused to lie down and rest, insisting on staying by Ling Yu's bedside, his eyes never leaving her pale face. After a few hours, Ling Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. At first, her gaze was a bit confused, then filled with fear and chaos. Her body instinctively curled up. Yeah, it's me. Your brother is here. Ling Chun immediately took her hand, speaking softly. Hearing her brother's voice, Ling Yu's fear gradually eased. She looked at Ling Chun, tears suddenly welling up and rushing into his arms. Her body trembled slightly. Brother, I'm so scared. Those people in black. And the light. It's okay now. Everything's over. Ling Chun gently patted her back, feeling full of guilt and fear. He noticed that Ling Yu seemed to have no memory of her awakening abilities, or perhaps couldn't understand them. After comforting his sister, Ling Chun hurried to the ship's bridge conference room. Ling Xiao and Qin Yan had already connected via encrypted line. Their holographic images appeared at the conference table, their faces full of worry and exhaustion. Report the situation. Ling Xiao's voice was hoarse and serious. Ling Chun briefly summarized the operation, focusing on the island's anomalies, the main priest's strength, and Ling Yu's strange abilities at the last moment. Upon hearing that his daughter had awakened, Qin Yan's face instantly turned pale. He swayed and was supported by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's brow furrowed even more tightly.
Indeed.
It has happened. Dad, Mom, what exactly is going on? Yue's ability, Ling Chen asked urgently. Qin Yan and Ling Xiao exchanged a look, filled with struggle and pain. After a long silence, Qin Yan choked out, Xiao Chen, at this point, I can't hide it from you anymore. Yue's ability.
Might be.
Granted by space. Ling Chen was shocked. Granted by space? Could my mother's ability also be? He suddenly thought of his mother's mysterious space. Qin Yan took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and revealed an even more shocking secret. The space I possess isn't something originally from this world.
Xiao Chen,
I am not from this era. I come from the future. I am a special soldier. During a top-level mission, an unexplained huge explosion occurred, and I traveled here and became Qin Yan. When I woke up, I found I had this space. Ling Chen was struck like lightning, frozen in place.
Mom.
Is from the future? This shock was even harder to digest than learning about superpowers. He looked at his father, Ling Xiao, who nodded heavily, confirming this unbelievable fact. Qin Yan continued, tears falling down her face. I thought I could keep this secret. See you and Yue live like normal children, safe and happy. I carefully guarded this secret. Even your dad only found out much later. When Yue couldn't control her abilities, her voice was full of guilt and pain. But I didn't expect.
Yue.
From a very young age, she could unconsciously use space. I was terrified at the time. I could only tell her it was magic, not to play with it, and guided her to control her thoughts. This temporarily suppressed her unconscious ability outbreaks, hoping she could grow up like a normal child. Qin Yan's words were like thunder, exploding in Ling Chen's mind. It turns out, his sister has had such a deep connection with their mother's space since she was a child. Those moments when she instinctively showed her natural affinity for her sister during childhood, whispering to flowers and plants, saying she could hear them talk, occasionally pointing at the air and mentioning a warm, fragrant secret garden, were not illusions. Once, when she had a fever, a small bouquet of dewy, seasonally unusual flowers appeared on her bedside out of nowhere. All of this was not hallucination but a sign that her sister had unconsciously touched the aura of the spiritual spring within their mother's space. So, Yue's ability didn't directly come from your space, Ling Chen said, his voice trembling slightly as he tried to process this shocking information. Instead, your space, especially the spiritual spring inside it, subtly transformed her body during her innate development, giving her a special talent, an extraordinary harmony with life energy and all natural things. That's a good way to understand it. Qin Yan nodded painfully, tears falling continuously. The spiritual spring is the essence of the space, containing vitality I can't fully understand. Yue's body was nourished by it, becoming pure and transparent, able to sense the rhythm of life that ordinary people can't. Under certain conditions, she might even harness this life energy. I've been guiding her secretly, teaching her meditation and how to calm her mind, hoping she could peacefully accept this gift instead of being troubled by it. She's done very well. She treats this ability as a small secret and has even learned to control it through meditation, turning it into a force that nurtures her body and mind. That's why she's so calm and gentle. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with fear. But the experience at the altar was too terrifying. The extreme fear and life and death crisis, like a rough key, forcibly broke through the protective barrier of her talent she had carefully guarded and gently used. Unconsciously, she turned the life energy meant for nurturing and communication into pure defensive power. That shining shield was proof. Ling Chen fully understood now. His sister's ability was fundamentally a pure force of life, contrasting sharply with the source essence within him, which represented pollution and destruction. This also explained why her power felt so pure and warm, while his was cold and violent. The origin sect. Ling Chen's voice turned cold. They're searching for a container. Could it be just to hold this extreme life energy? Or perhaps they want to use this energy to balance or power something even more terrifying. Very likely, Ling Xiao replied in a serious tone, his face so grim it seemed to drip with water. According to current intelligence, the origin sect seeks ascension or arrival, which often requires extreme power as a foundation. Yu's pure and strong life affinity might be priceless to them. In the past, Yu's abilities were restrained, so they might have sensed her but couldn't pinpoint her location. But now, Yu, pushed to the brink, suddenly unleashed her power, like lighting a lighthouse in the dark. The remnants of the origin sect, and possibly even more hidden enemies, will be attracted here. We must act immediately, Ling Chun said firmly. Return to the base. Our top priority is to ensure Yu's absolute safety and help her fully control this power, at least to be able to manage it freely, so she doesn't accidentally reveal her abilities again. Second, we need to reassess the threat level of the origin sect. They might be more dangerous and crazed than we thought. Already arranged, Ling Xiao nodded. The deepest underground shelter at the base has been activated, equipped with the most advanced life signal shielding and anti-detection systems. Doctor will lead the team, combining your mother's understanding of the space spiritual spring to develop the safest way to guide Yu's abilities. At the same time, we will intensify our intelligence efforts to track down the remnants of the origin sect, especially high-level individuals who might know the value of Yu's powers. Qin Yan wiped her tears, her eyes now firm. I will tell the researchers everything I know about the space and the spiritual spring, hoping it will help Yu. I will also stay by her side, using my experience to guide her. Ling Chen looked at his parents, feeling a complex mix of emotions. This family held so many secrets and carried such heavy fate. But at this moment, they finally stood together, facing the unknown storm as one. He walked to his still sleeping sister's bedside and gently held her cool hand. The warm and pure life energy contrasted sharply with the cold, dark energy within him, yet it brought a strange sense of calm. Yeah, don't be afraid, he whispered, as if promising both himself and his sister. Big Brother will protect you. We will turn your gift into a strength that guards us, not a treasure others covet. The battleship broke through the morning fog, and the coast of the homeland was in sight. But Ling Chen knew that the real challenge was just beginning. His sister's awakening was like a large stone thrown into a calm lake, causing many ripples. They might soon face a terrible enemy from deep space or time, one that seeks the origin of life. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a blade. No matter what the future holds, he would protect her to the end. The battleship slowly approached the most secretive dock at the Qianlong base. Heavy metal gates silently closed behind them, cutting off the outside world. The hatch opened, and a mix of disinfectant and cold metal scent filled the air. The medical team and security personnel, already waiting, quickly and professionally moved the still sleeping Ling Yu onto a special floating medical bed. From a special passage, she was sent to the deepest part of the base, a place called Return to Ruins, which was completely secure. Ling Chun insisted on following, along with Ling Xiao and Qin Yan. Return to Ruins was located hundreds of meters underground, protected by several high-security biological recognition airtight doors. Inside was a fully self-sustaining ecological medical unit, equipped with the most advanced medical devices and a powerful life signal shielding field, enough to block any detection. Ling Yu was taken into the core monitoring room. Various sensors connected to her monitored her most delicate life signs and energy fluctuations. The team led by the doctor immediately began working, collecting data and analyzing the nature and activity level of the activated life energy within her. Qin Yan stayed by her daughter's bedside, holding her hand and softly singing a strange, soothing tune. This was her self-created calming method, combining future knowledge and spiritual insights from space springs, trying to calm her daughter's restless mind caused by her powers. Ling Chen and Ling Xiao stood in the observation room, looking through the one-way glass at what was happening inside, their faces serious. The preliminary test results are in. The voice of the doctor came through the communicator, filled with a hint of disbelief and excitement. Miss Lingyu's energy inside her body is extremely active and pure beyond imagination. It doesn't match any known energy lineage, but it has a 92% similarity to the spiritual spring energy ripples within Ms. Qin Yan's space. This confirms your guess, General. It is indeed a top-level innate ability that is highly compatible with life, leaning towards healing and protection. He paused, his tone turning serious. But the problem is here. This power is too pure and too active. It's like a constantly flowing sweet spring, but Miss Lingyu's physical container and mental control are not yet strong enough to fully handle it. The altar's stimulation forcibly widened the spring opening, causing energy to overflow and form a light shield. Now, she is in a very unstable overflow state. If she cannot learn to control and guide it quickly, the energy might slowly leak out, attracting unnecessary attention, and could also burden her body, or even backfire. Ling Chen's heart sank. Is there any way? 2 options, the doctor replied quickly. First, led by Ms. Qin Yan, using her deep understanding and control of the same source energy, she guides Lingyu into deep meditation, teaching her how to close the valve, contain her breath, and gradually learn fine control. This is the fundamental solution, but it requires time and high talent. Second, our technical team will try to create an energy suppressor, like putting a lid on an overflowing cup, temporarily suppressing energy fluctuations to buy time for learning control. But this is only a temporary fix. Long-term use might affect her ability to grow. Method 1. Ling Qin said without hesitation. Ye needs control, not sealing. Mom, are you confident? Qin Yan looked at her daughter with determination. I will do my best. Ye has been more intuitive than I was since she was young. She will succeed. The plan was set and immediately put into action. Qin Yan entered the monitoring room, sat beside her daughter, and began to gently guide her into deep meditation with soft mental energy. Ling Chen and Ling Xiao left the observation room, leaving the space for mother and daughter. How are you? Ling Xiao looked at his son sharply. Is there any abnormal reaction in your source essence? Ling Chen sensed the dormant, cold energy in his dantian, which was completely opposite to his sister's power. He shook his head. It's calm for now, but it seems to have a subtle feeling of both rejection and desire towards Ye's energy. This feeling was strange, like ice meeting fire, wanting to destroy each other, but also secretly wanting to swallow one another. Ling Xiao frowned. This shows that the two energies are fundamentally opposite, yet they might come from the same source or be at opposite ends of an energy spectrum. You must be more careful. You absolutely cannot let these two forces clash inside you, or the consequences could be terrible. I understand, Ling Chen nodded. He knew better than anyone the danger of the source essence inside him. In the following days, the base entered a state of high alert. Externally, the intelligence network worked tirelessly to track down remnants of the original sect and any clues related to life energy or containers. Internally, return to ruins became the absolute focus. Under his mother's guidance, Lingyu made faster progress than expected. She had a pure heart and had long unconsciously been in harmony with the spiritual spring's aura. She quickly entered a deep meditation state, trying to sense and control the surging life energy within her. The energy fluctuations in the monitoring room gradually stabilized. Ling Chen was not idle either. He used this time to perform more precise control training in the training room next door. He no longer sought explosive power but aimed for ultimate internal control. He guided a strand of source essence, energy through his fingertips with his mind, controlling it so it wouldn't leak out or backlash, maintaining a dangerous balance. This process was like walking a tightrope. Each time, his mind was highly tense, and it consumed a lot of energy. But he could feel that his understanding of this power was deepening, and the sense of control, like commanding a puppet, was slowly growing stronger. At the same time, through his Yoming authority, he accessed all information in the base database about the original sect, abnormal energies, and the fragmentary data about the future his mother might come from. This mainly came from Qin Yan's occasional mentions of vague memories of future technology and society, trying to piece together more information. On the seventh night, Ling Chen had just finished a dangerous energy control training session, soaked in cold sweat. Suddenly, a gentle yet very clear wave of life energy came from the monitoring room, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that quickly faded back into silence. Ling Chen felt something and hurried over immediately. He saw Ling Yu in the monitoring room, already awake. Her face was still a little pale, but her eyes were clear and bright, showing a calm and transparent feeling like never before. When she saw Ling Chen, she gave a weak smile and said, "Brother." Qin Yan's tired face was full of relief. Yaya succeeded. She just completed her first full energy convergence on her own. Ling Chen relaxed, feeling a wave of happiness. He went to her bedside and gently took her hand. "How do you feel? It seems." "I can feel it now," Ling Yu whispered, her eyes curious. "I can. Make it quiet down." She raised her finger, and a faint, lively green light flickered at her fingertip, then disappeared quietly. Her sister had begun to control her ability. Just then, Ling Xiao walked in quickly with a serious look, holding a piece of urgent intelligence that had just been decrypted. "We found the ghost." Ling Xiao's voice was low. "It's not the main priest. It's a code name for a higher-level member of the Origin sect. The ghost is their envoy sent to the Grey Domain to assist and transfer the container. He wasn't on the island when it exploded." Ling Chen's eyes sharpened. "Where is he?" "The last place he was seen was in Southeast Asia's Golden Crescent area, a chaotic city where rules don't apply." Ling Xiao handed the intelligence to Ling Chen. "It shows he was carrying important offerings and a complete report on Ye's abilities, which he was about to report to higher-ups. We must stop him before he sends the information out." The intelligence from Ling Xiao was like a lit fuse, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere. The existence of the ghost meant that the Origin sect hadn't been weakened by the island's destruction. Instead, they might have already gained detailed information about Ye's abilities. Once this report reaches their core, sister will never have peace again. "I will go myself." Ling Chen's voice was calm, without any hesitation, but full of firm determination. He had just begun to control the dangerous power within him, and his sister was stabilizing. He would not allow anyone to threaten their family again. Ling Xiao looked at his son's calm, almost cold expression, and knew that trying to persuade him was useless. He took a deep breath. "The ghost is hiding in Blackwater City, the most chaotic place in Southeast Asia. Warlords, mercenaries, and intelligence traffickers are all tangled together, making the environment very complex. The ghost himself is very clever and is always protected by heavy guards. You will need a skilled assault team and absolutely reliable backup. The Shadow Squad is ready to act at any time." The deep voice of Fortress came from the communicator. He and the other team members had been on standby. "Count me in," said Surgical Knife calmly. "Electronic support is in place," reported Yin Ming clearly. Water Ghost and Thunder God also expressed their willingness to join the fight. After a brief rest and mourning for their fallen comrades, their fighting spirit had become even stronger. However, Ling Chen surprisingly refused. "This mission is clear. Just eliminate the target. More people might expose us. I need absolute secrecy and speed." He looked at his father. "Give me the best single-soldier equipment, an invisible flying craft, and, if necessary, activate the Heaven's Punishment Authority." He was referring to the orbital strike permission his father granted during the last operation, which was a last resort. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. "All right, but you must promise me, if things go wrong, immediately withdraw. Your safety is more important than killing the ghost." "I understand." Ling Chen nodded. He wouldn't act recklessly. He wanted an efficient elimination. The plan was quickly made. Ling Chen would infiltrate Blackwater City alone, using real-time intelligence support from Yin Ming to locate the ghost's hideout, carry out a precise assassination, and seize or destroy all related intelligence. The entire operation had to be completed in a very short time. If exposed, the backup team would immediately cover his escape. An hour later, the most advanced, Shadow Hawk, stealth assault aircraft silently took off from the base, heading swiftly southeast. Inside the cockpit, Ling Chen closed his eyes to rest, mentally rehearsing his actions one last time while feeling the delicate balance of the two forces within him. The nourishing energy of the spirit spring had restored his body to its peak condition, while the power of the source essence was like a deadly blade in its sheath, cold and dangerous. Blackwater City is located at the border of a tropical rainforest and the coast. The city is chaotic, with messy buildings, flowing sewage, and a thick smell of decay and smoke in the air. This place is a haven for crime, a lawless zone. The Shadow Hawk hovered over the dense forest several kilometers outside the city. Using the cover of night and complex terrain, Ling Chen silently slipped in by parachuting from high altitude. He moved like a predator in the dark night, swiftly navigating through mud and ruins, avoiding patrols and surveillance cameras. Target's last confirmed location, an abandoned textile factory controlled by the Blood Crocodile mercenary group in the west of the city. Yuming's voice sounded in his earpiece. The factory has a complex layout and tight security. The heat signals show the core area is underground. The signal source is there, but heavily disturbed. Ling Chen approached the factory's perimeter like a ghost. High walls, barbed wire, patrolling mercenaries, security was indeed tight. He chose not to attack directly, but used an abandoned sewage pipe he had scouted earlier. The pipe reeked of foul odor, narrow and damp, but it was the best route for infiltration. Holding his breath, Ling Chen crawled forward in the darkness, moving quietly like a cat, making no sound. Half an hour later, he reached the end of the pipe, pried open the rusted gate, and slipped into the underground part of the factory. The lighting was dim, filled with abandoned machines and containers, and the air smelled of machine oil and a faint, unsettling hint of blood. Yuming's guidance was very precise. Turn left, at the end of the third corridor. There's a secured door. The signal source is behind it. The interference source is nearby. Be careful. Ling Chen silently approached the target door. It was made of thick alloy, requiring both a password and iris scan for access. Forcing the door would definitely alert the guards. Decryption will take at least 3 minutes, Yuming quickly calculated. Too long. Ling Chen's eyes turned cold. He sensed a cold, powerful aura behind the door, somewhat similar to the mountain ape and the main priest, but more restrained and cunning. That must be the enemy, Ghost. He decided to take a risk. He focused his mind and guided a tiny amount of source essence, energy, to his fingertips. The energy looked like a thin black thread, slowly reaching toward the electronic locks interface. This was a very dangerous move. A small mistake could trigger a backlash or an alarm. But Ling Chen's control was now much better. The black thread of energy moved silently, as if alive, slipping into the circuit and interfering with the recognition system. After a few seconds, a soft beep sounded, and the green light on the lock turned on. Ling Chen pushed the door open quickly. Inside, a middle-aged man in a gray suit, with an ordinary face but sharp eagle-like eyes, sat at a computer, apparently ready to transmit data. Seeing Ling Chen break in, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but it quickly turned into cold, murderous intent. He was the enemy, Ghost. "I've been waiting for you." Ghost's voice was hoarse, as if he had anticipated this. Almost as he spoke, he suddenly slapped the table. A powerful mental shock wave, tangible as if it had substance, rushed toward Ling Chen. At the same time, in the shadowed corner of the room, 2 dark figures darted out like lightning, holding poisoned daggers aimed straight at Ling Chen's vital points. These were Ghost's close bodyguards. Ling Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, but he reacted even faster. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. Faced with the mental shock, the spiritual spring energy within him automatically circulated to protect his mind. At the same time, the source essence, Energy erupted instantly, and his figure flickered like a ghost, dodging the two deadly dagger strikes. The daggers scraped past his body with a clang. Clang, leaving deep marks on the wall. Ling Chun did not retreat, but advanced. His left hand clawed like an eagle's talon toward one guard's wrist, while his right hand, holding a dagger with a faint black aura, aimed straight at Ghost's throat. His movements were lightning fast and ruthless. Ghost seemed unprepared for Ling Chen's speed and strength, hurriedly retreating backward, pulling out a strange-looking pistol from his waist. The bullet fired, but it was not a metal projectile. Instead, a viscous, foul-smelling green energy mass. Ling Chun sensed the danger of that energy mass and dared not face it head-on. His body twisted strangely again, avoiding the energy sphere. The energy ball hit the alloy wall behind, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. Taking advantage of the moment, two dead soldiers charged forward bravely and fearlessly. Their fighting skills were sharp and vicious, working together perfectly, clearly indicating they were highly trained experts. Ling Chin found himself in a dangerous situation, fighting three enemies at once. But he remained calm under pressure, combining the deadly techniques developed at the Hidden Dragon base with the cold power of the Source Essence. His movements were simple and direct, aiming straight for vital points, with terrifying efficiency. In just a few breaths, he used a palm strike infused with Source Essence to crush one dead soldier's heart, causing him to fall dead. Another dead soldier's dagger was forcibly cut open by Ling Chen's arm, sparks flying. At the same time, he kicked the wrist holding a gun, causing the shooter, Ghost, to drop his weapon. Ghost looked shocked and scared. He hadn't expected Ling Chen to grow so strong so quickly. Retreat, he said without hesitation, turning to rush toward a hidden door on the other side of the room. Trying to run, Ling Chen snorted coldly. His Source Essence energy exploded fully, boosting his speed to the limit. He arrived first, blocking the door, and with a deadly gleam in his eyes, he stabbed toward Ghost's back. Ghost had no way to dodge. His eyes flashed with despair and madness. He suddenly turned around, forming a strange hand sign with both hands, gathering even more violent, destructive energy in his palms. He was actually trying to commit suicide. "Let's all die together," he roared. At this critical moment, Ling Chen's eyes shot out cold light. He chose not to fight head-on but quickly retracted his Source Essence energy, slipping like a slippery fish. He avoided the energy explosion center, while his dagger drew a strange arc, precisely cutting through Ghost's wrists as he made the hand sign. Ghost let out a piercing scream. The gathered energy instantly turned against him, causing him to explode into a bloody mess. Ling Chun was also thrown back by the energy wave, crashing heavily into the wall, feeling a sharp pain in his throat. But he endured his injuries, quickly moved forward, and confirmed that Ghost was dead. He searched his body and the computer, finding an encrypted mini hard drive and several paper documents. There, he found a photo of Ling Yu and some energy analysis data. He hesitated not at all, destroying the hard drive and files, then pressing his headphones. Target eliminated. Intelligence destroyed. Prepare to retreat. Received. Point A has been compromised, switching to backup point B. Coordinates sent. The enemy is closing in. A frantic voice echoed. Ling Chen quickly retreated along the same path, not hesitating. Behind him, the sound of heavy footsteps and gunfire grew louder. Like a grim reaper in the dark night, he moved through the complex underground factory tunnels, using the terrain and shadows to skillfully avoid pursuers. When blocked, he swiftly dealt with obstacles with lightning speed. A few minutes later, he burst out of the factory and into the dark rainforest. Ling Chen emerged from the abandoned factory, where the thick smoke and blood smell were somewhat diluted by the damp, hot night breeze. Deeper in the rainforest, gunfire, explosions, and shouts filled the air. Yumming and others were engaged in fierce fighting with the Blood Crocodile mercenary group, who had rushed to help, buying him time to escape. Yumming, report your status. Ling Chen ran wildly along a muddy jungle trail, shouting into his microphone. He felt sharp pains in his ribs. The energy from Ghost's last-ditch attack had caused some internal injuries. The enemy is numerous and well-armed. We are pinned down in the southeast bushes of Point B. Water Ghost has been shot in the left arm. Yumming's voice remained calm but was very fast, amid the sound of whistling bullets and booming explosions. Hold on. I'm coming right now. Ling Chen's eyes sharpened. He changed direction instantly, like a leopard pouncing toward the firefight. He couldn't let his teammates trapped in the fight be left in danger. After a few leaps, he reached the edge of the battlefield. He saw the fortress, manning a heavy machine gun, firing wildly to suppress the advancing enemies. Scalpel was giving emergency bandages to the pale-faced Water Ghost, who was leaning against a tree. Thunder kept throwing grenades and smoke bombs to create chaos. Meanwhile, Yumming hid in the shadows, with his sniper rifle, each shot dropping an enemy, precisely eliminating the biggest threat. But the enemy numbers were far greater than expected, and they seemed reckless, rushing forward without regard for safety. The encirclement was tightening. Seeing Ling Chen's figure, the fortress shouted loudly, "Follow me. Break through to the northwest. There is a dried-up riverbed over there, which can help us avoid enemy fire." Ling Chen quickly assessed the situation and gave the order. He led the charge toward the enemy's side flank, flipping his dagger rapidly, taking down 2 enemies instantly, creating an opening. The fortress shouted angrily, firing while retreating. Scalpel helped Water Ghost to his feet, while Thunder God and Dark Spirit took turns covering him. Ling Chen was like a sharp blade, rushing at the front. He infused his legs with source energy, boosting his speed. He left afterimages in the forest as he moved. Any enemy daring to block his path was either killed or wounded. His fighting style became more straightforward and efficient, with a cold, mysterious edge typical of source energy. Often, before enemies could react, his deadly attack was already upon them. The team fought while retreating, finally reaching the dried-up riverbed. The terrain suddenly dropped, providing valuable cover. Drone shows many enemies moving near support point B. The original plan is no longer feasible, Dark Spirit said hurriedly while changing his magazine. Ling Chen's heart sank. The support point was blocked. They were trapped. Activate the final plan. Move to point C. There is a cliff with a hidden river below, Ling Chen decided quickly. Point C was the last evacuation route set in advance. Very risky. Without hesitation, the team immediately turned and ran wildly along the riverbed toward the cliff. Behind them, enemy pursuers kept close, bullets hitting the rocks around them, splashing stones. Finally, they reached the edge of the cliff. Below was darkness, with the sound of rushing water faintly heard. Jump! Ling Chen leapt without hesitation. Splash! Splash! The team members followed closely, jumping into the icy, biting dark river. The strong impact made Ling Chen dizzy, and the wound in the water caused sharp pain. He struggled to surface, grabbing a reef, and looked back. He saw enemies on the cliff firing wildly at the river surface. Submerge! Follow the current downstream, Ling Chen shouted. The team members took a deep breath, submerged, relying on their strong physical strength and willpower to fight through the turbulent dark river. In the darkness, they couldn't see the way clearly, only relying on the water flow data recorded in Dark Spirit's navigation device to barely judge their direction. After an unknown amount of time, a faint light appeared ahead. They swam with effort and finally escaped the dark river outlet, reaching a relatively calm river. It was just beginning to get light. The Shadow Hawk fighter plane swooped down like a ghost from the clouds, flying low over the river and lowering a rescue rope. Exhausted and soaked, the team members took turns climbing onto the plane. The door closed, and the plane quickly ascended, leaving the dangerous area far behind. Inside the cabin, everything was silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone was injured and tired, but their eyes showed relief for surviving and determination to complete their mission. Ling Chen leaned against the wall, feeling weak from using too much energy and the sharp pain from his wounds. He looked at the unconscious water ghost and then at his other injured but resolute teammates, feeling a mix of emotions. Yumming handed him a tablet with a basic report and some recovered data fragments from the ghost drone wreckage. Although most of the information was destroyed, some data shows that the ghost recently contacted a higher-up with the code name Seer. Seer might be a key figure in the higher ranks of the cult. Ling Chen looked at the blurry code on the screen with a deep gaze. The cabin was filled with a strong smell of blood, disinfectant, and dampness. Everyone was overwhelmed by fatigue like a rising tide. Surgeon was carefully treating Water Ghost's arm wound, removing the bullet, stitching the cut, and injecting strong antibiotics and painkillers. Water Ghost looked pale but clenched his teeth without making a sound. Fortress checked the equipment for damage, silently wiping his weapons. Thunder leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest, but his tense muscles showed he was still alert. Yumming quickly operated his portable terminal, trying to recover more data from the ghost wreckage and erase all electronic traces the team might have left. Ling Chen sat in a corner, feeling sharp pain in his ribs. The weakness from forcing his source energy earlier still lingered. He closed his eyes, pretending to rest, but his mind was racing. Although the mission successfully eliminated the ghost, many problems had been exposed. The enemy's quick reactions, strong armed forces, and the Prophet, code name revealed by the ghost, before dying all suggest that the roots of the origin sect are deeper than expected. More importantly, he still lacks precise control over his inner power. If it weren't for his extraordinary reflexes and strong will at the last moment, he might have been dragged down with the ghost in the final fight. He needs greater control, not only over the source material, but also over his emotions and battle rhythm. A few hours later, the fighter plane landed smoothly at the Hidden Dragon, base deep inside. The hatch opened, and the medical team waiting nearby quickly moved forward to take the injured to the medical center. Ling Xiao and Qin Yan were also waiting on the tarmac. Seeing their son and team members, although injured, all survived, they finally relaxed a little, though their worry remained. Ling Chen briefly reported the mission results and the new clue about the Prophet. Ling Xiao's face grew serious. Prophet. This code name appeared in some secret files. It is believed to be one of the highest spiritual leaders of the Origin sect. Their whereabouts are mysterious, and they have never been seen in public. It seems that the death of the ghost has already alarmed the real big players. Qin Yan was more concerned about her son's health. She sensed the chaos in his energy and the restless, cold power within him. She looked worried. Xiao Chun, your injuries. And that energy. I'm fine, Mom. I just need some time to recover. He shook his head, indicating he could still hold on. He was more worried about something else. Yeah, how is she? She's recovering well, Qin Yan said with a hint of relief. It seems her sensitivity to your energy has become sharper. Before you returned, she suddenly said she felt you very tired and a bit cold. Ling Chen's heart tightened. His sister's perception of his source material was so keen. This was proof of their blood connection, but it might also mean that the attraction between the two energies was stronger than expected. He had to be more careful to hide his aura, so as not to affect his sister. In the following days, the base entered a tense phase of recovery and analysis. Ling Chen underwent a full checkup and treatment. The doctor was surprised by his fractured ribs and internal injuries. Such injuries would have left most people unable to move, but Ling Chen, thanks to a strong body and some unknown energy, managed to fight intensely and escape. Monitoring data showed that the source material pollution increased slightly after the fight. Its connection with Ling Chen's body seemed to deepen a little, but it was still in a stable dormant state. This is not good news, as it means Ling Chen's dependence on it and potential risks are also growing. Ling Chen locked himself in a special meditation room, spending most of his time calming his mind and reviewing his actions. He was no longer rushing to increase his strength and size, but focused on better control. He repeatedly practiced fighting the ghost, thinking about how to use less energy and choose better moments to defeat his opponent without getting hurt. At the same time, he meditated more deeply to understand the source material better, trying to find its patterns instead of just suppressing or fighting it. Other members of the Shadow team were also recovering and reviewing their experiences. Qin Yan spent most of his time with Lingyu, helping her get better at controlling her new abilities. Lingyu improved quickly and could now create small halos to heal minor wounds. She also became more stable and cheerful. However, she was still very sensitive to the cold feeling from her brother, which made Qin Yan and Ling Xiao more worried. A week later, a preliminary analysis report from Yinming and the technical department was given to Ling Xiao and Ling Chen. The report said that from the ghost communication fragments, they found some encrypted coordinates and a broken message. After decoding, it roughly said, "The container has awakened, the key has appeared. The Prophet has issued an order to start the return to source plan. Location: waiting for the Stargate to open. Stargate? Return to source plan?" These unfamiliar words made Ling Chen furrow his brows. The technical department guessed that these coordinates are scattered across very remote areas with strong magnetic anomalies, including deep-sea trenches beneath polar ice caps and a region called the Devil's Triangle in international waters. They might represent energy nodes or ancient ruins. The Stargate and Return to Origin are likely related to the ultimate goal of the original source sect. They may want to activate these nodes to complete some kind of ritual. Ling Chen's heart sank. The enemy's plan is truly shocking. This is no longer just a simple act of terror, but a major crisis that could affect the whole world. The container and the key are clearly the key parts of this plan. "We must stop them," Ling Chen said firmly. "Of course, we have to stop them." Ling Xiao's eyes were sharp. "But the enemy is hidden in the dark, and their prophet is deeply concealed. These nodes are spread across the globe, so defenses will be tight. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy or even fall into a trap." He looked at his son. "The most urgent thing now is to quickly strengthen our own power. You need to fully control your abilities, and Yue also needs time to grow. At the same time, we must use all resources to find out the true identity of the prophet and the details of the Return to Origin plan. Our next move must be a powerful, decisive strike. No mistakes allowed." Ling Chen nodded heavily. The entire Hidden Dragon base was like a high-speed, precise furnace, making final preparations for the coming ultimate battle. Ling Chen's training entered a critical stage. He was no longer satisfied with simple energy control and tactical review, but began a deep exploration of his own power and a dangerous game of risk. He secluded himself in a meditation room that blocked all distractions. He maintained deep meditation for a long time, his consciousness sinking into his body like a calm observer, carefully observing every flow and pulse of the source essence energy. He no longer tried to forcibly suppress or reject this cold energy, but sought to understand it, to feel its emotions and desires. He discovered that this energy was not purely destructive will, but more like an extremely hungry, craving existence eager to devour and grow, possessing an instinctive greed for life energy, while also containing fragments of ancient, chaotic knowledge. Ling Chen began to attempt to guide a trace of source essence with extreme control, slowly and cautiously, touching and merging it with his own life origin. This process is like dancing on the edge of a knife, with each attempt bringing intense mental pain and the risk of losing control. But after success, his mastery over this power improves, as if he is tightening the reins on a fierce beast. His breath becomes more calm and deep, and in his occasionally open eyes, the faint glow is no longer just cold but also shows a deep understanding of the true nature of things. Here he enters a highly realistic virtual battlefield, but his opponents are no longer fixed programs. He asks Doctor and his team to upload battle data, energy characteristics, and the potential abilities of the Prophet from the Mountain Spirit, Main Sacrifice, and Ghost into the system, creating a highly adaptive and learning virtual enemy. He fights, dies, reviews, and fights again inside. He combines the source quality, power with combat skills, firearms, and environmental use more and more skillfully, developing practical techniques like energy attachment penetration, brief energy burst acceleration, and microenergy field disruption perception. He does not work alone. He also trains with the healing, shadow, team, who have recovered from injuries. Ling Chen shares his understanding of the source quality with his teammates, working together to develop targeted tactics. The team's coordination reaches a level where they seem to share thoughts. Meanwhile, Ling Yu's growth is equally impressive. Under her mother Qin Yan's careful guidance and the base's resources, her control over her life harmony ability improves rapidly. She can freely gather a warm healing glow to speed up wound healing, sense the life states of nearby plants, and even communicate with them on a shallow level. Most surprisingly, she begins to create small, calm fields that effectively soothe restless emotions and weaken low-level mental shocks. Her presence feels like a warm source of healing in the base. But her perception of her brother's cold energy also becomes clearer. A subtle, energy-based connection between siblings is strengthening. The base's intelligence network is now operating at an unprecedented level. Using clues from the ghost wreckage combined with fragmented information about future technology and possible historical trends provided by Qin Yan, the technical team successfully identified the exact locations and some features of several energy nodes. They also speculated that the Stargate might be a kind of space-time portal or energy-focused device that opens through specific astronomical phenomena and magnetic resonance. The outline of the return-to-origin plan became clearer. Its goal is to gather enormous energy to force open the Stargate and summon the so-called Source. The container and the key are crucial for completing this ritual. However, the identity of the prophet remains a mystery, as if hidden behind thick fog. One day, Ling Chen finished another intense 36-hour meditation and simulated battle and walked out of the meditation room. He seemed reborn, with calm and balanced breath, a peaceful gaze like still water, yet giving an impression of deep mystery. He headed straight to the command center. Ling Xiao and several key advisors were analyzing the latest intelligence. When they saw his son enter, Ling Xiao looked up, a hint of relief and seriousness in his eyes. "Are you ready?" Ling Chen nodded and focused on a highlighted coordinate on the central star map, near the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean. "Is this the next target?" "Yes, the Sea Abyss node," Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. "According to calculations, in 3 months, there will be a rare astronomical event called the Double Star Convergence, with magnetic fluctuations reaching their peak. That will be the best time for them to activate the Stargate. The Sea Abyss node is one of the key points where energy gathers. We must destroy it before then, or better yet, seize control of it. Intelligence shows that their defenses there are very strong, and the environment is extreme, making underwater operations very difficult," added Yu Ming. "Then we'll handle them underwater," Ling Chen said calmly. "The shadow dive team is ready." His gaze swept over the star map and finally settled on a distant point, as if piercing through layers of barriers to see the hidden opponent, the prophet. This time, there would be no more testing, no retreat. Ling Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried a firm and unquestionable resolve. "Either we destroy the node and crush their plan, or we find the prophet and end the threat once and for all." His calm, yet decisive words fell like a stone into a deep pool, sending silent ripples through the command center. There were no grand speeches, only a quiet determination that made everyone present feel the power about to be unleashed. Beneath the calm surface, the rhythm of the hidden dragon base suddenly accelerated to its limit. Under Yoming's lead, the technical team conducted an unprecedented high-precision scan of the deep-sea trench where the Abyss node was located. They built a detailed 3D terrain model and identified several suspected artificial energy guiding structures and defense systems. Reports on enemy troop deployment, patrol patterns, and equipment types were constantly updated. The technical department worked tirelessly, producing the Abyss Walker deep-sea combat gear specially designed for the Shadow Squad. On the large screen in the operations room, the 3D model of the Abyss node kept rotating. Ling Chun and his team ran hundreds of tactical simulations, covering everything from secret infiltration to full-scale assault, from encounters with deep-sea creatures to energy storms caused by node failure. Every step, every second, every emergency plan was calculated with precision. Ling Chen's command style grew calmer and more efficient, like a finely tuned war machine. Under Qin Yan and the expert's guidance, Ling Yu's abilities steadily improved. She could now summon a light of life strong enough to instantly heal non-fatal wounds, and her field of serenity had expanded greatly in both range and strength. Even more surprising, her energy could soothe and balance the restless source power within Ling Chen. During a dangerous training accident, Ling Chen's source power nearly went out of control from overuse, but Ling Yu's pure life energy stabilized him just in time. This mysterious energy bond between the siblings became an unexpected yet crucial safeguard in their plan. On the night before the mission, Ling Xiao and Qin Yan called Ling Chen into a secret chamber. Without giving too many instructions, Ling Xiao handed over a black dagger with an ancient design and mysterious carvings to Ling Chen. This was taken from a close aide of the mountain spirit years ago. It has special material and can penetrate strong energies. It might be useful in a critical moment. Qin Yan then took off a close-fitting, smooth jade pendant and placed it around her son's neck. Tears in her eyes, she said, "This contains a small part of my original space power. When in danger, crush it, and it may help you survive." These two items carry the deepest worries and unconditional support from the parents. On the day of departure, the Shadow team gathered at the launch platform. 6 people wore black, Abyss Walker armor, looking like fierce demons from the depths, with a strong killing aura. They checked their equipment, tested communication devices, and injected medicines, all in order. Ling Chen looked at his teammates' eyes behind their goggles and said, "Scalpel, system online, channel clear." Ling Chen took a deep breath, calming the slightly restless energy inside him. His voice, through his mask, was clear to everyone. Mission goal: destroy or seize the Sea Abyss node and break the source return plan. Operation principles: stealthy, quick, deadly. Remember, we are one team. Bring everyone back home. Shadow team, let's go. Amid a deep rumble, the special deep-sea submarine, Dragon Gums, glided silently into the dark ocean, like a giant black manta ray, quickly diving down. External lights were turned off, relying only on passive sonar and faint imaging systems to navigate. It headed toward the Mariana Trench's Challenger Deep, at specific coordinates on the edge of the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean. Inside, the lights were dim red. 6 Shadow team members sat stiffly in their seats, like sculptures. Only the data on the dashboard and occasional low reports from the ghostly system broke the silence. Depth 1,500 meters. External pressure rising. Sonar background noise clear. Depth 3,200 meters. Entering the deep scattering layer, biological signals sparse. Depth 6,500 meters. Approaching the trench edge, detecting abnormal magnetic waves, consistent with predictions. Ling Chen closed his eyes and focused, adjusting his breathing to sense the energy within his body. In this deep darkness and pressure, the power seemed to become more obedient, as if returning to a familiar environment. However, the hidden, cold aggression still remained, now more profound. He must stay in complete control. His strong fingers gently touched the control panel of the weapon, checking each setting carefully. He also checked the medical supplies and tools inside the medical kit, especially the emergency treatments for high-pressure environments and unknown energy injuries. Lei Gong and Water Ghost whispered about the underwater deployment of the explosive devices. Meanwhile, the Shadow Eye kept a close watch on multiple screens, filtering through large amounts of data to find any unusual signals. Depth 10,200 meters. Approaching the target area. Activate optical camouflage, sonar in full passive mode. Shadow Eye's voice was low and steady. The special coating on the outside of the Dragon gunship began to mimic the temperature and sound properties of the surrounding seawater, making it almost blend into the darkness. Ahead, the huge canyon wall looked like an entrance to hell, appearing in the faint light imaging system, deep and oppressive. Multiple artificial sound signals detected.
Patrol pattern. And.
Large creature signals? Energy readings are highly active. Shadow Eye suddenly reported, sounding serious. On the 3D sonar map, one side of the canyon wall showed the outline of a large man-made structure, like a beehive embedded in the rock. Several small underwater patrol drones cruised along fixed routes. Around the structure, a few large biological heat sources emitted faint energy signals as they swam, strange in shape and unlike any known sea creatures. They are bioengineered beings from the source sect. Ling Chen opened his eyes, his gaze cold. This was expected. Plan A infiltration as scheduled. The fortress whispered, Water Ghost and Thunder God, handle the patrol drones and outer guard posts. Shadow Eye, take over enemy communications and surveillance. Surgical Knife and Captain, follow me into the core room. The Dragon Gung ship silently hovered above a rocky shadow near the structure. The hatch opened quietly, and 6 shadows shot out like arrows, blending into the cold darkness. During deep-sea combat, every second consumes a lot of energy and oxygen. The team members rely on the powerful performance of their Abyss Walker armor and their own skills. They move quickly between jagged rocks and building walls, avoiding patrol scanners. Water Ghosts and Thunder Gods act like poisonous snakes in the dark night, using special tranquilizer darts and silent explosive needles to quickly and accurately deal with lone patrol units and hidden underwater mines. The Shadow Realm infiltrates the enemy's network from a distance, creating blind spots for monitoring and disrupting communications for a short time. The team successfully reaches the main entrance of the building, which is blocked by a high-strength alloy gate. The gate has both biometric and energy sensors. Shadow Realm quickly analyzes. Forcing it open will trigger an alarm. Ling Chen steps forward and presses his hand on the cold gate. He closes his eyes, and a very faint strand of source energy extends like a tendril, entering the gate's recognition system. This time, he controls it more carefully, simulating an authorized biological signal and cleverly interfering with the energy detection circuit. After a few seconds, a soft beep sounds, and the gate slowly opens a crack. The team quickly slips inside. Inside, the building is brightly lit, with a structure very different from land bases, full of pipes and energy conduits. The walls are covered with glowing moss-like biological tissue, and the air smells of salt and ozone. Scatter guards wear special deep-sea combat suits, but the team quickly takes them down with lightning-fast moves. Following Shadow Realm's guidance, they move swiftly along the main corridor toward the deeper parts of the building. The deeper they go, the stronger the energy fluctuations in the air, and the more oppressive the feeling becomes. Suddenly, heavy footsteps and a deep roar come from around the corner. A modified guard over 3 meters tall, wearing heavy armor and wielding a huge chainsaw sword, appears. Behind it, several giant deep-sea scorpions with shimmering energy patterns on their shells follow. It's an Abyss Guard. Be careful. Shadow Realm warns. The fortress roars loudly, and a shoulder-mounted magnetic rail cannon makes a low charging sound. A blue light flashes, and the shell of the giant guard is hit directly by the projectile. The explosion caused a rush of water, but the guard only staggered back a few steps, with its armor shattered. Exposed beneath was writhing biological tissue. It roared angrily as a chainsaw sword whined loudly and swung toward it. At the same time, the giant scorpion-like creatures shot high-pressure water jets and corrosive slime. Ling Chen ordered quickly. His body moved like lightning, dodging the chainsaw sword, while his dagger, surrounded by black mist, stabbed into the cracks of the guard's armor. He also fired a quick shot with a special bullet to attack the energy core of the scorpion creatures. Lei Gong and the Water Ghost worked together to clear out the smaller modified creatures attacking from the sides. The fight broke out instantly. In the narrow corridor, water surged, and the sounds of explosions, metal clashes, and roars filled the air. Underwater combat was tough because water slowed all movements, testing both strength and skill. Ling Chen poured his source energy into his legs, bursting with incredible speed underwater. He coordinated with the fortress, attacking the giant guard's weak points with quick and powerful strikes. The guard was terrifying in strength and had strong defenses, but under Ling Chen's strange, tricky attacks and the erosion of his biological tissue by source energy, it finally let out a reluctant howl and slowly collapsed. Other modified creatures were also defeated by the team's combined effort. But the fierce battle undoubtedly triggered an alarm. Alarm triggered. Many enemies are heading toward the core area. Yumming reported urgently, "We must hurry."
Charge.
Ling Chen wiped dirt off his mask and led the way, rushing toward a large circular alloy valve at the end of the corridor. The valve was tightly closed, with strange runes carved on its surface. In the center was an energy sensor resembling a pupil, emitting a faint red glow. Strong energy waves radiated from it, pressing on the surrounding seawater as if tangible. This was undoubtedly the control core of the abyssal node. Piercing alarm sirens echoed sharply in the corridor. Distant footsteps and engine roars signaled that enemy reinforcements were rapidly approaching. There's no time to hack it. We must break through. Ling Chen's eyes sharpened as he made a quick decision. Fortress. Blow it up. The fortress roared and quickly took high-energy explosive charges from its tactical backpack, precisely attaching them to the critical structural points of the valve. Lei Gong moved forward at the same time, using a special cutter to damage the energy conduits around the valve, trying to weaken its defenses. Fall back. Detonate. The team quickly retreated behind cover. Boom. A deep, powerful explosion erupted underwater. A violent shockwave, carrying debris, surged outward in all directions. The entire passage shook violently. The smoke and haze hadn't cleared, and Ling Chen had already rushed in like an arrow. Fortress and the surgical knife followed closely behind. Lei Gong and the water ghost turned around to rely on the doorway, forming a defensive line to block the rushing enemies. The underworld provided electronic suppression and battlefield intelligence from behind. The scene inside the control room was shocking. A huge, complex geometric shape made of glowing crystals floated in the center. Countless streams of energy, like blood vessels, flowed and connected to the walls filled with instruments around it. This is the energy core of the abyssal node. Right below the core, a figure dressed in a black robe with dark gold patterns, facing away from them, pressed both hands on a console, reciting obscure syllables, seemingly activating a final program. "Stop him," Ling Chen shouted loudly, suddenly rushing forward, stabbing his dagger straight into the back of the black-robed figure. The black-robed person seemed to have eyes behind him, suddenly turning around, revealing a pale, fanatic middle-aged man's face. His eyes flickered with inhuman light, and he raised his hand. A condensed, dark purple energy wave, solid like substance, crashed toward Ling Chen. The dark aura and energy wave on Ling Chen's dagger collided fiercely, producing a dull explosion. He was knocked back several meters, his arm numb. Such strong energy. "It's the Node Guardian. At least a high priest level," Yiming warned urgently. Fortress. Ling Chen steadied himself and charged again, creating an attack opportunity for the fortress. The fortress's heavy fire roared, pouring toward the energy core and the Guardian. But most attacks were deflected or absorbed by the energy shield in front of the Guardian and the force field emitted by the core itself. Useless. The source ritual has begun. The Stargate is about to open. You all will become sacrifices, the Guardian laughed wildly, waving both hands. Several energy ports inside the control room suddenly shot out blazing beams, indiscriminately sweeping the area. Ling Chen and the fortress narrowly dodge, while the surgical knife takes the opportunity to look for weaknesses, aiming a special syringe at the Guardian's possible vulnerable spots. Outside the control room, gunfire, explosions, and roars fill the air. Thunder God and Water Ghost are caught in a tough fight. Enemies flood in like a tide, including stronger modified creatures. The defense line is in danger. "Captain, we can't hold out here anymore," Water Ghost roars through the communication. "We must end this quickly." Ling Chen's eyes flash with cold light. He knows he can't hold back anymore. He takes a deep breath and fully activates the hidden source energy within him. Dark energy, with a destructive aura, rises like flames from his body, as if the surrounding seawater freezes and pushes away. The Node Guardian senses this energy, which shares the same origin as his faith, but is even more powerful and pure, darker and more aggressive. His face changes suddenly. Ling Chen growls softly, his figure blurs instantly, appearing like a ghost in front of the Guardian. A dagger wrapped in thick black mist tears through the water flow, aiming straight at the core of the energy shield. Crack! The shield shatters with a loud sound. The Guardian hurriedly retreats, hands forming seals, trying to draw energy from the entire node for a counterattack. The lights inside the control room suddenly become blinding. Now's the time. The surgical knife seizes the moment. A specially made flying needle, containing a powerful nerve-paralyzing toxin and energy disruptor, is shot precisely into the Guardian's weak spot under the armpit, exposed by the seals. The Guardian's body stiffens, and his movements slow down instantly. Ling Chen won't miss this chance. The dagger, like a venomous dragon emerging from its hole, pierces straight into the Guardian's heart. At the same time, his left palm, filled with immense source energy, strikes hard on the opponent's crown of the head. No! The Guardian screams in despair, his body quickly eroded by black mist, turning to ash. Almost at the moment of the Guardian's death, the entire control room trembles violently. The energy core loses control, becoming extremely unstable, flickering wildly and emitting a piercing screech. The node is about to go out of control. It could trigger a chain reaction, causing the entire trench to collapse. Yuming shouts in horror. Retreat. Ling Chen makes a quick decision. The fortress immediately throws all remaining high-explosive bombs at the energy core. Thunder God and Water Ghost fought while retreating toward the control room.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! A series of explosions sounded. The out-of-control energy core suddenly exploded. A terrifying energy storm swept through the entire control room and spread wildly around the building. Long Gung ship. Emergency support, Yumming shouted urgently. The Shadow team desperately ran through collapsing tunnels and raging energy currents. Behind them, metal structures kept collapsing, and destructive energy seemed to swallow everything. At a critical moment, the Longgung ship broke through the chaos like a ghost, appearing in front of them with its hatch wide open. The team members leapt into the ship with all their strength. The hatch quickly closed. The Longgung ship's engines roared to full power, rushing upward like a startled arrowfish against the huge water pressure and shockwaves. Below, a massive explosion lit up the deep sea for a moment. Then, the entire Abyss node building collapsed silently with a loud roar and sank into the eternal dark abyss. The Longgung ship burst out of the sea, bouncing violently as if trying to shake off the coldness and shadows of death from the deep ocean. Sunlight shone through the portholes, blindingly bright compared to the eternal darkness thousands of meters below. Inside the cabin, everything was silent except for heavy, suppressed breathing and the low hum of the life support systems. The team members collapsed on the floor, each injured, their faces showing exhaustion, fear, and a faint sense of relief after completing their mission. The Abyss Walker armor was covered with scratches and dents, and water droplets, mixed with sweat or blood, clung to the visor. Cough, cough. Water Ghost was the first to remove his mask, spitting out a mouthful of saliva with a rusty taste. His left arm was unnaturally twisted, clearly injured again during the final escape. Thunder God leaned against the wall, chest heaving heavily, checking the few remaining explosives. The fortress silently disassembled the heavy weapons with empty ammunition chains, moving stiffly, enduring the energy shock from the Abyss Guardian, which shook his insides. The surgeon struggled to stand and began to urgently secure Water Ghost. Her face was pale, but her eyes remained focused. Yumming quickly tapped the control panel, checking the submarine's status and trying to restore stable communication with the base. Her fingertips trembled slightly. Ling Chen slowly removed his mask, cold air rushing into his lungs, causing a sharp pain. His wound under the ribs tore open again, blood soaking his clothing, but he only slightly frowned and used breathing techniques to force down the rising blood and energy caused by overexertion, which made his internal energy feel restless. The energy backlash from destroying the node was much worse than it appeared. "Report the situation," he said in a hoarse but calm voice, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "The submarine is intact, with 67% power remaining. It is moving away from the explosion center. Communication signals are heavily disturbed by magnetic interference. Trying to reconnect with the base." Mingming responded quickly. He didn't lift his scalpel. "The water ghost's left arm's radius bone is broken, several soft tissues are bruised. The fortress has minor internal bleeding, and Lei Gong is exhausted." "I am okay. Captain, your injury." "I'm fine," Ling Chen interrupted her, glancing at his teammates. "Is the node confirmed destroyed?" "Energy readings have dropped to 0. Large-scale geological collapse, signals confirmed." "The Haitian node has been erased from the map," Mingming reported. He pulled up the last remote sensing data. The large bright spot representing the node had disappeared, leaving only chaotic energy waves. The mission was complete, but there was no cheer inside the cabin. Only a sense of relief, mixed with exhaustion and heavy silence. They paid a price, and they knew this was only the surface of the enemy's disguise. "Base communication is back online," Mingming suddenly announced. Ling Zhao's holographic image appeared inside the cabin, his face serious with a hint of relief. "We received your signal."
Good job.
"How is everyone?" "The mission is complete, the node destroyed. The team has injuries but no casualties," Ling Chen reported briefly. "Request immediate return for detailed debriefing and rest." "Approved. The support fleet is waiting in the nearby sea area." "Head directly to the Xuanwu medical ship," Ling Xiao replied. He paused, his tone more serious. "Also, we intercepted a highly encrypted leftover communication fragment from before the collapse of the node. It points to the next possible target, the Earth's core furnace, located deep in the Siberian ice field."
"And?"
"The Prophet seems to have new movements." "The new target and the Prophet's movements." Everyone's hearts sank. "Just finished a fierce battle, and a new storm is approaching." "Understood. We need time to recover and analyze intelligence," Ling Chen responded calmly. "Of course. Prioritize treatment and rest." "We'll discuss the details later," said Ling Xiao, and his image disappeared. The Longyan ship adjusted its course toward the rendezvous point. Inside the cabin, silence returned, but the atmosphere had changed. They were still exhausted, but a deeper, stronger resolve was forming. They were like a blade recently forged through hammering and quenching, sharp but restrained, yet deadly. A few hours later, the Longyan ship met up with the support fleet and transferred to the large Xuanwu medical ship. The ready medical team immediately began a full check and treatment for the wounded. Ling Chen's injuries were confirmed to include multiple internal bleedings and energy erosion, requiring urgent surgery and at least a week of careful monitoring and rest. Lying on the hospital bed, Ling Chen looked at the ceiling, replaying every detail of the deep-sea battle in his mind, especially the final frantic look of the Node Guardian and its screams about the Stargate and sacrifices. The Origin Sect's plans are grand, and the Prophet remains hidden behind the scenes, like an invisible hand controlling everything. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the pain at the wound and the slow calming of energy within his body. The feeling of weakness was real, but so was the sense of growing stronger. Every struggle at the edge of life and death deepened his understanding of the true nature of power. A few days later, with his injuries slightly stabilized, Ling Chen, ignoring the doctor's advice, insisted on sitting in a wheelchair to attend a high-level intelligence analysis meeting at the base. The conference room was tense. A large screen displayed a simulation of the Earth's core furnace structure and data on the harsh environment of the Siberian ice field. Based on residual communication analysis, the Earth's core furnace is likely another key energy node of the Source Project, possibly the main structure of the Stargate, said the intelligence officer, pointing at the screen. "The environment is extreme, and the defenses are unknown, but it's definitely stronger than the Abyss," Regarding the prophet, another analyst added, we detected several extremely subtle energy signal fluctuations pointing to ancient relics around the world, patterns similar to some kind of summoning or activation ritual. The prophet may be activating multiple backup or auxiliary nodes at the same time to gather energy for opening the Star Gate, or perhaps preparing some kind of plan B that we do not yet understand. The situation is more complicated and urgent than we thought. How much time do we have? Ling Chen asked. Not sure. But the window for opening the Star Gate is closing. We must act quickly to disrupt their rhythm, Ling Xiao replied in a serious tone. Ling Chen paused for a moment, then looked up and scanned everyone present, finally fixing his gaze on his father. The Shadow Sub-Team needs higher-level equipment support, especially for extreme environments and energy combat. I need the latest research results from the doctor's team. Also, the research on the complementary abilities of Source Essence and Yaya must be sped up. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable sense of determination. 1 week. In 1 week, the Shadow Sub-Team must regain its fighting ability and prepare for the operation against the Earth's core furnace. He was not asking but stating a fact. The meeting ended, and Ling Chen was pushed back to his hospital bed. He knew that the next battle would be even more brutal. The Xuanwu medical ship had become the temporary home and battlefield for the Shadow Sub-Team. Compared to the dark, high-pressure depths of the ocean, the smell of disinfectant and the low hum of machinery on the ship were almost peaceful, but the sense of urgency in the air remained intense. 1 week, like sand in an hourglass, was slipping away quickly. Ling Chen's injuries were worse than expected. The surgery removed blood clots and debris from his chest cavity, but the energy shock from the Node Guardian and the backlash from overusing the Source Essence caused deep damage to his meridians and internal organs. The medical team used the most advanced biological repair techniques and the spiritual spring essence provided by Qin Yan to accelerate cell regeneration and nourish his energy pathways. Ling Chen did not wait passively. He turned his hospital bed into a new training ground. Most of the time, he was in deep meditation, visualizing himself inwardly, guiding the gentle vitality of the spiritual spring to repair his damaged meridians bit by bit, while using stronger willpower to organize and soothe the Source Essence within his dantian, which had become restless after swallowing part of the energy from the Node Guardian. He no longer tried to suppress his emotions. Instead, he approached like taming a wild horse, attempting deeper communication and guidance. He sought to understand the patterns behind its wildness and practiced how to unleash greater power in less time with less energy. His breathing gradually steadied, but the faint glow in his eyes became more focused and deep, as if holding a storm within. The other team members also trained hard. The fortress was being intensely refined inside the gravity chamber to prepare for possible abnormal gravity environments at the Earth's core. Thunder and water spirits practiced explosive and infiltration techniques under extreme cold and complex geological conditions. The surgeons studied unknown pathogens that might exist in Siberia and emergency rescue plans for extreme environments. The Shadow Spirit analyzed the electronic defense systems of the Earth's core furnace and tried to crack new encrypted signals. More importantly, they reviewed tactics and coordinated their efforts. They watched every detail of the deep-sea battle repeatedly, analyzing mistakes and improving teamwork. Ling Chen shared his new insights on energy use selflessly. The team began to try integrating their unique skills with responses to abnormal energies more closely. A stronger sense of trust and understanding grew silently. This team truly became a deadly, unified weapon. The doctor's team brought new results. Based on energy data from the Abyssal Node and samples taken from the remains of the Node Guardians, they developed the Abyss Type 2 combat suit. It is more resistant to pressure and better at insulation. The inner energy buffer layer can more effectively resist the erosion of primal energy, and it is equipped with a short-term energy deflection field generator. The weapon systems were also upgraded. They added adjustable energy attachment modules to adapt to different types of enemies. For the possible high-temperature environment of the Earth's core furnace, they prepared the Sunfire series protective gear and cooling systems. New intelligence fragments kept arriving. Combining Shadow Spirit's decryption and Qin Yan's vague memories of the future, the outline of the Earth's core furnace became clearer. It is located beneath the Siberian ice sheet, within a large volcanic crust crack. Using geothermal energy, it might be a much larger and older base of the primal sect, possibly even the site of a stargate. The signals indicating the frequent activity of the prophet point to several possible time windows related to the opening of the stargate. The nearest one is just a month away. The pressure weighs heavily on everyone who knows the truth. Through encrypted channels, Ling Chun has brief calls with his parents and sister every day. Qin Yan's voice always carries a hint of worry, but she mostly shares new insights about the spiritual spring and offers encouragement. Ling Xiao simply reports on the tense external situation and intelligence updates, like a mountain providing strong support to his son. What makes Ling Chen feel most at ease is his sister, Ling Yu. Her control over her abilities is becoming more precise, and her voice has returned to its clear, lively tone, even with a hint of excitement. She says she can hear the sound of snow falling from far away and that her plants in the hospital room are blooming in winter. Her pure life energy comes through the radio waves, as if washing away the blood and coldness on Ling Chen, giving him a moment of peace. He reminds his sister to be careful, and his resolve to protect her grows stronger. On the 7th day, early morning, Ling Chen removes his bandages and stands in front of the observation window of the medical pod, gazing at the vast scene where the sea meets the sky. His wounds haven't fully healed, and his face looks pale, but his spirit is completely different. His breath is deep and calm, like an abyss, and his eyes are sharp, like a blade ready to be drawn. Other members of the Shadow sub-team stand quietly behind him, well-equipped and determined, like arrows that have been carefully sharpened. Ling Zhao's hologram appears, looking serious. The final intelligence confirms that the prophet's power is gathering at the Earth's core furnace. Time is running out. Ling Chen turns around, his gaze sweeping over each team member, finally resting on his father's image. Shadow sub-team, ready. There are no grand speeches, only 5 simple words, but they carry immense weight. Let's go, Ling Xiao commands in a deep voice. A specially modified Snow Hawk transport plane, built to withstand the harsh polar environment, takes off vertically from the deck of the Xuanwu ship, breaking through the clouds and heading north toward the icy death zone, determined to go. Inside the cabin, the temperature has been lowered to simulate Siberia's extreme cold. The team members wear silver-white polar explorer suits, solemn like ice sculptures, conducting final equipment checks and mental preparations. Ling Chen closed his eyes and focused, feeling the unique sluggishness of his internal energy in the cold environment, like a dormant venomous snake, more cold and dangerous. He needed to readjust to this change. Outside the window was endless white land, with snow-capped mountains like the backs of giant dragons. The sky was gray and heavy, making it hard to breathe. 10 minutes until we reached the planned parachuting point. External temperature -52 degrees Celsius, wind speed level 7. A calm voice said through the headset, breaking the silence. Final check of the environment adaptation system and heat maintenance devices, the fortress reminded in a deep voice. In polar operations, hypothermia is more deadly than the enemy. Received. Everyone responded in unison, checking the internal circulation system of their suits and personal heating units. The plane began to descend. Strong winds whipped snow against the windows, making loud cracking sounds. The hatch opened, and icy wind rushed in like a blade. Ling Chun was the first to jump out, followed closely by the others. Several white parachutes struggled to open in the fierce wind, drifting toward the snow-covered valley below. They deployed their parachutes at low altitude for precise landing. The team quickly gathered and hid behind a strange rock eroded by snow and wind. Looking around, everything was white and foggy, with very low visibility, only the howling wind in their ears. The target area is 30 kilometers northeast, in a fissure canyon marked as a dead volcano crater, said the calm voice, slightly distorted by the wind. Scanning shows camouflage nets and heat signals on the surface. The entrance should be at the bottom of the canyon, but interference is strong, so internal structure mapping is not precise. Plan A infiltration, stay silent, Ling Chen ordered. In this environment, any exposure could lead to disaster. The team moved like white ghosts, struggling through knee-deep snow. The snow whipped up by the wind made it hard to see, and the cold constantly drained their strength. They relied on the navigation provided by the calm voice and their own strong physical condition, pushing forward stubbornly through the snowstorm. A few hours later, they reached the edge of the canyon. Looking down, the canyon was bottomless, with steep icy walls on both sides. At the bottom, thick steam with a sulfur smell indicated geothermal activity. This created a strange contrast with the outside extreme cold. Detected strong energy fluctuations and life signals.
And
Mechanical noises. Yuming reported seriously, the defenses are tighter than expected. Find the entrance. Ling Chen sharply scanned the bottom of the canyon. Soon, the water ghost found a metal structure partly covered in ice and snow, similar to a ventilation pipe, with signs of heat loss at the entrance. This is the place. Lei Gong, prepare for silent explosion. Lei Gong stepped forward, carefully cutting open the frozen metal grill with special low-temperature explosives. Inside the pipe, it was warm and humid, very different from the freezing outside, filled with the smell of oil and metal friction. The team took turns slipping inside, sliding down the pipe. The inside was complex, but Yuming used strong signal analysis to constantly correct the route. Along the way, they encountered several heat sensors and vibration alarms, all of which Yuming remotely interfered with or the team cleverly avoided. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature and the louder the mechanical roaring. The air began to fill with a hot, sulfurous, metallic smell, more wild and primal than the cold darkness of the ocean trench. Finally, they reached the end of the pipe, an exit leading to a huge underground space. Outside was brightly lit, revealing a large industrial base built against volcanic rock walls. A massive furnace roared loudly, with red-hot lava flowing through channels, providing energy for the entire base. Countless personnel in protective suits and automated machines were busy working, with small flying drones flying around. Deep inside the base, there was a huge energy core made of dark red crystals, pulsating like a heartbeat, emitting a disturbing wave. That was the core of the Earth's molten furnace.
target found.
Energy readings are off the charts, Yuming hurriedly said. The core is heavily guarded, and there's an energy shield, Ling Chen observed carefully. Not only were there many armed guards around the core, but also several intimidating heavy mechs emitting strong energy fields patrolling. A semi-transparent dark red energy shield covered the core area. Direct assault is impossible, Ling Chen quickly decided. We must find the barrier generator or the control center. There's an independent control tower on the upper right side of the rock wall, with the signal source concentrated there. Yuming quickly located the target. Target, control tower. Fortress and Thunder God are causing chaos. Water Ghost and Yuming are covering, and I will break into the control room with the surgical knife. Move out. The team moved like sharp blades, using the complex pipes and machinery inside the base to quickly approach the control tower. Bang! Bang! The Fortress and Thunder God launched the first attack, using explosives to hit distant energy pipes and warehouses, causing explosions and chaos. The guards' attention was instantly drawn away. Seizing this chance, Ling Chen and the surgical knife climbed the rock wall like ghosts, approaching the control tower. Water Ghost and Yuming stayed below, using precise firepower and electronic interference to clear out scattered guards and surveillance devices. The alloy door of the control tower was tightly shut. Yuming tried to hack it, but the system's encryption was very high. No time left. Ling Chen felt the chaos below as guards reorganized, and the core energy fluctuations grew more unstable, as if some ritual was speeding up. His eyes turned cold. He repeated his old trick, gathering primal energy at his fingertips to forcefully break into the lock system. But this time, as the energy touched the lock, it emitted a piercing alarm. At the same time, a powerful counter-energy surged back through his feedback. There's a countermeasure. The alarm has been triggered, Yuming shouted urgently. Inside the tower, hurried footsteps and the sound of weapons being cocked could be heard. Attack now, Ling Chen made a quick decision, kicking the alloy door. Boom! The door was kicked open with great force. Inside the tower, a few technicians were panicking, while several fully armed elite guards aimed their guns.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Gunfire erupted instantly. Ling Chen moved like lightning in the tight space, dodging and weaving, with his dagger drawing deadly arcs. The surgical knife followed closely, using tranquilizer guns and close combat techniques to quickly take down the technicians. The fight was brief but fierce. Soon, only Ling Chen, the surgical knife, and the mess on the floor remained in the tower. Quick! Shut down the energy barrier. The surgical knife rushed to the control console. Ling Chen stood alert at the door, watching below. The base guards are rushing in, and the heavy mechs are turning around and charging toward the tower. Even more frightening, the core of the furnace deep inside the base is beating faster, emitting a blinding red light. A destructive energy is gathering. Shield removal requires the highest permission. Attempting to crack. It will take time. The surgeon is anxiously operating.
Time.
They don't have any left. Ling Chen looks at the ominous red glow of the furnace core, then at the enemies and heavy mechs flooding from below. Desperation has returned. He takes a deep breath, a look of determination in his eyes. He must buy time for the surgeon, even if only a few seconds. Ling Chen steps out of the control tower, a cold, sulfur-smelling hot wind hitting his face. Below, the enemies at the furnace base are like a disturbed swarm of bees, with countless guns and cannons aimed at the tower perched on the cliff. The heavy mechs march heavily, shaking the ground with their steps, energy cannons charging up, glowing with destructive light. Farther away, the red glow of the furnace core is so intense it's hard to look at, with destructive energy waves pressing down like tangible forces, emitting a nerve-wracking hum, as if about to explode at any moment. Desperation. A true trap, a net closing in from all sides. Surgeon. How much longer? Ling Chen's voice, muffled through his mask, is frighteningly calm. His eyes lock onto the enemies flooding from below, and the mountain-like, heavy mechs pressing closer. The permission encryption level is too high. Forcing a crack will take at least 3 minutes.
Or
finding the physical connection to the core control unit, the surgeon's voice is filled with despair. 3 minutes, enough for them to die 10 times. 3 minutes. Ling Chen's eyes flash with cold light. There's no time left. The energy of the furnace core has reached a critical point. They must act now, create an opportunity for the surgeon, even if it's just a slim chance. Fortress.
Thunder God.
Water Ghost. Netherworld. Ling Chen roars into the communication channel. Hold the ground forces at all costs. Buy me time. I will destroy the core control unit. Captain. It's too dangerous. The fortress's roar comes through, accompanied by the roar of heavy machine guns. Execute the order. Ling Chen's voice was firm and unquestionable. Before he finished speaking, the long-suppressed source energy within him erupted like a bursting dam. A black, extremely destructive energy flame instantly enveloped him. The rocks beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. A terrifying pressure, far greater than before, swept through the underground space. He suddenly kicked with his legs, and his figure, like a black lightning tearing through space, shot down from the high tower's edge toward the densest enemy group and the fully charged heavy mechs below. Open fire, the ground commander shouted hysterically. In an instant, countless bullets and energy beams rained down like a storm on the black figure in the air. The heavy mech's energy cannon roared loudly, sending thick beams straight into the sky. Faced with this overwhelming attack capable of instantly vaporizing steel, Ling Chen showed no fear, only icy calm. He pushed his source energy to the limit, forming a solid black energy shield in front of him.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Bang! Bullets and energy beams hit the shield, bursting into dense flashes of light and sharp explosions. The shield trembled violently, but held firm against the first wave of furious fire. However, Ling Chun was also shaken by the powerful impact, causing his blood to surge and his descent to slow. "Stop him!" the mech pilot shouted angrily, as the second and third waves of attack followed quickly. "Cover the captain!" The fortress roared from afar, unleashing heavy firepower to sweep the enemy flank, trying to distract them. Thunder God's explosives exploded among the enemy ranks, lighting up the darkness. Water Ghost moved like a ghost in the shadows, using poison daggers to take lives. Yiming released the strongest electronic interference, causing some enemy targeting systems to malfunction. But this still couldn't fully block the overwhelming firepower. Ling Chun pushed his agility to the limit, performing incredible evasive maneuvers in the air. At the same time, he waved his hands repeatedly, conjuring black energy blades like death sickles, slashing at enemies and mechs on the ground. Where the energy blade passed, enemies fell like grass being cut, and the heavy armor of the mechs was deeply torn open. But his own energy shield was quickly fading. A mech's energy cannon finally struck his shield. The shield shattered with a loud bang. Ling Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling like a broken kite. "Captain!" his teammates cried out in horror. At this critical moment, a flash of madness appeared in Ling Chun's eyes. He didn't try to steady himself. Instead, he used the falling momentum to pour all remaining source energy into his right fist. His whole body turned into a black meteor, crashing fiercely into the cockpit of the nearest heavy mech. "Break apart for me." Thud. A deep, thunderous explosion. Ling Chun's fist contained terrifying destructive power from the source energy, and it forcibly punched through the heavy composite armor of the mech, with his entire fist sinking into the cockpit. Alarms blared loudly inside the mech, followed by thick smoke, and it collapsed with a crash. Using the recoil, Ling Chun rolled to the ground, knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, blood constantly spilling from his mouth. That strike nearly drained most of his strength. But he had no time to rest. Several other mechs and more enemies had already closed in. The red glow of the core in the furnace had turned into blinding white, and a destructive energy storm was about to sweep everything away. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the chaos of the battlefield, locking onto a cylindrical device emitting strong energy fluctuations, wrapped in heavy pipes. This was probably the core control unit. The final distance. The distance to death. "Cover me." Ling Chun let out a beast-like roar, summoning his last strength and rushing again toward the control unit. "Stop him." The enemies went crazy, focusing all their firepower on Ling Chun. "Not a chance." The fortress roared, carrying a machine gun, charging out of cover, using his body to block fire from the side for Ling Chun. Thunder God threw all remaining explosives at the enemy ranks. Water Ghost and Netherworld fought desperately to hold them back. This was a path paved with lives. Ling Chun's figure moved through a hail of bullets and explosions. Every dodge was risky, and his combat suit was torn and covered with new wounds. But the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. Finally, he reached the control unit. Countless energy pipes were connected to it, emitting a dangerous, trembling glow. "Destroy it!" the surgeon's voice shouted from the control tower. Using energy attacks might cause a bigger explosion. Physical destruction? There wasn't enough time. A look of determination flashed in Ling Chun's eyes. He made a crazy decision. He suddenly pressed both hands on the control unit, no longer suppressing it. Instead, he actively guided the remaining energy in his body and the wild energy escaping from the furnace core into the control unit. "Don't you want energy? Here, I give you." He wasn't trying to destroy it. He wanted to overload it. Using the most violent energy, he aimed to blow up the core. Buzz. The control unit emitted a piercing, unbearable scream. The runes on its surface flickered wildly, and the energy readings skyrocketed. The pipes connected to it melted and exploded one after another. No. Deep inside the base, a furious roar seemed to echo.
Boom.
The loudest explosion ever sounded, terrifyingly intense. The blazing white light from the furnace core suddenly shrank inward. Then, An indescribable, destructive energy wave burst out from it, spreading wildly in all directions. The entire underground space began to collapse. "Run!" Ling Chen, with his last bit of consciousness, roared into the communicator. He was thrown back by the powerful shockwave, and his mind was instantly swallowed by darkness. At the last moment, the Snow Falcon transport plane, risking crashing, flew low over the collapsing canyon entrance, dropping a rappel rope. It pulled up the fortress, Thunder God, Water Ghost, Netherworld, and the Surgeon, then rapidly climbed higher, escaping the area turned into a hellish inferno. The Snow Falcon shook violently in the fierce turbulence, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Inside the cabin, a heavy smell of blood, gunpowder, and despair filled the air. Everyone was badly injured. The fortress was the worst, and it had fallen into unconsciousness. No one spoke. Only the roar of the engines and the faint sounds of tools clashing during the emergency rescue of the fortress could be heard. Everyone was slumped in their seats, staring blankly out the window at the dark red Siberian ice field, which was constantly collapsing and falling apart. The surgical knife sat on the ground, lost in thought, murmuring, "Captain." He, the figure who led them through many battles, like a warrior god, repeatedly fighting their way out of danger and ultimately choosing to sacrifice himself with the enemy's core, lingered in everyone's mind. A deep sadness and sense of exhaustion almost crushed the survivors' spirits. Yumming stared fixedly at the screen, where the area destroyed by destructive energy was completely disturbed, with no signs of life left. His hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. After injecting a stimulant into the fortress, the surgical knife finally collapsed weakly to the ground, silently shedding tears. Lei Gong and Shui Gui bowed their heads, shoulders trembling slightly. They had won. The core of the Earth's furnace was destroyed. But the cost might have been the captain. The taste of victory was so bitter, it was hard to swallow. A few hours later, Snow Falcon finally saw the outline of the Xuanwu medical ship coming to pick them up. When the hatch opened, Ling Xiao and Qin Yan, who had been waiting on the deck, saw the tragic scene inside the cabin and the missing figure. Qin Yan's vision went black, nearly fainting, and Ling Xiao quickly caught her. The iron-blooded general's face instantly lost all color. His lips trembled, but he couldn't ask a single question. The fortress was immediately taken to the intensive care unit. Ling Xiao endured great grief and listened to Yumming's hoarse, brief report after the battle. "Captain. Overloaded the reactor core to destroy the control unit. Energy burst.
We
Couldn't find him." Yumming's voice was choked with tears. Ling Xiao closed his eyes, swayed, and waved his hand to signal them to go for treatment. He needed to be alone to process this heartbreaking pain. Qin Yan sobbed uncontrollably, nearly breaking down. Her son's life or death was uncertain, most likely sacrificed. For a mother, this was a devastating blow. The entire Hidden Dragon base was shrouded in a heavy gloom. The victory announcement was suppressed, and a mood of sadness and oppression filled the air. However, while everyone was immersed in grief, no one noticed that Ling Yu, who was deep inside the base and had a subtle energy connection with Ling Qin, suddenly woke up from her sleep. She did not cry or make noise, only opened her eyes wide, tightly clutching her chest, and murmured, "Brother."
cold, but
Very bright. In a very deep place, her words were seen as a dream caused by longing and did not attract much attention. 1 week later, the fortress was out of danger, but needed long-term recovery. Ling Chen's disappearance was kept strictly secret, known only to the highest authorities. The Shadow Subteam was temporarily disbanded, and its members underwent psychological treatment and rest. Qin Yan, overwhelmed with grief, devoted all her energy to guiding her daughter's abilities and studying space deeply, as if this was her last connection with her son. Ling Xiao, enduring the pain of losing his son, stayed at the command center, leading the global cleanup of the remnants of the Source cult. The destruction of the Earth's core furnace dealt a heavy blow to the enemies, causing chaos among their remaining forces, but the Prophet was still missing. Time quietly passed amid sorrow and rebuilding. A month later, the Siberia incident gradually faded from the public eye, but inside the Dragon subbase, a top-secret meeting was underway. Present were Ling Xiao, Qin Yan, the doctor, and several key advisors. Everyone's face remained serious, but their eyes showed a hint of determination. Based on Ye's intermittent but highly consistent vague sensing over the past month, Qin Yan's voice was hoarse but firm, combined with the reverse analysis of the final energy explosion data from the Earth's core furnace by the doctor's team. We have a bold hypothesis. The doctor responded. The core point of the energy explosion showed a very brief space distortion phenomenon. We suspect that Ling Chun was not destroyed by the explosion at the last moment, but instead was pulled into some kind of space rift or short-range teleportation by the uncontrollable, mixed energy of primal matter and the furnace core. The conference room fell into complete silence. Teleportation? This exceeds current scientific understanding. How likely is this? Ling Zhao's voice was frighteningly low. Less than 5%, but this is currently the only theory that can explain Ye's sensing and the abnormal energy data. The doctor admitted, if it is true, he might have been thrown into some unknown space gap or a distant coordinate. A faint, almost unimaginable hope flickered in Ling Xiao and Qin Yan's eyes. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with determination. Use all resources. Analyze all data on space anomalies. Track any signals related to the core material or furnace energy. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must find him. A new, more difficult mission was given. The goal was no longer destruction, but to find a hero who might exist in the space-time rift. Meanwhile, in a dark corner somewhere in the world, a hooded figure looked at a secret report on the destruction of the Earth's core furnace and let out a low, strange laugh. The key is indeed extraordinary. Destruction also means new life. The Stargate project was thwarted, but the spark has already been spread. I look forward to meeting you again in the new era. The prophet's figure slowly merged into the shadows and disappeared. News that Ling Chun might still be alive, like a faint light piercing through heavy clouds, shone into the core of the Dragon hidden base, which was filled with grief. This news was kept secret, known only to a few people like Ling Xiao and Qin Yan. Publicly, Ling Chen, the leader of the Hidden Shadow Team, was reported dead in the line of duty and awarded the highest honor to comfort the people and confuse potential enemies. But secretly, an unprecedented secret mission called Candle Dragon was quietly launched. For Ling Xiao and Qin Yan, this less than 5% chance was all that kept them from being overwhelmed by grief. Qin Yan devoted all her energy to deep space exploration, trying to find ways to sense, locate, or even connect to other dimensions. She often held onto Ling Chen's belongings, meditated for long periods, and tried to catch any energy ripples. Ling Xiao mobilized all the top-level resources available, including deep space satellites, global magnetic and gravity anomaly monitoring networks, and some secret archives on supernatural phenomena, searching for any space disturbances matching the energy burst from the Earth's core furnace. Every day was spent in the torment of hope and disappointment. Lingyu became an unexpected key figure in the search operation. Her abilities seemed to be deeply connected to Ling Chen's source energy and her mother's space attributes, surpassing normal physical laws. Under the guidance of the base experts, she no longer just passively feels cold or very bright light, but begins to learn meditation to describe the blurry images she sees. Sometimes, she perceives twisted, colorful energy flows interpreted by experts as space turbulence. Other times, in the extreme darkness, she detects faint golden points like candles flickering in the wind, possibly Ling Chen's life signals. Once, she drew a broken, upside-down palace against a background of shining stars. These fragmented, subjective impressions provide the scientific team with unique spiritual insights that cannot be measured with instruments. After several major surgeries, the fortress, driven by strong willpower, begins recovery training. He vows to regain his strength and wait for the captain's return. After psychological assessment and rest, the characters named Thunder, Water Ghost, and Ghost voluntarily join the Candle Dragon operation. They are no longer just a combat team, but have transformed into a special search unit combining advanced technology, extraordinary perception, and special operations. Based on Ling Yu's vague descriptions and the theoretical coordinates of the most likely space folds or dimensional fragments calculated by the scientific team, they conduct adaptive training and tactical simulations in controlled environments. They prepare to explore the most dangerous and strange forbidden zones on Earth and in near-Earth space. Meanwhile, the external situation remains unpredictable. The destruction of the Earth's core furnace severely damaged the Source sect, and their public activities have slowed down. However, military intelligence detects increased activity from several extreme groups, secret sects, and transnational crime organizations with similar prophetic ideas. Funds are flowing in complex ways, hinting at brewing plans. Intelligence reports show that people are buying ancient relics and cutting-edge research materials related to space technology and otherworldly energy on the black market at high prices. All signs indicate that the prophet has not given up. He may be seeking new ways or searching for the missing Ling Chen, aiming to obtain this out-of-control key. After 3 months, a turning point seems to appear. A group of deep Earth detection stations located deep within the Greenland ice sheet captured a very brief but energy-rich space wave, similar in spectral features to a volcanic eruption from the Earth's core. Almost at the same time, Ling Yu saw again in meditation that broken, upside-down palace, and felt that the golden light spot was clearer than ever before. The coordinates were locked near a large, unexplored subglacial lake beneath the Greenland ice sheet. Hope seemed within reach, but the risks were also great. The environment in this area was extreme, with ice cracks, snowstorms, and strong magnetic interference everywhere. Additionally, remnants of the Source sect might be attracted by this unusual wave. Ling Xiao faced a tough choice: send a skilled team immediately to investigate, or wait and observe for more definite signals. Acting too early could alert enemies or lead to ambushes, but waiting might cause missing the best chance to rescue. In the end, determination won over everything. Operation Candle Dragon, Phase 1, start. Ling Xiao gave the order in a top-secret meeting. Stealth team, immediately depart to scout the target area. Priority tasks, confirm the signal source and track Ling Chen. If enemies are encountered, avoid direct confrontation and focus on gathering intelligence. Authorization to use all necessary means is granted. He looked at his team members, whose eyes had become calmer and sharper after months of training. Bring him back home. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes burning with firm resolve. The Snow Falcon transport plane roared through the icy wind of the Arctic, descending rapidly. Below was the endless, seemingly eternal white ice plain, with huge cracks like scars on the earth, winding toward the horizon. Inside the cabin, the temperature had dropped below freezing. The stealth team members wore pure white Polar Walker 2 combat suits, solemn as ice sculptures. Arrive at the edge of the target area in 10 minutes. External temperature minus 61 degrees Celsius, wind speed level 9, with signs of strong magnetic storm interference, a calm, heavy voice transmitted through their masks, carrying a sense of seriousness. The harsh environment of the Greenland ice sheet was as severe as Siberia. Final check of life support systems and anti-interference communications. The fortress's voice was steady. Its large body sat on a special seat, adjusting slightly. Since it was still recovering from serious injuries, it needed to be very careful. Ling Chen's spot was empty, and an invisible heavy feeling filled the cabin. The main goal of this mission was to find him. The door opened, and freezing air rushed in instantly, as if it could freeze the soul. Several white parachutes opened in the fierce snowstorm, drifting toward the planned coordinates. They parachuted at low altitude and landed precisely on a relatively flat ice plain, surrounded by rolling ice hills and deep, bottomless cracks. The team quickly gathered, blending into the environment using camouflage systems with the snow and ice. The target signal is about 15 kilometers northeast, approximately 400 meters below the ice surface, near a large underground lake called the Dark Lake, Yumming reported quickly. There's faint energy left on the surface, and an unnatural heat source signal. The interference is very strong, so precise scanning is impossible. According to the plan, Route B will be used for infiltration, approaching through the ice cracks, the fortress ordered, taking over Ling Chen's temporary command. The team struggled forward through deep snow and slippery ice, with ice crystals whipped up by the wind hitting their masks like a sandstorm. They relied on Yumming's navigation and their excellent polar survival skills to avoid dangerous dark cracks and constantly shifting ice gaps. After several hours, they reached the edge of a huge ice crack leading underground. Below the crack was pitch dark, emanating cold air. But Yumming's detectors showed faint airflow and unusual heat radiation underneath. This is the spot. Anchor the ropes and descend one by one. Water Ghost was the first to secure the safety rope and slid down like a gecko. The descent was very difficult. The icy wall was slippery, and chunks of ice kept falling. The deeper they went, the temperature slightly rose, and the air carried a faint smell of sulfur and some indescribable, old metallic scent. Finally, they reached the bottom of the crack. Suddenly, a vast underground space appeared before them, covered by an icy dome. In the center of the space was a dark, ink-black underground lake, emitting faint steam, called the Dark Lake. Across the lake, faintly visible, was a collapsed ruin made of dark metal with an ancient and strange style, clearly not built by modern humans. The signal source is deep inside that ruins. The ghostly voice carried a tone of disbelief and shock. The energy readings matched the residual heat from the core furnace explosion.
And
there are signs of life. Very faint, but definitely there. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Could that life sign be the captain? Stay alert. There may be unknown dangers or enemies hiding inside the ruins, the fortress calmly ordered, suppressing excitement. The team silently slid down the icy slope, approaching the lake. The lake was pitch black and bottomless, giving off an ominous feeling. Don't rush into the water. Go around the left side of the ice wall. There are broken metal structures you can climb, Lei Gong observed and advised. They carefully moved along the icy lake wall, finally finding a makeshift bridge made of fallen metal beams leading to the other side of the ruins. As soon as they stepped onto the ruins, a sense of age, silence, and a strange, powerful energy hit them. The metal ground beneath their feet was covered with thick frost and strange carvings. The collapsed dome revealed a faint blue glow from the outside ice, casting twisted shadows among the broken walls. The life signal is moving. It's heading deeper, Ghostly suddenly whispered. Follow, Fortress ordered without hesitation. The team formed a tactical formation and quickly advanced into the ruins. The sights along the way were shocking. Broken containers filled with unknown black liquid, walls decorated with incomprehensible murals depicting stars and twisted creatures, and the smell of sulfur mixed with metal grew stronger in the air. Suddenly, the water ghost at the front raised a hand to signal stop. At the corner of the passage ahead, faint sounds of metal scraping footsteps could be heard. Not human footsteps. Be careful, Ghostly warned. Just as he finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the corner. They were about 2 meters tall, hunched, covered in dark blue ice armor, with exposed joints made of glowing metal structures and no facial features, only a red optical sensor constantly scanning. They held energy weapons humming with a buzzing sound. Ancient Guardians. Open fire, Fortress roared. The battle erupted instantly. Energy beams crisscrossed and danced in the narrow passage. These guards move quickly, defend fiercely, and their energy weapons are very powerful. The Shadow team fights bravely with good teamwork and strong firepower. The fortress's heavy guns keep them under pressure. Thunder's explosives damage the terrain, Water Ghost's precise shots hit targets, Surgical Knife provides support, and Phantom's electronic interference helps out. However, these guards are very tough. Before they fall, they often trigger self-destruct programs. The explosions shake the entire ruins. After a tough fight, The team finally defeats these guards. But everyone is injured, and their ammo is running low. Life signals are closer. They are right ahead in that hall. Phantom points to a large metal door ahead, half open, engraved with star patterns. The team carefully approaches the door. Inside is a round hall. The ceiling has partially collapsed, revealing ice and the sky. In the center of the hall is a raised structure, like an altar, and it seems to have a figure lying on it. Around the altar, there are several wrecks of destroyed guards, similar to those outside. Captain, Surgical Knife gasps in surprise, about to rush forward. Fortress quickly pulls her back, alert and scanning the hall. In the shadows of the hall, more red lights seem to flicker on. Suddenly, the figure on the altar moves slightly and makes a faint groan. It is really Ling Chen. At the same time, from the shadows around the hall, countless relic guards surge like a tide. They move silently and surround the area. The red optical sensors lock onto the intruders, far more than before. Worse, from the hole in the hall's ceiling, a terrible tearing metal sound comes. A huge, spider-like mechanical creature slowly descends. 8 glowing blue energy legs dig deep into the ground. Its main body has a giant energy core, like a compound eye, spinning and focusing, emitting a terrifying pressure. The core radiates energy fluctuations even more frightening than the Earth's molten core. They found Ling Chen but also stepped into a desperate situation. Captain, Surgical Knife shouts urgently, tears in his eyes, ready to rush to the altar. Fortress growls low, his voice hoarse but commanding. Maintain formation. Thunder God, Water Ghost, block the left and right wings. Darkness, interfere with that big guy. Knife, prepare for first aid. I'm going to save the captain. Fortress takes a deep breath, raises his weapon, and his eyes burn with a fierce determination. Prepare for a desperate fight. Bring the captain back home. At this critical moment, Fortress takes the lead, showing a strong will like steel. Thunder God and Water Ghost hesitate not, throwing the remaining high explosive and smoke bombs at the guards rushing from both sides. The explosions and thick smoke temporarily slow down the enemies. Darkness fully releases electronic interference. The energy core of the spider machine flickers, slowing down a bit, but the interference seems limited. Fortress roars like a raging bull, charging toward the altar through a dense beam of energy. His heavy machine gun spews fire, tearing apart the guards blocking the way, but his armor is hit in many places, sparking. Knife follows closely, using precise shots to clear threats from the sides. They're getting closer to the altar. Ling Chen's pale face is clearly visible. His eyes are tightly closed, and his brows are furrowed, as if fighting against great pain. Just as Fortress's hand is about to touch Ling Chen. Buzz. The energy core of the spider machine suddenly flashes brightly. A thick, dark blue energy beam, like a spear of death, tears through the air and shoots straight into Fortress's back. The speed is astonishing. Watch out. Knife screams. Feeling the deadly threat, Fortress quickly turns around, holding his heavy machine gun in front of him, pouring all his strength into his arms. Boom! The energy beam crashes fiercely into the machine gun. The gun made of fine steel instantly twists and melts. The terrifying impact blasts Fortress and his armor flying backward, crashing heavily into a distant wall. He coughs up blood and falls to the ground. Fortress. Everyone's eyes are wide with horror. The spider machine hits its target, turning its compound eyes toward Ling Chen on the altar, as if he is the next target. Knife rushes forward desperately, trying to block any attack with his body. At this desperate moment, a sudden change occurs. On the altar, Ling Chen, who had been unconscious, suddenly opens his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? No longer the usual dark and calm, but his left eye burns with a cold, blue flame like pure essence, while his right eye flickers with a clear, lifelike golden glow. Two completely opposite energies intertwine wildly in his eyes, clash, yet strangely balance in a dangerous way. He lets out a low growl that sounds not quite human, and dense blue circuit-like patterns appear on his skin, with a faint golden halo flowing between the lines. An indescribable storm of energy, blending destruction and rebirth, erupts violently around him. The nearby relic guards are struck as if hit by an invisible hammer, instantly disintegrating and vaporizing. The entire hall shakes violently, with ice shards and metal fragments flying everywhere. The spider-like machine emits a beam of energy, but just 3 feet from Ling Chen's body, it is twisted, deflected, and nullified by this fierce energy field. Everyone is stunned by this sudden change. Has Ling Chen awakened? And has he become like this? Ling Chen slowly rises from the altar, his body slightly swaying, as if he cannot fully control this raging power. He glances at the heavily injured fortress lying on the ground, then at the surgical knife protecting him with all its might, and at his fighting teammates, a complex, hard-to-understand pain and rage flashing in his eyes. He raises his hand and clenches it towards the flood of relic guards. Shh. Dozens of guards seem to be seized by an invisible force, their bodies twisting, armor shattering, instantly turning into a pile of scrap metal. Then he looks up at the giant spider-like machine on the ceiling, the golden glow in his right eye blazing, while the blue flame in his left eye suddenly contracts. He extends his index finger and gently points at the spider machine. A nearly transparent, faint golden beam of light, as if crossing space, instantly enters the energy core of the spider machine. No explosion, no loud noise. The massive body of the spider machine stiffens suddenly, the blue glow in its core flickering rapidly, then goes completely dark. It seems as if its soul has been drained, its 8 legs soften, and it collapses with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. A deathly silence. Only the residual crackling of energy and heavy breathing remain. Ling Chen stood on the altar, surrounded by wild energy that slowly gathered into his body. The strange visions in his eyes gradually calmed, turning back to deep black. But within his eyes, there was exhaustion, pain, and a strange, chilling indifference that made all his teammates feel uneasy and unfamiliar. He staggered forward, nearly falling. The medic hurried to support him. "Captain." "You." The medic's voice trembled. Ling Chen looked at her, then at Fortress and the teammates struggling to get up, his mouth twitching painfully. His voice was hoarse, like a broken drum. "Leave here first." After saying this, he tilted his head and fainted again. This time, his breathing was much steadier. Yumming. Scan for the exit. Thunder God, Water Ghost, cover the rear. I'm supporting the captain. Medic, stay alert. Retreat. Fortress, despite his injuries, quickly gave the order. The Shadow Squad, carrying the unconscious Ling Chen, desperately fled through the ruins beneath the icy blue. Behind them, the screeching sound of metal scraping and the hum of energy charging grew closer. More relic guards were activated, pouring in from all directions.
Turn left.
The third fork has strong airflow. Probably the exit. Yumming's voice came intermittently amid his rapid breathing. His electronic eyes scanned the complex terrain. Fortress carried Ling Chen on his back, his large body appearing especially clumsy in the narrow passage. Every step pulled at his internal injuries, but he clenched his teeth and kept moving without stopping. Thunder God and Water Ghost took turns covering, using precise shots and last-ditch explosives to slow down the pursuers. Medic stayed close to Fortress, alert and watchful of the front and sides. At the end of the passage, they found a frozen crack just wide enough for one person to pass through, with a strong cold wind blowing in. "This is it. Blow it open," Thunder God shouted, placing the last high-energy explosive on the ice. Ice chips flew as the crack widened. The biting cold wind and snowflakes hit their faces, revealing the dark, icy valley outside. The team crawled through the crack one by one, returning to the harsh surface of Greenland's ice sheet. A fierce snowstorm still raged, visibility less than 10 meters. "Locate the rendezvous point. Send a signal." The fortress roared as it tightly bound Ling Chen to its back. Signal is disrupted by a strong magnetic storm. I can't contact the Snow Falcon. Yuming tried several times, anxiously reporting. Damn it. Retreat southeast. Find a shelter. The fortress made a quick decision. Losing contact in the polar blizzard meant they had to rely on themselves to survive. The team braved the biting cold wind, trudging through knee-deep snow. Their body temperatures dropped rapidly, and their injuries hurt even more in the cold. Every step felt like struggling in mud. The fortress's breathing sounded like an old bellows, and carrying Ling Chun was exhausting. But he always led the way, using his body to block the strongest wind for his teammates. After walking for a while, just when everyone's strength was nearly gone, Water Ghost found a crack in the rocks, partly covered with ice and snow, forming a small, barely livable cave. Go inside. Take shelter. They squeezed into the narrow space, their nearly frozen bodies slowly regaining some feeling. The surgeon immediately checked Ling Chen's condition, finding his body temperature dangerously low, but his vital signs strangely stable, though he was unconscious. The fortress also collapsed on the ground, blood mixed with ice chips flowing from its mouth. We must make a fire.
Or
Everyone will die. Thunderbolt's teeth trembled as he tried to take out solid fuel, but found the fuel can was already damaged in the fight. A sense of despair spread through the cave. The extreme cold of the polar region is a ruthless killer, colder than any enemy. Suddenly, Ling Chen, who had been unconscious, twitched slightly. He instinctively curled up, his brows furrowed, as if resisting something. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible warmth slowly emanated from his body. This warmth was not strong, but it carried a strange vitality, dispersing the biting cold inside the cave, making everyone who was nearly frozen feel like they were bathing in warm water. Is this? The surgeon looked at Ling Chun in shock. This warm aura was completely different from his previous cold, violent energy. It was full of life. It was Ling Chen's unconscious release of life energy. He was protecting his teammates in his own way. This warm aura supported them, helping them endure the hardest moment. A few hours later, the snowstorm gradually weakened. Signal has been restored. We've contacted the Snow Falcon. They are on their way, Yumming exclaimed happily. Hope was rekindled. An hour later, with the roar of engines, the Snow Falcon transport plane broke through the snowstorm and hovered over the valley, dropping a rescue rope. As the team members, carrying Ling Chen, struggled to climb into the cabin, everyone collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. The warm air inside the cabin made them feel as if they had been given new life. Xuanwu medical ship, full speed ahead. The pilot's voice was relieved. The Snow Falcon changed direction and sped southward. Inside the cabin, everyone looked at Ling Chen, still unconscious but breathing steadily, with complicated feelings. They had successfully found their captain, but the changes in him were like a bigger mystery and hidden danger. After emergency treatment, the fortress quietly told Yumming, report the situation. But regarding the captain's awakening and the unusual events afterward, do not include this in the official report. Only inform the general verbally. Yumming nodded seriously. Everyone knew that what happened to Ling Chun involved too much. A few hours later, the outline of the Xuanwu medical ship appeared on the horizon. When the hatch opened and they saw their son being carried off the plane, unconscious but with stable vital signs, Qin Yan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Ling Xiao held his wife tightly, looking at their son's pale but peaceful face, his eyes filled with indescribable complex emotions, relief at finding him alive, and deep worry. Ling Chen was placed in the most secure medical quarantine area at the Long Dragon base, surrounded by the most advanced life support and energy monitoring systems, with the team's doctors conducting the most thorough examinations. He lay on the hospital bed as if asleep, his face pale, breathing steady, but the two completely different yet strangely coexisting forces within him weighed heavily on everyone who knew the truth. The team led by the doctor monitored Ling Chen's vital signs and energy fluctuations nonstop, 24 hours a day. The data shows that his body's self-healing ability is much faster than normal. Damaged tissues and bones are healing almost like a miracle. Inside his body, two very different, yet strangely coexisting forces have been detected. One is a highly condensed, cold, destructive energy that originates from the same source as his core, lying deep within his abdomen. The other is a lively, warm, and pure life energy flowing through his limbs and bones. It is this second force that is repairing his body and driving away the cold. These two energies seem to have reached a fragile balance, but no one knows how long this balance will last. Even more worrying, brain scans show that his brain activity is unusually high, with frequent intense peaks, as if his mind is caught in a fierce battle or undergoing a deep transformation. It is like a ticking time bomb, making medical staff cautious at all times. Qin Yan stays almost constantly outside the isolation ward, watching day and night. She holds her son's cool hand, clearly feeling the flow and clash of the two forces inside him. As someone who also has space powers, she understands better than anyone the danger of this energy conflict. She tries to use her gentle spiritual energy to guide and soothe him, but sees little effect. The energy system inside Ling Chen has become a closed loop, complex, and resistant. After finishing urgent military duties, Ling Xiao often stands for a long time outside the observation window, with a furrowed brow. Losing and regaining his son is a great relief, but the current situation makes him feel powerless like never before. All they can do is wait and offer the best support. The team members at the fortress, after treatment, have begun intense recovery training and psychological counseling. The brutal polar mission and the strange changes in their captain have left deep psychological scars. They train harder, refine tactics, and also start learning more about abnormal energies and how to handle them. The atmosphere in the team is more serious and united. A silent vow takes root in everyone's heart. No matter what the captain becomes, he is still their leader. They must become stronger to keep up with him and protect him. The Intelligence Analysis Center at the base is brightly lit. The technicians worked hard to analyze the data brought back from Greenland, including the structures of the ruins, the remnants of guards, and especially the core fragments of the spider-like machine. The initial findings were shocking. These technological creations and energy uses far exceeded current human knowledge. Their style was both ancient and advanced, as if they came from a lost civilization or perhaps from outer space. This idea matched the concepts of origin and stargates that the Source sect believes in. At the same time, global monitoring of unusual energy fluctuations showed that after the events at the Earth's core and the Greenland ruins, faint signals appeared at several other ancient sites, as if something had activated them. The remnants of the prophets and the Source sect seemed to have gone underground, operating in secret, which made people more uneasy. Outside the observation window, Lingyu stood quietly. She was tall and beautiful, with a calm, scholarly look. But her clear eyes were filled with worry and concern, and her tightly pressed lips showed her inner tension. Qin Yan stood beside her, gently patting her back. Lingyu slightly turned her head and spoke softly, with sharp insight, to Qin Yan. "Mom, my brother's situation is very strange and contradictory." She paused, as if organizing her thoughts, trying to describe her perceptions more precisely. "I sense that there are two very different kinds of energy flowing and entangling inside him. One is full of warm life force, like spring sunshine, trying to heal his body. But the other is very cold, almost destructive, hiding deep inside. They seem to have reached a fragile balance, but that balance is like walking on a knife's edge." She looked at her mother with confusion and fear. "This is completely different from what I sensed before. Before Greenland, my brother's energy was strong but more restrained and sharp. Now, where did this cold energy come from? Why does it coexist with the life energy? How long can this balance last?" Qin Yan listened to her daughter's words and felt a sudden chill, as if falling into an icy cellar. Lingyu's perception is far beyond that of ordinary people. Her description not only confirms the complex data monitored by the medical team, but also reveals an internal danger that even instruments find hard to fully detect. The cold, destructive aura is undoubtedly related to source contamination and the encounter at the Greenland ruins. As for the life energy, Perhaps it is his own strong vitality, or maybe another opportunity. Qin Yan's voice carried a slight, almost imperceptible tremor as she tightly held her daughter's hand. Your perception is very important. It shows that Xiao Chun is in a very complicated and dangerous situation right now. We can only trust his willpower, trust the experts at the base, and also, she looked at her daughter with a complex expression. Also rely on you. Your ability might be the key to helping him stabilize. Lingyu nodded heavily, her gaze returning to her brother inside the observation window, becoming incredibly firm. I understand, Mom. I will stay with him, use my way to sense and try. I won't let anything happen to my brother. She knew her brother's situation was far from ordinary trauma. The cold energy was like a bone-deep infection, and although the life energy was warm, it might only be a temporary appearance. In the days that followed, aside from necessary rest, Lingyu spent most of her time in the observation room, outside the quarantine zone. She no longer just looked with her eyes, but often closed her eyes and focused deeply. She gently extended her gentle, lively mental energy, like the finest tendrils, carefully trying to touch and sense the tangled energy flows within Ling Chen. She aimed to understand their patterns and use her own energy field, like a gentle breeze, to subtly nourish and soothe the restless coldness while strengthening the vitality of that life energy. This process was extremely exhausting and required utmost caution to avoid breaking the fragile balance. But Lingyu persisted tirelessly, because she could feel that when she worked hard, her brother's furrowed brow seemed to relax a little, and the energy conflict within him appeared to ease for a moment. This was a silent guardianship, a resonance, and support on an energy level that only siblings could share, beyond words. Qin Yan looked at her daughter's pale but determined face, feeling both heartache and relief. Under the steady display of vital signs on the medical monitor, Ling Chen's consciousness was actually trapped in a chaotic battlefield. His mental realm was torn apart by two powerful forces. One was a cold, silent, devouring dark tide originating from his source energy, constantly eroding his will, whispering of destruction and submission. The other was a warm, resilient light of life, strangely integrated from the Greenland ruins, like a flickering candle in the wind, stubbornly guarding the core of his consciousness, resisting the darkness, and continuously repairing the damaged mental barriers. This struggle was reflected physically, with moments of sudden drops in body temperature and muscle spasms, and other times with stable breathing and a warm face. The medical team could only monitor passively, unable to intervene in this war happening at the cellular and spiritual levels. Lingyu was no longer satisfied with external energy comfort. After obtaining the risk assessment from the doctor team, she attempted a very dangerous mental synchronization. She sat in the observation room, meditated deeply, and carefully extended her pure mental energy like a delicate thread into Ling Chen's chaotic consciousness edge. The scene she sensed made her heart race, and shattered world woven with black icy tides and golden flames, with her brother's fragmented consciousness floating like a lonely boat. She dared not go in recklessly, only sending warm, firm thoughts from the outside, like a lighthouse guiding Ling Chen's lost consciousness and strengthening that flickering light of life. This process drained Lingyu greatly. She nearly collapsed from mental exhaustion several times but persisted. She could feel that her brother's consciousness, upon sensing her presence, caused that light of life to become more concentrated and his resistance to grow fiercer. On the 7th night of his coma, the monitoring equipment suddenly issued a sharp alarm. Ling Chen's brainwave activity fluctuated violently like a volcanic eruption, and the readings of the two energy forces inside him soared to critical levels instantly. Not good, energy conflict is worsening. He might lose control. The doctor in the control room shouted in alarm. Qin Yan and Ling Zhao's hearts jumped to their throats. Ling Yu's face turned pale, but she did not retreat. Instead, she focused all her energy, sending a pure, more soothing life energy into him. Inside the isolation ward, Ling Chen's body twitched violently. It was as if black energy and golden light were swirling beneath his skin, moving wildly. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his face showed extreme pain, as if he were suffering from 1,000 cuts. At this critical moment, beneath Ling Chen's closed eyelids, his eyeballs began to move rapidly. His subconscious survival instinct and fighting spirit were fully awakened. With the support of Ling Yu's life energy, his hardened willpower roared like a beast. Deep in his mind, Ling Chen no longer tried simply to resist or drive away the dark source energy. Instead, he made a crazy decision. He actively faced the cold tide. He used his strong willpower to forcibly bind and compress it, while guiding the light of life to seep into, envelop, and transform it. He wanted to turn this deadly poison into his strength. This was an extremely painful and dangerous process, like dancing on the edge of a knife. A small mistake could cause his consciousness to collapse and be completely swallowed by darkness. But with Ling Yu's relentless energy support and his own unyielding will, he endured it. Gradually, the violent energy fluctuations inside him began to weaken. The black energy no longer surged recklessly. Instead, it was wrapped and tamed by faint golden light, slowly settling and gathering deep within his dantian. A strange, black and white intertwined energy vortex formed, relatively stable. Meanwhile, the light of life flowed through his limbs and bones, nourishing his injured body. When the first rays of morning light shone through the observation window into the ward, the turbulent energy tide inside Ling Chen finally calmed completely. His eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer sharp or cold like before, nor was it confused from his injuries. Instead, it was deep and calm. It was as if, after countless storms, he had settled into a state of quiet reflection, carrying a trace of indescribable exhaustion and insight. He slightly moved his eyes and saw his mother, face streaked with tears and nearly exhausted, his father, fists clenched tightly, eyes red and swollen, and his sister, on the other side of the glass, pale but smiling with relief. He opened his mouth, his throat dry. His voice was weak but clear. "Dad."
Mom. Yeah.
"I am back." This time, the meaning of return is completely different. He not only came back from the brink of death, but also from a deep internal test involving the true nature of power. Qin Yan cried with joy. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh of relief, and Ling Yu leaned weakly against the wall, smiling as if a great burden had been lifted. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes, feeling a familiar yet strange force inside him, an energy that had reached a dangerous balance. His awakening brought a faint glimmer of hope to the heavy gloom over the hidden dragon base. However, he did not leave the isolation ward immediately, but entered a more critical observation and adaptation period. Most of Ling Chen's time after waking was spent in a calm, meditative state. He closed his eyes and focused all his attention inward, carefully sensing a new, swirling energy that intertwined black and white. This was no longer just pure energy from the source or the energy from the Greenland ruins. It was a new, unstable, yet incredibly powerful force formed through a life and death struggle. Like a sleeping volcano, beneath its calm surface, it held both destruction and rebirth. He carefully tried to guide a small flow of this energy through his meridians, each attempt requiring intense focus and control, like walking on a knife's edge. A slight mistake could break the balance, causing a cold, destructive backlash that brought sharp pain and energy chaos. At the same time, he discovered that when the two energies resonated under precise control, they could unleash power far beyond before, even subtly changing the surrounding environment. The team of scientists monitored his data around the clock. The strange balance curve on the energy map made all the experts nervous. They created a detailed energy guidance and adaptation training plan for Ling Chen. From basic breathing exercises to complex energy control, every step was taken with great caution. Qin Yan and Ling Yu were allowed to visit briefly under strict protection. They didn't ask many questions but quietly stayed by his side, offering warmth and comfort to Ling Chen's tense nerves. Ling Yu softly talks about small events at the base or shares her new insights on controlling her abilities. Her presence is like a gentle stream, quietly calming Ling Chen's restless energy. Qin Yan, with her rich experience, offers advice on energy control, her eyes full of encouragement and concern. Ling Xiao connects via video call, briefly updating on the stable external situation, helping him rest peacefully. This silent support is a key foundation for Ling Chen to stabilize his mind and adapt to his new power. The injuries of the fortress and others are gradually healing with careful treatment. When they visit Ling Chen, they don't speak much but pat his shoulder firmly, their eyes full of trust and determination. They know their leader has undergone a transformation, and future battles will be more dangerous. The team members begin a new round of intense training to better fight higher levels of energy and adapt to different environments. They also study the relic data brought back from Greenland, preparing for unknown enemies they might face. At the base's Intelligence Analysis Center, all data about the Greenland relics are carefully examined. The structures of the guards, the core fragments of the spider machines, and the runes on the buildings all point to a level of technology far beyond modern civilization, connected to an ancient system that worships a fundamental source of power. Combining the Prophet's previous actions and the Stargate plan, a frightening hypothesis begins to form. The Source sect might be seeking more than just energy nodes on Earth. The Real Stargate they want to open could connect to an unknown dimension or an ancient existence. The Greenland relics might just be one piece of this large puzzle. Even more unsettling are the faint signals on the global energy monitoring network, similar to the energy features of the Greenland relics. These signals flicker like ghosts, appearing briefly and then vanishing quickly, as if testing or planning something in secret. A week later, Ling Chen has mostly adapted to his new power. Although he is not yet fully in control, he can manage it without risking losing himself. He requests to meet with his father and the base leaders. In the meeting room, his face is still pale, but his eyes are sharp and calm, even more deep and steady than before. "My internal energy is temporarily stable," he said directly. "But hidden dangers still remain. Greenland's experience has shown me that the core sect has much bigger plans than we thought. They won't stop just because the inner Earth furnace and Greenland node failed." He pulled up a map showing global energy anomaly points. These flickering signals might be their backup plan or a new trap. "We can't wait passively." He looked at Ling Xiao and the others with a firm tone. "I request that the Shadow Subteam lead a special operations group to actively investigate these abnormal signals. We need to take control before they complete their Stargate plan and disrupt their rhythm." The conference room was silent. Everyone understood what this meant: more deep infiltration and greater unknown dangers. Ling Xiao looked at his son's determined eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded firmly. "Approved. But the operation must be carefully planned, focusing on reconnaissance and intelligence gathering first to avoid direct conflict. Your health is the top priority." "Understood." Ling Chen nodded. His request was approved, but the high command was very cautious about his health. After careful assessment, the scientists designed a precise bioenergy monitoring and control system embedded in a new generation of Shadow Warrior combat suits. It can monitor the stability of his dual energy vortices in real time and alert or inject stabilizers when close to critical points. At the same time, the operation was strictly limited to high-precision reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, avoiding unnecessary direct conflicts. Led by the Yoming team, they analyzed the data thoroughly. From several flickering anomaly signals, they selected the most distinctive one located in a relatively controllable area, an abandoned facility deep in the Karakoram Mountains, marked as an ancient weather observation station. This signal matched the energy features of the Greenland ruins with a 67% similarity, and its activity pattern was regular, unlike natural phenomena. The Shadow Subteam regrouped once again. Everyone knew this mission was different. Its leader was a double-edged sword that could harm himself, so they had to be extra cautious. A few days later, a disguised high-altitude transport plane delivered the team to the edge of the Karakoram Mountains. Then they switched to snowmobiles and, under the cover of electronic jamming, silently sneaked into the target area. The destination was an abandoned building complex in a glacier canyon, rusty and covered with thick snow, seeming isolated from the world. However, the electronic detector detected faint energy fluctuations originating from deep underground of the main building, similar to Greenland, along with signals from hidden surveillance devices. Guarded heavily but mostly automated defenses. Few life signals. The device reported quietly. The energy source is about 100 meters underground. Ling Chun made a hand gesture. The team used the darkness and rugged terrain, moving like ghosts to avoid patrols of automatic guns and sensors, slipping inside through a ventilation duct. Inside, it was dark and dilapidated, filled with dust and oil smells. As they went deeper, signs of repairs became clearer, and strange carved patterns appeared on the walls, similar to those in Greenland. The energy fluctuations are increasing. There's an energy barrier ahead. The device signaled the team to stop. At the end of the corridor, a faintly glowing energy door blocked the way. Ling Chen focused his senses, frowning slightly. The nature of the barrier's energy. Very familiar from Greenland, but more antique. He signaled the device to try to crack it. The encryption is old and complex. It will take time. We don't have time, Ling Chen said sharply. He felt the energy source behind the barrier becoming more active. Let me try. He stepped forward, slowly extending his hand. Instead of using dangerous, destructive energy from within, he tried to guide a gentle life energy, like a small stream, to touch the barrier. He wanted to see if the life energy from Greenland's integration had some affinity with these ruins. Suddenly, a miracle happened. The moment the life energy touched the barrier, its glow flickered, rippling like water waves, creating a brief opening. Go! Ling Chen commanded softly. The team quickly rushed through the gap. Behind the barrier was a vast underground space. At the center was a dark red crystal device, similar to those seen in Greenland, but much smaller. It pulsed slowly, emitting energy waves. Several staff members, dressed in lab coats but with blank, numb eyes, operated the equipment. Most shocking was the fact that around the crystal device, there were several containers like life support pods, holding unconscious humans. Their life energy was being slowly drained into the crystal. They are using living people as energy sources. The surgeon gasped in shock. Suddenly, a loud alarm blared. It was clear their infiltration had been discovered. Destroy the device. Save the people. Ling Chun ordered without hesitation. Fortress and Lei Gong immediately opened fire, attacking the crystal device and the guard robots. Water Ghost and the surgeon rushed toward the life support pods, trying to disconnect them. Ling Chen's gaze fixed on a figure rushing out from the side door, a person in a black robe, with a breath noticeably different from others. This person radiated energy similar to the Node Guardians. Intruder! Don't think you can ruin the planting plan. The black-robed person screamed, forming hand seals. A dark red energy arrow shot toward Ling Chen. Ling Chen didn't dodge or block. His eyes flashed with cold light. This time, he used the dangerous energy vortex inside his dantian. But he controlled it very precisely, only drawing a tiny bit. He gathered a thin, black energy blade as delicate as a cicada's wing in his palm and accurately sliced through the energy arrow.
Huh.
You can actually control the source material? The black-robed person exclaimed in surprise. Ling Chen didn't waste words. His body moved like lightning, closing the distance instantly. The energy blade aimed straight at the person's chest. The black-robed person was strong, dodging and blocking. The two fought fiercely in the narrow space. Ling Chen deliberately held back his strength, only using martial arts and a small amount of energy to test the opponent and try to capture him alive. The energy vortex inside him rippled slightly from the fight. The monitoring system issued a low warning, but he forcibly suppressed it. On the other side, Fortress and Lei Gong destroyed the crystal device, stopping the energy pulse. Water Ghost and the surgeon successfully rescued the victims in the life support pods, who were barely clinging to life.
Captain.
Goal achieved. Retreat. After cutting off the enemy's communication, Ming Ming shouted loudly. Seeing the situation, Ling Chen no longer held back. His energy blade suddenly sped up, breaking through the black-robed person's defenses and severely injuring and capturing him. The team quickly retreated along the same path with the prisoners and victims. An explosion came from the abandoned observation station behind them, clearly caused by the explosives set by Thunder God. They hurried to a safe point to meet with the backup team. The mission was complete, but everyone felt very heavy-hearted. The innocent people used as energy sources and the seed plan mentioned by the Black Robes hinted at a bigger conspiracy. Inside the spacecraft, the atmosphere was tense. Only the engine's roar and the victims' suppressed groans could be heard. A few victims rescued earlier curled up in the corner, their eyes dull, vital signs weak, clearly suffering inhuman torture. The captured black-robed person was injected with a strong sedative and kept under strict guard by the fortress. Ling Chen leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. The dangerous energy vortex inside him was slightly agitated from the recent fight. The monitoring system occasionally issued faint alarms. He forcibly suppressed his surging blood and energy, while his mind kept replaying the black-robed person's words about the seed plan and the innocent people whose life energy was being drained in the life support pods. A cold, killing intent spread in his heart. The surgical knife was working hard to save the victims, but the effect was minimal. Their life sources were severely damaged. Yuming was racing against time, trying to extract information from the black-robed person's portable device and the prisoners. However, the other side seemed to be under some mental restriction. Touching their core memories would trigger intense physiological rejection. A few hours later, the plane landed at the Hidden Dragon base. The ready medical team immediately took over the victims and prisoners, sending them to the highest-level quarantine medical center for thorough examination and rescue. In the briefing room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ling Xiao, Qin Yan, the base leaders, and key members of the doctor team were all present. Ling Chen briefly reported the mission details, focusing on the seed plan, the energy extraction device, and the black-robed person's reactions. The word seed, combined with their use of living people as energy sources, makes me suspect that the core sect's goal is not just to open the Stargate. They might be trying something even more terrifying, like life modification or mind invasion. Ling Chen's voice was cold, with a faint trace of exhaustion that was hard to notice. The doctor retrieved the initial medical report and analysis data, looking serious. Examinations of the victims confirmed this. Their brains contain very tiny, nano-sized parasitic neural organisms that vibrate at the same frequency as source energy. These parasites are slowly changing their brain structures, suppressing their conscious awareness, and trying to connect with an external signal source. It's like planting seeds, turning victims into controlled hosts or nodes. As for the energy extraction device, the doctor continued, its technology is similar to the Greenland ruins, but more crude and urgent, like a simplified testing ground. It seems they are testing the feasibility of large-scale energy harvesting and conversion. Qin Yan's face turned pale instantly. Are they trying to create an army without self-awareness?
Or
turn ordinary people into living antennas to receive the source signals? Highly likely, Ling Xiao said heavily like a lead weight. If they succeed and the planting spreads, the consequences would be terrible. This is far more frightening than a simple terror attack. The seriousness of the intelligence exceeded everyone's expectations. The madness and ambition of the source cult were chilling. How are the prisoners? Ling Xiao asked the intelligence chief. Not good. We tried many interrogation and memory extraction methods, but the mental barriers in their brains are very strong and malicious. Forcibly breaking through could cause brain death. We only got some fragments. Mentions of a day of harvest, a purification ritual, and a vague coordinate range pointing to a part of the South Pacific Open Sea. The South Pacific Open Sea. This matches the previous location of the abyssal node. It seems likely that this is where they are conducting large-scale planting or holding the final ritual. Ling Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. We must strike first, destroying the source before they complete the planting. But we don't know the enemy's true strength, and the risks are too high, a staff officer objected. We haven't even figured out the true face of the prophet or the truth about the Stargate. Waiting is even more dangerous, Ling Chen firmly declared. Every day we delay, innocent people could be harmed. We must disrupt their plans and force them to reveal themselves. The stronghold in Karakoram has been taken out, so they will likely strengthen their defenses in open waters, but they might also reveal weaknesses. The meeting room was filled with heated debate. Attacking the unknown enemy's base directly is a big risk, but it might be necessary. In the end, Ling Xiao made the decision. Prioritize intelligence and precise strikes. The Shadow Team will immediately prepare for battle and undergo targeted training. Our intelligence team must use all resources to thoroughly investigate the target area in the South Pacific, focusing on energy readings, ship movements, and any unusual signals. The tech team should speed up interrogations of the captured enemy and work on decoding the neural parasite while developing countermeasures. We need to come up with a feasible plan for a surprise attack as soon as possible. After the meeting, Ling Chun didn't rest. He went straight to the training room. He needed to quickly master the dangerous power within him. The next battle would be a true showdown, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Qin Yan watched her son's figure leave, her eyes full of worry. She went to the observation deck of the base and looked out at the vast Pacific Ocean. She knew a storm that could decide their fate was quietly gathering in that deep blue sea. Her son would once again bravely rush into the heart of the storm. Lingyu quietly approached her mother, gently holding her hand, and softly said, "Mom, don't be afraid. Big brother. He's stronger than before." I can feel it. In her perception, Ling Chen's energy was dangerous, but the bright light of life within him had become stronger, like a hardened alloy after forging. Qin Yan held her daughter's hand and nodded, but her eyes remained serious. The entire Dragon submarine base was like a stretched bow, the string pulled tight to its limit, aiming straight at the unknown, deadly waters of the South Pacific. Interrogations of the captives in Karakoram had made difficult but crucial progress. With the new neural sedative developed by the doctor team and the precise brainwave interference from the Shadow Realm, fragments of subconscious information from the captives were slowly being pieced together. The key points are becoming clearer. The Day of Harvest refers to a specific astronomical cycle, about 3 weeks away. The purification ritual seems linked to large-scale energy gathering and consciousness merging. The vague coordinates in the South Pacific are now fixed in a region called the Devil's Triangle, known for frequent disappearances and strange magnetic fields. More troubling is that under deep hypnosis, the captive unconsciously repeats a phrase, "Stars align. Abyss awakens." This adds more ominous shadows to the Stargate project. In the war room, a large electronic model simulates the Devil's Triangle area. Intelligence suggests the target might not be a fixed island but one or more disguised giant motherships or floating platforms, hidden by complex currents and magnetic fields. The operation plan for the Shadow Team has become very complicated, including sea infiltration, underwater assaults, and attacking platforms. They have prepared non-lethal capture and emergency rescue plans for possible seeders. All equipment has been upgraded to be waterproof, resistant to interference, and protected against energy attacks. Ling Chun undergoes intense, almost self-punishing training. He spends long hours in a high-pressure simulation chamber, practicing precise control of the dual energy vortex inside him amid simulated storms and energy disruptions. He must be able to instantly unleash destructive energy for a deadly strike under extreme pressure, then quickly switch to life energy for defense or healing, maintaining a fragile balance without collapsing. During several training sessions, he has vomited blood and fallen due to energy loss, but each time he stands back up, his gaze growing sharper and more dangerous. Qin Yan and Ling Yu silently watch through the observation window, quietly supporting him with their energy. The team members undergo unprecedented intense training to synchronize. They need to adapt to extreme environments like swaying decks, narrow cabins, and dark underwater conditions. Special resistance training has been conducted against mental attacks and energy contamination that seeders might use. Everyone understands this could be the final battle. The atmosphere is heavy but resolute. They are a sharp arrow carrying a heavy mission and sacrifice, ready to strike at the heart of darkness. All intelligence points to the prophet personally appearing on the day of harvest to lead the purification ceremony and complete the final step of opening the Stargate. The base's psychological warfare experts and intelligence analysts have made their final assessment of the prophet's motives and behavior patterns, leading to a chilling hypothesis. He may not be simply seeking power or control, but could be a fanatic of the coming event, aiming to bring a so-called source consciousness into reality to purify and reshape the current world. This obsessive belief makes his actions more unpredictable and dangerous. The atmosphere at the base is as heavy as solid matter. Ling Chun is doing a final equipment check. His Shadow Warrior combat suit is lined with the latest energy buffer matrix, and his weapons have been specially enchanted. Qin Yan approaches him silently and quietly places a smooth, jade-like pendant into his hand. Inside, it contains her purest strand of space source energy, which could save his life at a critical moment. Ling Xiao gives him a high-level command key, which can be used to activate ultimate measures like orbital strikes if absolutely necessary. Come back alive. Ling Xiao's voice is hoarse as he firmly pats his son's shoulder. Ling Qin nods silently, saying nothing. His eyes are calm like water, but deep inside, a cold fire burns. At dawn, a specially disguised Howling high-speed assault craft, capable of short takeoff and stealth, cuts through the dark blue waters of the South Pacific like a black dagger, heading toward the ominous Devil Triangle, shrouded in dark rumors. The sky is gloomy, with lead-gray clouds hanging low, pressing down so heavily it feels suffocating, as if a storm could tear the sky apart at any moment. Inside the craft, the atmosphere is so tense it seems to drip with silence. The Shadow Squad members perform their final equipment check, each movement precise and swift, with a resolve as if facing death. Ling Qin closes his eyes, sensing the flow of two energies within him. As they approach the target sea area, the black and white energy vortex in his dantian becomes more active, especially the cold, primal energy that seems to smell its origin and emits a faint, eager roar. He must use stronger willpower to suppress it. Entering the edge of the Devil Triangle, magnetic field anomalies are rising sharply, and communication is beginning to be disrupted. The calm voice of Ming Ming echoes inside the cabin, breaking the silence. Outside the porthole, the deep blue sea gradually turned murky and dark. Occasionally, strange greenish glow flickered underwater, like the northern lights. Reduce speed and activate full-band passive sonar and energy detection arrays, Ling Qin ordered as he opened his eyes. He walked to the window and looked at the calm sea surface. A strong feeling told him they had entered the hunting ground. The assault boat moved silently over the strange sea, like a ghost. After a few hours, the darkness suddenly lowered its voice. Contact. At 10 o'clock, about 300 meters underwater, there is a large metal object echoing. Complex structure. Not a natural object. Energy readings. Match Greenland relics closely.
It
is moving. The target appeared. Keep your distance. Release the mini-submarine for close reconnaissance, Ling Qin said in a deep voice. A small black submarine, about the size of a palm, was quietly launched into the sea and headed toward the target. The footage it sent back made everyone gasp. It was not an ordinary ship, but a huge, black pyramid-shaped structure, slowly moving in the deep sea, like an inverted mountain. Its surface was covered with thick marine growth, but faint metallic gleams and complex energy patterns could be seen. There was a large circular platform at the top. This was the moving platform they had suspected from intelligence. Many small underwater units patrol around the platform. The energy shield is very strong. Internal structure cannot be detected, the submarine reported. As it approached a certain distance, the signal became unstable and the image distorted. Direct attack is impossible, Ling Qin quickly judged. Find a way inside. There is a large drain and maintenance tunnel at the bottom of the platform, but heavily guarded, the AI analyzed.
Wait.
There's a weak energy fluctuation on the side of the platform, probably an abandoned observation port or pressure relief valve, covered by coral, it added. That's the spot. Ling Qin made a quick decision. Prepare for underwater infiltration. Water ghosts and thunder gods, clear the entrance. Ghost, take over the external monitoring system and create blind spots. Fortress and Scalpel, follow me. Let's go. The Sea Shadow assault boat silently descended, like a giant whale quietly approaching the bottom of the platform. The team members put on special deep-sea gear, blending into the cold water like drops of water. Underwater infiltration was extremely difficult. Strong currents, complex metal structures, and unpredictable automated patrols caused great trouble. The Water Ghost and Thunder Gods skillfully and silently took out the guards, blowing open the pressure valve sealed with coral. The team moved in a line into a dark, damp maintenance tunnel filled with pipes. The tunnel was filled with a smell of oil, ozone, and an indescribable, almost whispering mental pressure. Be careful. The energy field here has strong mental interference, the surgeon warned, injecting herself with a calming agent. Ling Chen felt it most strongly. The energy inside him was unusually active, like returning home, while his life energy fought desperately against the pervasive mental invasion. He had to focus most of his mind to keep his balance. They moved deeper along the tunnel, avoiding patrol guards whose eyes were empty and movements stiff, as if controlled by puppets. The deeper they went, the clearer the mental whispers became, filled with fervent prayers and disturbing desires. Finally, they reached a ventilation opening leading inside. Through the grills, they saw a terrifying scene, a vast, endless interior space. In the center was a huge altar-like structure made of dark red crystals, more complex and powerful than the devices in Greenland and the Karakoram. Around the altar, thousands of people in uniform white robes stood with hollow eyes, looking up at the top of the altar as if on a pilgrimage. At the top of the altar, a figure dressed in a black robe with gold trim, back facing them, was spreading his arms and reciting obscure syllables. His staff, topped with a large, dark glowing gem, resonated strongly with the altar. Ling Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. Finally, he found him. What is even more shocking is that above the altar, space is twisting. A blurry, imposing shadow that resembles a giant eye is slowly forming, radiating an indescribable sense of power. The Stargate is opening. The ritual has already begun. The ghostly voice becomes tense. Energy readings are rising rapidly. We must stop him. Ling Chen growls and kicks open the ventilation grill. The loud crash of the grill breaking sounds like a giant stone thrown into a silent lake, instantly shattering the strange calm inside the altar. Who is that? The prophet at the top of the altar suddenly turns around. His black robe billows, revealing a pale, almost transparent face with twisted features, but shining with intense enthusiasm. His eyes are like a deep abyss, locking onto Ling Chen and his team instantly. Without questioning or hesitation, the prophet raises his staff. The dark gem at the top shines brightly, and he swings it forward suddenly. A visible, dark red mental shockwave, mixing wild whispers and solid energy, bursts out. It's like a flood of blood rushing forward, crashing toward Ling Chen's team. As it passes, the air twists, and the metal walls emit a shrill groan. Ling Chen's pupils shrink sharply. He warns loudly and releases his energy at the same time.
He dares not hold back.
The dangerous black and white energy vortex in his dantian spins wildly, forming a half-black, half-white energy shield in front of him. Boom! The mental shock hits the shield hard. A deafening explosion follows. Ling Chen trembles all over. The shield fluctuates violently, and black and white energy streams splash everywhere. He feels a bitter taste in his throat but forces down the reverse blood. This prophet's power far exceeds that of the previous Node Guardian. Almost at the same time the prophet acts, thousands of cedars below, who had been standing still, suddenly light up with crimson eyes as if a switch was pressed. They let out strange roars, a mix of pain and madness, like a tide rushing from all directions. Their movements are stiff but incredibly strong, ignoring their own injuries and rushing forward recklessly. Open fire. Stop them from reaching the altar, the fortress roars. Heavy machine guns spit out angry flames, and a storm of bullets sweeps toward the frontline Cedars. But what's terrifying is that the wounded only stumble briefly. Unless completely shattered, they continue to charge forward wildly. Thunder God's high-explosive grenade exploded among the crowd, with severed limbs flying everywhere, but most of the Cedars stepped over the debris of their fallen comrades to rush forward. The water ghost and the surgical knife stood back to back, trying to block the enemies on the sides with precise shots and anesthetic needles, but there were too many. The underworld spirit used all its power to release electronic interference, attempting to disable the altar's energy system and the prophet's staff, but a strong energy shield surrounded the altar, making the interference barely effective. He could only try to hack into the platform's internal systems, looking for a chance to shut down the defenses or create chaos. The entire altar area instantly turned into a bloody hell. Gunfire, explosions, roars, and energy clashes filled the air. "We must stop the ritual. Attack the altar." Ling Chen struggled to maintain his shield, resisting the prophet's continuous mental assaults and energy blasts, while shouting at the fortress and Thunder God. Understood. The fortress turned its gun and fired wildly at the base of the altar. But the bullets hit the dark red crystals, only sparking a few tiny flashes, unable to cause real damage. Thunder God tried to get closer to throw high-energy explosives, but was caught tightly by several exceptionally strong Cedars. Useless. The ritual is complete. The Stargate is about to open. You will all become the foundation of the new world. The prophet laughed wildly, swinging his staff again. This time, instead of spreading attacks, he condensed a dark red energy spear capable of piercing everything, aiming straight at Ling Chen's shield core. Crack! The shield finally cracked under the pressure. A fierce look flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. He knew he couldn't stay on the defensive anymore. He suddenly withdrew his shield, sliding like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the energy spear, while his internal energy surged into his legs, increasing his speed dramatically, turning into a blur, rushing straight at the prophet at the top of the altar. "Catch the thief first, catch the king," the prophet sneered, suddenly stopping his staff. A dark red energy halo burst out around him, radiating strong repulsion and corrosion. Ling Chen didn't dodge or evade. He clenched his right fist, wrapping a highly condensed, destructive black energy around it, and punched the energy halo. Two similar, yet completely opposing energies collided fiercely. The shockwave from the explosion sent the Cedars rushing forward, flying backward. Ling Chen was knocked back and flew in reverse, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, the prophet's energy aura was also shattered, and his figure swayed.
How?
How can you control the source energy to this extent? For the first time, a look of surprise and doubt appeared in the prophet's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper greed. "A perfect key. Sacrifice you, and the Stargate will be completely stabilized." At this moment, the distorted shadow above the altar became clearer. The huge eye seemed about to open. An indescribable, vast, ancient, and cold will pressure began to descend upon this space. Everyone felt their souls tremble. There's no time left. Ling Chen sensed the despairing pressure and knew that if they delayed any longer, everyone would die. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Instead of attacking the prophet again, he turned around and aimed at the energy core in the center of the altar, which resonated with the gemstone on the staff. He was going to overload it again, just like he did in Greenland, even if it meant sacrificing himself. The prophet saw his intention, and the staff emitted an unprecedented glow. A thicker energy spear coalesced, determined to kill Ling Chen completely. Below, Fortress and others also fell into despair. Their ammunition was nearly exhausted, more wounded appeared, and they were overwhelmed by the tide of the Cedars. It was only a matter of time. At this critical moment of life and death, a pure, warm, yet supremely majestic white light beam suddenly descended from the sky without warning. It pierced through the layers of the platform's deck and precisely covered the entire altar. Within the light beam, there was a force of vitality and order, vastly different from the cold, silent source energy, full of endless vitality and power. Enveloped in the white light, the prophet let out a piercing scream. His black robe instantly ignited, and the gemstone on his staff flickered violently before dimming. The shadowed eye also roared in anger, becoming unstable. "This is..." Fortress and others looked up in shock. Ling Chun was stunned too. He felt that the power contained within this white light was derived from the same source as his own life energy, but it was countless times more powerful. In the bright light, a blurry figure made of pure energy appeared slowly. It was an old man wearing a simple, ancient robe. He looked deeply at Ling Chen, then at the struggling prophet and the unstable Stargate. He slowly raised his hand. The heretical ritual must end now. His voice was calm but carried a commanding authority. An irresistible force, symbolizing order and purification, swept through the space. A pure, majestic white beam of light, like a divine sword, pierced the deep sea and covered the altar. Within the beam, the old man's figure made of pure energy only needed to lift his hand, and the entire space froze in strange stillness.
"No, this can't be."
"Who are you?" the prophet screamed desperately. The dark red energy around him melted quickly under the white, holy light. The gemstone on his staff cracked loudly under the pressure. The giant eye of the Stargate, which was about to open, also roared silently in anger and pain. It twisted violently as if held by an invisible hand, beginning to break apart inch by inch. The old man's gaze was calm as he looked over the struggling prophet, then finally focused on Ling Chen. His eyes were deep, as if piercing through his soul, seeing the dangerous energy vortex inside him. He said nothing, but Ling Chen clearly felt that this was not hostility, but a form of examination, a confirmation. "Deviant of order, you must be purified." The old man's thoughts echoed like a loud bell in everyone's mind. He gently pointed his finger at the prophet.
"No."
"Lord, save me," the prophet shouted desperately, trying to explode his staff and his own energy for a final attack. But as the white light shone, all resistance was useless. The prophet's body and the staff dissolved instantly, like mist under sunlight, leaving no ashes behind. Only a voice full of unwillingness and fear echoed briefly in the air, then was completely purified by the holy light. With the prophet gone, the huge star gate shattered with a deafening noise, collapsing completely. It turned into countless shining points that disappeared into the air. The massive energy field and oppressive mental pressure covering the platform also receded like a tide. Below the altar, the crimson glow in the eyes of the thousands of cedars suddenly went out. Like a puppet with its strings cut, they all collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep coma. The continuous shouts and attacks suddenly stopped, and the entire space fell into complete silence.
"Are we saved?"
Fortress, Thunder God, Water Ghost, Surgical Knife, and the underworld sat heavily in blood and mess, gasping for breath. Seeing this miraculous scene, they looked confused and couldn't believe what they saw. They had fought desperately, but couldn't escape their predicament, yet this sudden white light had resolved everything so easily. Ling Chun knelt on one knee, supporting himself with a dagger. The energy inside him, stirred by the powerful external pressure and the death of the prophet, gradually calmed down. He looked up, staring hard at the shadow of the old man in the light pillar, filled with doubt and caution.
"Who is this old man?
Why does he have such terrifying power? Did he purify the prophet? Is he an enemy or a friend?" The shadow of the old man in the light pillar slowly turned toward Ling Chen, and his scrutinizing gaze fell again. After a moment, a gentle but irresistible thought entered Ling Chen's mind: the pivot of fate, the seed of chaos. The primal and ultimate forces within you have awakened. Good and bad are unpredictable. Be careful. Before the words finished, the shadow of the old man began to blur, and along with the towering white light pillar, it quickly faded and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. A few seconds later, the light vanished completely, leaving only the scorched marks on the top of the altar and the cedars lying unconscious on the ground, proof that what just happened was not an illusion. Inside the deep-sea platform, everything was silent as death, with only emergency lights flickering and heavy breathing heard. "Is it over?" Surgical Knife asked tremblingly. She looked at the unconscious, calm Cedars on the ground, still feeling scared. Underworld quickly checked the equipment. The platform's energy source is exhausted, the defense system is down, the Stargate signal is gone. The target Prophet has been confirmed destroyed.
We
succeeded. They succeeded in a completely unexpected way. Ling Chen slowly stood up, feeling the energy vortex inside him, stirred again by the old man's last words, primal and ultimate forces? Is this the true name of the power within him? What exactly did the old man know? He suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Now is not the time for deep thinking. Clear the battlefield, count the casualties, search for valuable intelligence, prepare to retreat. Ling Chen's voice was hoarse but firm as he gave the orders. Whether the old man was a god or a demon, the current crisis was temporarily resolved. Members of the Hidden Shadow Squad struggled to stand up and began carrying out the commands. They checked their teammates' injuries, bound the unconscious Cedars, and prepared for treatment and assessment. Yuming tried to restore some of the platform systems and download any existing databases. Ling Chen moved to the edge of the altar, looked down at the unconscious crowd below, then raised his head to gaze at where the old man's shadow had disappeared, his eyes deep and thoughtful. With the disappearance of the white light pillar and the old man's shadow, the threat from the Prophet and the Stargate was gone, along with the oppressive pressure. Inside the deep-sea platform, everything fell silent. Only the flickering emergency lights cast faint glows, illuminating the mess and the unconscious Cedars. The members of the Hidden Shadow Squad endured their pain and fatigue, immediately starting the tense post-battle cleanup. The surgeons and the water ghost quickly checked the vital signs of all unconscious Cedars. They found that, with the Prophet's death and the collapse of the Stargate, the neural parasites in these people's brains seemed to have lost their energy source. Their activity was greatly reduced but not completely gone. They had fallen into dormancy. They needed to be transferred back to the base for intensive treatment as soon as possible. The Fortress and Thunder God were responsible for guarding and clearing the passages, ensuring the safety of the retreat route. They also searched for any remaining automated defenses on the platform to disable them. Yuming worked desperately to access the platform's core database and download all research data related to the seeding plan, the Stargate, and the Prophet. These were invaluable pieces of intelligence. Ling Chen did not participate in the detailed work. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the altar, closing his eyes to meditate. The energy vortex within him, from the source of beginning to the end, was highly unstable due to the recent fierce battle and the old man's appearance. The old man's last words echoed in his mind like a brand, the fulcrum of fate, the chaotic seed. This suggested that the power within him was not accidental, but tied to some great destiny or conspiracy. Did the old man purify the Prophet to maintain order? What is his attitude toward his chaotic seed? Is he observing, using, or ultimately purifying it? A heavy pressure weighs on his mind. A few hours later, the battlefield is mostly cleared. All unconscious Cedars are gathered and placed in a safe area, and important data hard drives are taken out. Yuming successfully disabled the platform's self-destruct system and sent out a location signal. The rescue patrol boat and large medical transport ship arrive quickly, beginning to pick up the injured and transfer the unconscious. When the Shadow submarine team returns with captured data and injuries, everyone feels like they are in a different world. The mission was completed in an unexpected way, but no one feels happy, only relief to be alive and deeper confusion. When the transport ship reaches the Dragon base, there is no welcoming ceremony, only strict confidentiality and medical handover. Ling Chen and others are immediately taken to quarantine and medical areas for full checkups and mental assessments. Ling Xiao and Qin Yan arrive first, seeing their son and team members, battered but alive, and their worries finally ease. At a top-secret briefing, Ling Chen describes the whole battle, especially the appearance of the mysterious old man and the white light pillar. Everyone is shocked when they hear that the prophet was instantly purified and the Stargate collapsed. When Lingxin recounts the old man's words about the primal source, the end, the destiny pivot, and the chaotic seed, the entire meeting room falls silent. The scientists analyze the data and samples brought back, confirming the evil of the seeding plan and the terrifying technology of the Stargate. But there are no clues about the mysterious old man. His appearance and power are beyond current scientific understanding, as if he comes from another dimension. After intense discussion, the highest command makes a decision. The events involving the old man and the light pillar are classified as top secret, with strict access control. Publicly, the Shadow submarine team is said to have destroyed the enemy base and killed the prophet. All resources are focused on treating the unconscious seeders and researching ways to remove the neural parasites. A special team is formed to study the energy properties of the primal source and the end, and to try to interpret the old man's warnings. Although the prophet has died, the remnants of the source sect still remain. The appearance of the mysterious old man suggests there may be a higher-level threat, leading to an increase in global alertness. On the hospital bed, Lingchen looked out at the familiar base scenery, feeling a wave of emotions. He survived and completed his mission, but it felt like jumping from one whirlpool into an even deeper one. The old man's appearance made him realize he might not just be a pawn but a key piece on a huge chessboard. The power inside him is both a curse and a key. He clenched his fist, feeling the calm, yet terrifying energy vortex within his dantian. Avoidance won't help, and confusion can't solve the problem. He must become stronger, fully control this power, and uncover the truth behind it. Whether he becomes a pivot or a seed in the future, he must take control of his destiny. Members of the Shadow sub-team received full treatment and observation at the highest-level medical center in the base. Their injuries healed quickly thanks to careful care and their strong vitality, but the psychological shock and energy drain require more time to recover. There was no grand celebration, only the highest-level internal awards and strict secrecy. Their deeds were recorded in top-secret files, becoming another hidden legend. Ling Chen spent most of his time in deep meditation, fully adapting to and exploring the new energy vortex inside him, called the Source and the End. This process was more dangerous and intricate than any before. The Source's power was warm and full of life, flowing through his limbs and nourishing his injuries, but it also carried an almost law-like, unquestionable sense of order. The End's power was cold and destructive, lurking deep in his dantian, restless yet containing chaos that could break all bonds. The two were completely opposite but coexisted in a delicate balance, like a microcosm of the universe's birth and death. He tried to guide them more precisely, no longer just summoning but understanding their rules of operation. He found that when his mind was calm and he followed the flow of life, the source power was gentle yet strong. When his will was resolute and determined, the end power would erupt with incredible destructive force. The key was in guiding intention, not forcibly suppressing. He began trying to merge a trace of primordial energy into the outer layer of the ultimate power, forming a thin isolation membrane to make it more controllable. He also attempted to immediately nourish and repair with primordial energy after using the ultimate power to reduce backlash. Progress was slow, like walking on thin ice, but each small success deepened his understanding of his own strength. The warning from the mysterious old man was like a sword hanging overhead, urging him to master this power quickly and completely. The research center at the base was working at full speed. The doctor's team analyzed data and samples brought back from the deep-sea platform day and night. They made a breakthrough in studying the seeders, successfully developing a special medicine that can suppress and gradually eliminate parasitic neural organisms. Thousands of victims saw hope for recovery. Analysis of Stargate technology and the remnants of the Prophet revealed a larger, ancient, secret civilization that worships the Source. Their technology and understanding of energy far surpassed modern humans. The mysterious old man and the white light pillar became top secrets, with all data sealed away. Only a few people studied them, trying to find clues about their source of power and intentions, but found nothing, like they came from another dimension. After recovery, the team members at the fortress entered a new round of targeted training. They began systematically learning energy sensing and basic defense skills, and trained to resist high-dimensional energy attacks they might face again. Having shared life and death experiences, their teamwork reached its peak, and a single glance was enough to understand each other. They knew that future enemies might no longer be ordinary armed groups, but beings with strange powers, so they had to be fully prepared. Qin Yan used his understanding of spatial energy to gently guide his son's energy, helping him stay calm. Ling Yu's abilities seemed to grow quietly under her brother's influence. She became more sensitive to life energy and could faintly sense the balance of the two forces within her brother. Her pure aura had a remarkable calming effect on the restless ultimate power. A month later, top-secret intelligence was delivered to Ling Zhao's desk. Intelligence reports show that at several ancient sites related to the gate ceremony around the world, extremely faint but unexplained energy waves have been detected. These waves are slightly similar to the white light columns, as if they are purifying something. At the same time, some previously active extreme groups connected to the source sect suddenly fell into strange silence, as if they had lost their main support. It seems that the mysterious old man, or the power he represents, is sweeping away the remnants of the source sect worldwide, Ling Xiao said quietly after dinner. This is good for the world, but for us, it means our future opponents may no longer be fanatical believers like the Prophet, but more detached and harder to understand beings. Ling Qin put down his chopsticks, his expression calm. No matter what, improving ourselves is the key to facing all changes. What are your plans next? Qin Yan asked with concern. Ling Qin looked out into the dark night outside, a firm look in his eyes. I want to leave the base for a while. Where to? Ling Yu asked in surprise. To find answers, Ling Qin replied slowly. To visit ancient sites that might be related to the beginning and the end. To walk among the people. Maybe I can find clues about these two powers, or about that old man. Building everything behind closed doors has its limits. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's good. But we must be fully prepared and stay in contact. The shadow team can take turns accompanying you. Yes, Ling Qin nodded. He knew that true cultivation was on the journey. He needed to immerse himself in the wider world, temper his mind amid the chaos of the mortal world, and seek the source in ancient ruins. Only then could he truly control his inner power and unravel the tangled fate surrounding him. A few days later, Ling Qin bid farewell to his parents and sister. Dressed in plain clothes, he quietly left the hidden dragon base. He carried only a simple bag with essential gear and the pendant his mother gave him. His first destination was the Eye of Extinction in the northwest border, a desert of death, said to be so dangerous that even birds cannot cross. According to ancient texts and the base's intelligence, there may still be relics from ancient times where life and the god of desolation were worshipped. He took the most common means of transportation, traveled for several days, and finally arrived at a small town on the edge of the desert. The place was rough and dusty, with a tough local style, very different from the modern atmosphere of the base. Ling Qin put away his sharp edge and acted like an ordinary backpacker, staying in a simple inn. The next early morning, he carried his bag and walked into the endless sea of sand. The scorching sun and blowing sand made the environment harsh, but for him, it was a special kind of training. He deliberately did not use his internal energy to resist the heat, instead feeling the extreme environment with his body, letting his will be tempered in this harsh setting. After 3 days, relying on his excellent sense of direction and faint perception of energy fluctuations, he found a ruined site partly covered by sand deep within a large area of strange rock formations. Broken stone pillars leaned and fell, and the outline of an altar could faintly be seen. Most striking was a large, relatively intact stone wall covered with faded murals. The murals were hard to understand. Some showed scenes of life and animals thriving, full of vitality, while others depicted stars falling, the earth cracking, and everything returning to dust, silent and desolate. At the boundary between these two scenes, there was a blurry human figure, holding a chaotic, black and white glowing orb, as if balancing two forces. Ling Chen stood before the murals, deeply shaken. The meaning conveyed by the murals was very similar to his internal state. He reached out and gently touched the chaotic glowing stone carving. At that moment, the energy vortex in his dantian began to spin slightly on its own, especially the primal force, which seemed to resonate faintly with the ancient vitality contained in the murals. He closed his eyes, immersed in this strange feeling, trying to interpret more information from the murals. In a hazy moment, he seemed to see some broken images, ancient ancestors performing rituals here, praying for continued life and peaceful death, and a powerful being once tried to harmonize the two forces, but ultimately perished in the explosion. "Young man, are you also interested in these ancient legends?" An old, hoarse voice sounded behind him. Ling Chen suddenly snapped back to reality, and his internal energy quickly stabilized. He turned around and saw an old man wearing a worn-out Mongolian robe, with a face weathered by wind and frost. The man was holding a thin camel and squinting at him. Just looking around, Ling Chen said cautiously with a calm tone. The old man smiled, showing sparse yellow teeth, and pointed at the wall painting. "Legend has it that this is a place of balance. Life begins here, and it also ends here. Those who understand balance can see the truth of the world." His gaze seemed to casually glance at Ling Chen's wrist, where a watch disguised as an energy monitor was worn, with deep eyes. Ling Chen felt a stir in his heart, sensing that this old man was not simple. "Sir, do you know what this balance refers to? Life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction. All things in the world are like this," the old man said slowly. "Chasing too much after vitality will lead to decay. Indulging in destruction will end in nothingness. True strength lies in mastery, not in submission to any force." His words struck Ling Chen like a morning bell, ringing in his heart. He had always tried to control and balance the power within him, but never thought about the true meaning of mastery. It's not about suppression, but understanding and guiding. "Thank you for guidance, sir." Ling Chen bowed slightly. The old man waved his hand, led the camel, and slowly walked toward the depths of the desert, leaving a parting word carried by the wind. "The road ahead is still long. Be careful of quicksand, and also be careful of those seeking the truth." Ling Chen watched the direction where the old man disappeared, his expression serious. This was no ordinary herdsman. Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional guidance?